The fate of President Biden's student debt forgiveness proposal. The president's plan, which would forgive up to $20,000 a year for certain borrowers, was challenged immediately by several states upon its introduction last August. And as Pride Month comes to an end, the court will also rule on a case out of Colorado on whether a business has the right to refuse service to LGBTQ customers due to their religious beliefs. Jessica.
And Bree, while we know we have to wait until later today for those decisions, the court still kept itself pretty busy on Monday, yes?
Yeah, that's right. So, Jessica, while the court did not issue any rulings on Monday, they did dismiss a number of pending challenges. The court said they would not reconsider a lower court ruling that allowed former students of the Ohio State University to sue the school over sex abuse allegations. The court also dismissed a dispute over whether Democratic members of Congress could peruse a lawsuit over obtaining documents related to the former Trump International Hotel here in Washington, D.C. Now, this challenge came shortly after former President Trump's election in 2016, but Democratic lawmakers voluntarily dismissed the case earlier this month, leading to the court's decision on Monday.
Okay,
Jessica.
Bree, thank you.
Also on Monday, the Supreme Court dismissed an appeal from Louisiana over the state's congressional map, sending the issue back to a lower court. This move was widely expected after the High Court's ruling earlier this month in a case out of Alabama. The court ruled that Alabama's maps must be thrown out after they were found to be in violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Louisiana will now most likely redraw their congressional maps in order to include 2 majority black districts ahead of the 2024 election.
CNN has obtained and released the bombshell 2021 audio recording of former President Trump talking about his possession of classified documents.
We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to figure out
See, as president, I could have declassified.
Yeah.
Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
The former president pleaded not guilty earlier this month to 37 felony counts over his handling of those classified documents. Now, that conversation is one that is mentioned as evidence in special counsel Jack Smith's indictment. In a Monday evening post on Truth Social, Trump called the recording an exoneration and said that Smith illegally leaked and spun that tape.
Well, he continues to find himself in a distant second in the polls behind former President Trump. And Florida Governor and presidential candidate Ron DeSantis traveled to Texas Monday, tackling his main rival's actions on a hot-button issue. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez has more.
In Texas, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat, taking on the GOP frontrunner, blasting Donald Trump for not being tough enough at the border while he was president.
He's promising a lot of the same things this time that he did last time, and he didn't deliver on it.
DeSantis speaking with NBC News and rolling out an aggressive crackdown to deter illegal border crossings that includes re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers, ending birthright citizenship, and allowing the use of deadly force against people who cut through U.S. border fences.
Once you got through the wall, you have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force.
But DeSantis' critics say his immigration proposals largely mirror those of Mr. Trump, who, according to a new NBC News national poll, has the support of 51% of Republican primary voters. DeSantis' support has dropped to 22%.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality.
How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So 2 things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. It's a 2-man race. He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him.
The NBC News poll shows DeSantis tied with President Biden in a hypothetical matchup, while Biden leads Trump by 4 points.
Gabe, thank you.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Nearly half a dozen Secret Service agents have testified before the grand jury connected with the investigation into former President Trump's alleged role in the events of January 6th. That's according to 2 sources who are familiar with that testimony. This news comes nearly a year after the testimony from former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson, in which at the time she alleged Trump lashed out at Secret Service agents after they refused to drive him to the Capitol. It is not yet known what information the agents may have provided to the grand jury. A spokeswoman for the Secret Service declined to comment.
The opposing sides of the unprecedented power struggle in Russia are speaking out. Vladimir Putin giving an angry speech on national TV, denouncing the mercenary Wagner Group's betrayal. But Wagner founder Yevgeny Prigozhin defended his actions, saying he never intended to overthrow the Putin regime. For the latest, let's bring in our NBC News foreign correspondent Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. We understand there were high expectations ahead of Vladimir Putin's speech yesterday.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, and weirdly, it was a murky response despite his defiance. Putin saying that any kind of blackmail, any attempts to create internal turmoil are doomed to failure, but ultimately praising Wagner's decision to stand down the march on Moscow and saying that Russian forces would have destroyed them anyhow, but saying the decision to turn around avoided any bloodshed. And while he didn't mention Prigozhin by name in the speech, he reiterated his earlier statements, calling the organizers of this mutiny traitors, but also saying he'd keep his word and offering amnesty, really, to any of the fighters, that they could join the regular Russian military or move to Belarus, much like Prigozhin's decision in that deal brokered by Alexander Lukashenko, Belarus's president, giving him amnesty. So while he's been very hard and angry, he's more or less given a hall pass to Prigozhin and what he says was 25,000 fighters ready to march on the capital of Moscow. Francis?
And Chapman, what did Prigozhin hope to achieve if it wasn't to topple Putin?
Well, he says he wants to, in a statement, he said he wanted to address the main question, and that was, what was he doing? And he said it was a march of justice. His problem has been for a long time with the leaders of the Ministry of Defense, Shoigu in particular, and other top brass in the Russian military, saying that they were withholding ammunition, not supporting his fighters enough, as they were doing a bulk of the fighting, particularly in the areas around Bakhmut. But the big questions remain: how does this affect Putin? What's next for Prigozhin and Wagner? And what effect does this have, if any, on the battlefields in Ukraine? Francis?
And on the global stage as well. Chapman, thank you.
The CDC has issued a new alert about malaria. Over the last 2 months, 1 case has been documented in Texas and 4 others in Florida. Now, these are the first cases in 20 years that spread locally, meaning the people had not traveled outside the country. Malaria is a serious and sometimes deadly disease that is usually spread by mosquitoes. Symptoms can include fever, chills, and muscle aches. The CDC says the risk throughout the country is extremely low, but officials are encouraging the public to protect against insect bites.
The heat dome hanging over the South is sticking around. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking that timeline. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. We've been tracking this week after week after week, and we're going to be tracking it through at least the weekend. We're looking at those temperatures continuing to sizzle throughout the South. We have heat alerts stretching from parts of Arizona, New Mexico, into Texas, and then stretching all the way to Jacksonville, Florida. We just have an excessive heat watch that was added to portions of Tennessee and also Alabama. So 40 million Americans under heat alerts. We're looking at that continuing throughout the next couple of days, and we're going to see these temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits once you factor in the humidity. It's going to feel warmer than that. So today, Houston, 100 degrees. It'll feel like 107 there, feeling like 111 in Lake Charles, feeling like 114 in New Orleans. Unfortunately, the unrelenting heat does not, it continues throughout the weekend. We're looking at Little Rock, 104 on Thursday, 103 on Friday. Same story in Dallas. We're looking at temperatures right around 102 on Friday. Also watching more storms in the Northeast. We have that cold front that's lingering over the Northeast. That's going to bring the chance for more rain today. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the northern plains, 77 in Bismarck. So temperatures mainly in the 70s. The Midwest, we're looking at temperatures in the 70s and 80s. Continuing to soar, the temperatures in the south, we're looking at triple digits in Dallas, Shreveport, and also San Antonio. All right, guys, we're going to continue to watch the stories of the heat, also some stormy weather, and we'll look at today's rest of the forecast for today in just a few minutes.
All right, Michelle, thanks so much. As inflation starts to cool, the misery index in America is falling. That's an informal way of measuring how much misery people are feeling about the economy. Now, for reference, it reached 15% as the pandemic ramped up in April 2020, now just below 8%. The index is a combo of inflation and the unemployment rate. A survey by the University of Michigan found consumer outlook about the economy rose by 8% in June.
All right, when we come back, we've got tips to apply to your sunscreen and fend off burns at the beach this summer.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When it comes to protecting your skin, it's not just a question of if you're wearing sunscreen, it's how are you wearing it. Experts warn that some popular sunblock products just aren't cutting it. Lauren Petty from our Chicago affiliate has more on how to stay safe in the sun.
It's a super popular way to try to prevent sunburn.
I feel like it's easier to spray on, you just go.
But spray sunscreen only works if it's applied correctly and not like this.
Most oftentimes that I see a sunburn, I ask the person, did they use sunscreen? And it is almost always, I used a spray sunscreen.
Dr. Jordan Carcaville is a dermatologist who says there are do's and don'ts when it comes to spray sun protection.
When I see parents spraying the kids just, in the face, I think that's probably the thing that bothers me most.
Never spray sunscreen directly in someone's face. Otherwise, they could inhale potentially dangerous chemicals.
These are meant to be used on the skin. They're not meant to be used on mucous membranes. They're not meant to be inhaled.
That includes titanium dioxide, which studies have found caused cancer in rodents, and benzene that sparked a recall.
Benzene is known to be harmful to humans, and so they were removed from the market.
For this day at the beach, Lupe applied sunscreen to her kids the way doctors recommend.
I put it on my hands and then I put it on their faces.
When applying spray sunscreen, dermatologists recommend you hold it closer to your skin than you may realize and spray until your skin glistens.
You want to be about 1 to 2 inches away from the skin so that you are not losing it to the wind.
One Australia study found up to 79% of spray sunscreen can be lost in light wind conditions.
So we know that in an even mildly windy area, today is really windy, so I wouldn't put it on today, but you lose a lot of product.
Many people choose spray to avoid sticky hands, but you should always rub your sunscreen in.
Some of them are thicker, and you really do want to rub them in. Those are the ones I like because they're thick. They are usually a mineral component to it.
And no less is not more.
Typically, you use about a shot glass size of a lotion or a cream for the entire body. With these sunscreens, the spray sunscreens, it's really hard to get that accurate quantity.
A beach day alternative.
My biggest suggestion for anyone is sun protective clothing.
Swim shirts, rash guards, and sunscreen. Essentials for a day in the sun.
My biggest advice is to find a product that you like, use it correctly, and use it often.
Our thanks to Lauren Petty for that report.
Anthony Fauci, the NIH official who was the public face of the U.S. coronavirus response, is joining the faculty at Georgetown University. Starting next week, Dr. Fauci will be a professor at the School of Medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases. In a statement, he expressed delight at the appointment, calling it, quote, a natural extension of my scientific, clinical, and public health career.
Still to come on early today, it was winner take all in Omaha, Florida, and LSU battled for the national championship.
And hockey honors the best of the best from last season.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
And we're back with the game for all the marbles in college baseball. Florida took an early 2-0 lead, but LSU pounced in the second inning. The Tigers hitting the ball all over the park, scoring 11 unanswered runs down the stretch to blow the game wide open. LSU closed it out to win the national championship 18-4. It's the 7th College World Series for LSU and the program's first since 2009. And talk about a turnaround. Florida beat LSU 24-4 on Sunday.
Wow. And look at that. 18-4 is what we ended up with.
Absolutely.
From college baseball to one of the hottest teams in the majors, Spencer Strider led the charge for Atlanta with 10 strikeouts. And Ronald Acuna hit his 17th home run of the season to put the game out of reach. The Braves beat the Twins 4-1. They've only lost 4 games all month and won 11 of their last 12. And if the season ended today, Atlanta would be the National League's top team and enjoy a first-round bye. They're chasing a second World Series title in the last 3 years. Acuna is a name we got to remember because it seems like he's on track and maybe out there for the All-Star game.
Absolutely. We definitely have to keep an eye on that. And now to hockey. In the face of this year's NHL awards, Connor McDavid won the Hart Trophy as league MVP for the 3rd time in his career. McDavid led all of hockey with 64 goals. He also won the Ted Lindsay Award for the most outstanding player as voted by the NHL Players Association. That right there, another name that we need to keep an eye on.
All right, Michelle has an eye on your Tuesday forecast. That's coming up next.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We continue to sizzle in the south. We're going to see temperatures 10, even 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year, soaring into the triple digits. We also have a few chances for some storms. That would be in the northeast with a lingering front, bringing showers and storms there. Could see some locally heavy rainfall as well. Some storms in portions of southern Florida. Also in the Intermountain West, Billings, you could see some showers and storms today. Then as we look at Wednesday, we're going to see those temperatures soaring once again in the south, 103 in Oklahoma City, 107 in Dallas, and could see some lingering storms in portions of Boston and also New York City. Back to you both.
Okay, Michelle, thanks. The future of race cars is looking electric on the track and under the hood.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, Only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Portland, Oregon has become the fourth U.S. city to host a Formula E race car competition. Yes, this one has a new twist that sets it apart from those in recent years. NBC News' Ann Thompson has all the story on all the electric cars hitting the track.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. Heidfeld's in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E, E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. You know, racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Chiliberti is the technical manager.
So do you have two motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all four wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibrations, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one around
I'm
here.
feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I needed a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time. Okay. But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone, from the owners to the vendors to the fans, can win.
Julia Palais drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Portland, Oregon.
Thanks for watching. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Tuesday.
Russia left reeling after an attempted rebellion, Putin calling the movement a betrayal, Ukraine capitalizing on the chaos, and now we're hearing directly from the mercenaries' leader himself.
The decision deadline for the Supreme Court inches closer every day. Cases still on the docket set to impact American life. Our team in D.C. breaks down the cases left undecided.
The largest gas station in the world is open for business. Buc-ee's fans are flocking to Tennessee. We take you inside for the grand opening.
Experts are calling the findings mind-boggling. We have the Skinny on a new weight loss drug, now in clinical trials that's making waves in the medical community.
And your favorite slice might taste a little different. New environmental laws are set to impact pizzerias. Why those traditional wood-burning ovens could be thrown out. It's Tuesday, June 27th. Early Today starts right now. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Jessica Layton.
I'm Francis Rivera. As Russia reels from an aborted rebellion this weekend, Ukrainian President Zelensky is relishing in what he sees as big gains on the battlefield. In his weekly address, he claimed his forces have advanced all along the front lines in their latest counteroffensive push. Zelensky said, "It is a joyous day. I wish for more days like this for our troops." NBC News could not immediately verify Zelensky's claims, but so far the Ukrainian counteroffensive has only resulted in the liberation of a few villages in the east.
And the two opposing sides of this unprecedented power struggle in Russia are speaking out. Vladimir Putin giving an angry speech on national TV, denouncing the mercenary Wagner Group's betrayal. But Wagner founder Yevgeny Prigozhin defended his actions, saying he never intended to overthrow the Putin regime. For the very latest, let's bring our NBC News foreign correspondent Chapman Bell. Chapman, good morning. So we understand there were high expectations ahead of Vladimir Putin's speech yesterday.
That's right, Jessica. And despite his defiance and his anger, it was still kind of a murky response to everything that happened. He did say any kind of blackmail, any attempts to create internal turmoil are doomed to failure, but he ultimately praised Wagner's decision to turn around and stand down the march on Moscow, but saying had they continued, the Russian military would have crushed them anyhow. But he did say their decision to turn around avoided bloodshed, but he didn't mention Prigozhin by name. But while he kept saying that the organizers would be brought to justice, and continuing to call them traitors, he did say that he'd keep his promise to Wagner fighters that they could join the regular Russian military or seek the move to Belarus for some sort of amnesty, like Prigozhin has chosen to do in that deal brokered by the Belarusian President Lukashenko. So still kind of a murky response to everything that happened, Jessica.
Yeah, and Chapman, a lot of people wondering, what did Prigozhin hope to achieve if it wasn't to topple Putin?
Well, he did say he wanted to address that question. He said he was marching on Moscow it was a march of justice. He said he wanted to point out mistakes made by defense ministers. He was never going to topple elected leaders, but he also was upset that Wagner recruits were going to have to sign contracts with the Russian MOD, which he has been very critical of during this whole conflict in Ukraine, saying that they've withheld ammunition and haven't supported their fighters. But we'll have to see how this all plays out. It's still early days in this conflict between the two people.
Certainly,
Jessica.
likely a lot more fallout to come. Chapman, thank you.
The bombshell 2021 audio recording of former President Trump discussing his possession of classified government documents has been obtained and released by CNN.
We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to figure out
See, as president, I could have declassified.
Yeah.
Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
The former president pleaded not guilty earlier this month to 37 felony counts over his handling of classified documents. This conversation is one that is mentioned as evidence in special counsel Jack Smith's indictment. In a Monday evening post on Truth Social, Trump called the recording an exoneration and said that Smith illegally leaked and spun the tape.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Nearly half a dozen Secret Service agents have testified before the grand jury connected with the investigation into former President Trump's alleged role in the events of January 6th. This all according to two sources familiar with that testimony. This news comes nearly a year after the testimony from a former White House aide, Cassidy Hutchinson, in which at the time she alleged Trump lashed out at Secret Service agents after they refused to drive him to the Capitol. It's not yet known what information the agents may have provided to that grand jury. A spokeswoman for the Secret Service declined to comment.
After months of anticipation, the Supreme Court is set to release its next round of opinions this morning, which are expected to have major impacts on American life. For more, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What are these latest few cases that the court are considering?
Good morning, Francis. Well, as is tradition in the last week of June, the nation's highest court is expected to issue a number of highly anticipated rulings as its term comes to an end. While the court is considering 10 outstanding cases, 3 have caught the eyes of the American people. One of these cases concerns the fate of affirmative action on college campuses. NBC News reported on Monday that officials at higher education institutions are waiting with bated breath for this decision. While some have said they've been preparing for the end of affirmative action for years, one administrator said a ruling that ends the policy would be devastating for college admissions. Americans are also waiting to hear how the court rules on another education-related case, the fate of President Biden's student debt forgiveness proposal. The president's plan, which would forgive up to $20,000 a year for certain borrowers, was challenged immediately by several states upon its introduction last August. And as Pride Month comes to an end, the court will also rule on a case out of Colorado on whether a business has the right to refuse service to LGBTQ customers due to their religious beliefs. Francis.
And Bree, while we'll have to wait until later today for these decisions, the court still kept itself busy on Monday.
Yeah, well, while the court did not issue any rulings on Monday, they did dismiss a number of pending challenges. The court said they would not reconsider a lower court ruling that allowed former students of the Ohio State University to sue the school over sex abuse allegations. The court also dismissed a dispute over whether Democratic members of Congress could peruse a lawsuit over obtaining documents related to former President Trump's or the former Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. Now, this challenge came shortly after former President Trump's election in 2016, but Democratic lawmakers voluntarily dismissed the case earlier this month, leading to the High Court's decision on Monday. Francis?
Okay, Bree, thank you.
Also on Monday, the Supreme Court dismissed an appeal from Louisiana over the state's congressional map, sending the issue back to a lower court. Now, this move was widely expected after the High Court's ruling earlier this month in a case out of Alabama. That court ruled that Alabama's maps must be thrown out after they were found to be in violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Louisiana will now most likely redraw their congressional maps in order to include 2 majority black districts ahead of the 2024 election.
There is a new drug from Eli Lilly that could do more for weight loss than any medication currently out on the market. A report in the New England Journal of Medicine says that retatrutide helped people lose nearly a quarter of their body weight on average in a mid-stage clinical trial. Those results would need to be confirmed in the larger phase 3 trial, which is expected to run until late 2025. But the drug's potential is causing buzz in the medical community, with one obesity medicine specialist telling NBC News the findings are, quote, mind-boggling.
We have been following the heat dome that's sitting over the South, so let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, how long is this heat sticking around?
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Well, it's going to be at least through the weekend and probably beyond that, because we are looking at temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. We have a heat alert stretching from portions of the Southwest into the South Central states, also the Southeast. So from Tucson to Jacksonville, we have a heat watch that's been added for parts of Indiana, Kentucky, also Tennessee and Alabama. So that will start on Thursday, but millions and millions of Americans under heat alerts. We have an excessive heat warning that is in the pink. That includes portions of Texas, Dallas, San Angelo, Alpine, and also into parts of the Gulf Coast. New Orleans, you're under an excessive heat warning as well. Temperatures soaring into the triple digits. Once again, 102 in San Antonio today. Factoring the humidity, it will feel like 106, feeling like 112 today in Shreveport, feeling like 111 in Lake Charles. And look at this. As we go throughout the next several days, we're going to see those temperatures holding strong. Dallas, 104 on Thursday. Friday, looking at 102. Little Rock on Friday, you're looking at 103. So the heat and humidity will aid some storms later on this afternoon. 6 million at risk in portions of the Central Plains. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures not too bad in the northern plains. We're in the 70s, very summer-like 80s in parts of the Midwest. 79 today in Chicago. That's nice there. Sizzling in the south into the triple digits in parts of Texas, Oklahoma, into the Gulf Coast states. 101 in Houston. All right, guys, we are tracking the heat. We're tracking storms. We'll look at the rest of the forecast for Tuesday in just a few minutes.
A lot to still cover. Okay, thank you, Michelle. Still to come, Ford gears up for a round of layoffs.
And are you pumped up for the world's largest gas station? We go inside the giant Buc-ee's right after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
A new Buc-ee's location in Tennessee is being crowned as the world's largest gas station, and it's a lot more than fuel being offered at this massive superstore facility. NBC's Kathy Park got the up-close look.
The largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee, is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet, with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station? Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star.
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
Scoring points for their friendly staff.
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
Bathrooms, and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board. Chopped brisket on the board.
We slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store. And we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is a director of barbecue operations who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're official.
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all that barbecue.
I can do this all day.
You got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling you.
Am I hired?
You're in.
Our thanks to Kathy for sharing that report.
All right, Ford is planning a round of layoffs this week, focusing mostly on engineering jobs in the U.S. and Canada. The cuts are expected across Ford's operations, including its combustion engine unit and electric vehicle team. The company spokesperson declined to say how many jobs would be cut. This comes months after the company laid off 3,000 workers in North America and 3,800 in Europe.
Actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney are continuing to put their money into sports. The two are part of an investment group that are buying the Alpine Formula One racing team in a deal worth $218 million. Alpine's parent company said the investment group bought a quarter stake in the team. Reynolds and McElhenney have a history of helping teams find success. They bought the Welsh soccer club Wrexham 3 years ago, and that team actually earned a league championship this past season.
Let's Stella Cup goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Details from what could be Sir Elton John's final concert in his home country.
Sorry about that, Francis. And the star-studded list of names coming to the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Now is Raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see how you've been.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
One of my favorites, and say it's not goodbye. Sir Elton John gave what is likely his final UK performance Sunday at the Glastonbury Music Festival. The BBC says the Rocket Man's 3-hour set was watched by 7 million viewers. And after thousands turned up to see the Swan Song live, the festival expects to be their most watched performance of all time. The music industry legend has 7 dates left in his farewell tour. I'm keeping fingers crossed that maybe he'll come back for like like a last hurrah,
really
last encore. Yeah.
76 years old, though, and his voice is still phenomenal. One of our favorites. Well, speaking of decorated artists, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is honoring stars for transforming the industry before this year's Oscars. Black Panther's asset Angela Bassett and comedian Mel Brooks will receive the honorary Oscars at the Governor's Awards in November. Bassett has been nominated 2 times for an Academy Award, while Brooks won his in 1969 for the producer screenplay. Film editor Carol Littleton and Sundance Institute director Michelle Statter will also be honored.
Yeah, not award season right now, but it's great to be able to have that. The bragging rights, too, and some hardware. Some more of entertainment's finest could be getting their due in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce named Chadwick Boseman, Michelle Yeoh, Eugene Levy, and more to its class of 2024 nominees, which features some of the biggest stars in music, TV, music, and movies, and more for their impact on the industries. But a nomination doesn't actually guarantee a spot. And those who do get a ceremony during the 2-year consideration period, they have to pay a $75,000 maintenance fee to get their star. So it's like a little asterisk right there. Yeah, you're going to get awarded with your own star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but you got to pay.
You just got to pay us first. I did not know that. Well, Michelle has your coast-to-coast forecast coming up after the break.
In Silicon, the hurdle a national track and field team had to overcome, and the athlete who helped the country finish the race.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand of celebrities.
All right, it just needs
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We continue to sizzle in the south. Temperature soaring into the triple digits. You factor in the humidity. It'll feel like 115 to 120 in spots. Tracking showers and storms lingering in the northeast. Could see a few showers in the southeast parts of Florida, Miami. You could see some showers and storms. Same story in the Intermountain West. We have a few fronts that we're watching that could spark some storms. We're dry in the southwest. California, Los Angeles today, 77 degrees. Then as we look towards tomorrow, that same story sort of repeats itself in terms of the heat in the south. We're looking at 107 in Dallas tomorrow, 101 in San Antonio. You factor in the humidity, it'll feel warmer than that. More storms in the Intermountain West, parts of the upper Midwest, the Northeast, and also the Southeast. We're going to be warm in parts of southern Florida. 93 in Miami tomorrow, Tampa 92. Back to you both.
Thanks, Michelle. And still to come, the Mario-themed snack that will have the whole family dunking for joy.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
Belgium was out of hurdlers until one athlete took one for the team. Faced with disqualification, shot put and hammer thrower Jolien Boomquo stepped in for the 100-meter hurdles. Kristen Dahlgren has more on the selfless act that kept the team in competition.
Belgium's track team faced quite a hurdle at the European Championships this weekend. With both the team's hurdlers injured, they were headed to disqualification. Not so fast, said the team's shot putter, who quite literally stepped in at the last minute. 29-year-old Jolien Boomquo carefully clearing each of the 10 obstacles with a smile on her face.
I knew this was a once in a lifetime, so I just wanted to go for it.
At her own admission, becoming a hurdler was a leap. What's the difference between a shot putter and a hurdler?
I think a better question is, what are the similarities?
At the start, there was no doubt she was different.
And I said, no, that's not a mistake. That's me. I need to run for Belgium.
But she never gave up, even as the field raced away, crossing the finish line a full 19 seconds after anyone else, but absolutely winning the day, not only saving her team's chances.
I don't want to be famous. I just want to be known for my values.
But giving us all a master class in sportsmanship and overcoming obstacles, no matter how high. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Team Player Award right there. Love that. Pizza lovers may have to say ciao to some New York pizzerias. The Department of Environmental Protection is drafting a new rule that would require restaurants with brick and wood-fired ovens installed before 2016 to slice carbon emissions by 75% due to air quality concerns. The rule would require an emission control device to be installed above all ovens to reduce the emissions, but the pricey filtration system is upwards of $20,000. The Department of Environmental Protection is expected to hold a public hearing on the issue on July 27th.
All right, Milk's favorite cookie has a limited edition collab coming next month. So this is the newest special edition cookies that feature 16 different Super Mario characters, including Mario, you got Luigi, Bowser, and also more. Now, as a bonus, there is a game that fans can play. You just have to scan the QR code, and then an Oreo pack there, or excuse me, you'll have the QR code there, scan it, And then they'll help save Bowser from invading Princess Peach's castle. The cookies will be available online and in stores July 10th. So what a fun way to be interactive.
Yeah,
and
that
have
looks
your
interesting.
cookie. This is Early Today. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Developing right now on Morning News Now, big decisions. This morning, the Supreme Court is set to make some of the final rulings of the term. Several consequential cases are still on the docket, including the fate of affirmative action in America.
There are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same. Doesn't make any sense.
We have team coverage with the cases to watch and what it all means for you. Also this morning, more fallout from that short-lived revolt in Russia. President Vladimir Putin is now vowing justice against the so-called traitors who threatened his regime, while President Biden pushes back against claims that the West was involved. We'll bring you the latest. It has been a hot and humid start to the summer, and this morning more hazardous heat is stretching across the south, while parts of the Central Plains and Northeast brace for heavy rain, wind, even tornadoes. We're tracking the conditions. And it's the achievement of a lifetime for a special group of college grads, thanks to a first-of-its-kind prison education program offering inmates the chance at a college degree. We'll talk to one of the program's first graduates about the partnership that's giving some people hope for a better future. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday. We begin with what could be a blockbuster day in Washington. With just days left in this year's term, the Supreme Court will hand down its next round of opinions this morning, and that might include major rulings that could impact millions of Americans. We're talking about cases that focus on student loans, LGBTQ rights, and the future of affirmative action. And when it comes to affirmative action, like many other issues, Americans are firmly divided along party lines. An NBC News poll in April found that 80% of Democrats believed affirmative action was needed to counteract the effects of discrimination against minorities. That's up from 67% of Democrats way back in a 1991 poll. As for the GOP, today only 25% of Republicans support affirmative action. That is a huge drop from 30 years ago when that number was 55%. For more, we are joined by former prosecutor and MSNBC legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. So it's actually two cases that are focused on affirmative action here in higher education. One involved Harvard, the other the University of North Carolina. Help us understand, what are both sides arguing on this contentious issue? What are the stakes here?
Well, the Supreme Court actually is hearing them as one case, even though they're two separate schools. And that's because the arguments are the same. Both schools, in this case, the decision, the Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated is actually arguing that both schools separately are discriminating against Asian American applicants, and that they're being disadvantaged in the application process because both of those schools are essentially, allegedly, overemphasizing race in the admissions process and rejecting workable race-neutral alternatives. And what does that have to do with the law? Well, they're arguing that the schools are violating the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination in institutions. The schools, alternatively, are arguing that they're not discriminating and that these policies are crucial for promoting diversity, and that their policies and methods are actually in line with precedent, specifically Grutter v. Bollinger and the Regents v. University of California v. Bake decisions, because those decisions permitted race-conscious admission in the research.
So, Kristen, this is the most diverse Supreme Court in American history. It is also a conservative court. Conservatives hold a 6-3 majority. Usually when the arguments are made, the justices give us clues, a glimpse as to how they might vote. So does it look like they're going to side along those ideological lines, or were there perhaps a couple conservative justices who seemed more undecided?
I think an ideological ruling on these affirmative action cases would not come as a surprise, to be honest with you. But still, I think nuances do exist, as you kind of pointed out, within this conservative majority, with some conservatives showing kind of openness to contextual race consideration. If you think about those oral arguments for this particular case, we heard Chief Justice Roberts, along with Justices Barrett and Kavanaugh, maybe revealing a small opening to considering personal experiences related to race to be part of the admissions policy. Now, that doesn't mean that they support race-conscious admissions, but it certainly gives some factors to play.
So, Kristen, we should note a couple decades ago, 9 states, that includes California and Florida, they actually banned affirmative action for college admission. So does this ruling have any impact on those states?
Yeah, absolutely. Could bolster the legal position that those 9 states have already taken in their efforts to ban affirmative action. It also could influence other states to approach diversity in education in that way and ban it altogether, which really could result in a ruling that changes the trajectory of admission policies throughout the nation in a negative way.
Right there, we see those states that have already taken this step. All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much for your analysis this morning as we await this huge decision. Appreciate it. Colleges and universities are also grappling with the possibility that race may no longer be a factor in admissions. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett shows us how they're preparing.
For many elite schools, the writing from the nation's high court is on the wall.
How worried are you?
I'm extremely worried. Danielle Hawley is the incoming president of Mount Holyoke College in Western Massachusetts. But this peaceful campus belies an anxious reality. The Supreme Court will answer the most anticipated question this term. Can colleges and universities look at race in admissions decisions?
Everyone is talking about this case all the time. People from departments that are not in the law school are asking me, what day will we hear?
For decades, the court recognized the educational benefits of a diverse student body and said schools can look at someone's race as one plus factor among many. But the court's current conservative majority may ban it nationwide this time.
What will that do to a place like Mount Holyoke? It will send a very strong message to Black students and to Latina students that they are not welcome.
Not so, say the lawyers who sued Harvard over its admissions plan. Long treated by the court as the gold standard, it's now accused of being obsessed with race, and along with the University of North Carolina, of discriminating against Asian students, which the schools deny but was emphasized during oral arguments.
Asians should be getting into Harvard more than whites, but they don't because Harvard gives them significantly lower personal ratings. Harvard ranks Asians less likable, confident, and kind.
If the court agrees using race violates the law, schools may still look at an applicant's finances, zip code, or even consider essays about overcoming adversity, so-called race-neutral alternatives.
Universities just cannot consider race itself.
Colleges tell NBC News they are prepared to adapt if required, expanding financial aid, scrapping SAT scores, or getting rid of legacy admissions, all potentially on the table. But Hawley says ignoring race would produce a devastating result.
We've seen a track record of them not working.
She points to California, one of 9 states that outlawed affirmative action more than 20 years ago, causing a 50% drop-off in minority admissions, numbers that have never bounced back, as seen by UC Berkeley.
I have struggled to really move the Black number here at Berkeley, and that, again, that's not from a lack of trying.
Femi Ogundele, Berkeley's Dean of Undergrad Admissions, says affirmative action was never perfect, just a Band-Aid.
The fact that there are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same, doesn't make any sense.
For now, schools are bracing for the dawn of a new era, making the task of equalizing the playing field not impossible, but significantly harder. Laura Jarrett, NBC News, South Hadley, Massachusetts.
Turning overseas now, and Russia is dealing with the aftermath of Saturday's aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. This morning, we heard from Russia's FSB, that's the main security service in Russia. The FSB said that it was closing its criminal investigation into the armed rebellion. On top of that, Russian state media, citing the defense ministry, said preparations were underway for the transfer of the group's heavy military equipment to Russia's armed forces. The steps come after both President Putin and the head of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, spoke yesterday for the first time since the incident. President Biden also addressed the short-lived mutiny. Take a listen to what he said.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system. We're going to keep assessing the fallout of this weekend's events and the implications for Russia and Ukraine. But it's still too early to reach a definitive conclusion about where this is going.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Kyiv. So, Kelly, walk us through the steps that were actually taken by Moscow this morning. Why is the FSB dropping its case against the Wagner Group?
So, Joe, the statement is pretty short, but what the FSB says is essentially the reason those cases are being dropped is because the soldiers involved, those Wagner fighters, didn't march all the way to Moscow because they stopped, turned around, and in the FSB's words, the actions aimed at committing a crime didn't happen. It falls in line with this deal that was orchestrated, put together by the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, in which the Kremlin announced on Saturday that none of these fighters, nor any of the leaders, frankly, would be held accountable, that none of them would be charged criminally. And at this point, you have an interesting situation developing because President Putin last night said that he would honor terms of that deal and he would allow Wagner fighters as well to choose their fate, essentially. They could go home, they could join the Russian military, or they could go to Belarus. And that leads on to this statement by the defense ministry, the Russian state media citing the defense ministry, saying that they're turning over all of their equipment. So the question remains, do they join the Russian military? Do they stay in the fight in Ukraine? Or do they sort of join their leader, Prigozhin, in Belarus? Joe?
You know, Kelly, we know President Putin spoke again a little earlier this morning, giving a speech to the military and law enforcement. That's in addition to his speech yesterday. So what are we hearing from Putin right now? And what about Prigozhin's comments? Do we even know if he made it to Belarus?
Sure. So Putin spoke in the heart of the Kremlin today. It was very much about imagery, standing in front of soldiers, giving this speech, thanking the security services for, he said, for doing their job, telling the National Guard essentially that they helped to stop a civil war in Ukraine. And also, for the first time, I think, recognizing that Russian pilots were killed on Saturday during this insurrection, holding a minute's silence for those pilots during those talks today. Interestingly, he also said that he was not ruling out that Western security services could have been involved in Saturday's event, saying that it may have been inspired by the West and overlapped with Prigozhin's ambitions. In his speech last night, he went further. He called the leaders of that movement traitors, but he did say that the overwhelming majority of Wagner fighters were patriots, and he was almost asking them to join the fold, to stay within the Russian military. Prigozhin, for his part, said he never meant to mount a coup. He was only on a protest march. And in terms of his whereabouts, Joe, we still can't confirm that he's in Belarus, but his plane has been tracked through Flight Radar 24 as going from St. Petersburg to southern Russia and then to Minsk, the Belarusian capital, at some point this morning.
Of course, we should add President Biden denying any American involvement here. Kelly, meanwhile, there is still a war going on in Ukraine. Real quick, what's the latest on the battlefield?
Yeah, President Zelensky projecting the image of hope, of progress. He said there's been progress on all fronts. He visited troops on the front line yesterday. That video has been playing quite a bit here over the past few hours. And he said that they've looked at operational decisions as well. Whether that means there's some sort of change in strategy on the battlefield, we don't know. But they are sort of projecting this image of unity, strength, and progress on this side.
Right. Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis for more on this. He is a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Good to have you with us. So first off, I just want to get your reaction to these moves by Moscow this morning. Are you surprised the FSB is dropping its criminal case into this armed mutiny? What do you think that means?
Yeah, I think that what that's telling you is that Russia just wants to move past this with the least amount of collateral damage as possible. Putin wants to preserve his warfighting capacity as much as he can, both within the regular military and potentially with Wagner forces going forward. And, if they had gone forward with any kind of criminal proceedings, it would have been really hard to try to pick which one of the Wagner group, that you would go after. And then, of course, you have the problem that Wagner is a very close-knit family kind of an organization. They build that into their system. And it could potentially have turned all of them against them. So I think that to try to minimize the damage, they felt that it was better to go this direction, and hence the reason why Putin actually offered them to join the Russian military or allowed them to go to Belarus or home.
Did you hear anything from Putin's comments or Prigozhin that suggests this whole episode is actually over? I mean, do you think the Wagner group is going to go quietly?
Yes, I do, because, look, this never had a chance to succeed if it was actually some sort of insurrection. Because, look, the Wagner Group gets all of its supplies, ammunition, fuel, vehicles, aircraft, everything from the Ministry of Defense. So without the Ministry of Defense supporting them, all they had was the bullets they had in their truck, and, that would have run out quickly. So they never really had a chance to succeed. They could have caused a huge problem. And I think that Prigozhin probably actually did want to get rid of the Minister of Defense and the Senior General Gerasimov. It appears that didn't work. And in fact, it appears that his gamble did fail because now he's lost control of the Wagner Group to some extent. Though I will point out that there's news this morning that Belarus is now building a new military base for the Wagner groups of about 8,000 people, which they're trying to get up to very quick. So it appears that they're going to regenerate in some form in Belarus.
Let's talk about what this means for the war in Ukraine. This aborted mutiny was brief, but did it present an opportunity for Ukraine to make gains in the war? I mean, how do you assess this counteroffensive so far?
Everybody would love that to be the case, and certainly Kiev wanted that to be the case. They looked for it, but the problem is that this offensive has been almost a uniform failure from what it should have been doing and what they wanted it to do from the outset. In that, after now 3 full weeks of this offensive, they have still not penetrated even the first line of the Russians' defense. And the reasons are fundamental. They don't have anywhere near enough air power, air defense, artillery shells, and they don't have enough demining equipment to get through the many belts of Russian defenses. And you had Kirby yesterday really illustrating the problem when he emphasized how well the Russian defense had trained and prepared and how hard it is to go forward, implying that this probably isn't going to go too much further. And that's certainly something I agree with.
All right. Lieutenant Colonel Davis, appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Always my pleasure. Thank you.
The severe weather that has been impacting huge sections of the country for days is showing no signs of letting up. The Northeast is dealing with severe storms, while the South is bracing for more suffocating heat. The severe weather is creating a travel nightmare at airports all across the country. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock brings us the latest.
Good morning. For anyone who's spent a considerable amount of time in Louisiana over the summer, conditions here can be brutal. Even by that standard, we are looking at an exceptional set of circumstances right now. Most of southeast Louisiana is under an excessive heat warning, which is to say somewhere in the range of low triple-digit temperatures, but then a heat index factoring in humidity that feels around 113 to as much as 120 degrees, according to the city of New Orleans. Now, I'm right now in Baton Rouge. This warning includes Baton Rouge, Slidell, and New Orleans, which is going to be holding a public event later today. The mayor there, LaToya Cantrell, updating the public on what they're doing to keep people safe. That includes opening up dozens of pools and community centers, cooling centers as folks here are dealing with just oppressive heat. There is a heat dome right now that is just sitting over a section of the country. Nearly 50 million people are under an excessive heat warning. That spreads over 13 states. We're talking about really from Arizona and New Mexico all the way through Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, even parts of Florida. So this is a huge swath of the country right now that is buckling from this heat, while at the same time, we've seen all of these severe thunderstorms really up and down the East Coast. Was the most recent activity from the Carolinas all the way to New Hampshire. There was flooding in Pennsylvania. In New Hampshire, actually, folks were forced out of their homes, or at least surrounded by water, as roads were literally being washed away. So you have this juxtaposition right now of active weather, tornadic activity. There were some 6 reported tornadoes in Wyoming, another one in Nebraska. That all continues as the heat really right now is sinking in the southern part of the United States. One more point to make here, which is just the power outages. Tennessee right now is the worst state, with some 70,000 customers without power. Texas, we've talked about ERCOT before, and the electricity. They are at about 10 or 11,000 people without power. ERCOT, which manages that 90% of the electrical load for the state of Texas, says that the grid conditions right now are normal. They're not asking people to conserve, but to say to be wise with their energy usage. Here in Louisiana, it's a few thousand people without power, but everyone right now bracing for what's ahead, because this excessive heat is supposed to extend not just today, but through the rest of the week and into the weekend. That's the latest here in Baton Rouge. Back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. So that's the question. Any relief in sight? Let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather forecast with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Great to see you. And unfortunately, I wish we could say there was an end in sight, but this is going to continue for days. And as Sam mentioned, into the weekend, we've been tracking this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and we're going to continue to track it. We're also tracking the chance for severe storms. We had some really heavy rainfall, some strong storms in the Northeast last night. We're going to see that reignite later on today. Also watching the chance for some strong storms in the middle of the country. So radar showing us that story where you see the brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows throughout the plains. We're going to see the chance for some strong storms throughout the central plains later on today, and also the chance for some really heavy downpours in the Northeast. This is why we have that cold front that's moving through. It's moving off to the east. We have an area of low pressure that's sort of spinning over the Great Lakes. That's moving along with it. So it's bringing the chance for those storms from Maine to South Carolina. And you see those bright colors once again. That's where we're anticipating the chance for heavy rainfall. We had that, as Sam mentioned, overnight, where we saw over 6 inches in some spots in the Northeast. And we're going to add to those totals today. Then tomorrow, more rounds of showers developing across the New England area. Locally, heavy rain is possible once again, so that could lead to some flooding, as it did last night. Rainfall amounts anywhere from 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, up to 1 inch plus. Where you see the oranges and reds, that's where we're anticipating the chance for some heavy downpours. So that's really going to be locally heavy downpours. It's sort of hard to pinpoint where that will fall. We do have a severe weather threat later on this afternoon. Less than yesterday, 6 million still, though, at risk for winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour, damaging hail 2 inches or larger. Also a few tornadoes where you see the orange, including Dodge City, Woodward, also Tulsa. That's an enhanced risk. That is the likeliest spot of where we will see those storms. And this graphic sort of shows you where we could see hurricane force winds. So 75+ mile per hour winds in the hatched area. That includes also Tulsa, Woodward, and Dodge City. Then tomorrow, we're going to see that severe weather threat move into the Midwest. So Minneapolis, you could see some strong storms tomorrow with winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, some hail, and also the chance of a tornado. That's the storm story. Then we have the record highs where we're going to see temperatures soaring into the triple digits once again. And look at all these heat alerts stretching from the southwest parts of Arizona into the south central states, the Florida Panhandle, but now stretching into parts of the Ohio Valley. So we're talking about Indiana, even the Tennessee Valley, Kentucky, Tennessee. You're involved in some heat alerts. That starts on Thursday, but we're going to see this heat dome expanding because this high pressure is anchored in place and it's not going to budge. 49 million Americans under some sort of heat alert. We do have excessive heat warnings once again in Texas, and this is why. Temperatures into the triple digits. Houston, 100 degrees, and then we're going to factor in the humidity. So feeling like 107 in Houston today, 109 in Shreveport, and Joe, we're going to feel like 111 in Lake Charles, and these numbers are going to look very similar as we head towards tomorrow and the rest of the work week.
Looks like that for the last few days. Sounds like it'll look like it for a few more days. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, you could say she is the cutest rapper in the game.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to play, playing outside every day.
Later this hour, we're going to introduce you to this 4-year-old freestyle phenom who's spitting bars and taking TikTok by storm. Up first, though, there are new developments this morning in the investigation into the implosion of that tourist submersible. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Back and forth because they. Oh yeah, nice to see you.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Victims of the Club Q mass shooting in Colorado called out the suspect for his crimes during an emotional sentencing hearing. Anderson Lee Aldrich pleaded guilty to 5 counts of first-degree murder as part of his plea deal. The 23-year-old received the maximum punishment and will serve 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole for the shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs last November. The investigation into the Titan submersible disaster is well underway. U.S. and Canadian officials are talking with the crew of the Titan's mothership as they try to figure out what caused the implosion. All 5 people on board were killed on their way to tour the Titanic last week. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
At the site of last week's disaster, salvage teams are now collecting the debris from the mini-submersible named Titan that imploded not far from the wreck of the Titanic. Canadian investigators have now boarded the Polar Prince that served as the mothership, retrieving the voyage data recorder and interviewing crew and victims' family members who were on board. Among them, Christine Dawood, who lost her husband Shahzada and their 19-year-old son Suleiman.
When we passed the 96 hours mark, that's when I lost hope.
She told the BBC Suleiman was looking forward to the trip.
It was supposed to be Shahzada and I going down. But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go.
The investigations now underway include Canada's Transportation Safety Board and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as well as a Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation leading the U.S. investigation.
It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Investigators will look at whether now deceased OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush ignored outside warnings that the sub's carbon fiber shell could fail at crushing depths. As for who pays for the search, 13,000 square miles, 11 ships, 4 planes, 5 ROVs. No official cost estimate, but the Coast Guard says it doesn't charge for life-saving operations. That's its job. Anyone missing at sea deserves to be rescued.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. International news now, starting in Egypt, where a 14-story building collapsed, injuring several people. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Officials in Egypt say at least 4 people were injured and several others are feared to be trapped beneath the rubble after a 13-story apartment building collapsed in the city of Alexandria. Now, the governor of Alexandria said all apartments were occupied by holidaymakers visiting the city in a summer break and that the building had been scheduled for demolition months ago. While the search for survivors continues, an investigation has been opened on the cause of collapse. Now, let's come back here in Rome, where a tourist has been filmed while he carved into the stone of the Colosseum his and his girlfriend's name using a key. Italy's culture minister called it a sign of great incivility and said he hopes the man will be identified and sanctioned according to the law. If caught, the tourist could face a fine of tens of thousands of dollars and even jail time. And let's go to Singapore, where the first esports Olympics came to an end. Organizers say the event builds bridges between the physical and the virtual worlds of sport. Over 130 players from around the world came together to compete. Well, thankfully, the gold, silver, and bronze medals were real and not virtual. Well, Joe, finally, some Olympic Games I can aspire to compete in. I don't know about you.
Yeah, we can participate, but I still don't think we can medal either. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No.
Coming up, 3 police officers now charged with murder. They're accused of shooting and killing a disabled woman inside her home. What we're learning this morning about what happened. Plus, researchers are defining a new type of depression. More on the symptoms and what can be done to treat it. This is Morning News Now.
happen now.
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
We're back with new details on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman inside her own apartment Friday. The woman's family says that she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Now, we do want to warn you, some may find the body camera video in this story disturbing. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot.
Shoot me. You're not gonna work.
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that story. The officers involved have not commented on the case, but the police union says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. This morning, we're taking a look at new symptoms for depression. We're going to break down how one study could change how we treat depression. Plus, research shows that more people are feeling the pressure to lose weight for the summer. We have tips on how you can feel comfortable in the skin you're in. Let's bring in board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma for more on this. Dr. Varma, good to have you with us. So let's start with that depression study. Scientists at Stanford Medicine found what they're calling a new category of depression, the cognitive biotype. So walk us through what that means, because I don't understand it just based on the name. What are the symptoms? How do we go about treating it?
Yes. So, look, the symptoms are nothing new. The symptoms are typical symptoms of depression, but they're more pronounced, the cognitive symptoms in this cognitive biotype, specifically of executive functioning, decision-making, memory, focus, concentration, being able to suppress negative emotions in favor of having positive behavior, deciding what is needed in a specific situation. And we find that 27% of people actually have this biotype. And the people who have this are less likely to respond to the typical antidepressants that they might get, something like a Zoloft or a Prozac. And this is so helpful to know, because typically people get so demoralized and they're like, doc, these medications are not working. And we're finding that a particular type of treatment, which again, it's been in existence for a long time, but we're finding that a medication called guanfacine might be useful. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, which has been around for many years, is being studied. Cognitive behavioral therapy, gold standard for treatment of depression. So we're finding that there are a variety of treatments that already exist, but could be very helpful.
All right. Now, just a few moments ago, we were talking about the weather. We are just officially 1 week into summer, but the temperatures are already soaring around the country. The warm weather also means that more people might be uncomfortable with their appearance. Maybe they have to wear a bathing suit. Why does summer bring all these added pressures to look a certain way? And what are some of the strategies you recommend to help people deal with the stress that comes with that?
Look, we're showing more skin in the summer. It's harder to hide under the the baggy sweatpants that we've been wearing. And a couple key things to keep in mind. Don't avoid social interaction as a result of fearing having to wear a bathing suit. Make adjustments. Some of those might be mental adjustments, such as reframing a situation to say, instead of, how horrible do I look? Could you say to yourself, how much does my body do for me? Can you do concrete things to say, I'm going to wear looser fitting clothes? Can I get clothes for the body I have, not necessarily the body I want or the body I once had? Could you engage in distraction. So if you're with friends and if you're feeling uncomfortable because you're like, oh my God, they've got the six pack and I don't, can you focus on having fun? And then I would say get help. Cognitive behavioral therapy for body image issues can be extremely helpful to help us have mindfulness, to be in the moment, to learn distraction and to learn reframing, and to be able to focus on having a good time where we are.
I like one of the tips that's on there, do what's best for you. I think that's always some good advice. Finally, Dr. Varma, you know, more people are turning to their phones to find mindfulness in their day, often with some pretty useful apps. But I'm hearing it might be backfiring. Why is that? So is it possible to use our phones to find clarity?
I think so. I think, you know, the apps are very helpful in that they have, it could be a reminder that you have to take the time off to do the meditation, but people are afraid that you're going to be getting distracted, that you're going to be getting text messages or phone calls while you're on it. So I would say put on your do not disturb or sleep mode on the phone when you're using it. And also keep in mind that it's just one more tool. And like any tool, they want you to focus more time on the app. So they're going to be enticing you with a lot of content and pulling you into it. And so then it becomes one more thing that you then get entrenched into, as opposed to the apps are meant to help you be mindful in your daily life. So I would say, if as much as possible, go out there in the world, walk, put your phone away, see if you can do without it. But if not, it can be a very useful tool amongst many others.
Yeah, maybe don't finish your meditation session and then immediately check your email or check social media. Take a little break for a moment.
And I'm guilty of that myself, Joe.
Exactly. All right, Dr. Sue Varma, as always, thank you so much. Coming up, a new push to make the internet accessible to all. Up next, we're going to tell you about the plan by the White House to try and get high-speed internet in every home in America. Plus, education from behind bars. We're going to talk about the new program that's offering prison inmates the chance to earn their college degree. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are
back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
We're back now with a push from the White House to give every American home access to high-speed internet. President Biden unveiled the plan yesterday, kicking off the second phase of the administration's Investing in America tour. The White House says providing high-speed internet is a necessity in today's society.
We're taking another big step toward internet for all. We're announcing over $40 billion to be distributed to 50 states, Washington, D.C., and territories to deliver high-speed internet in places where there's neither service or it's too slow.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. Mike, good morning. So explain to us how this multi-billion-dollar initiative came to be. How's the plan going to work?
Well, Joe, according to the White House, 7% of the country, that's 8.5 million households, have limited or no access at all to high-speed internet. And this was a gap that was really magnified by the pandemic. Think about how much of our lives had to move online. The president likes to talk about how many people had to drive to the parking lot of a fast food chain to get online, for instance, so that their students can do their online learning. Well, this is a gap that is now being helped to fill by the bipartisan infrastructure law. We think of that law and think it's filling potholes and bridges, but part of it is also $42 billion to really expand broadband access across the country. Listen to the president yesterday laying out what this will mean for average Americans.
It's the biggest investment in high-speed internet ever, because for today's economy to work for everyone, internet access is just as important as electricity was, or water, or other basic services. With this funding, along with other federal investments, we're going to be able to connect every person in America to reliable, high-speed internet by 2030.
Now, Joe, this is the kickoff event yesterday at the White House for a 3-week administration-wide, national, almost campaign-style Invest in America tour. The president, as part of that, is going to be heading to Chicago tomorrow to give what the White House is billing as a major economic address on what they call Bidenomics, this idea of growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up.
Yeah, and White House officials are comparing this plan to FDR's effort to bring electricity to rural America back in the 30s. So tell us, how's the money going to be distributed? And, you know, a lot of us take for granted the fact that we live in cities, we have internet, but remind us some of the challenges that some parts of the country face when it comes to getting this internet access.
So the announcement yesterday was to kick off the funding that's now being distributed by the Commerce Department. Every state is going to be receiving at least $107 million through this program. 19 states are going to be receiving more than $1 billion. And that funding was determined in part by which states have the least service and the least connectivity. For instance, West Virginia, a smaller state, is going to be receiving one of the biggest pots of money, more than $1 billion. Senator Joe Manchin, no small player in the White House activities of late, was at the White House yesterday for this announcement. Now, one of the challenges, it has to do with building the infrastructure to expand broadband access in the first place. The Commerce Department also announcing a separate pot of funding to build that, to install fiber optic cables and the like to make this possible.
You know, and Mike, can't ignore the politics here. This comes as the president's running for re-election, his job performance remaining steady, 43% of Americans approving of his performance in our latest NBC News poll. Real quick, what can we expect from the president as this campaign really kicks underway?
A lot of fundraising, Joe. We're at the last week of the fundraising period. So the president's focus beyond those economic speeches is raising a lot of money. Today, he's heading to suburban Washington, D.C. to do that. He'll be flying to Chicago to give that speech, but also raise money. And then I'll be heading to join you in New York on Thursday, where the president also has fundraisers. But this Invest in America tour is also meant to really try to turn the focus back to the economy, what the White House thinks it has a strong case to make on, but obviously a lot of challenges and competition for the headlines here.
All right, Mike, we will see you soon. Thank you so much. Speaking of money, let's get to some money news. Congress is cracking down on artificial intelligence for staffers. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. Congress is limiting staffers from using ChatGPT and other generative AI tools. Now, Axios reports the House Administrative Chief is setting narrow conditions for staffers. They can only use the paid ChatGPT Plus service due to its tighter privacy controls and only for research and evaluation. House offices are only allowed to use the chatbot with public data, and privacy features have to be manually set. Congress has introduced bills to require disclaimers for uses of generative AI in things like political ads. And TikTok is adding a content filtering tool to its family pairing offering. Now, it allows parents to link their account to their teen's profile to enable content and privacy settings. Content filters lets users exclude videos with words or hashtags they don't want to see in their For You or following feeds. TikTok says that this will let parents reduce the chances their kids view content they may find jarring. WhatsApp says its business app now has more than 200 million monthly active users. That's 4 times the number of users it had in 2020. Meta, which owns WhatsApp, says businesses will soon be able to publish ads directly to Facebook or Instagram from WhatsApp with no Facebook account required. Meta is also testing letting businesses automatically send personalized messages to their customers for a fee, Joe. Sounds like something good for business owners.
Absolutely, definitely. Yep. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Silvana. This morning, we want to introduce you to a program that's giving incarcerated people a chance to earn a college degree. The Yale Prison Education Initiative and the University of New Haven are teaming up, creating an opportunity that, for most of the participants, had been historically out of reach. Joining us now is Marcus T. Harvin, who is one of the first graduates of the program. We're also joined by Zelda Rowland. She is the founding director of the Yale Prison Education Initiative and director of the University of New Haven Prison Education Program. Good morning to both of you. Grateful to have you with us. Zelda, let's start with you and just get a little bit of background here. Tell us about the partnership and how this got started.
Well, thank you for having us. So the program, the Yale Prison Education Initiative, was first started as a program of Dwight Hall, Yale Center for Public Service and Social Justice, in 2016. So it took actually 2 years for us to be able to convince Yale to let us offer credit-bearing courses in prison. But in 2018, we did offer real, rigorous, credit-bearing Yale classes for incarcerated students in Connecticut. And we had 600 people in a prison of 1,500 apply for our first 12 spots in a 12-person seminar. So that demonstrated to us the extraordinary need for programs like this and the desire to enroll in them. In 2021, we were able to establish an incredible partnership across Yale and University of New Haven that was funded through a transformative grant from the Mellon Foundation so that we could begin to offer degrees for students inside. So this program is extremely rigorous. We're offering access to the same quality, the same level of courses taught by the same instructors who teach on campus. It's competitive to get in, and it's funded primarily by private grants and foundations.
So, Marcus, all that makes what you've accomplished even more incredible. Congratulations to you on graduating. I mean, you're part of the very first pioneering class for this program. What does that mean to you? What was your motivation for wanting to get your degree?
Well, thank you, first and foremost, for this opportunity and for the congratulations. The driving force behind my decision to enroll in the Yale Prison Education Initiative was my grandmother, Sally Mae Harvin, who departed this earth on February 15th, 2021. She is my sole motivating factor in pursuing a higher education. I promised her at her request that I would finish college and become a criminal defense attorney, and Zelda and the Yale Prison Education Initiative made it possible for me to keep that promise alive to my grandmother.
So, I mean, Marcus, you're a full-time student at the University of New Haven now. What is next for you? What do you want to do? What are you hoping to accomplish to fulfill that promise you made?
Well, I think I'm a little more than a full-time student at UNH. I'm also a fellow at UNH right now in their President's Public Service Fellowship. I'm working with the neighborhood housing services in my hometown, in the actual community I was born and raised in, New Hallville. So I'm actually being able to put my hands in the ground and begin to make a difference. And right now, I'm beginning ministry. I'm at my church, Pitts Chapel Unified Free Will Baptist Church in New Haven. So I'm just living out my dreams and trying to purchase every pair of Jordans that Nike has made and make my children proud, try to be the superhero they believe me to be. And to help change the world, man. I was denied an attorney when I was on trial. So if I can be the attorney that that person needs, because I have the pain that that person had at that moment, I'm going to do it by God's help and his grace. That's why I'm here, and that's what I'm going to keep doing.
Zelda, that must just bring a smile to your face when you hear that. I mean, many of the students who've entered the program, they might feel marginalized. They may never even thought of pursuing higher education. They didn't think it was a possibility for them. What was it like for you to see this first graduating class complete the program?
It was incredible. I mean, it's a real testament to the extraordinary potential of students in prison, to the sort of brain power that we've locked away behind bars. The mission of this program is about seeking extraordinary students from all over the world and educating them with the aim of cultivating future leaders and citizens. And Marcus and the other graduates, to me, are, as universities, it is our responsibility to invest in future leaders who might be impacted, who might be in prison today, who are just as impacted and out in the world and doing extraordinary things like Marcus. It's incredible.
Zelda Rowland, thank you for everything you're doing. Marcus T. Harvin, you are an inspiration. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, coming up, she is spitting rhymes at just 4 years old. I'm just going to play that for the rest of the hour. Up next, we'll introduce you to Van, who's gone viral with her adorable raps. This is Morning News Now.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Did you ever dream of living in Barbie's dream house? Well, dust off those pink accessories because it's no longer a dream. Starting July 17th, anyone can request to book Ken's room in Barbie's dream house. It's a real-life pink mansion in Malibu, California. Selected winners will stay in the house on July 21st and 22nd, free of charge. The newly renovated dream house offers a look at Ken's wardrobe, lessons in line dancing, an infinity pool, and of course, exclusive pieces like Ken's yellow and pink skates. It's being offered by Airbnb to celebrate the release of the long-awaited Barbie movie, and Airbnb will make a donation to save the children. Finally this hour, June is African American Music Appreciation Month, and one young hip-hop star is making her mark. She might even look a little familiar. Her dances and songs have racked up millions of views online. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esawa brings us her story.
Hey. Playing outside.
every day.
This 4-year-old is a rap phenom taking the internet by storm.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to playing outside every day. My name is Van McConaughey,
AKA rapper Van Van.
Savannah, I've heard you rapping. When did you start doing that?
Since I was a kid.
Savannah's dad, Reggie McConaughey, says he started recording her rhymes when Savannah was just 2 years old.
Even if she wasn't talking that well, just a cadence, a pattern.
A sense of rhythm.
Right. People love seeing her on camera.
Make sure I download my song.
Today, she's got over 200,000 Instagram followers and about 4.3 million likes on TikTok. The pair posting her videos online starting in 2020. Reggie says while working from home as an educator during the pandemic, music and entertainment became their special bond.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to playing outside every day.
We just wanted to have fun.
Van Van, what do your friends think of all the videos you've made now?
They'd be like, wow.
Van Van even giving us an exclusive performance.
I will show it to y'all.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a beat on hand for the budding rap star.
Put on the thing first. Put on the thing first, I can't remember.
Oh, you need the beat.
But like any good performer,
it's fine.
The show must go on.
My name is Van Van. I ain't trying to playing outside every day.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't play, you know hot. For like top box, ride, not big wheel. Van Van, I'm a big deal.
Her undeniable charm and online popularity leading to offline opportunities with her first live performance in her home state of North Carolina in May.
And honestly, I think I was more nervous than her. If it ever comes to a time where she don't want to do it, then we'll just stop, and she'll just go back to being Savannah, you know what I'm saying?
Van Van says she has big dreams of becoming a rapper and an actress. But for now, her next starring role is Big Sister, her parents expecting in August.
I'm super excited. She gonna be an actress with me too.
Do you have any advice for other 4-year-olds, young girls who maybe admire you?
Just work hard.
Just work hard.
Playing outside every day.
Yeah.
Sibling is coming. I see a collaboration in the works. Sid and Clay, thank you so much. If you can't get enough of Van Van, then you can catch her performing live at the Essence Festival this weekend for the celebration of the 50th anniversary of hip hop. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, weathering the storms. This morning, no relief from the heat for millions of Americans bracing for another dangerous day of extremely high temperatures across the South. Plus, a threat of severe storms from the Central Plains to the East Coast. And it's all playing out as we close in on the busy July 4th travel holiday weekend, with delays now piling up at several major airports. We've got your coast-to-coast forecast in a moment, plus how Mother Nature could affect your holiday weekend. Also, charges dropped new this morning, a dramatic development in the fallout of that short-lived Russian rebellion. President Vladimir Putin taking to the airwaves last night to talk about the armed uprising this past weekend. And he made a surprise announcement. What he calls the Wagner Group mutineers, they won't face any charges from Moscow. But how is the rest of the world reacting to Putin's message? And does the man behind that attempted coup still remain a threat? We've got the latest analysis. Well, in Washington, it's another crucial decision day over at the Supreme Court. As the 9 justices enter their final week of the current term, still on the docket this morning, major cases we've been keeping an eye on, cases that could have a huge impact on higher education in America. That includes affirmative action when it comes to college admissions and the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness plan. We are watching it all. And it's electric. It is being called the future of racing, with no gas, no gears, and pit stops, well, they're now a thing of the past. Formula E, as it's known, is taking the circuits by storm, though you might not hear it coming. Bringing that story in a little bit, we're going to start this hour with the extreme weather that has been impacting huge sections of the country for days, and it is showing no signs of letting up. Severe storms batter the Northeast with high winds and heavy rain, while in the South they are bracing for yet another round of sweltering heat. Parts of the region are seeing temperatures that continue to spike in the triple digits again today. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Baton Rouge, Louisiana with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Emphasis on the word extreme. Even in a state like Louisiana that is known for brutal conditions over the summer, this is going to be pretty bad. Southeast Louisiana, Joe, right now is under an excessive heat warning from Baton Rouge, where I am, to Slidell to New Orleans, which is warning its residents they might feel temperatures that are up to 120 degrees today with humidity, storms right now, and scorching heat smothering the country.
This morning, a stretch of destructive storms slamming the East Coast from the Carolinas to the Northeast.
Holy branches are falling off the trees right now.
In Pennsylvania, heavy rain prompting flash flood alerts, while hail reaching over an inch in diameter, rattling towns, including this neighborhood in Virginia. Down south, the problem is the sweltering heat, a dangerous heat dome now stretching across the region. Excessive heat alerts are impacting some 49 million people across 13 states. And at the center of the dome, Texas, where many cities are sweating through their third straight week of unrelenting and in some cases record-breaking heat.
I've been here for since I was in elementary school, and it's never been this bad.
ERCOT, the state's power grid operator, breaking an unofficial all-time June demand record on Monday and forecasting demand to reach uncharted territory again today, but saying grid conditions are expected to be normal. Officials urging residents to cut back on power usage and to go outside during the coolest hours of the day.
We expect heat and humidity to continue into the triple digits throughout this week.
Meanwhile, at least 6 tornadoes have been reported in Wyoming, while this scary-looking rope tornado touching down in rural Nebraska. This trifecta of brutal conditions, rain, wind, and heat, causing misery coast to coast.
And while there is no historical database for heat index, New Orleans very well, Joe, may tie or break its all-time temperature records this week. As for the power situation across the country right now, roughly 200,000 customers with no power. The worst state, Tennessee, with nearly 70,000 customers with no power, as these temperatures just keep soaring higher and higher. Joe, back to you.
Try our best to stay cool. Sam, thank you so much. All that severe weather is having a major impact at the nation's airports. Thousands of travelers are facing delays and cancellations. And of course, it comes just ahead of the 4th of July holiday weekend. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National with the latest. So, Tom, catch us up to date. What is happening right now at the airports? What can you expect if you're heading there today?
Yeah, it depends on where you are, of course, and whether the weather is good. At the moment, we've got blue skies here in Washington, but we still have a residual effect from yesterday. 2,200 flight cancellations nationwide yesterday alone, and yesterday we also had about, let me double check the numbers here, 8,500 delays. Here's where we stand at this hour nationwide on the system. About 800 cancellations at this very moment, about 850 or so delays. Here are the most affected airports. New York City airports, no surprise. Newark, LaGuardia, JFK, Boston, Chicago, Ronald Reagan, where we are right now in Washington, Dulles, Orlando, Dallas. I throw Toronto on the list. It's a critical airport, of course, in North America. It's also affected. And so watch out as you are traveling, not just today, but over the coming days and weeks. You are likely to be affected by weather and by staffing issues as well, Joe.
You know, Tom, I think a lot of people are wondering specifically about this weekend, the 4th of July holiday. Could we see some major delays? Could we see a holiday mess?
You know, it's always about the weather, right? However, here are the numbers. We're expecting 24 million people to be flying between now and July 5th. So that's a big stress on the system. There is another variable, another factor at work here, and that is that air traffic control facilities are right now, 77% of them are understaffed. And as a result, they've been slowing the air traffic into especially the JFK, Newark, LaGuardia, the New York City and the Boston area. Now, just yesterday, the CEO of United Airlines is essentially calling out the FAA, saying that the FAA and their staffing issues, that's a big reason why we've had so many delays and cancellations over the last few days. This is not a new problem. The FAA has been behind on staffing at air traffic control facilities for years. Got aggravated, of course, during the pandemic. They couldn't put people through training. They're trying to catch up. But, Joe, listen to this stat. Right now, a quarter of every controller on the job, a quarter of all the controllers are trainees. So they have a real problem right now with having enough people on the job to handle the flow. And as a result, they're cutting and reducing that flow, especially into New York City.
Wow, that is a lot of trainees. So, Tom, you always have the best tips for travelers. So if you are having issues, what are your best options here? Will the airlines offer anything like waiving fees to change or cancel flights?
Let me give you my cell phone number. You can call me anytime, any question you have. Listen, here's the bottom line. You know, you got to, and I'm sorry to use a cliche. I hate the cliche, but pack your patience, especially this summer. Be ready. Get to the airport 2 hours early if you can. You want to try to fly early in the morning, not later if you can. And then you want to, if you are inconvenienced, if something happens, the app is going to be your fastest way to rebook yourself. Don't stand in line at the airport if you can avoid it. Get on the app right away and try to rebook yourself. The airline will almost always automatically rebook you, but it may not be on the flight that's most convenient for you.
All right, Tom's number, 555-555-55. Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Pretty much. That's it. Yep.
Coverage continues with your morning news now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. Great to see you. And we're going to continue to watch this heat over the next several days into the weekend. We've been watching it for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's all due to an area of high pressure that's parked in place. So we're going to see it parked in place in the near future. 49 million Americans under some sort of heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in orange, a heat watch, that's in that darker pink. And then the hot pink is your excessive heat warning. That includes portions of Arizona, also Texas, into the Gulf Coast states. So we're going to see temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits, unrelenting heat. We've seen it all month long. We're looking at temperatures today into the triple digits in so many areas. San Antonio, 103. That's not the only problem. You factor in the humidity off the Gulf and the moisture, it makes it feel warmer than that. So it's going to feel like 111 in Lake Charles. It'll feel like 111 also in New Orleans. It's going to feel like 107 in Houston. And these numbers have been day after day, week after week. The reason why we have an area of high pressure, heat dome is what we're calling it, kind of parked in place. So the jet stream is sort of cutting the country into two. We have an area of low pressure to the north over the Great Lakes. So this is called a locked pattern. And we're looking at unseasonably cool temperatures in the northwest. We're looking at unseasonably cool temperatures in the northeast as well, the extreme northeast. And we're looking at that area of high pressure just spinning in that heat, kind of like a heat pump, bringing in those temperatures and also the moisture. So as we go throughout time here, it's only going to get worse. We're going to see this heat dome kind of intensifying, growing larger, crawling slowly to the east and expanding. So we're going to see that heat extending into portions of Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and this is into the July 4th weekend. So we're looking at a very hot weekend for many. St. Louis, 93 on Wednesday, 101 on Thursday. Nashville, you're going to be dangerously hot too by Thursday, near 100 degrees. Little Rock into the triple digits as well on Thursday, 105. And look at Fort Worth, 102 on Tuesday, 104 on Wednesday, 103 on Thursday, and that's not counting the humidity in the air because we're going to feel warmer than that. So we're looking at record-breaking temperatures. We're looking at relentless temperatures over the next couple of days. Look at all these expected highs. Where you see those red dots, that's where we're expecting those record-breaking temperatures. So this is a noteworthy story. It's a historic story. And then as we go throughout this weekend, finally seeing a little bit of a shift. We're going to see that ridge weaken a bit and push further to the south. So hopefully by next week, we're looking at some better conditions, but still warm in Memphis on Saturday, 99. Sunday, we're looking at 92. All right, that's the heat story. Let's talk about the storms. We had heavy rainfall overnight in the northeast to the mid-Atlantic portions of the Carolinas. That cold front is slowly pushing off the ocean into the ocean. So we're looking at that heavy rain falling in the ocean. But, Joe, we're going to see a reignition of those storms later on this afternoon. So the mid-Atlantic and the northeast, you want to bring your umbrellas because we could see some strong storms, and also looking at the severe storms in portions of the Central Plains. Lots to talk about. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. This morning, the Supreme Court is expected to issue rulings on several outstanding cases, among them some landmark issues with far-reaching implications. We're talking about cases that focus on affirmative action, LGBTQ rights, and the future of of President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good to have you with us to break it all down. So earlier this morning, we talked about the affirmative action cases. Those are getting a lot of attention. But there's also President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. I mean, this could impact the financial futures of like 40 million Americans. Remind us, what's at stake here? What are both sides arguing?
The key here is cancellation by the president of student loan debt, a, quote, waiver or modification of regulations, rules, all these other things. Does it fit within those two words? That is really the key issue here. Does the president have the authority to simply cancel all of this debt under language that says waive or modify? And that occupied a lot of the court's time. Another thing that occupied the court's time, which means they may not even reach that issue, is yet again the issue of standing. Whether or not these states have standing to bring this case in the first place. One of the things that the justices pointed out is they didn't sue on behalf of an entity called Mohila, which handles the actual loans. They sued on behalf of the states. Now, why they didn't isn't exactly clear, because Mohila probably had standing to sue. It may have been a strategic decision. We don't know. But the bottom line is, do these states have standing to assert the pain or harm caused to an entity that could have arguably been harmed by the debt when the states really have a tenuous harm that they're alleging? So really interesting issues here.
Another big case we're watching involves LGBTQ rights. This is a web designer who denied services to same-sex couples. I remember a few years ago we had the Baker situation. The court ruled in favor of. This one's different. Remind us what's going on here, what both sides are arguing.
The issue here is the provision of a web design service, is that speech or is it a sale? Because if it's a sale and the web designer doesn't want to simply sell to someone because of who they are, then that probably violates Colorado law. If instead it is speech, if web design is speech, and this came up at oral argument, is it plug and play? Are you just typing words into a template for a web design? You know, nowadays you can design logos, you can design all kinds of things, mostly on your own, by just going online and running them through a program. So is this plug and play, as it was called, or is this actual speech? That's what the court is grappling with, whether this web design is simply a sale of a product, in which case you cannot discriminate against people, or is it speech that is being compelled in violation of what the speaker wants to say, in which case it becomes a First Amendment issue.
All these decisions coming about a year after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. We have a recent Quinnipiac masthead poll. It found among registered voters, 59% of Americans do not approve of the job the Supreme Court is doing. This feels like such a change from years ago when the court seemed to sort of be above politics. Does this type of disapproval have any sort of impact on the justices at all when they're coming to conclusions?
Well, it's hard to read their minds, but in my opinion, the answer is a resounding no, for two reasons. Number one, the essence of the Supreme Court. We appoint our justices and all of our federal judges for life. Now, that's very close to a monarchy, but we did it for a very important reason. The framers did. It's to insulate them from politics, to insulate them from the people you see with the signs picketing out front of the Supreme Court. The Constitution is designed so that the justices don't care about those people because the justices and the court and the judiciary are supposed to be immune from outside influence. And the other thing, more practical, the reason I think the justices don't worry about it is that even if they think it's a problem, they probably think it's the other side's fault. Oh, it's the conservative justice's fault, or it's the liberal justice's fault. I think they each, no matter what, see their duty as one that is driven by the law. Whether they're liberal, conservative, it doesn't matter. I think when you get to that level, and these are all very accomplished lawyers and judges, I think they're able to separate themselves from the political controversies that rage outside of the courthouse. At least, Joe, I hope.
All right, Danny Savalos, we know you'll be around to help us break down these decisions in the coming days. Thank you so much. In Russia this morning, President Putin addressed military personnel at the Kremlin in the wake of Saturday's aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. Putin hailed his forces for, quote, preventing a civil war. Comments come after Russia's security service dropped its criminal case into the armed rebellion. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest from Moscow. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Putin from behind the walls of the Kremlin reasserting himself this morning, standing in front of those massed ranks of his security services and holding a minute's silence for those who died in the extraordinary events over the weekend, and telling them no troops had to be pulled away from the front line in Ukraine. Late into the night, President Putin met with the heads of his security services. And this morning, another dramatic announcement. Charges against this weekend's mutineers have been dropped. Vladimir Putin's 10 p.m. address to the nation focused on one man, while never mentioning Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny led by traitors who would see Russia choked in bloody strife. Facing down a defiant Prigozhin whose aborted rebellion rocked Russia, but insisted in his own 11-minute message that he did not try to topple President Putin. Rather, he says it was a protest against how his Wagner group were being treated. Again, demanding changes to Russia's military leadership, saying he stopped the bloodshed when he was offered exile in Belarus. This morning, the Belarus president, an ally of President Putin, saying the rebellion was painful to watch. If Russia collapses, we will all die, he says. Prigozhin's Wagner group was cheered by Russians after they stood down on Saturday. Some even took selfies. This morning, President Zelensky traveling to the front line, taking pictures with Ukrainian soldiers. And amid the fallout from the weekend's events, his counteroffensive is advancing, he says, giving few details, but calling Monday a happy day. President Biden with his own message to Russia.
We gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
While here on the streets of Moscow, ordinary Russians sharing their reactions to these uncertain times.
I want to live in a country without this problem.
People on Russian side, they also dying.
What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And President Putin overnight saying that Wagner troops can join the Russian army or return to their families or go to Belarus. Russia insisting that Wagner is being disarmed, Joe, while saying the National Guard here will now get heavy weapons. Joe?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, thank you. Let's bring in retired Colonel Matt Dimick for more on this. He is the former director for Russia and Eastern Europe at the National Security Council. Colonel Dimick, good to have you with us. So let's start with those comments from Putin. Does his messaging change the way he's perceived at all on the world stage? Does it reveal any cracks in his persona, or do you think it maybe helped repair some of the damage the Wagner Group inflicted over the weekend?
I think Putin suffered some near-term damage with this incident, but he's got plenty of tools at his disposal to repair that damage and sort of restore his persona. You know, he's got one job as the leader of the system that he's created. He encourages rivalries amongst the elites, but it's his job to make sure that he tamps down those rivalries before they get out of control. And in the case of Prigozhin, he spectacularly failed at that task. So as you see him today, he's setting out to show that he's firmly in control of all the security services who, of course, demonstrated their loyalty, did pitch in with Prigozhin, but they had the opportunity. And he's going to demonstrate that he's still firmly in command of the security services, of his own security, of the Russian government, and that he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
This rebellion came to a quick end because Belarus brokered a deal between Russia and the Wagner troops that allowed Prigozhin and his troops to go into exile in Belarus without facing prosecution. Do you think Prigozhin remains a threat to Putin? Is there any world in which he's emerging as a political alternative to Putin?
I'm not sure that Prigozhin ever really was a threat to Putin. Remember, he set out to decapitate the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff and was not targeting Putin directly. That being said, Prigozhin's power was at high tide when he and his forces seized Bakhmut over a month ago. And since then, the Russian government has been slowly constraining his ability, has been diminishing the Wagner Group, and Prigozhin pretty much lost any bit of his power. It all evaporated when he cut the deal with Putin and now is in exile in Belarus. So I think Prigozhin's been taken off the table effectively. Putin's got every tool at his disposal to continue to dispense with Prigozhin, constrain his ability to move and to operate. And I think we're seeing the end of Prigozhin as any kind of political force or threat to the Putin regime in the long term.
Does this deal between Russia and Belarus change the dynamics at all between those two countries?
It doesn't change the dynamics. They've been headed down this road for a long time, and Belarus has become a loyal and subordinate ally for Putin and has been willing to give up big chunks of its sovereignty in order to be in a union with Russia and to be a close ally of Putin. So this is another example of Lukashenko being helpful to Putin because it secures Lukashenko's position as in his precarious position there in Belarus. So it doesn't really change the dynamic, but it certainly is helpful for Lukashenko to prove that he's a loyal ally.
All right, Colonel Matt Dimick, always appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us this morning. This morning, there is a major new development in the ongoing investigation into former President Trump and his handling of classified documents. We are hearing for the first time an audio recording in which Trump appears to discuss classified documents with people who did not have security clearance. NBC's Garrett Hake has the latest.
These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me.
In his own words, former President Trump in a newly surfaced audio recording that's expected to be used as evidence in his federal case involving classified documents. In it, he appears to acknowledge he knowingly held on to a classified Pentagon document about a potential attack on Iran. The 2.5-minute audio tape obtained by CNN shows Mr. Trump discussing what he calls the, quote, highly confidential document.
I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this.
That conversation, according to the special counsel, took place during a meeting at Mr. Trump's New Jersey golf club in July 2021 with 2 staffers, a publisher, and a writer who was working on a memoir of Mark Meadows, his former chief of staff. Mr. Trump referencing the document more than once on the tape, and at times even jokes about it being, quote, highly confidential.
It is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information.
In a Fox News interview last week, the former president claiming there were no documents shown in that meeting.
That was a massive amount of papers and everything else talking about Iran and other things. And it may have been held up or may not, but that was not a document. I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles. I'm just saying.
But the recording appears to tell a different story.
Yeah. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
The former president, who pled not guilty to a 37-count indictment accusing him of taking classified national security documents with him when he left the White House, then obstructing the government's efforts to get them back, lashing out overnight on social media, accusing the special counsel of having, quote, spun the tape, as well as saying without evidence that he illegally leaked it, and calling it an exoneration. Now, NBC News has reached out to the special counsel's office for a response to those claims overnight, but so far we haven't heard back. Mr. Trump and his campaign are both out with new statements this morning, insisting he did nothing wrong. But several legal experts and former prosecutors who've heard that tape have largely reached a different conclusion, Joe. They say it's incredibly damning.
All right, Garrett Hake, thank you so much, Garrett. Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, it is a potential game changer in the weight loss industry. Some promising new data on one experimental drug is showing some life-changing results not seen in any other weight loss drug on the market. We're going to break down the science in a moment. But first, dueling campaign events from the 2 top GOP presidential hopefuls, former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both in the key primary state of New Hampshire. More on the messages they're bringing to voters up next. Stick around.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The two leading candidates vying for the Republican nomination for president are heading to New Hampshire today. Former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are set to hold dueling events about 40 miles from each other. Today's campaign stops come as Trump continues to hold a large lead over his GOP rivals, according to our latest NBC News poll. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from New Hampshire with a preview. Vaughn, good morning to you. So what can we expect from the rivals today? What's on their agendas?
Well, you should say for Ron DeSantis, the top of his agenda is continuing to try to connect with New Hampshire voters, because you look at that national poll from NBC that just came out, Donald Trump actually expanding his lead here from the spring. And so for Ron DeSantis, he made a cross-country trip after visiting the Texas-Mexico border yesterday. He's going to continue to roll out his immigration proposals here, but continue to try to do the groundwork it'll take to introduce himself. This is a state that's a little bit of a challenge for him. This is a state that has elected a pro-abortion rights governor several terms in a row now here in New Hampshire, but he has his sights on Donald Trump, who is not only speaking at a women's luncheon here this afternoon, but then is going to open up his campaign headquarters here in New Hampshire.
So, Vaughn, let's talk a little more about the DeSantis campaign. You kind of touched on it there, but explain to us some of the challenges this Florida governor is facing while seeking support from voters in New Hampshire, the live free or die state.
Right. The biggest uphill battle for him is, frankly, he doesn't have the apparatus that Donald Trump does. This is Donald Trump's essentially third time running for president, and he has a campaign list, he has a voter contact list, and right now for Ron DeSantis, he has seen, at one time he had a lead earlier this year in polling, and now for him the struggle is, where do you invest the money and the campaign resources? Right now they've only spent about $75,000, the super PAC aligned with him, on advertising here in New Hampshire, because there's a lot of question marks as to whether sort of the conservative Republican governor that he is in Florida, whether that meshes with sort of this New England, more moderate type of Republican that the state has a history of backing in primaries like the one that will take place here just 6 months from now.
And let's talk about Trump. We know he is pushing ahead with his re-election bid despite the legal troubles surrounding him. We just heard about the latest a few moments ago from Garrett Haake. So what can we expect from his campaign this summer as he balances running for president with defending himself in court?
Right. Well, you could say that Ron DeSantis is facing from some political headwinds. It's Donald Trump who is facing the legal ones. And a new audio tape that was obtained by CNN last night, that conversation that Donald Trump had at Bedminster in the summer of 2021, in which he talked about having documents that were classified in his possession. Well, in this tape, he explicitly says that they are secret, and he tries to suggest that it is off the record. You can hear the rustling of the papers as he shows them. He acknowledges that he was able to declassify them as president, but says that he's not able to now. Donald Trump has not denied that this recording is accurate. He has said, though, that it is spun out of context. At the same time, prosecutors are moving forward with this trial. The judge is setting dates as we speak here, and this latest tape and now the public's airing of it here is really tough for him as he continues to try to mount ever-changing defenses, Joe.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in the all-important primary state of New Hampshire. Vaughn, thank you so much. To international news now, starting in Chile, where days of rainfall have led to deadly flooding. Let's bring back NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga for that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, at least 2 people have died and at least 3 others are reported missing after heavy rain caused widespread flooding all across Chile. Well, now at least 1,000 other people were evacuated and 400 were left homeless. The Interior Minister of Chile declared a state of disaster in the areas of Valparaíso and Biobío, the most affected by the floods. Authorities warned residents to be careful as the heavy rain and risks of flooding will continue for a while. Let's go to Toronto in Canada, where Olivia Chow, a 60-year-old left-wing progressive standard-bearer, has won the mayoral election. Chow, who was born in Hong Kong and arrived in Canada aged 13, said Toronto is a city where an immigrant kid can be standing in front of you as your new mayor. She also called the city a place of hope and a place of second chances and promised to build it as a city that is more caring, affordable, and safe. And let's end this short tour of the world in Saudi Arabia, where hundreds of thousands of Muslim pilgrims are heading to the Mecca Circle in Kaaba, Islam's holiest site. Since the annual Hajj pilgrimage started Monday, more than 1.8 million pilgrims have already arrived in and around the Mecca, with authorities estimating the number will reach the pre-COVID level of 2 million. The Hajj is arguably the most important pilgrimage and spiritual experience for all Muslims around the world. Back to you.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Back here in the States, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is expected to appear in court today for a pretrial hearing. Brian Kohberger is currently facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say they will be moving forward with their motion to seek the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with more from the families. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Prosecutors now argue that if convicted of the quadruple homicide, Brian Kohberger should be put to death. This morning, the father of one of the victims reacting to that news.
They didn't have to come here.
This morning, in an NBC News exclusive, the father of victim Kaylee Gonsalves reacting to news that prosecutors plan to seek the death penalty against Brian Kohberger, the man accused of murdering his daughter and 3 other students at the University of Idaho.
Sense of relief. I'm glad that we're in a situation of strength and the evidence is there, and we feel that we can, they can go forward with this.
The family's attorney believes it's a clear-cut death penalty case.
If you're not going to pursue the guy for a death penalty on a case like this, who are you going to pursue for a death penalty?
In just a few hours, Kohberger is set to return to a Moscow, Idaho courtroom for another pretrial hearing. His legal team is requesting records from last month's grand jury indictment of their client and are asking the judge to pause legal proceedings until they receive those materials. Already a key part of the case for both sides, Kohberger's DNA and where it was and wasn't found. While prosecutors said in a court filing earlier this month that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on a knife sheath at the scene of the murders, his lawyers say authorities did not find any victim DNA in his apartment, office, home, or vehicle.
Is this your car?
He's had over a month before those search warrants were executed after the crime to throw away his clothes, wash his car, clean out his apartment. There's multiple ways to explain the lack of DNA in his vehicle, in his apartment. There's not a lot of ways to explain his DNA on the sheath of the murder weapon.
The legal battle is also unfolding just over a mile from the scene of the quadruple homicides. The off-campus home where Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were killed was set to be demolished. Before a judge ruled it should be preserved. Now the University of Idaho says they hope to have the house down ahead of the new school year. The Gonsalves family says the house should be preserved through trial.
I don't want to sit 6 months from now and hear somebody in the court case say, well, I really wish we could be in the house right now.
Once the case is over, then they can move on. But right now, it's the crime scene.
Brian Kohberger has yet to enter a plea. A judge has entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. And regarding the death penalty here in Idaho, Joe, there's a new law allowing for death by firing squad if the chemicals necessary for lethal injection cannot be located. That law goes into effect July 1st.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. Coming up, we're going to take you inside the rapidly expanding industry of weight loss medications with some promising new information about potentially life-changing results from just one experimental drug. We'll be right back.
Summertime.
We're back with some groundbreaking news in the medical world. The FDA has approved the first ever treatment aimed at helping kids who deal with hair loss and alopecia. It's a once-a-day pill. It is called Litfulo, and it'll be available for kids as young as 12. According to Pfizer, which manufactures the pill, the treatment should be available to patients within weeks. Experts say nearly 20% of people with alopecia are diagnosed before age 18. We're sticking with medical news and taking a closer look at a new experimental drug that is making waves for weight loss treatment. This new medication is one of several being marketed right now to obese patients for weight loss. And early trial research shows it's helping people lose up to a quarter of their weight. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there, we've been talking a lot about the revolution in weight loss medication. The science is moving quickly, and Eli Lilly believes the newest generation of this medicine will be groundbreaking. I had a chance to visit the company headquarters in Indianapolis.
Eli Lilly's new drug is called retatrutide.
When we saw how they worked in our preclinical studies and then when we saw how it worked in patients for the first time, we knew we were on the verge of a breakthrough.
Unlike FDA-approved drugs Ozempic for diabetes and Wegovy for weight loss, which harness one hormone to control eating, according to Eli Lilly, retatrutide harnesses three.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, patients with obesity lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds, in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks. Jacynthia Jesse weighed close to 300 pounds before taking part in the trial.
It has been a roller coaster ride for many of my adult years.
While some participants were given a placebo, she believes she got the real injection, dropping 60 pounds.
Having to put on clothes and realize that this is not my size anymore. Like, I literally have to go to the Goodwill, give these away. That was just life-changing to me.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get FDA approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
Eli Lilly is not alone in its push to research new drugs. Other pharmaceutical companies are doing the same, while obesity doctors say the medications that are on the market have already changed lives.
It's been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
The next step will be getting the medication in pill form, which Eli Lilly is working on. Easier to make and easier for people to access.
We hope that obesity will be something that we can reverse for the majority of patients. And in doing so, it's not just about how they look or how they feel. It's for patients, it's really, we believe, a change in their overall health.
We should mention the pill Eli Lilly is working on is for diabetes. It's moving to stage 3 trials, the last step before submitting for approval. The weight loss version is still a ways off. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Let's dig deeper with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. So, Stephanie, this drug she was just talking about, it harnesses 3 hormones to control eating, whereas the others we've been talking about, Ozempic, Wegovy, they harness 1.
Right.
Why is that important, and what's the impact then of actually taking it?
You know, so it's funny. Sometimes when you have too much of something, that's not a good thing. But I think in the case of these weight loss medications, the more hormones a medication is targeting, the more efficacious it actually ends up being. And they've actually dubbed this drug Triple G because it's hitting 3 different hormones that all begin with G. Whereas, as you mentioned, Ozempic, Wegovy worked on 1, Mounjaro works on 2, this one works on 3. And they all basically are doing versions of the same thing, decreasing appetite, decreasing cravings, helping your body break down sugar more effectively, tweaking metabolism, all of these things that, frankly, are biological processes, Joe, that are going awry in obesity as a chronic disease.
So on top of the weight loss, research shows there are other benefits to this too, right?
Right. And so specifically in this latest Lilly drug and study, they didn't look at those secondary endpoints like hemoglobin A1C and cholesterol and you know, other cardiometabolic things. But a lot of the studies have, and a lot of them do show that they reduce systolic blood pressure. They do improve hemoglobin A1C. Of course, they all start off as diabetes medications. And doing all of those things, those secondary endpoints, are also going to, in the end, improve your cardiovascular health in addition to just the weight loss.
So next we're going to have, what, a longer phase trial 3 of this new drug?
Yep.
Explain to us what it is they're going to be. Is this light about to explode and take us out here?
Sounds like a fly.
What?
It's gone.
There we go, and it's gone. All right. We're all good. What will happen in this? What are they going to be looking for?
Yeah, I mean, basically, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. When you go from phase 2, phase 3, you're just it's just larger, and it's larger and it's longer, and they want to enroll, you know, that many more patients to see, number one, can they replicate this finding? I mean, a quarter of your weight loss, of your body weight as a loss, that is quite significant. So they just want to make sure that, number one, they can replicate that finding and that there aren't any new safety signals that could pop up, which happens in larger and bigger trials.
We see the goal now for these companies is to try and make this in pill form.
Yes.
What would that mean?
Yeah, I mean, and so just in terms of the pill, like there's every day there's new news on these medications. There are currently 4 candidates right now that are pill forms, essentially, of Wegovy and Mounjaro. They're all by, again, Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Pfizer. Those are the ones that have their hat in the ring. And we're getting close. Novo has one that they're hoping to get approval by the end of 2023. Pfizer and Lilly both have drugs that are going into phase 3, which we talked about is the last leg. You know, so I think commercially available probably in the next year, we're going to have a pill version of these medications. So for a lot of people who are needle phobic, et cetera, easier to take. Primary care doctors probably will find it easier to prescribe. It's really going to change the landscape of treating obesity as well as diabetes.
Right. Lots to talk about. Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks for helping us break it down. We appreciate it. Coming up, we're going to bring you a new warning revealing billions of dollars for vital infrastructure repairs could be wasted, all because of outdated federal measures that some say don't account for the effects of climate change. We're going to break that down next on Morning News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
We're back now with a new warning about our nation's aging bridges and highways. While the government has designated trillions of dollars to repair them, it may not be enough. Experts say a miscalculation about future climate conditions could put these projects at risk. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now to explain. Good morning, Diana.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, federal spending from the new Infrastructure Act could be wasted because state highway and bridge projects are using an outdated government precipitation model to determine future flood risk. This, according to a new report from First Street, a climate risk firm.
All that money that's going into the infrastructure is being built to the wrong flood standard, meaning those roads will flood, those bridges will flood, and it is a big waste of money when it's a once-in-a-generational spend that we're actually using right now.
Currently, the only authoritative government source for precipitation data is from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. It's a model called Atlas 14.
This information is leveraged by communities and stakeholders all over the country to inform the engineering design of transportation infrastructure and other infrastructure all over the country.
But it has a major flaw.
It does not include any climate change information, and that's why we are looking to modernize it with NOAA Atlas 15.
But the updated model won't be done until 2026, after many of these infrastructure projects are underway or even done. For example, New Jersey's Route 18 rehabilitation, which received over $86 million in funding from the infrastructure law, is using the old Atlas 14 as a flood guide.
Where I'm standing right now, the believed 1 in 10 year event is actually a 1 in 4 year event, and over the next 30 years will go down all the way to a 1 in 2 year event, meaning every other year we would expect extreme precipitation to flood this location.
We're already seeing much heavier rain, snow, and flooding due to global warming, because when the atmosphere is warmer, it holds more water.
If you were building a road right now and you had to make sure that it wasn't going to flood, would you want to use Atlas 14?
I can't speak to how some of those engineering decisions are made.
But we contacted the New Jersey Department of Transportation, which confirmed using Atlas 14, quote, as required by current standards, adding in part that they reviewed updated data as well from proposed stormwater management regulations. But that data, according to First Street, uses the same historical method as Atlas 14, that is not factoring in the future effects of climate change.
All right.
Joe?
Interesting report, Diana. Thank you so much. Coming up, it is being hailed as the future of automotive racing. Gas? No, thank you. Gear changes? Thing of the past. That classic roar of the engine? Not anymore. It's called Formula E, as in all electric, and it's taking the racing world by storm. You just may not hear it coming. We'll strap in next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. F1's newest investors may look a little familiar. Actors Michael B. Jordan, Ryan Reynolds, and Rob McElhenney have invested in the Alpine racing team. The three bought into the deal under Reynolds' Maximum Effort Investment Group. Along with two other groups, the actors are buying 24% of the Alpine team, according to a statement. That deal is worth a massive $218 million. The Alpine team worth about $900 million now. This is, of course, not Reynolds and McElhenney's first venture into the sports world. 2 years ago, they purchased the Welsh soccer team Wrexham AFC, which just had that big parade. Some other racing news over the weekend. Portland, Oregon became just the fourth U.S. city to hold the Formula E race. You may have guessed it. The E stands for electric. NBC News Chief Environmental Affairs correspondent Ann Thompson went to the track to learn more.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. Heidfeld's in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E. E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. You know, racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Chiliberti is the technical manager.
So do you have two motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all four wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibration, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one around
I'm
here.
feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I need a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time.
Okay.
But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone, from the owners to the vendors to the fans, can win.
Julia Palais drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Portland, Oregon.
I love how they actually enjoy the peace and quiet. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Developing right now on Morning News Now, big decisions. This morning, the Supreme Court is set to make some of the final rulings of the term. Several consequential cases are still on the docket, including the fate of affirmative action in America.
There are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same. Doesn't make any sense.
We have team coverage with the cases to watch and what it all means for you. Also this morning, more fallout from that short-lived revolt in Russia. President Vladimir Putin is now vowing justice against the so-called traitors who threatened his regime, while President Biden pushes back against claims that the West was involved. We'll bring you the latest. It has been a hot and humid start to the summer, and this morning more hazardous heat is stretching across the south, while parts of the Central Plains and Northeast brace for heavy rain, wind, even tornadoes. We're tracking the conditions. And it's the achievement of a lifetime for a special group of college grads, thanks to a first-of-its-kind prison education program offering inmates the chance at a college degree. We'll talk to one of the program's first graduates about the partnership that's giving some people hope for a better future. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday. We begin with what could be a blockbuster day in Washington. With just days left in this year's term, the Supreme Court will hand down its next round of opinions this morning, and that might include major rulings that could impact millions of Americans. We're talking about cases that focus on student loans, LGBTQ rights, and the future of affirmative action. And when it comes to affirmative action, like many other issues, Americans are firmly divided along party lines. An NBC News poll in April found that 80% of Democrats believed affirmative action was needed to counteract the effects of discrimination against minorities. That's up from 67% of Democrats way back in a 1991 poll. As for the GOP, today only 25% of Republicans support affirmative action. That is a huge drop from 30 years ago when that number was 55%. For more, we are joined by former prosecutor and MSNBC legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. So it's actually two cases that are focused on affirmative action here in higher education. One involved Harvard, the other the University of North Carolina. Help us understand, what are both sides arguing on this contentious issue? What are the stakes here?
Well, the Supreme Court actually is hearing them as one case, even though they're two separate schools. And that's because the arguments are the same. Both schools, in this case, the decision, the Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated is actually arguing that both schools separately are discriminating against Asian American applicants, and that they're being disadvantaged in the application process because both of those schools are essentially, allegedly, overemphasizing race in the admissions process and rejecting workable race-neutral alternatives. And what does that have to do with the law? Well, they're arguing that the schools are violating the Civil Rights Act, which prohibits discrimination in institutions. The schools, alternatively, are arguing that they're not discriminating and that these policies are crucial for promoting diversity, and that their policies and methods are actually in line with precedent, specifically Grutter v. Bollinger and the Regents v. University of California v. Bake decisions, because those decisions permitted race-conscious admission in the research.
So, Kristen, this is the most diverse Supreme Court in American history. It is also a conservative court. Conservatives hold a 6-3 majority. Usually when the arguments are made, the justices give us clues, a glimpse as to how they might vote. So does it look like they're going to side along those ideological lines, or were there perhaps a couple conservative justices who seemed more undecided?
I think an ideological ruling on these affirmative action cases would not come as a surprise, to be honest with you. But still, I think nuances do exist, as you kind of pointed out, within this conservative majority, with some conservatives showing kind of openness to contextual race consideration. If you think about those oral arguments for this particular case, we heard Chief Justice Roberts, along with Justices Barrett and Kavanaugh, maybe revealing a small opening to considering personal experiences related to race to be part of the admissions policy. Now, that doesn't mean that they support race-conscious admissions, but it certainly gives some factors to play.
So, Kristen, we should note a couple decades ago, 9 states, that includes California and Florida, they actually banned affirmative action for college admission. So does this ruling have any impact on those states?
Yeah, absolutely could bolster the legal position that those 9 states have already taken in their efforts to ban affirmative action. It also could influence other states to approach diversity in education in that way and ban it altogether, which really could result in a ruling that changes the trajectory of admission policies throughout the nation in a negative way.
Right there, we see those states that have already taken this step. All right, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you so much for your analysis this morning as we await this huge decision. Appreciate it. Colleges and universities are also grappling with the possibility that race may no longer be a factor in admissions. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett shows us how they're preparing.
For many elite schools, the writing from the nation's high court is on the wall.
How worried are you?
I'm extremely worried. Danielle Hawley is the incoming president of Mount Holyoke College in Western Massachusetts. But this peaceful campus belies an anxious reality. The Supreme Court will answer the most anticipated question this term. Can colleges and universities look at race in admissions decisions?
Everyone is talking about this case all the time. People from departments that are not in the law school are asking me, what day will we hear?
For decades, the court recognized the educational benefits of a diverse student body and said schools can look at someone's race as one plus factor among many. But the court's current conservative majority may ban it nationwide this time.
What will that do to a place like Mount Holyoke?
It will send a very strong message to Black students and to Latina students that they are not welcome.
Not so, say the lawyers who sued Harvard over its admissions plan. Long treated by the court as the gold standard, it's now accused of being obsessed with race, and along with the University of North Carolina, of discriminating against Asian students, which the schools deny but was emphasized during oral arguments.
Asians should be getting into Harvard more than whites, but they don't because Harvard gives them significantly lower personal ratings. Harvard ranks Asians less likable, confident, and kind.
If the court agrees using race violates the law, schools may still look at an applicant's finances, zip code, or even consider essays about overcoming adversity, so-called race-neutral alternatives.
Universities just cannot consider race itself.
Colleges tell NBC News they are prepared to adapt if required, expanding financial aid, scrapping SAT scores, or getting rid of legacy admissions, all potentially on the table. But Hawley says ignoring race would produce a devastating result.
We've seen a track record of them not working.
She points to California, one of 9 states that outlawed affirmative action more than 20 years ago, causing a 50% drop-off in minority admissions, numbers that have never bounced back, as seen by UC Berkeley.
I have struggled to really move the black number here at Berkeley, and that, again, that's not from a lack of trying.
Femi Ogundele, Berkeley's Dean of Undergrad Admissions, says affirmative action was never perfect, just a Band-Aid.
The fact that there are high schools in this country that have manicured lawns and golf courses, and there are high schools in this country that have bars on the windows and metal detectors in the hallways, and yet we are asking both of those students to show up in our application process the same, doesn't make any sense.
For now, schools are bracing for the dawn of a new era, making the task of equalizing the playing field not impossible, but significantly harder. Laura Jarrett, NBC News, South Hadley, Massachusetts.
Turning overseas now, and Russia is dealing with the aftermath of Saturday's aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. This morning, we heard from Russia's FSB, that's the main security service in Russia. The FSB said that it was closing its criminal investigation into the armed rebellion. On top of that, Russian state media, citing the defense ministry, said preparations were underway for the transfer of the group's heavy military equipment to Russia's armed forces. The steps come after both President Putin and the head of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, spoke yesterday for the first time since the incident. President Biden also addressed the short-lived mutiny. Take a listen to what he said.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system. We're going to keep assessing the fallout of this weekend's events and the implications for Russia and Ukraine. But it's still too early to reach a definitive conclusion about where this is going.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from Kyiv. So, Kelly, walk us through the steps that were actually taken by Moscow this morning. Why is the FSB dropping its case against the Wagner Group?
So, Joe, the statement is pretty short, but what the FSB says is essentially the reason those cases are being dropped is because the soldiers involved, those Wagner fighters, didn't march all the way to Moscow because they stopped, turned around, and in the FSB's words, the actions aimed at committing a crime didn't happen. It falls in line with this deal that was orchestrated, put together by the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, in which the Kremlin announced on Saturday that none of these fighters, nor any of the leaders, frankly, would be held accountable, that none of them would be charged criminally. And at this point, you have an interesting situation developing because President Putin last night said that he would honor terms of that deal and he would allow Wagner fighters as well to choose their fate, essentially. They could go home, they could join the Russian military, or they could go to Belarus. And that leads on to this statement by the defense ministry, the Russian state media citing the defense ministry, saying that they're turning over all of their equipment. So the question remains, do they join the Russian military? Do they stay in the fight in Ukraine? Or do they sort of join their leader, Prigozhin, in Belarus? Joe?
You know, Kelly, we know President Putin spoke again a little earlier this morning, giving a speech to the military and law enforcement. That's in addition to his speech yesterday. So what are we hearing from Putin right now? And what about Prigozhin's comments? Do we even know if he made it to Belarus?
Sure. So Putin spoke in the heart of the Kremlin today. It was very much about imagery, standing in front of soldiers, giving this speech, thanking the security services for, he said, for doing their job, telling the National Guard essentially that they helped to stop a civil war in Ukraine. And also, for the first time, I think, recognizing that Russian pilots were killed on Saturday during this insurrection, holding a minute's silence for those pilots during those talks today. Interestingly, he also said that he was not ruling out that Western security services could have been involved in Saturday's event, saying that it may have been inspired by the West and overlapped with Prigozhin's ambitions. In his speech last night, he went further. He called the leaders of that movement traitors, but he did say that the overwhelming majority of Wagner fighters were patriots, and he was almost asking them to join the fold, to stay within the Russian military. Prigozhin, for his part, said he never meant to mount a coup. He was only on a protest march. And in terms of his whereabouts, Joe, we still can't confirm that he's in Belarus, but his plane has been tracked through Flight Radar 24 as going from St. Petersburg to southern Russia and then to Minsk, the Belarusian capital, at some point this morning.
Of course, we should add President Biden denying any American involvement here. Kelly, meanwhile, there is still a war going on in Ukraine. Real quick, what's the latest on the battlefield?
Yeah, President Zelensky projecting the image of hope, of progress. He said there's been progress on all fronts. He visited troops on the front line yesterday. That video has been playing quite a bit here over the past few hours. And he said that they've looked at operational decisions as well. Whether that means there's some sort of change in strategy on the battlefield, we don't know. But they are sort of projecting this image of unity, strength, and progress on this side.
Right. Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis for more on this. He is a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Good to have you with us. So first off, I just want to get your reaction to these moves by Moscow this morning. Are you surprised the FSB is dropping its criminal case into this armed mutiny? What do you think that means?
Yeah, I think that what that's telling you is that Russia just wants to move past this with the least amount of collateral damage as possible. Putin wants to preserve his warfighting capacity as much as he can, both within the regular military and potentially with Wagner forces going forward. And, if they had gone forward with any kind of criminal proceedings, it would have been really hard to try to pick which one of the Wagner group, you would go after. And then, of course, you have the problem that Wagner is a very close-knit family kind of an organization. They build that into their system. And it could potentially have turned all of them against him. So I think that to try to minimize the damage, they felt that it was better to go this direction. And hence the reason why Putin actually offered them to join the Russian military or allowed them to go to Belarus or home.
Did you hear anything from Putin's comments or Prigozhin that suggests this whole episode is actually over? I mean, do you think the Wagner Group is going to go quietly?
Yes, I do, because, look, this never had a chance to succeed if it was actually some sort of insurrection. Because, look, the Wagner Group gets all of its supplies, ammunition, fuel, vehicles, aircraft, everything from the Ministry of Defense. So without the Ministry of Defense supporting them, all they had was the bullets they had in their truck, and, that would have run out quickly. So they never really had a chance to succeed. They could have caused a huge problem. And I think that Prigozhin probably actually did want to get rid of the Minister of Defense and the Senior General Gerasimov. It appears that didn't work. And in fact, it appears that his gamble did fail, because now he's lost control of the Wagner Group to some extent. Though I will point out that there's news this morning that Belarus is now building a new military base for the Wagner groups of about 8,000 people, which they're trying to get up to very quick. So it appears that they're going to regenerate in some form in Belarus.
Let's talk about what this means for the war in Ukraine. This aborted mutiny was brief, but did it present an opportunity for Ukraine to make gains in the war? I mean, how do you assess this counteroffensive so far?
Everybody would love that to be the case, and certainly Kiev wanted that to be the case. They looked for it, but the problem is that this offensive has been almost a uniform failure from what it should have been doing and what they wanted it to do from the outset. In that, after now 3 full weeks of this offensive, they have still not penetrated even the first line of the Russians' defense. And the reasons are fundamental. They don't have anywhere near enough air power, air defense, artillery shells, and they don't have enough demining equipment to get through the many belts of Russian defenses. And you had Kirby yesterday really illustrating the problem when he emphasized how well the Russian defense had trained and prepared, and how hard it is to go forward, implying that this probably isn't going to go too much further. And that's certainly something I agree with.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Davis, appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Always my pleasure. Thank you.
The severe weather that has been impacting huge sections of the country for days is showing no signs of letting up. The Northeast is dealing with severe storms, while the South is bracing for more suffocating heat. And the severe weather is creating a travel nightmare at airports all across the country. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock brings us the latest.
Good morning. For anyone who's spent a considerable amount of time in Louisiana over the summer, conditions here can be brutal. Even by that standard, we are looking at an exceptional set of circumstances right now. Most of southeast Louisiana is under an excessive heat warning, which is to say somewhere in the range of low triple-digit temperatures, but then a heat index factoring in humidity that feels around 113 to as much as 120 degrees, according to the city of New Orleans. Now, I'm right now in Baton Rouge. This warning includes Baton Rouge, Slidell, and New Orleans, which is going to be holding a public event later today. The mayor there, LaToya Cantrell, updating the public on what they're doing to keep people safe. That includes opening up dozens of pools and community centers, cooling centers, as folks here are dealing with just oppressive heat. There is a heat dome right now that is just sitting over a section of the country. Nearly 50 million people are under an excessive heat warning. That spreads over 13 states. We're talking about really from Arizona and New Mexico all the way through Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, even parts of Florida. So this is a huge swath of the country right now that is buckling from this heat, while at the same time, we've seen all of these severe thunderstorms really up and down the East Coast. Was the most recent activity from the Carolinas all the way to New Hampshire. There was flooding in Pennsylvania. In New Hampshire, actually, folks were forced out of their homes, or at least surrounded by water, as roads were literally being washed away. So you have this juxtaposition right now of active weather, tornadic activity. There were some 6 reported tornadoes in Wyoming, another one in Nebraska. That all continues as the heat really right now is sinking in the southern part of the United States. One more point to make here, which is just the power outages. Tennessee right now is the worst state, with some 70,000 customers without power. Texas, we've talked about ERCOT before, and the electricity. They are at about 10 or 11,000 people without power. ERCOT, which manages that 90% of the electrical load for the state of Texas, says that the grid conditions right now are normal. They're not asking people to conserve, but to say to be wise with their energy usage. Here in Louisiana, it's a few thousand people without power, but everyone right now bracing for what's ahead, because this excessive heat is supposed to extend not just today, but through the rest of the week and into the weekend. That's the latest here in Baton Rouge. Back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much. So that's the question. Any relief in sight? Let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather forecast with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Great to see you. And unfortunately, I wish we could say there was an end in sight, but this is going to continue for days. And as Sam mentioned, into the weekend, we've been tracking this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and we're going to continue to track it. We're also tracking the chance for severe storms. We had some really heavy rainfall, some strong storms in the Northeast last night. We're going to see that reignite later on today. Also watching the chance for some strong storms in the middle of the country. So radar showing us that story where you see the brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows throughout the plains. We're going to see the chance for some strong storms throughout the central plains later on today, and also the chance for some really heavy downpours in the Northeast. This is why we have that cold front that's moving through. It's moving off to the east. We have an area of low pressure that's sort of spinning over the Great Lakes. That's moving along with it. So it's bringing the chance for those storms from Maine to South Carolina. And you see those bright colors once again. That's where we're anticipating the chance for heavy rainfall. We had that, as Sam mentioned, overnight, where we saw over 6 inches in some spots in the Northeast. And we're going to add to those totals today. Then tomorrow, more rounds of showers developing across the New England area. Locally, heavy rain is possible once again, so that could lead to some flooding, as it did last night. Rainfall amounts anywhere from 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, up to 1 inch plus. Where you see the oranges and reds, that's where we're anticipating the chance for some heavy downpours. So that's really going to be locally heavy downpours. It's sort of hard to pinpoint where that will fall. We do have a severe weather threat later on this afternoon. Less than yesterday, 6 million still though at risk for winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour, damaging hail 2 inches or larger. Also a few tornadoes where you see the orange, including Dodge City, Woodward, also Tulsa. That's an enhanced risk. That is the likeliest spot of where we will see those storms. And this graphic sort of shows you where we could see hurricane force winds. So 75+ mile per hour winds in the hatched area. That includes also Tulsa, Woodward, and Dodge City. Then tomorrow we're going to see that severe weather threat move into the Midwest. So Minneapolis, you could see some strong storms tomorrow with winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, some hail, and also the chance of a tornado. That's the storm story. Then we have the record highs where we're going to see temperatures soaring into the triple digits once again. And look at all these heat alerts stretching from the southwest parts of Arizona into the south central states, the Florida Panhandle, but now stretching into parts of the Ohio Valley. So we're talking about Indiana, even the Tennessee Valley, Kentucky, Tennessee. You're involved in some heat alerts. That starts on Thursday, but we're going to see this heat dome expanding because this high pressure is anchored in place and it's not going to budge. 49 million Americans under some sort of heat alert. We do have excessive heat warnings once again in Texas, and this is why. Temperatures into the triple digits. Houston, 100 degrees, and then we're going to factor in the humidity. So feeling like 107 in Houston today, 109 in Shreveport, and Joe, we're going to feel like 111 in Lake Charles, and these numbers are going to look very similar as we head towards tomorrow and the rest of the work week.
Looked like that for the last few days. Sounds like it'll look like it for a few more days. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, you could say she is the cutest rapper in the game.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to play, playing outside every day.
Later this hour, we're going to introduce you to this 4-year-old freestyle phenom who's spitting bars and taking TikTok by storm. Up first, though, there are new developments this morning in the investigation into the implosion of that tourist submersible. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. Victims of the Club Q mass shooting in Colorado called out the suspect for his crimes during an emotional sentencing hearing. Anderson Lee Aldrich pleaded guilty to 5 counts of first-degree murder as part of his plea deal. The 23-year-old received the maximum punishment and will serve 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole for the shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs last November. The investigation into the Titan submersible disaster is well underway. U.S. and Canadian officials are talking with the crew of the Titan's mothership as they try to figure out what caused the implosion. All 5 people on board were killed on their way to tour the Titanic last week. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
At the site of last week's disaster, salvage teams are now collecting the debris from the mini-submersible named Titan that imploded not far from the wreck of the Titanic. Canadian investigators have now boarded the Polar Prince that served as the mothership, retrieving the voyage data recorder and interviewing crew and victims' family members who were on board. Among them, Christine Dawood, who lost her husband Shahzada and their 19-year-old son Suleiman.
When we passed the 96 hours mark, that's when I lost hope.
She told the BBC Suleiman was looking forward to the trip.
It was supposed to be Shahzada and I going down. But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go.
The investigations now underway include Canada's Transportation Safety Board and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as well as a Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation leading the U.S. investigation.
It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Investigators will look at whether now deceased OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush ignored outside warnings that the sub's carbon fiber shell could fail at crushing depths. As for who pays for the search, 13,000 square miles, 11 ships, 4 planes, 5 ROVs. No official cost estimate, but the Coast Guard says it doesn't charge for life-saving operations. That's its job. Anyone missing at sea deserves to be rescued.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. International news now, starting in Egypt, where a 14-story building collapsed, injuring several people. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga joins us with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Officials in Egypt say at least 4 people were injured and several others are feared to be trapped beneath the rubble after a 13-story apartment building collapsed in the city of Alexandria. Now, the governor of Alexandria said all apartments were occupied by holidaymakers visiting the city in a summer break and that the building had been scheduled for demolition months ago. While the search for survivors continues, an investigation has been opened on the cause of collapse. Now, let's come back here in Rome, where a tourist has been filmed while he carved into the stone of the Colosseum his and his girlfriend's name using a key. Italy's culture minister called it a sign of great incivility and said he hopes the man will be identified and sanctioned according to the law. If caught, the tourists could face a fine of tens of thousands of dollars and even jail time. And let's go to Singapore, where the first esports Olympics came to an end. Organizers say the event builds bridges between the physical and the virtual worlds of sport. Over 130 players from around the world came together to compete. Well, thankfully, the gold, silver, and bronze medals were real and not virtual. Well, Joe, finally, some Olympic Games I can aspire to compete in. I don't know about you. But
yeah, we can participate, but I still don't think we can medal either. All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No.
Coming up, 3 police officers now charged with murder. They're accused of shooting and killing a disabled woman inside her home. What we're learning this morning about what happened. Plus, researchers are defining a new type of depression. More on the symptoms and what can be done to treat it. This is Morning News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with new details on 3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder after shooting a woman inside her own apartment Friday. The woman's family says that she was disabled and had a mental health condition. Now, we do want to warn you, some may find the body camera video in this story disturbing. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has the details.
It was just after midnight.
Lady, get over here.
San Antonio police were responding to a vandalism call. 46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system at an apartment complex.
Get over here.
When officers tried to talk to her, police say she locked herself inside her apartment. As the officer removes the screen to Perez's open window, she throws a glass candle at the officer, according to police.
You're gonna get shot!
Shoot me! You're not gonna work!
After waiting for backup, 2 officers jump onto her patio. Police say she swung a hammer, shattering a window while still inside her apartment. This is what happened next. Paramedics pronounce Perez dead at the scene. She leaves behind 4 children.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
Perez's daughter says she had schizophrenia.
I wish they would have told her, like, she wasn't alone. We're here to help you. In the video, she's just terrified. You can tell, like, she's going through something.
Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
The shooting officer's actions were not consistent with SAPD's policy and training.
Our thanks to Dana Griffin for that story. The officers involved have not commented on the case, but the police union says the chief followed all necessary protocols. The officers are expected to be back in court in July. Time now for our weekly mental health check-in. This morning, we're taking a look at new symptoms for depression. We're going to break down how one study could change how we treat depression. Plus, research shows that more people are feeling the pressure to lose weight for the summer. We have tips on how you can feel comfortable in the skin you're in. Let's bring in board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma for more on this. Dr. Varma, good to have you with us. So let's start with that depression study. Scientists at Stanford Medicine found what they're calling a new category of depression, the cognitive biotype. So walk us through what that means, because I don't understand it just based on the name. What are the symptoms? How do we go about treating it?
Yes. So, look, the symptoms are nothing new. The symptoms are typical symptoms of depression, but they're more pronounced, the cognitive symptoms in this cognitive biotype, specifically of executive functioning, decision-making, memory, focus, concentration, being able to suppress negative emotions in favor of having positive behavior, deciding what is needed in a specific situation. And we find that 27% of people actually have this biotype. And the people who have this are less likely to respond to the typical antidepressants that they might get, something like a Zoloft or a Prozac. And this is so helpful to know, because typically people get so demoralized and they're like, you know, doc, these medications are not working. And we're finding that a particular type of treatment, which again, it's been in existence for a long time, but we're finding that a medication called guanfacine might be useful. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, which has been around for many years, is being studied. Cognitive behavioral therapy, gold standard for treatment of depression. So we're finding that there are a variety of treatments that already exist, but could be very helpful.
All right. Now, just a few moments ago, we were talking about the weather. We are just officially 1 week into summer, but the temperatures are already soaring around the country. The warm weather also means that more people might be uncomfortable with their appearance. Maybe they have to wear a bathing suit. Why does summer bring all these added pressures to look a certain way? And what are some of the strategies you recommend to help people deal with the stress that comes with that?
Look, we're showing more skin in the summer. It's harder to hide under the sweaty, the baggy sweatpants that we've been wearing. And a couple key things to keep in mind. Don't avoid social interaction as a result of fearing having to wear a bathing suit. You know, make adjustments. Some of those might be mental adjustments, such as reframing a situation to say, instead of how horrible do I look? Could you say to yourself, how much does my body do for me? Can you do concrete things to say, I'm going to wear looser fitting clothes? Can I get clothes for the body I have, not necessarily the body I want or the body I once had? Could you engage in distraction? So if you're with friends and if you're feeling uncomfortable because you're like, oh my God, they've got the six pack and I don't, can you focus on having fun? And then I would say get help. Cognitive behavioral therapy for body image issues can be extremely helpful to help us have mindfulness, to be in the moment, to learn distraction and to learn reframing, and to be able to focus on having a good time where we are.
I like one of the tips that's on there, do what's best for you. I think that's always some good advice. Finally, Dr. Varma, you know, more people are turning to their phones to find mindfulness in their day, often with some pretty useful apps. But I'm hearing it might be backfiring. Why is that? So is it possible to use our phones to find clarity?
I think so. I think, you know, the apps are very helpful in that they have, it could be a reminder that you have to take the time off to do the meditation, but people are afraid that you're going to be getting distracted, that you're going to be getting text messages or phone calls while you're on it. So I would say put on your do not disturb or sleep mode on the phone when you're using it. And also keep in mind that it's just one more tool. And like any tool, they want you to focus more time on the app. So they're going to be enticing you with a lot of content and pulling you into it. And so then it becomes one more thing that you then get entrenched into, as opposed to the apps are meant to help you be mindful in your daily life. So I would say, if as much as possible, go out there in the world, walk, put your phone away, see if you can do without it. But if not, it can be a very useful tool amongst many others.
Yeah, maybe don't finish your meditation session and then immediately check your email or check social media. Take a little break for a moment.
And I'm guilty of that myself. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Dr. Sue Varma, as always, thank you so much. Coming up, a new push to make the internet accessible to all. Up next, we're going to tell you about the plan by the White House to try and get high-speed internet in every home in America. Plus, education from behind bars. We're going to talk about the new program that's offering prison inmates the chance to earn their college degree. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is how we do the
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Summertime. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a push from the White House to give every American home access to high-speed internet. President Biden unveiled the plan yesterday, kicking off the second phase of the administration's Investing in America tour. The White House says providing high-speed internet is a necessity in today's society.
We're taking another big step toward Internet for All. We're announcing over $40 billion to be distributed to 50 states, Washington, D.C., and territories to deliver high-speed internet in places where there's neither service or it's too slow.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. Mike, good morning. So explain to us how this multi-billion-dollar initiative came to be. How's the plan going to work?
Well, Joe, according to the White House, 7% of the country, that's 8.5 million households, have limited or no access at all to high-speed internet. And this was a gap that was really magnified by the pandemic. Think about how much of our lives had to move online. The president likes to talk about how many people had to drive to the parking lot of a fast food chain to get online, for instance, so that their students can do their online learning. Well, this is a gap that is now being helped to fill by the bipartisan infrastructure law. We think of that law and think it's filling potholes and bridges, but part of it is also $42 billion to really expand broadband access across the country. Listen to the president yesterday laying out what this will mean for average Americans.
It's the biggest investment in high-speed internet ever, because for today's economy to work for everyone, internet access is just as important as electricity was, or water, or other basic services. With this funding, along with other federal investments, we're going to be able to connect every person in America to reliable, high-speed internet by 2030.
Now, Joe, this is the kickoff event yesterday at the White House for a 3-week administration-wide, national, almost campaign-style Invest in America tour. The president, as part of that, is going to be heading to Chicago tomorrow to give what the White House is billing as a major economic address on what they call Bidenomics, this idea of growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up.
Yeah, and White House officials are comparing this plan to FDR's effort to bring electricity to rural America back in the 30s. So tell us, how's the money going to be distributed? And, you know, a lot of us take for granted the fact that we live in cities, we have internet, but remind us some of the challenges that some parts of the country face when it comes to getting this internet access.
So the announcement yesterday was to kick off the funding that's now being distributed by the Commerce Department. Every state is going to be receiving at least $107 million through this program. 19 states are going to be receiving more than $1 billion. And that funding was determined in part by which states have the least service and the least connectivity. For instance, West Virginia, a smaller state, is going to be receiving one of the biggest pots of money, more than $1 billion. Senator Joe Manchin, no small player in the White House activities of late, was at the White House yesterday for this announcement. Now, one of the challenges, it has to do with building the infrastructure to expand broadband access in the first place. The Commerce Department also announcing a separate pot of funding to build that, to install fiber optic cables and the like to make this possible.
You know, and Mike, can't ignore the politics here. This comes as the president's running for re-election, his job performance remaining steady, 43% of Americans approving of his performance in our latest NBC News poll. Real quick, what can we expect from the president as this campaign really kicks underway?
A lot of fundraising, Joe. We're at the last week of the fundraising period. So the president's focus beyond those economic speeches is raising a lot of money. Today, he's heading to suburban Washington, D.C. to do that. He'll be flying to Chicago to give that speech, but also raise money. And then I'll be heading to join you in New York on Thursday, where the president also has fundraisers. But this Invest in America tour is also meant to really try to turn the focus back to the economy, what the White House thinks it has a strong case to make on, but obviously a lot of challenges and competition for the headlines here.
All right, Mike, we will see you soon. Thank you so much. Speaking of money, let's get to some money news. Congress is cracking down on artificial intelligence for staffers. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. That's right. Congress is limiting staffers from using ChatGPT and other generative AI tools. Now, Axios reports the House Administrative Chief is setting narrow conditions for staffers. They can only use the paid ChatGPT Plus service due to its tighter privacy controls and only for research and evaluation. House offices are only allowed to use the chatbot with public data, and privacy features have to be manually set. Congress has introduced bills to require disclaimers for uses of generative AI in things like political ads. And TikTok is adding a content filtering tool to its family pairing offering. Now, it allows parents to link their account to their teen's profile to enable content and privacy settings. Content filters lets users exclude videos with words or hashtags they don't want to see in their For You or following feeds. TikTok says that this will let parents reduce the chances their kids view content they may find jarring. WhatsApp says its business app now has more than 200 million monthly active users. That's 4 times the number of users it had in 2020. Meta, which owns WhatsApp, says businesses will soon be able to publish ads directly to Facebook or Instagram from WhatsApp with no Facebook account required. Meta is also testing letting businesses automatically send personalized messages to their customers for a fee, Joe. Sounds like something good for business owners.
Absolutely, definitely. Yep. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Silvana. This morning, we want to introduce you to a program that's giving incarcerated people a chance to earn a college degree. The Yale Prison Education Initiative and the University of New Haven are teaming up, creating an opportunity that, for most of the participants, had been historically out of reach. Joining us now is Marcus T. Harvin, who is one of the first graduates of the program. We're also joined by Zelda Rowland. She is the founding director of the Yale Prison Education Initiative and director of the University of New Haven Prison Education Program. Good morning to both of you. Grateful to have you with us. Zelda, let's start with you and just get a little bit of background here. Tell us about the partnership and how this got started.
Well, thank you for having us. So the program, the Yale Prison Education Initiative, was first started as a program of Dwight Hall, Yale Center for Public Service and Social Justice, in 2016. So it took actually 2 years for us to be able to convince Yale to let us offer credit-bearing courses in prison. But in 2018, we did offer real, rigorous, credit-bearing Yale classes for incarcerated students in Connecticut. And we had 600 people in a prison of 1,500 apply for our first 12 spots in a 12-person seminar. So that demonstrated to us the extraordinary need for programs like this and the desire to enroll in them. In 2021, we were able to establish an incredible partnership across Yale and University of New Haven that was funded through a transformative grant from the Mellon Foundation so that we could begin to offer degrees for students inside. So this program is extremely rigorous. We're offering access to the same quality, the same level of courses taught by the same instructors who teach on campus. It's competitive to get in. And it's funded primarily by private grants and foundations.
So, Marcus, all that makes what you've accomplished even more incredible. Congratulations to you on graduating. I mean, you're part of the very first pioneering class for this program. What does that mean to you? What was your motivation for wanting to get your degree?
Well, thank you, first and foremost, for this opportunity and for the congratulations. The driving force behind my decision to enroll in the Yale Prison Education Initiative was my grandmother, Sally Mae Harvin, who departed this earth on February 15th, 2021. She is my sole motivating factor in pursuing a higher education. I promised her at her request that I would finish college and become a criminal defense attorney, and Zelda and the Yale Prison Education Initiative made it possible for me to keep that promise alive to my grandmother.
So, I mean, Marcus, you're a full-time student at the University of New Haven now. What is next for you? What do you want to do? What are you hoping to accomplish to fulfill that promise you made?
Well, I think I'm a little more than a full-time student at UNH. I'm also a fellow at UNH right now in their President's Public Service Fellowship. I'm working with the neighborhood housing services in my hometown, in the actual community I was born and raised in, New Hallville. So I'm actually being able to put my hands in the ground and begin to make a difference. And right now, I'm beginning ministry. I'm at my church, Pitts Chapel Unified Free Will Baptist Church in New Haven. So I'm just living out my dreams and trying to purchase every pair of Jordans that Nike has made and make my children proud, try to be the superhero they believe me to be. And to help change the world, man. I was denied an attorney when I was on trial. So if I can be the attorney that that person needs, because I have the pain that that person had at that moment, I'm going to do it by God's help and his grace. That's why I'm here, and that's what I'm going to keep doing.
Zelda, that must just bring a smile to your face when you hear that. I mean, many of the students who've entered the program, they might feel marginalized. They may never even thought of pursuing higher education. They didn't think it was a possibility for them. What was it like for you to see this first graduating class complete the program?
It was incredible. I mean, it's a real testament to the extraordinary potential of students in prison, to the sort of brain power that we've locked away behind bars. The mission of this program is about seeking extraordinary students from all over the world and educating them with the aim of cultivating future leaders and citizens. And Marcus and the other graduates, to me, are, as universities, it is our responsibility to invest in future leaders who might be impacted, who might be in prison today, who are just as impacted and out in the world and doing extraordinary things like Marcus. It's incredible.
Zelda Rowland, thank you for everything you're doing. Marcus T. Harvin, you are an inspiration. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, coming up, she is spitting rhymes at just 4 years old. Just going to play that for the rest of the hour. Up next, we'll introduce you to Van, who's gone viral with her adorable raps. This is Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love it.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Did you ever dream of living in Barbie's dream house? Well, dust off those pink accessories because it's no longer a dream. Starting July 17th, anyone can request to book Ken's room in Barbie's dream house. It's a real-life pink mansion in Malibu, California. Selected winners will stay in the house on July 21st and 22nd, free of charge. The newly renovated dream house offers a look at Ken's wardrobe, lessons in line dancing, an infinity pool, and of course, exclusive pieces like Ken's yellow and pink skates. It's being offered by Airbnb to celebrate the release of the long-awaited Barbie movie, and Airbnb will make a donation to save the children. Finally this hour, June is African American Music Appreciation Month, and one young hip-hop star is making her mark. She might even look a little familiar. Her dances and songs have racked up millions of views online. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esawa brings us her story.
Hey. Playing outside every day.
This 4-year-old is a rap phenom taking the internet by storm.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to play. Playing outside every day. My name is Van McConaughey,
AKA rapper Van Van.
Savannah, I've heard you rapping. When did you start doing that?
Since I was a kid.
Savannah's dad, Reggie McConaughey, says he started recording her rhymes when Savannah was just 2 years old.
Even if she wasn't talking that well, just a cadence, a pattern.
A sense of rhythm.
Right. People love seeing her on camera.
Make sure I download my song.
Today, she's got over 200,000 Instagram followers and about 4.3 million likes on TikTok. The pair posting her videos online starting in 2020. Reggie says while working from home as an educator during the pandemic, music and entertainment became their special bond.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to play. Playing outside every day.
We just wanted to have fun.
Van Van, what do your friends think of all the videos you've made now?
They'd be like, wow.
Van Van even giving us an exclusive performance.
I will show it to y'all.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a beat on hand for the budding rap star.
Put on the thing first. The thing first, I can't remember.
Oh, you need the beat.
But like any good performer,
it's fine.
The show must go on.
My name is Van Van. I ain't trying to play. Playing outside every day.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't play, you know, hot. 4-year like top bottom. Ride, not big wheel. Van Van, I'm a big deal.
Her undeniable charm and online popularity leading to offline opportunities with her first live performance in her home state of North Carolina in May.
And honestly, I think I was more nervous than her. If it ever comes to a time where she don't want to do it, then we'll just stop, and she'll just go back to being Savannah, you know what I'm saying?
Van Van says she has big dreams of becoming a rapper and an actress. But for now, her next starring role is Big Sister, her parents expecting in August.
I'm super excited. She gonna be an actress with me too.
Do you have any advice for other 4-year-olds, young girls who maybe admire you?
Just work hard.
Just work hard.
Playing outside every day.
Yeah.
Sibling is coming. I see a collaboration in the works. Zincle, thank you so much. If you can't get enough of Van Van, then you can catch her performing live at the Essence Festival this weekend for the celebration of the 50th anniversary of hip hop. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning. morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, weathering the storms. This morning, no relief from the heat for millions of Americans bracing for another dangerous day of extremely high temperatures across the South. Plus, a threat of severe storms from the Central Plains to the East Coast. And it's all playing out as we close in on the busy July 4th travel holiday weekend, with delays now piling up at several major airports. We've got your coast-to-coast forecast in a moment, plus how Mother Nature could affect your holiday weekend. Also, charges dropped new this morning, a dramatic development in the fallout of that short-lived Russian rebellion. President Vladimir Putin taking to the airwaves last night to talk about the armed uprising this past weekend. And he made a surprise announcement. What he calls the Wagner Group mutineers, they won't face any charges from Moscow. But how is the rest of the world reacting to Putin's message? And does the man behind that attempted coup still remain a threat? We've got the latest analysis. Well, in Washington, it's another crucial decision day over at the Supreme Court. As the 9 justices enter their final week of the current term, still on the docket this morning, major cases we've been keeping an eye on, cases that could have a huge impact on higher education in America. That includes affirmative action when it comes to college admissions and the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness plan. We are watching it all. And it's electric. It is being called the future of racing, with no gas, no gears, and pit stops, well, they're now a thing of the past. Formula E, as it's known, is taking the circuits by storm, though you might not hear it coming. Bringing that story in a little bit, we're going to start this hour with the extreme weather that has been impacting huge sections of the country for days, and it is showing no signs of letting up. Severe storms batter the Northeast with high winds and heavy rain, while in the South they are bracing for yet another round of sweltering heat. Parts of the region are seeing temperatures that continue to spike in the triple digits again today. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Emphasis on the word extreme. Even in a state like Louisiana that is known for brutal conditions over the summer, this is going to be pretty bad. Southeast Louisiana, Joe, right now is under an excessive heat warning from Baton Rouge, where I am, to Slidell to New Orleans, which is warning its residents they might feel temperatures that are up to 120 degrees today with humidity, storms right now, and scorching heat smothering the country.
This morning, a stretch of destructive storms slamming the East Coast from the Carolinas to the Northeast.
Holy branches are falling off the trees right now.
In Pennsylvania, heavy rain prompting flash flood alerts, while hail reaching over an inch in diameter, rattling towns, including this neighborhood in Virginia. Down south, the problem is the sweltering heat, a dangerous heat dome now stretching across the region. Excessive heat alerts are impacting some 49 million people across 13 states. And at the center of the dome, Texas, where many cities are sweating through their 3rd straight week of unrelenting and in some cases record-breaking heat.
I've been here for since I was in elementary school, and it's never been this bad.
ERCOT, the state's power grid operator, breaking an unofficial all-time June demand record on Monday and forecasting demand to reach uncharted territory again today, but saying grid conditions are expected to be normal. Officials urging residents to cut back on power usage and to go outside during the coolest hours of the day.
We expect heat and humidity to continue into the triple digits throughout this week.
Meanwhile, at least 6 tornadoes have been reported in Wyoming, while this scary-looking rope tornado touching down in rural Nebraska. This trifecta of brutal conditions, rain, wind, and heat, causing misery coast to coast.
And while there is no historical database for heat index, New Orleans very well, Joe, may tie or break its all-time temperature records this week. As for the power situation across the country right now, roughly 200,000 customers with no power. The worst state, Tennessee, with nearly 70,000 customers with no power, as these temperatures just keep soaring higher and higher. Joe, back to you.
Try our best to stay cool, Sam. Thank you so much. All that severe weather is having a major impact at the nation's airports. Thousands of travelers are facing delays and cancellations. And, of course, it comes just ahead of the 4th of July holiday weekend. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National with the latest. So, Tom, catch us up to date. What is happening right now at the airports? What can you expect if you're heading there today?
Yeah, it depends on where you are, of course, and whether the weather is good. At the moment, we've got blue skies here in Washington, but we still have a residual effect from yesterday. 2,200 flight cancellations nationwide yesterday alone, and yesterday we also had about, let me double check the numbers here, 8,500 delays. Here's where we stand at this hour nationwide on the system. About 800 cancellations at this very moment, about 850 or so delays. Here are the most affected airports. New York City airports, no surprise. Newark, LaGuardia, JFK, Boston, Chicago, Ronald Reagan, where we are right now in Washington, Dulles, Orlando, Dallas. I throw Toronto on the list. It's a critical airport, of course, in North America. It's also affected. And so watch out as you are traveling, not just today, but over the coming days and weeks. You are likely to be affected by weather and by staffing issues as well, Joe.
You know, Tom, I think a lot of people are wondering specifically about this weekend, the 4th of July holiday. Could we see some major delays? Could we see a holiday mess?
You know, it's always about the weather, right? However, here are the numbers. We're expecting 24 million people to be flying between now and July 5th. So that's a big stress on the system. There is another variable, another factor at work here, and that is that air traffic control facilities are right now, 77% of them are understaffed. And as a result, they've been slowing the air traffic into especially the JFK, Newark, LaGuardia, the New York City and the Boston area. Now, just yesterday, the CEO of United Airlines is essentially calling out the FAA, saying that the FAA and their staffing issues, that's a big reason why we've had so many delays and cancellations over the last few days. This is not a new problem. The FAA has been behind on staffing at air traffic control facilities for years, got aggravated, of course, during the pandemic. They couldn't put people through training. They're trying to catch up. But, Joe, listen to this stat. Right now, a quarter of every controller on the job, a quarter of all the controllers are trainees. So they have a real problem right now with having enough people on the job to handle the flow. And as a result, they're cutting and reducing that flow, especially into New York City.
Wow, that is a lot of trainees. So, Tom, you always have the best tips for travelers. So if you are having issues, what are your best options here? Will the airlines offer anything like waiving fees to change or cancel flights?
Let me give you my cell phone number. You can call me anytime, any question you have. Listen, here's the bottom line. You know, you got to, and I'm sorry to use a cliche. I hate the cliche, but pack your patience, especially this summer. Be ready. Get to the airport 2 hours early if you can. You want to try to fly early in the morning, not later if you can. And then you want to, if you are inconvenienced, if something happens, the app is going to be your fastest way to rebook yourself. Don't stand in line at the airport if you can avoid it. Get on the app right away and try to rebook yourself. The airline will almost always automatically rebook you, but it may not be on the flight that's most convenient for you.
All right. Tom's number, 555-555-55. Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Pretty much. That's it. Yep.
Coverage continues with your morning news now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. Great to see you. And we're going to continue to watch this heat over the next several days into the weekend. We've been watching it for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's all due to an area of high pressure that's parked in place. So we're going to see it parked in place in the near future. 49 million Americans under some sort of heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in orange, a heat watch, that's in that darker pink. And then the hot pink is your excessive heat warning. That includes portions of Arizona, also Texas, into the Gulf Coast states. So we're going to see temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits, unrelenting heat. We've seen it all month long. We're looking at temperatures today into the triple digits in so many areas. San Antonio, 103. That's not the only problem. You factor in the humidity off the Gulf and the moisture, it makes it feel warmer than that. So it's going to feel like 111 in Lake Charles. It'll feel like 111 also in New Orleans. It's going to feel like 107 in Houston. And these numbers have been day after day, week after week. The reason why we have an area of high pressure, heat dome is what we're calling it, kind of parked in place. So the jet stream is sort of cutting the country into two. We have an area of low pressure to the north over the Great Lakes. So this is called a locked pattern. And we're looking at unseasonably cool temperatures in the northwest. We're looking at unseasonably cool temperatures in the northeast as well, the extreme northeast. And we're looking at that area of high pressure just spinning in that heat, kind of like a heat pump, bringing in those temperatures and also the moisture. So as we go throughout time here, it's only going to get worse. We're going to see this heat dome kind of intensifying, growing larger, crawling slowly to the east and expanding. So we're going to see that heat extending into portions of Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and this is into the July 4th weekend. So we're looking at a very hot weekend for many. St. Louis, 93 on Wednesday, 101 on Thursday. Nashville, you're going to be dangerously hot too by Thursday, near 100 degrees. Little Rock into the triple digits as well on Thursday, 105. And look at Fort Worth, 102 on Tuesday, 104 on Wednesday, 103 on Thursday, and that's not counting the humidity in the air because we're going to feel warmer than that. So we're looking at record-breaking temperatures. We're looking at relentless temperatures over the next couple of days. Look at all these expected highs. Where you see those red dots, that's where we're expecting those record-breaking temperatures. So this is a noteworthy story. It's a historic story. And then as we go throughout this weekend, finally seeing a little bit of a shift. We're going to see that ridge weaken a bit and push further to the south. So hopefully by next week, we're looking at some better conditions, but still warm in Memphis on Saturday, 99. Sunday, we're looking at 92. All right, that's the heat story. Let's talk about the storms. We had heavy rainfall overnight in the northeast to the mid-Atlantic portions of the Carolinas. That cold front is slowly pushing off the ocean into the ocean. So we're looking at that heavy rain falling in the ocean. But, Joe, we're going to see a reignition of those storms later on this afternoon. So the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, you want to bring your umbrellas because we could see some strong storms, and also looking at the severe storms in portions of the Central Plains. Lots to talk about. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. This morning, the Supreme Court is expected to issue rulings on several outstanding cases, among them some landmark issues with far-reaching implications. We're talking about cases that focus on affirmative action, LGBTQ rights, and the future of President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good to have you with us to break it all down. So earlier this morning, we talked about the affirmative action cases. Those are getting a lot of attention. But there's also President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. I mean, this could impact the financial futures of like 40 million Americans. Remind us, what's at stake here? What are both sides arguing?
The key here is cancellation by the president of student loan debt, a, quote, waiver or modification of regulations, rules, all these other things. Does it fit within those two words? That is really the key issue here. Does the president have the authority to simply cancel all of this debt under language that says waive or modify? And that occupied a lot of the court's time. Another thing that occupied the court's time, which means they may not even reach that issue, is yet again the issue of standing. Whether or not these states have standing to bring this case in the first place. One of the things that the justices pointed out is they didn't sue on behalf of an entity called Mohila, which handles the actual loans. They sued on behalf of the states. Now, why they didn't isn't exactly clear, because Mohila probably had standing to sue. It may have been a strategic decision. We don't know. But the bottom line is, do these states have standing to assert the pain or harm caused to an entity that could have arguably been harmed by the debt when the states really have a tenuous harm that they're alleging? So really interesting issues here.
Another big case we're watching involves LGBTQ rights. This is a web designer who denied services to same-sex couples. I remember a few years ago we had the Baker situation. The court ruled in favor of. This one's different. Remind us what's going on here, what both sides are arguing.
The issue here is the provision of a web design service, is that speech or is it a sale? Because if it's a sale and the web designer doesn't want to simply sell to someone because of who they are, then that probably violates Colorado law. If instead it is speech, if web design is speech, and this came up at oral argument, is it plug and play? Are you just typing words into a template for a web design? You know, nowadays you can design logos, you can design all kinds of things, mostly on your own, by just going online and running them through a program. So is this plug and play, as it was called, or is this actual speech? That's what the court is grappling with, whether this web design is simply a sale of a product, in which case you cannot discriminate against people, or is it speech that is being compelled in violation of what the speaker wants to say, in which case it becomes a First Amendment issue.
All these decisions coming about a year after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. We have a recent Quinnipiac masthead poll. It found among registered voters, 59% of Americans do not approve of the job the the Supreme Court is doing. This feels like such a change from years ago when the court seemed to sort of be above politics. Does this type of disapproval have any sort of impact on the justices at all when they're coming to conclusions?
Well, it's hard to read their minds, but in my opinion, the answer is a resounding no, for two reasons. Number one, the essence of the Supreme Court. We appoint our justices and all of our federal judges for life. Now, that's very close to a monarchy, but we did it for a very important reason, the framers did. It's to insulate them from politics, to insulate them from the people you see with the signs picketing out front of the Supreme Court. The Constitution is designed so that the justices don't care about those people because the justices and the court and the judiciary are supposed to be immune from outside influence. And the other thing, more practical, the reason I think the justices don't worry about it is that even if they think it's a problem, they probably think it's the other side's fault. Oh, it's the conservative justice's fault, or it's the liberal justice's fault. I think they each, no matter what, see their duty as one that is driven by the law. Whether they're liberal, conservative, it doesn't matter. I think when you get to that level, and these are all very accomplished lawyers and judges, I think they're able to separate themselves from the political controversies that rage outside of the courthouse. At least, Joe, I hope.
All right, Danny Zavalos, we know you'll be around to help us break down these decisions in the coming days. Thank you so much. In Russia this morning, President Putin addressed military personnel at the Kremlin in the wake of Saturday's aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. Putin hailed his forces for, quote, preventing a civil war. Comments come after Russia's security service dropped its criminal case into the armed rebellion. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest from Moscow. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Putin from behind the walls of the Kremlin reasserting himself this morning, standing in front of those mass ranks of his security services and holding a minute's silence for those who died in the extraordinary events over the weekend and telling them no troops had to be pulled away from the front line in Ukraine. Late into the night, President Putin met with the heads of his security services. And this morning, another dramatic announcement. Charges against this weekend's mutineers have been dropped. Vladimir Putin's 10 p.m. address to the nation focused on one man, while never mentioning Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny led by traitors who would see Russia choked in bloody strife. Facing down a defiant Prigozhin whose aborted rebellion rocked Russia, but insisted in his own 11-minute message that he did not try to topple President Putin. Rather, he says it was a protest against how his Wagner Group were being treated. Again, demanding changes to Russia's military leadership, saying he stopped the bloodshed when he was offered exile in Belarus. This morning, the Belarus president, an ally of President Putin, saying the rebellion was painful to watch. If Russia collapses, we will all die, he says. Prigozhin's Wagner Group was cheered by Russians after they stood down on Saturday. Some even took selfies. This morning, President Zelensky traveling to the front line, taking pictures with Ukrainian soldiers. And amid the fallout from the weekend's events, his counteroffensive is advancing, he says, giving few details, but calling Monday a happy day. President Biden with his own message to Russia.
We gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
While here on the streets of Moscow, ordinary Russians sharing their reactions to these uncertain times.
I want to live in a country without this problem.
People on Russian side, they also dying.
What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And President Putin overnight saying that Wagner troops can join the Russian army or return to their families or go to Belarus. Russia insisting that Wagner is being disarmed, Joe, while saying the National Guard here will now get heavy weapons. Joe?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, thank you. Let's bring in retired Colonel Matt Dimmick for more on this. He is the former director for Russia and Eastern Europe at the National Security Council. Colonel Dimmick, good to have you with us. So let's start with those comments from Putin. Does his messaging change the way he's perceived at all on the world stage? Does it reveal any cracks in his persona, or do you think it maybe helped repair some of the damage the Wagner Group inflicted over the weekend?
I think Putin suffered some near-term damage with this incident, but he's got plenty of tools at his disposal to repair that damage and sort of restore his persona. You know, he's got one job as the leader of the system that he's created. He encourages rivalries amongst the elites, but it's his job to make sure that he tamps down those rivalries before they get out of control. And in the case of Prigozhin, he spectacularly failed at that task. So as you see him today, he's setting out to show that he's firmly in control of all the security services who, of course, demonstrated their loyalty, did pitch in with Prigozhin when they had the opportunity. And he's going to demonstrate that he's still firmly in command of the security services, of his own security, of the Russian government, and that he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
This rebellion came to a quick end because Belarus brokered a deal between Russia and the Wagner troops that allowed Prigozhin and his troops to go into exile in Belarus without facing prosecution. Do you think Prigozhin remains a threat to Putin? Is there any world in which he's emerging as a political alternative to Putin?
I'm not sure that Prigozhin ever really was a threat to Putin. Remember, he set out to decapitate the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff and was not targeting Putin directly. That being said, Prigozhin's power was at high tide when he and his forces seized Bakhmut over a month ago. And since then, the Russian government has been slowly constraining his ability, has been diminishing the Wagner group, and Prigozhin pretty much lost any bit of his power. It all evaporated when he cut the deal with Putin and now is in exile in Belarus. So I think Prigozhin's been taken off the table effectively. Putin's got every tool at his disposal to continue to dispense with Prigozhin, constrain his ability to move and to operate. And I think we're seeing the end of Prigozhin as any kind of political force or threat to the Putin regime in the long term.
Does this deal between Russia and Belarus change the dynamics at all between those two countries?
It doesn't change the dynamics. They've been headed down this road for a long time, and Belarus has become a loyal and subordinate ally for Putin and has been willing to give up big chunks of its sovereignty in order to be in a union with Russia and to be a close ally of Putin. So this is another example of Lukashenko being helpful to Putin because it secures Lukashenko's position as in his precarious position there in Belarus. So it doesn't really change the dynamic, but it certainly is helpful for Lukashenko to prove that he's a loyal ally.
All right, Colonel Matt Dimick, always appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us this morning. This morning, there is a major new development in the ongoing investigation into former President Trump and his handling of classified documents. We are hearing for the first time an audio recording in which Trump appears to discuss classified documents with people who did not have security clearance. NBC's Garrett Hake has the latest.
These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me.
In his own words, former President Trump in a newly surfaced audio recording that's expected to be used as evidence in his federal case involving classified documents. In it, he appears to acknowledge he knowingly held on to a classified Pentagon document about a potential attack on Iran. The 2.5-minute audio tape obtained by CNN shows Mr. Trump discussing what he calls the, quote, highly confidential document.
I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this.
That conversation, according to the special counsel, took place during a meeting at Mr. Trump's New Jersey golf club in July 2021 with two staffers, a publisher, and a writer who was working on a memoir of Mark Meadows, his former chief of staff. Mr. Trump referencing the document more than once on the tape, and at times even jokes about it being, quote, highly confidential.
It is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information.
In a Fox News interview last week, the former president claiming there were no documents shown in that meeting.
That was a massive amount of papers and everything else talking about Iran and other things. And it may have been held up or may not, but that was not a document. I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles. I'm just saying.
But the recording appears to tell a different story.
Yeah. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
The former president, who pled not guilty to a 37-count indictment accusing him of taking classified national security documents with him when he left the White House, then obstructing the government's efforts to get them back, lashing out overnight on social media, accusing the special counsel of having, quote, spun the tape, as well as saying without evidence that he illegally leaked it, and calling it an exoneration.
Now, NBC News has reached out to the special counsel's office for a response to those claims overnight, but so far we haven't heard back. Mr. Trump and his campaign are both out with new statements this morning, insisting he did nothing wrong. But several legal experts and former prosecutors who've heard that tape have largely reached a different conclusion, Joe. They say it's incredibly damning.
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you so much, Garrett. Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, it is a potential game changer in the weight loss industry. Some promising new data on one experimental drug is showing some life-changing results not seen in any other weight loss drug on the market. We're going to break down the science in a moment. But first, dueling campaign events from the two top GOP presidential hopefuls, former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both in the key primary state of New Hampshire. More on the messages they're bringing to voters up next. Stick around.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. The two leading candidates vying for the Republican nomination for president are heading to New Hampshire today. Former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are set to hold dueling events about 40 miles from each other. Today's campaign stops come as Trump continues to hold a large lead over his GOP rivals, according to our latest NBC News poll. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from New Hampshire with a preview. Vaughn, good morning to you. So what can we expect from the rivals today? What's on their agendas?
Well, we should say for Ron DeSantis, the top of his agenda is continuing to try to connect with New Hampshire voters, because you look at that national poll from NBC that just came out, Donald Trump actually expanding his lead here from the spring. And so for Ron DeSantis, he made a cross-country trip after visiting the Texas-Mexico border yesterday. He's going to continue to roll out his immigration proposals here, but continue to try to do the groundwork it'll take to introduce himself. This is a state that's a little bit of a challenge for him. This is a state that has elected a pro-abortion rights governor several terms in a row now here in New Hampshire, but he has his sights on Donald Trump, who is not only speaking at a women's luncheon here this afternoon, but then is going to open up his campaign headquarters here in New Hampshire.
So, Vaughn, let's talk a little more about the DeSantis campaign. You kind of touched on it there, but explain to us some of the challenges this Florida governor is facing while seeking support from voters in New Hampshire, the live free or die state.
Right. The biggest uphill battle for him is, frankly, he doesn't have the apparatus that Donald Trump does. This is Donald Trump's essentially third time running for president, and he has a campaign list, he has a voter contact list, and right now for Ron DeSantis, he has seen, at one time he had a lead earlier this year in polling, and now for him, the struggle is, where do you invest the money and the campaign resources? Right now, they've only spent about $75,000, the super PAC aligned with him, on advertising here in New Hampshire, because there's a lot of question marks as to whether, sort of the conservative Republican governor that he is in Florida, whether that meshes with sort of this New England, more moderate type of Republican that the state has a history of backing in primaries like the one that will take place here just 6 months from now.
And let's talk about Trump. We know he is pushing ahead with his re-election bid despite the legal troubles surrounding him. We just heard about the latest a few moments ago from Garrett Haake. So what can we expect from his campaign this summer as he balances running for president with defending himself in court?
Right. Well, you could say that Ron DeSantis is facing from some political headwinds. It's Donald Trump who is facing the legal ones. And a new audio tape that was obtained by CNN last night, that conversation that Donald Trump had at Bedminster in the summer of 2021, in which he talked about having documents that were classified in his possession. Well, in this tape, he explicitly says that they are secret, and he tries to suggest that it is off the record. You can hear the rustling of the papers as he shows them. He acknowledges that he was able to declassify them as president, but says that he's not able to now. Donald Trump has not denied that this recording is accurate. He has said, though, that it is spun out of context. At the same time, prosecutors are moving forward with this trial. The judge is setting dates as we speak here, and this latest tape and now the public's airing of it here is really tough for him as he continues to try to mount ever-changing defenses, Joe.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in the all-important primary state of New Hampshire. Vaughn, thank you so much. To international news now, starting in Chile, where days of rainfall have led to deadly flooding. Let's bring back NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga for that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, at least 2 people have died and at least 3 others are reported missing after heavy rain caused widespread flooding all across Chile. Well, now at least 1,000 other people were evacuated and 400 were left homeless. The Interior Minister of Chile declared a state of disaster in the areas of Valparaiso and Biobío, the most affected by the floods. Authorities warned residents to be careful as the heavy rain and risks of flooding will continue for a while. Let's go to Toronto in Canada, where Olivia Chow, a 60-year-old left-wing progressive standard-bearer, has won the mayoral election. Chow, who was born in Hong Kong and arrived in Canada aged 13, said Toronto is a city where an immigrant kid can be standing in front of you as your new mayor. She also called the city a place of hope and a place of second chances and promised to build it as a city that is more caring, affordable, and safe. And let's end this short tour of the world in Saudi Arabia, where hundreds of thousands of Muslim pilgrims are heading to the Mecca Circle in Kaaba, Islam's holiest site. Since the annual Hajj pilgrimage started Monday, more than 1.8 million pilgrims have already arrived in and around the Mecca, with authorities estimating the number will reach the pre-COVID level of 2 million. The Hajj is arguably the most important pilgrimage and spiritual experience for all Muslims around the world. Back to you.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Back here in the States, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is expected to appear in court today for a pretrial hearing. Brian Kohberger is currently facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say they will be moving forward with their motion to seek the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with more from the families. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Prosecutors now argue that if convicted of the quadruple homicide, Brian Kohberger should be put to death. This morning, the father of one of the victims reacting to that news.
They didn't have to come here.
This morning, in an NBC News exclusive, the father of victim Kaylee Gonsalves reacting to news that prosecutors plan to seek the death penalty against Brian Kohberger, the man accused of murdering his daughter and 3 other students at the University of Idaho.
It's a relief. I'm glad that we're in a situation of strength and the evidence is there, and we feel that we can, they can go forward with this.
The family's attorney believes it's a clear-cut death penalty case.
If you're not going to pursue the guy for a death penalty on a case like this, who are you going to pursue for a death penalty?
In just a few hours, Kohberger is set to return to a Moscow, Idaho courtroom for another pretrial hearing. His legal team is requesting records from last month's grand jury indictment of their client and are asking the judge to pause legal proceedings until they receive those materials. Already a key part of the case for both sides, Kohberger's DNA and where it was and wasn't found. While prosecutors said in a court filing earlier this month that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on a knife sheath at the scene of the murders, his lawyers say authorities did not find any victim DNA in his apartment, office, home, or vehicle.
Is this your car? He's had over a month before those search warrants were executed after the crime to throw away his clothes, wash his car, clean out his apartment. There's multiple ways to explain the lack of DNA in his vehicle, in his apartment. There's not a lot of ways to explain his DNA on the sheath of the murder weapon.
The legal battle is also unfolding just over a mile from the scene of the quadruple homicides. The off-campus home where Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were killed was set to be demolished. Before a judge ruled it should be preserved. Now the University of Idaho says they hope to have the house down ahead of the new school year. The Gonsalves family says the house should be preserved through trial.
I don't want to sit 6 months from now and hear somebody in the court case say, well, I really wish we could be in house right now.
Once the case is over, then they can move on. But right now, it's the crime scene.
Brian Kohberger has yet to enter a plea. A judge has entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. And regarding the death penalty here in Idaho, Joe, there's a new law allowing for death by firing squad if the chemicals necessary for lethal injection cannot be located. That law goes into effect July 1st.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. Coming up, we're going to take you inside the rapidly expanding industry of weight loss medications with some promising new information about potentially life-changing results from just one experimental drug. We'll be right back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with some groundbreaking news in the medical world. The FDA has approved the first ever treatment aimed at helping kids who deal with hair loss and alopecia. It's a once-a-day pill. It is called Litfulo, and it'll be available for kids as young as 12. According to Pfizer, which manufactures the pill, the treatment should be available to patients within weeks. Experts say nearly 20% of people with alopecia are diagnosed before age 18. We're sticking with medical news and taking a closer look at a new experimental drug that is making waves for weight loss treatment. This new medication is one of several being marketed right now to obese patients for weight loss. And early trial research shows it's helping people lose up to a quarter of their weight. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there, we've been talking a lot about the revolution in weight loss medication. The science is moving quickly, and Eli Lilly believes the newest generation of this medicine will be groundbreaking. I had a chance to visit the company headquarters in Indianapolis.
Eli Lilly's new drug is called retatrutide.
When we saw how they worked in our studies and then when we saw how it worked in patients for the first time, we knew we were on the verge of a breakthrough.
Unlike FDA-approved drugs Ozempic for diabetes and Wegovy for weight loss, which harness one hormone to control eating, according to Eli Lilly, retatrutide harnesses three.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, patients with obesity lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, 40 pounds, in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks. Jacynthia Jesse weighed close to 300 pounds before taking part in the trial.
It has been a roller coaster ride for many of my adult years.
While some participants were given a placebo, she believes she got the real injection, dropping 60 pounds.
Having to put on clothes and realize that this is not my size anymore. Like, I literally have to go to the Goodwill, give these away. That was just life-changing to me.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get FDA approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is, are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
Eli Lilly is not alone in its push to research new drugs. Other pharmaceutical companies are doing the same, while obesity doctors say the medications that are on the market have already changed lives.
It has been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
The next step will be getting the medication in pill form, which Eli Lilly is working on. Easier to make and easier for people to access.
We hope that obesity will be something that we can reverse for the majority of patients. And in doing so, it's not just about how they look or how they feel. It's for patients, it's really, we believe, a change in their overall health.
We should mention the pill Eli Lilly is working on is for diabetes. It's moving to stage 3 trials, the last step before submitting for approval. The weight loss version is still a ways off. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Let's dig deeper with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. So, Stephanie, this drug she was just talking about, it harnesses 3 hormones to control eating, whereas the others we've been talking about, Ozempic, Wegovy, they harness 1.
Right.
Why is that important, and what's the impact then of actually taking it?
You know, so it's funny. Sometimes when you have
too much of something that's not a good thing. But I think in the case of these weight loss medications, the more hormones a medication is targeting, the more efficacious it actually ends up being. And they've actually dubbed this drug Triple G because it's hitting 3 different hormones that all begin with G. Whereas, as you mentioned, Ozempic, Wegovy worked on 1, Mounjaro works on 2, this one works on 3. And they all basically are doing versions of the same thing, decreasing appetite, decreasing cravings, helping your body break down sugar more effectively, tweaking metabolism, all of these things that, frankly, are biological processes, Joe, that are going awry in obesity as a chronic disease.
So on top of the weight loss, research shows there are other benefits to this too, right?
Right. And so specifically in this latest Lilly drug and study, they didn't look at those secondary endpoints like hemoglobin A1C and cholesterol and you know, other cardiometabolic things. But a lot of the studies have, and a lot of them do show that they reduce systolic blood pressure. They do improve hemoglobin A1C. Of course, they all start off as diabetes medications. And doing all of those things, those secondary endpoints, are also going to, in the end, improve your cardiovascular health in addition to just the weight loss.
So next we're going to have, what, a longer phase trial 3 of this new drug?
Yep.
Explain to us what it is they're going to be. Is this light about to explode and take us out here?
Sounds like a fly.
What?
It's gone.
There we go, and it's gone. All right. We're all good. What will happen in this? What are they going to be looking for?
Yeah, I mean, basically, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. When you go from phase 2, phase 3, you're just, it's just larger. And it's larger and it's longer. And they want to enroll, you know, that many more patients to see, number one, can they replicate this finding? I mean, a quarter of your weight loss, of your body weight, as a loss, that is quite significant. So they just want to make sure that, number one, they can replicate that finding and that there aren't any new safety signals that could pop up, which happens in larger and bigger trials.
We see the goal now for these companies is to try and make this in pill form.
Yes.
What would that mean?
Yeah, I mean, and so just in terms of the pill, like there's every day there's new news on these medications. There are currently 4 candidates right now that are pill forms, essentially, of Wegovy and Mounjaro. They're all by, again, Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Pfizer. Those are the ones that have their hat in the ring. And we're getting close. Novo has one that they're hoping to get approval by the end of 2023. Pfizer and Lilly both have drugs that are going into phase 3, which we talked about as the last leg. You know, so I think commercially available probably in the next year, we're going to have a pill version of these medications. So for a lot of people who are needle phobic, et cetera, easier to take. Primary care doctors probably will find it easier to prescribe. It's really going to change the landscape of treating obesity as well as diabetes.
Right. Lots to talk about. Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks for helping us break it down. We appreciate it. Coming up, we're going to bring you a new warning revealing billions of dollars for vital infrastructure repairs could be wasted, all because of outdated federal measures that some say don't account for the effects of climate change. We're going to break that down next on Morning News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new warning about our nation's aging bridges and highways. While the government has designated trillions of dollars to repair them, it may not be enough. Experts say a miscalculation about future climate conditions could put these projects at risk. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now to explain. Good morning, Diana.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, federal spending from the new Infrastructure Act could be wasted because state highway and bridge projects are using an outdated government precipitation model to determine future flood risk. This, according to a new report from First Street, a climate risk firm.
All that money that's going into the infrastructure is being built to the wrong flood standard, meaning those roads will flood, those bridges will flood, and it is a big waste of money when it's a once-in-a-generational spend that we're actually using right now.
Currently, the only authoritative government source for precipitation data is from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. It's a model called Atlas 14.
This information is leveraged by communities and stakeholders all over the country to inform the engineering design of transportation infrastructure and other infrastructure all over the country.
But it has a major flaw.
It does not include any climate change information, and that's why we are looking to modernize it with NOAA Atlas 15.
But the updated model won't be done until 2026, after many of these infrastructure projects are underway or even done. For example, New Jersey's Route 18 rehabilitation, which received over $86 million in funding from the infrastructure law, is using the old Atlas 14 as a flood guide.
Where I'm standing right now, the believed 1-in-10-year event is actually a 1-in-4-year event, and over the next 30 years will go down all the way to a 1-in-2-year event, meaning every other year we would expect extreme precipitation to flood this location.
We're already seeing much heavier rain, snow, and flooding due to global warming, because when the atmosphere is warmer, it holds more water. If you were building a road right now and you had to make sure that it wasn't going to flood, would you want to use Atlas 14?
I can't speak to how some of those engineering decisions are made.
But we contacted the New Jersey Department of Transportation, which confirmed using Atlas 14, quote, as required by current standards, adding in part that they reviewed updated data as well from proposed stormwater management regulations. But that data, according to First Street, uses the same historical method as Atlas 14, that is not factoring in the future effects of climate change.
All right.
Joe?
Interesting report, Diana. Thank you so much. Coming up, it is being hailed as the future of automotive racing. Gas? No, thank you. Gear changes? Thing of the past. That classic roar of the engine? Not anymore. It's called Formula E, as in all electric, and it's taking the racing world by storm. You just may not hear it coming. We'll strap in next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. F1's newest investors may look a little familiar. Actors Michael B. Jordan, Ryan Reynolds, and Rob McElhenney have invested in the Alpine racing team. The three bought into the deal under Reynolds' Maximum Effort Investment Group. Along with two other groups, the actors are buying 24% of the Alpine team, according to a statement. That deal is worth a massive $218 million. The Alpine team worth about $900 million now. This is, of course, not Reynolds and McElhenney's first venture into the sports world. 2 years ago, they purchased the Welsh soccer team Wrexham AFC, which just had that big parade. Some other racing news over the weekend. Portland, Oregon became just the fourth U.S. city to hold the Formula E race. You may have guessed it. The E stands for electric. NBC News chief environmental affairs correspondent Ann Thompson went to the track to learn more.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. Heidfeld's in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E. E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. You know, racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Chiliberti is the technical manager.
So do you have two motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all four wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibration, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one around
I'm
here.
feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I need a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time. But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone, from the owners to the vendors to the fans, can win. Julia Palais drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Portland, Oregon.
I love how they actually enjoy the peace and quiet. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, weathering the storms. This morning, no relief from the heat for millions of Americans bracing for another dangerous day of extremely high temperatures across the South. Plus, a threat of severe storms from the Central Plains to the East Coast. And it's all playing out as we close in on the busy July 4th travel holiday weekend, with delays now piling up at several major airports. We've got your coast-to-coast forecast in a moment, plus how Mother Nature could affect your holiday weekend. Also, charges dropped new this morning, a dramatic development in the fallout of that short-lived Russian rebellion. President Vladimir Putin taking to the airwaves last night to talk about the armed uprising this past weekend. And he made a surprise announcement. What he calls the Wagner Group mutineers, they won't face any charges from Moscow. But how is the rest of the world reacting to Putin's message? And does the man behind that attempted coup still remain a threat? We've got the latest analysis. Well, in Washington, it's another crucial decision day over at the Supreme Court. As the 9 justices enter their final week of the current term, still on the docket this morning, major cases we've been keeping an eye on, cases that could have a huge impact on higher education in America. That includes affirmative action when it comes to college admissions and the Biden administration's student loan forgiveness plan. We are watching it all. And it's electric. It is being called the future of racing, with no gas, no gears, and pit stops, well, they're now a thing of the past. Formula E, as it's known, is taking the circuits by storm, though you might not hear it coming. Bringing that story in a little bit, we're going to start this hour with the extreme weather that has been impacting huge sections of the country for days, and it is showing no signs of letting up. Severe storms batter the Northeast with high winds and heavy rain, while in the South they are bracing for yet another round of sweltering heat. Parts of the region are seeing temperatures that continue to spike in the triple digits again today. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Emphasis on the word extreme. Even in a state like Louisiana that is known for brutal conditions over the summer, this is going to be pretty bad. Southeast Louisiana, Joe, right now is under an excessive heat warning from Baton Rouge, where I am, to Slidell to New Orleans, which is warning its residents they might feel temperatures that are up to 120 degrees today with humidity, storms right now, and scorching heat smothering the country.
This morning, a stretch of destructive storms slamming the East Coast from the Carolinas to the Northeast.
Holy branches are falling off the trees right now.
In Pennsylvania, heavy rain prompting flash flood alerts, while hail reaching over an inch in diameter, rattling towns, including this neighborhood in Virginia. Down south, the problem is the sweltering heat, a dangerous heat dome now stretching across the region. Excessive heat alerts are impacting some 49 million people across 13 states. And at the center of the dome, Texas, where many cities are sweating through their third straight week of unrelenting and in some cases record-breaking heat.
I've been here for since I was in elementary school, and it's never been this bad.
ERCOT, the state's power grid operator, breaking an unofficial all-time June demand record on Monday and forecasting demand to reach uncharted territory again today, but saying grid conditions are expected to be normal. Officials urging residents to cut back on power usage and to go outside during the coolest hours of the day.
We expect heat and humidity to continue into the triple digits throughout this week.
Meanwhile, at least 6 tornadoes have been reported in Wyoming, while this scary-looking rope tornado touching down in rural Nebraska. This trifecta of brutal conditions, rain, wind, and heat, causing misery coast to coast.
And while there is no historical database for heat index, New Orleans very well, Joe, may tie or break its all-time temperature records this week. As for the power situation across the country right now, roughly 200,000 customers with no power. The worst state, Tennessee, with nearly 70,000 customers with no power, as these temperatures just keep soaring higher and higher. Joe, back to you.
Try our best to stay cool. Sam, thank you so much. All that severe weather is having a major impact at the nation's airports. Thousands of travelers are facing delays and cancellations. And of course, it comes just ahead of the 4th of July holiday weekend. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan National with the latest. So, Tom, catch us up to date. What is happening right now at the airports? What can you expect if you're heading there today?
Yeah, it depends on where you are, of course, and whether the weather is good. At the moment, we've got blue skies here in Washington, but we still have a residual effect from yesterday. 2,200 flight cancellations nationwide yesterday alone, and yesterday we also had about, let me double check the numbers here, 8,500 delays. Here's where we stand at this hour nationwide on the system. About 800 cancellations at this very moment, about 850 or so delays. Here are the most affected airports. New York City airports, no surprise. Newark, LaGuardia, JFK, Boston, Chicago, Ronald Reagan, where we are right now in Washington, Dulles, Orlando, Dallas. I throw Toronto on the list. It's a critical airport, of course, in North America. It's also affected. And so watch out as you are traveling, not just today, but over the coming days and weeks. You are likely to be affected by weather and by staffing issues as well, Joe.
You know, Tom, I think a lot of people are wondering specifically about this weekend, the 4th of July holiday. Could we see some major delays? Could we see a holiday mess?
You know, it's always about the weather, right? However, here are the numbers. We're expecting 24 million people to be flying between now and July 5th. So that's a big stress on the system. There is another variable, another factor at work here, and that is that air traffic control facilities are right now, 77% of them are understaffed. And as a result, they've been slowing the air traffic into especially the JFK, Newark, LaGuardia, the New York City and the Boston area. Now, just yesterday, the CEO of United Airlines is essentially calling out the FAA, saying that the FAA and their staffing issues, that's a big reason why we've had so many delays and cancellations over the last few days. This is not a new problem. The FAA has been behind on staffing at air traffic control facilities for years, got aggravated, of course, during the pandemic. They couldn't put people through training. They're trying to catch up. But, Joe, listen to this stat. Right now, a quarter of every controller on the job, a quarter of all the controllers are trainees. So they have a real problem right now with having enough people on the job to handle the flow. And as a result, they're cutting and reducing that flow, especially into New York City.
Wow, that is a lot of trainees. So, Tom, you always have the best tips for travelers. So if you are having issues, what are your best options here? Will the airlines offer anything like waiving fees to change or cancel flights?
Let me give you my cell phone number. You can call me anytime, any question you have. Listen, here's the bottom line. You know, you got to, and I'm sorry to use a cliche. I hate the cliche, but pack your patience, especially this summer. Be ready. Get to the airport 2 hours early if you can. You want to try to fly early in the morning, not later if you can. And then you want to, if you are inconvenienced, if something happens, the app is going to be your fastest way to rebook yourself. Don't stand in line at the airport if you can avoid it. Get on the app right away and try to rebook yourself. The airline will almost always automatically rebook you, but it may not be on the flight that's most convenient for you.
All right, Tom's number, 555-555-55. Tom, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Pretty much. That's it. Yep.
Coverage continues with your morning news now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Hi there, Joe. Great to see you. And we're going to continue to watch this heat over the next several days into the weekend. We've been watching it for weeks and weeks and weeks. It's all due to an area of high pressure that's parked in place. So we're going to see it parked in place in the near future. 49 million Americans under some sort of heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in orange, a heat watch, that's in that darker pink, and then the hot pink is your excessive heat warning. That includes portions of Arizona, also Texas, into the Gulf Coast states. So we're going to see temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits, unrelenting heat. We've seen it all month long. We're looking at temperatures today into the triple digits in so many areas. San Antonio, 103. That's not the only problem. You factor in the humidity off the Gulf and the moisture, it makes it feel warmer than that. So it's going to feel like 111 in Lake Charles. It'll feel like 111 also in New Orleans. It's going to feel like 107 in Houston. And these numbers have been day after day, week after week. The reason why we have an area of high pressure, heat dome is what we're calling it, kind of parked in place. So the jet stream is sort of cutting the country into two. We have an area of low pressure to the north over the Great Lakes. So this is called a locked pattern. And we're looking at unseasonably cool temperatures in the northwest. We're looking at unseasonably cool temperatures in the northeast as well, the extreme northeast. And we're looking at that area of high pressure just spinning in that heat, kind of like a heat pump, bringing in those temperatures and also the moisture. So as we go throughout time here, it's only going to get worse. We're going to see this heat dome kind of intensifying, growing larger, crawling slowly to the east and expanding. So we're going to see that heat extending into portions of Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and this is into the July 4th weekend. So we're looking at a very hot weekend for many. St. Louis, 93 on Wednesday, 101 on Thursday. Nashville, you're going to be dangerously hot too by Thursday, near 100 degrees. Little Rock into the triple digits as well on Thursday, 105. And look at Fort Worth, 102 on Tuesday, 104 on Wednesday, 103 on Thursday, and that's not counting the humidity in the air because we're going to feel warmer than that. So we're looking at record-breaking temperatures. We're looking at relentless temperatures over the next couple of days. Look at all these expected highs. Where you see those red dots, that's where we're expecting those record-breaking temperatures. So this is a noteworthy story. It's a historic story. And then as we go throughout this weekend, finally seeing a little bit of a shift. We're going to see that ridge weaken a bit and push further to the south. So hopefully by next week, we're looking at some better conditions, but still warm in Memphis on Saturday, 99. Sunday, we're looking at 92. All right, that's the heat story. Let's talk about the storms. We had heavy rainfall overnight in the northeast to the mid-Atlantic portions of the Carolinas. That cold front is slowly pushing off the ocean, into the ocean. So we're looking at that heavy rain falling in the ocean. But, Joe, we're going to see a reignition of those storms later on this afternoon. So the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, you want to bring your umbrellas because we could see some strong storms, and also looking at the severe storms in portions of the Central Plains. Lots to talk about. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. This morning, the Supreme Court is expected to issue rulings on several outstanding cases, among them some landmark issues with far-reaching implications. We're talking about cases that focus on affirmative action, LGBTQ rights, and the future of President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, good to have you with us to break it all down. So earlier this morning, we talked about the affirmative action cases. Those are getting a lot of attention. But there's also President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. I mean, this could impact the financial futures of like 40 million Americans. Remind us, what's at stake here? What are both sides arguing?
The key here is cancellation by the president of student loan debt, a, quote, waiver or modification of regulations, rules, all these other things. Does it fit within those two words? That is really the key issue here. Does the president have the authority to simply cancel all of this debt under language that says waive or modify? And that occupied a lot of the court's time. Another thing that occupied the court's time, which means they may not even reach that issue, is yet again the issue of standing. Whether or not these states have standing to bring this case in the first place. One of the things that the justices pointed out is they didn't sue on behalf of an entity called Mohila, which handles the actual loans. They sued on behalf of the states. Now, why they didn't isn't exactly clear, because Mohila probably had standing to sue. It may have been a strategic decision. We don't know. But the bottom line is, do these states have standing to assert the pain or harm caused to an entity that could have arguably been harmed by the debt, when the states really have a tenuous harm that they're alleging? So really interesting issues here.
Another big case we're watching involves LGBTQ rights. This is a web designer who denied services to same-sex couples. I remember a few years ago we had the Baker situation. The court ruled in favor of. This one's different. Remind us what's going on here, what both sides are arguing.
The issue here is the provision of a web design service. Is that speech or is it a sale? Because if it's a sale and the web designer doesn't want to simply sell to someone because of who they are, then that probably violates Colorado law. If instead it is speech, if web design is speech, and this came up at oral argument, is it plug and play? Are you just typing words into a template for a web design? You know, nowadays you can design logos, you can design all kinds of things, mostly on your own, by just going online and running them through a program. So is this plug and play, as it was called, or is this actual speech? That's what the court is grappling with, whether this web design is simply a sale of a product, in which case you cannot discriminate against people, or is it speech that is being compelled in violation of what the speaker wants to say, in which case it becomes a First Amendment issue.
All these decisions coming about a year after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. We have a recent Quinnipiac masthead poll. It found among registered voters, 59% of Americans do not approve of the job the Supreme Court is doing. This feels like such a change from years ago when the court seemed to sort of be above politics. Does this type of disapproval have any sort of impact on the justices at all when they're coming to conclusions?
Well, it's hard to read their minds, but in my opinion, the answer is a resounding no, for two reasons. Number one, the essence of the Supreme Court. We appoint our justices and all of our federal judges for life. Now, that's very close to a monarchy, but we did it for a very important reason, the framers did. It's to insulate them from politics, to insulate them from the people you see with the signs picketing out front of the Supreme Court. The Constitution is designed so that the justices don't care about those people because the justices and the court and the judiciary are supposed to be immune from outside influence. And the other thing, more practical, the reason I think the justices don't worry about it is that even if they think it's a problem, they probably think it's the other side's fault. Oh, it's the conservative justice's fault, or it's the liberal justice's fault. I think they each, no matter what, see their duty as one that is driven by the law. Whether they're liberal, conservative, it doesn't matter. I think when you get to that level, and these are all very accomplished lawyers and judges, I think they're able to separate themselves from the political controversies that rage outside of the courthouse. At least, Joe, I hope.
All right, Danny Zavalos, we know you'll be around to help us break down these decisions in the coming days. Thank you so much. In Russia this morning, President Putin addressed military personnel at the Kremlin in the wake of Saturday's aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. Putin hailed his forces for, quote, preventing a civil war. Comments come after Russia's security service dropped its criminal case into the armed rebellion. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the latest from Moscow. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Putin from behind the walls of the Kremlin reasserting himself this morning, standing in front of those mass ranks of his security services and holding a minute's silence for those who died in the extraordinary events over the weekend and telling them no troops had to be pulled away from the front line in Ukraine. Late into the night, President Putin met with the heads of his security services. And this morning, another dramatic announcement. Charges against this weekend's mutineers have been dropped. Vladimir Putin's 10 p.m. address to the nation focused on one man, while never mentioning Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, slamming what he called a militarized mutiny led by traitors who would see Russia choked in bloody strife. Facing down a defiant Prigozhin whose aborted rebellion rocked Russia, but insisted in his own 11-minute message that he did not try to topple President Putin. Rather, he says it was a protest against how his Wagner Group were being treated. Again, demanding changes to Russia's military leadership, saying he stopped the bloodshed when he was offered exile in Belarus. This morning, the Belarus president, an ally of President Putin, saying the rebellion was painful to watch. If Russia collapses, we will all die, he says. Prigozhin's Wagner Group was cheered by Russians after they stood down on Saturday. Some even took selfies. This morning, President Zelensky traveling to the front line, taking pictures with Ukrainian soldiers. And amid the fallout from the weekend's events, his counteroffensive is advancing, he says, giving few details, but calling Monday a happy day. President Biden with his own message to Russia.
We gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it.
While here on the streets of Moscow, ordinary Russians sharing their reactions to these uncertain times.
I want to live in a country without this problem.
People on Russian side, they also dying.
What happens now, do you think?
I don't know.
And President Putin overnight saying that Wagner troops can join the Russian army or return to their families or go to Belarus. Russia insisting that Wagner is being disarmed, Joe, while saying the National Guard here will now get heavy weapons. Joe?
All right, Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, thank you. Let's bring in retired Colonel Matt Dimock for more on this. He is the former director for Russia and Eastern Europe at the National Security Council. Colonel Dimock, good to have you with us. So let's start with those comments from Putin. Does his messaging change the way he's perceived at all on the world stage? Does it reveal any cracks in his persona, or do you think it maybe helped repair some of the damage the Wagner Group inflicted over the weekend?
I think Putin suffered some near-term damage with this incident, but he's got plenty of tools at his disposal to repair that damage and sort of restore his persona. You know, he's got one job as the leader of the system that he's created. He encourages rivalries amongst the elites, but it's his job to make sure that he tamps down those rivalries before they get out of control. And in the case of Prigozhin, he spectacularly failed at that task. So as you see him today, he's setting out to show that he's firmly in control of all the security services who, of course, demonstrated their loyalty, did pitch in with Prigozhin when they had the opportunity. And he's going to demonstrate that he's still firmly in command of the security services, of his own security, of the Russian government, and that he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
This rebellion came to a quick end because Belarus brokered a deal between Russia and the Wagner troops that allowed Prigozhin and his troops to go into exile in Belarus without facing prosecution. Do you think Prigozhin remains a threat to Putin? Is there any world in which he's emerging as a political alternative to Putin?
I'm not sure that Prigozhin ever really was a threat to Putin. Remember, he set out to decapitate the Minister of Defense and the Chief of General Staff and was not targeting Putin directly. That being said, Prigozhin's power was at high tide when he and his forces seized Bakhmut over a month ago. And since then, the Russian government has been slowly constraining his ability, has been diminishing the Wagner Group, and Prigozhin pretty much lost any bit of his power. It all evaporated when he cut the deal with Putin and now is in exile in Belarus. So I think Prigozhin's been taken off the table effectively. Putin's got every tool at his disposal to continue to dispense with Prigozhin, constrain his ability to move and to operate. And I think we're seeing the end of Prigozhin as any kind of political force or threat to the Putin regime in the long term.
Does this deal between Russia and Belarus change the dynamics at all between those two countries?
It doesn't change the dynamics. They've been headed down this road for a long time, and Belarus has become a loyal and subordinate ally for Putin and has been willing to give up big chunks of its sovereignty in order to be in a union with Russia and to be a close ally of Putin. So this is another example of Lukashenko being helpful to Putin because it secures Lukashenko's position as in his precarious position there in Belarus. So it doesn't really change the dynamic, but it certainly is helpful for Lukashenko to prove that he's a loyal ally.
All right, Colonel Matt Dimock, always appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us this morning. This morning, there is a major new development in the ongoing investigation into former President Trump and his handling of classified documents. We are hearing for the first time an audio recording in which Trump appears to discuss classified documents with people who did not have security clearance. NBC's Garrett Hake has the latest.
These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me.
In his own words, former President Trump in a newly surfaced audio recording that's expected to be used as evidence in his federal case involving classified documents. In it, he appears to acknowledge he knowingly held on to a classified Pentagon document about a potential attack on Iran. The 2.5-minute audio tape obtained by CNN shows Mr. Trump discussing what he calls the, quote, highly confidential document.
I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this.
That conversation, according to the special counsel, took place during a meeting at Mr. Trump's New Jersey golf club in July 2021 with 2 staffers, a publisher, and a writer who was working on a memoir of Mark Meadows, his former chief of staff. Mr. Trump referencing the document more than once on the tape, and at times even jokes about it being, quote, highly confidential.
It is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information.
In a Fox News interview last week, the former president claiming there were no documents shown in that meeting.
That was a massive amount of papers and everything else talking about Iran and other things. And it may have been held up or may not, but that was not a document. I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles. I'm just saying.
But the recording appears to tell a different story.
Yeah. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
The former president, who pled not guilty to a 37-count indictment accusing him of taking classified national security documents with him when he left the White House, then obstructing the government's efforts to get them back, lashing out overnight on social media, accusing the special counsel of having, quote, spun the tape, as well as saying without evidence that he illegally leaked it, and calling it an exoneration. Now, NBC News has reached out to the special counsel's office for a response to those claims overnight, but so far we haven't heard back. Mr. Trump and his campaign are both out with new statements this morning, insisting he did nothing wrong. But several legal experts and former prosecutors who've heard that tape have largely reached a different conclusion, Joe. They say it's incredibly damning.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much, Garrett. Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, it is a potential game changer in the weight loss industry. Some promising new data on one experimental drug is showing some life-changing results not seen in any other weight loss drug on the market. We're going to break down the science in a moment. But first, dueling campaign events from the 2 top GOP presidential hopefuls, former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, both in the key primary state of New Hampshire. More on the messages they're bringing to voters up next. Stick around.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton beverages.
All right, it just made too.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You got to see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You got to see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down.
Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. The two leading candidates vying for the Republican nomination for president are heading to New Hampshire today. Former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are set to hold dueling events about 40 miles from each other. Today's campaign stops come as Trump continues to hold a large lead over his GOP rivals, according to our latest NBC News poll. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from New Hampshire with a preview. Vaughn, good morning to you. So what can we expect from the rivals today? What's on their agendas?
Well, you should say for Ron DeSantis, the top of his agenda is continuing to try to connect with New Hampshire voters, because you look at that national poll from NBC that just came out, Donald Trump actually expanding his lead here from the spring. And so for Ron DeSantis, he made a cross-country trip after visiting the Texas-Mexico border yesterday. He's going to continue to roll out his immigration proposals here, but continue to try to do the groundwork it'll take to introduce himself. This is a state that's a little bit of a challenge for him. That's somebody that this is a state that has elected a pro-abortion rights governor several terms in a row now here in New Hampshire. But he has his sights on Donald Trump, who is not only speaking at a women's luncheon here this afternoon, but then is going to open up his campaign headquarters here in New Hampshire.
So, Vaughn, let's talk a little more about the DeSantis campaign. You kind of touched on it there, but explain to us some of the challenges this Florida governor is facing while seeking support from voters in New Hampshire, the live free or die state.
Right. The biggest uphill battle for him is, frankly, he doesn't have the apparatus that Donald Trump does. This is Donald Trump's essentially third time running for president, and he has a campaign list, he has a voter contact list, and right now for Ron DeSantis, he has seen, at one time he had a lead earlier this year in polling, and now for him, the struggle is where do you invest the money and the campaign resources? Right now, they've only spent about $75,000, the super PAC aligned with him, on advertising here in New Hampshire, because there's a lot of question marks as to whether, sort of the conservative Republican governor that he is in Florida, whether that meshes with sort of this New England, more moderate type of Republican that the state has a history of backing in primaries like the one that will take place here just 6 months from now.
And let's talk about Trump. We know he is pushing ahead with his re-election bid despite the legal troubles surrounding him. We just heard about the latest a few moments ago from Garrett Haake. So what can we expect from his campaign this summer as he balances running for president with defending himself in court?
Right. Well, you could say that Ron DeSantis is facing from some political headwinds. It's Donald Trump who is facing the legal ones. And a new audio tape that was obtained by CNN last night, that conversation that Donald Trump had at Bedminster in the summer of 2021, in which he talked about having documents that were classified in his possession. Well, in this tape, he explicitly says that they are secret, and he tries to suggest that it is off the record. You can hear the rustling of the papers as he shows them. He acknowledges that he was able to declassify them as president, but says that he's not able to now. Donald Trump has not denied that this recording is accurate. He has said, though, that it is spun out of context. At the same time, prosecutors are moving forward with this trial. The judge is setting dates as we speak here, and this latest tape and now the public's airing of it here is really tough for him as he continues to try to mount ever-changing defenses, Joe.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard in the all-important primary state of New Hampshire. Vaughn, thank you so much. To international news now, starting in Chile, where days of rainfall have led to deadly flooding. Let's bring back NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavaga for that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Well, at least 2 people have died and at least 3 others are reported missing after heavy rain caused widespread flooding all across Chile. Well, now at least 1,000 other people were evacuated and 400 were left homeless. The Interior Minister of Chile declared a state of disaster in the areas of Valparaiso and Biobío, the most affected by the floods. Authorities warned residents to be careful as the heavy rain and risks of flooding will continue for a while. Let's go to Toronto in Canada, where Olivia Chow, a 60-year-old left-wing progressive standard-bearer, has won the mayoral election. Chow, who was born in Hong Kong and arrived in Canada aged 13, said Toronto is a city where an immigrant kid can be standing in front of you as your new mayor. She also called the city a place of hope and a place of second chances, and promised to build it as a city that is more caring, affordable, and safe. And let's end this short tour of the world in Saudi Arabia, where hundreds of thousands of Muslim pilgrims are heading to the Mecca Circle in Kaaba, Islam's holiest site. Since the annual Hajj pilgrimage started Monday, more than 1.8 million pilgrims have already arrived in and around the Mecca, with authorities estimating the number will reach the pre-COVID level of 2 million. The Hajj is arguably the most important pilgrimage and spiritual experience for all Muslims around the world. Back to you.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much. Back here in the States, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is expected to appear in court today for a pretrial hearing. Brian Kohberger is currently facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say they will be moving forward with their motion to seek the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Moscow, Idaho, with more from the families. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. That's right. Prosecutors now argue that if convicted of the quadruple homicide, Brian Kohberger should be put to death. This morning, the father of one of the victims reacting to that news.
They didn't have to come here.
This morning, in an NBC News exclusive, the father of victim Kaylee Gonsalves reacting to news that prosecutors plan to seek the death penalty against Brian Kohberger, the man accused of murdering his daughter and 3 other students at the University of Idaho.
It's a relief. I'm glad that we're in a situation of strength and the evidence is there, and we feel that we can, they can go forward with this.
The family's attorney believes it's a clear-cut death penalty case.
If you're not going to pursue the guy for a death penalty on a case like this, who are you going to pursue for a death penalty?
In just a few hours, Kohberger is set to return to a Moscow, Idaho courtroom for another pretrial hearing. His legal team is requesting records from last month's grand jury indictment of their client and are asking the judge to pause legal proceedings until they receive those materials. Already a key part of the case for both sides, Kohberger's DNA and where it was and wasn't found. While prosecutors said in a court filing earlier this month that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on a knife sheath at the scene of the murders, his lawyers say authorities did not find any victim DNA in his apartment, office, home, or vehicle.
Is this your car?
He's had over a month before those search warrants were executed after the crime to throw away his clothes, wash his car, clean out his apartment. There's multiple ways to explain the lack of DNA in his vehicle, in his apartment. There's not a lot of ways to explain his DNA on the sheath of the murder weapon.
The legal battle is also unfolding just over a mile from the scene of the quadruple homicides. The off-campus home where Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were killed was set to be demolished. Before a judge ruled it should be preserved. Now the University of Idaho says they hope to have the house down ahead of the new school year. The Gonsalves family says the house should be preserved through trial.
I don't want to sit 6 months from now and hear somebody in the court case say, well, I really wish we could be in the house right now.
Once the case is over, then they can move on. But right now, it's the crime scene.
Brian Kohberger has yet to enter a plea. A judge has entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. And regarding the death penalty here in Idaho, Joe, there's a new law allowing for death by firing squad if the chemicals necessary for lethal injection cannot be located. That law goes into effect July 1st.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. Coming up, we're going to take you inside the rapidly expanding industry of weight loss medications with some promising new information about potentially life-changing results from just one experimental drug. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
We're back with some groundbreaking news in the medical world. The FDA has approved the first ever treatment aimed at helping kids who deal with hair loss and alopecia. It's a once-a-day pill. It is called Litfulo, and it'll be available for kids as young as 12. According to Pfizer, which manufactures the pill, the treatment should be available to patients within weeks. Experts say nearly 20% of people with alopecia are diagnosed before age 18. We're sticking with medical news and taking a closer look at a new experimental drug that is making waves for weight loss treatment. This new medication is one of several being marketed right now to obese patients for weight loss. And early trial research shows it's helping people lose up to a quarter of their weight. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Hey there, we've been talking a lot about the revolution in weight loss medication. The science is moving quickly, and Eli Lilly believes the newest generation of this medicine will be groundbreaking. I had a chance to visit the company headquarters in Indianapolis.
Eli Lilly's new drug is called retatrutide.
When we saw how they worked in our preclinical studies and then when we saw how it worked in patients for the first time, we knew we were on the verge of a breakthrough.
Unlike FDA-approved drugs Ozempic for diabetes and Wegovy for weight loss, which harness one hormone to control eating, according to Eli Lilly, retatrutide harnesses three.
We think that a medicine like this could someday offer the same levels of weight loss that you can see with bariatric surgery.
In retatrutide's second clinical trial, patients with obesity lost up to 17.5% of their body weight, more than 40 pounds, in 24 weeks, nearly 60 pounds in 48 weeks. Jacynthia Jesse weighed close to 300 pounds before taking part in the trial.
It has been a roller coaster ride for many of my adult years.
While some participants were given a placebo, she believes she got the real injection, dropping 60 pounds.
Having to put on clothes and realize that this is not my size anymore. Like, I literally have to go to the Goodwill, give these away. That was just life-changing to me.
Testing is in its early stages. A submission for FDA approval is years away. But Eli Lilly is hopeful it will get FDA approval for a different drug this year, the weight loss version of its approved diabetes medicine, Mounjaro.
There are analysts who say it'll be the most lucrative drug ever made. Hyperbole?
Probably, yes. I think at Lilly, we try not to focus too much on which drugs are going to be really big sellers. What we try and focus on is, are we making medicines that treat a deep unmet medical need?
Eli Lilly is not alone in its push to research new drugs. Other pharmaceutical companies are doing the same, while obesity doctors say the medications that are on the market have already changed lives.
It has been transformative, to say the least. I think it's given so many people hope that felt sort of helpless in this fight against the disease of obesity.
The next step will be getting the medication in pill form, which Eli Lilly is working on. Easier to make and easier for people to access.
We hope that obesity will be something that we can reverse for the majority of patients. And in doing so, it's not just about how they look or how they feel. It's for patients, it's really, we believe, a change in their overall health.
We should mention the pill Eli Lilly is working on is for diabetes. It's moving to stage 3 trials, the last step before submitting for approval. The weight loss version is still a ways off. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Let's dig deeper with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. So, Stephanie, this drug she was just talking about, it harnesses 3 hormones to control eating, whereas the others we've been talking about, Ozempic, Wegovy, they harness 1.
Right.
Why is that important, and what's the impact then of actually taking it?
You know, so it's funny. Sometimes when you have too much of something, that's not a good thing. But I think in the case of these weight loss medications, the more hormones a medication is targeting, the more efficacious it actually ends up being. And they've actually dubbed this drug Triple G because it's hitting 3 different hormones that all begin with G. Whereas, as you mentioned, Ozempic, Wegovy worked on 1, Mounjaro works on 2, this one works on 3. And they all basically are doing versions of the same thing, decreasing appetite, decreasing cravings, helping your body break down sugar more effectively, tweaking metabolism, all of these things that, frankly, are biological processes, Joe, that are going awry in obesity as a chronic disease.
So on top of the weight loss, research shows there are other benefits to this too, right?
Right. And so specifically in this latest Lilly drug and study, they didn't look at those secondary endpoints like hemoglobin A1C and cholesterol and you know, other cardiometabolic things. But a lot of the studies have, and a lot of them do show that they reduce systolic blood pressure. They do improve hemoglobin A1C. Of course, they all start off as diabetes medications. And doing all of those things, those secondary endpoints, are also going to, in the end, improve your cardiovascular health in addition to just the weight loss.
So next we're going to have, what, a longer phase trial 3 of this new drug?
Yep.
Explain to us what it is they're going to be. Is this light about to explode and take us out here?
Sounds like a fly.
What?
It's gone.
There we go, and it's gone. All right. We're all good. What will happen in this? What are they going to be looking for?
Yeah, I mean, basically, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. When you go from phase 2, phase 3, you're just, it's just larger. And it's larger and it's longer. And they want to enroll, you know, that many more patients to see, number one, can they replicate this finding? I mean, a quarter of your weight loss, of your body weight, as a loss, that is quite significant. So they just want to make sure that, number one, they can replicate that finding and that there aren't any new safety signals that could pop up, which happens in larger and bigger trials.
We see the goal now for these companies is to try and make this in pill form.
Yes.
What would that mean?
Yeah, I mean, and so just in terms of the pill, like there's every day there's new news on these medications. There are currently 4 candidates right now that are pill forms, essentially, of Wegovy and Mounjaro. They're all by, again, Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Pfizer. Those are the ones that have their hat in the ring. And we're getting close. Novo has one that they're hoping to get approval by the end of 2023. Pfizer and Lilly both have drugs that are going into phase 3, which we talked about as the last leg. You know, so I think commercially available probably in the next year, we're going to have a pill version of these medications. So for a lot of people who are needle phobic, et cetera, easier to take. Primary care doctors probably will find it easier to prescribe. It's really going to change the landscape of treating obesity as well as diabetes.
Right. Lots to talk about. Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks for helping us break it down. We appreciate it. Coming up, we're going to bring you a new warning revealing billions of dollars for vital infrastructure repairs could be wasted, all because of outdated federal measures that some say don't account for the effects of climate change. We're going to break that down next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Do the summertime.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a new warning about our nation's aging bridges and highways. While the government has designated trillions of dollars to repair them, it may not be enough. Experts say a miscalculation about future climate conditions could put these projects at risk. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now to explain. Good morning, Diana.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, federal spending from the new Infrastructure Act could be wasted because state highway and bridge projects are using an outdated government precipitation model to determine future flood risk. This, according to a new report from First Street, a climate risk firm.
All that money that's going into the infrastructure is being built to the wrong flood standard, meaning those roads will flood, those bridges will flood, and it is a big waste of money when it's a one-in-a-generational spend that we're actually using right now.
Currently, the only authoritative government source for precipitation data is from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. It's a model called Atlas 14.
This information is leveraged by communities and stakeholders all over the country to inform the engineering design of transportation infrastructure and other infrastructure all over the country.
But it has a major flaw.
It does not include any climate change information, and that's why we are looking to modernize it with NOAA Atlas 15.
But the updated model won't be done until 2026, after many of these infrastructure projects are underway or even done. For example, New Jersey's Route 18 rehabilitation, which received over $86 million in funding from the infrastructure law, is using the old Atlas 14 as a flood guide.
Where I'm standing right now, the believed 1-in-10-year event is actually a 1-in-4-year event, and over the next 30 years will go down all the way to a 1-in-2-year event, meaning every other year we would expect extreme precipitation to flood this location.
We're already seeing much heavier rain, snow, and flooding due to global warming, because when the atmosphere is warmer, it holds more water.
If you were building a road right now and you had to make sure that it wasn't going to flood, would you want to use Atlas 14?
I can't speak to how some of those engineering decisions are made.
We contacted the New Jersey Department of Transportation, which confirmed using Atlas 14, quote, as required by current standards, adding in part that they reviewed updated data as well from proposed stormwater management regulations. But that data, according to First Street, uses the same historical method as Atlas 14. That is not factoring in the future effects of climate change.
All right.
Joe?
Interesting report, Diana. Thank you so much. Coming up, it is being hailed as the future of automotive racing. Gas? No, thank you. Gear changes? Thing of the past. That classic roar of the engine? Not anymore. It's called Formula E, as in all electric, and it's taking the racing world by storm. You just may not hear it coming. We'll strap in next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. F1's newest investors may look a little familiar. Actors Michael B. Jordan, Ryan Reynolds, and Rob McElhenney have invested in the Alpine racing team. The three bought into the deal under Reynolds' Maximum Effort Investment Group. Along with two other groups, the actors are buying 24% of the Alpine team, according to a statement. That deal is worth a massive $218 million. The Alpine team worth about $900 million now. This is, of course, not Reynolds and McElhenney's first venture into the sports world. 2 years ago, they purchased the Welsh soccer team Wrexham AFC, which just had that big parade. Some other racing news over the weekend. Portland, Oregon became just the 4th U.S. city to hold the Formula E race. You may have guessed it. The E stands for electric. NBC News chief environmental affairs correspondent Ann Thompson went to the track to learn more.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. Heidfeld's in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E. E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. You know, racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Chiliberti is the technical manager.
So do you have two motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all four wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibration, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one around
I'm
here.
feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I need a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time.
Okay.
But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone, from the owners to the vendors to the fans, can win.
Julia Palais drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Portland, Oregon.
I love how they actually enjoy the peace and quiet. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, June 27th. March on Moscow. Russian President Vladimir Putin said his country averted an all-out civil war by getting mercenary forces to call off their uprising. Where things currently stand now that the charges against the insurrectionists have been dropped.
Quadruple murder case. Prosecutors say they plan to seek the death penalty for the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students in their off-campus house. NBC News sat down exclusively with the dad of one of those victims.
Stepping on the scale, a groundbreaking new study found intermittent fasting is as effective as calorie counting when it comes to losing weight. Why limiting food intake to a specific time window might be the most reliable diet yet.
Mass migration. Trans and queer people from conservative states are turning to crowdfunding to flee anti-LGBTQ hate. More on the high cost of safety and the financial and emotional toll it's taking on those in the community.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're so glad to have you with us. We're going to start with the crisis in Russia as President Vladimir Putin tries to shore up security and support after that brief mutiny attempt. Speaking at the Kremlin this morning, Putin thanked his military leaders for preventing what he described as a civil war. It came just hours after he lashed out at the rebels, calling them traitors and enemies of Russia.
The Wagner Group launched the uprising over the weekend, and today the Russian military announced that the mercenaries are set to turn over their weapons to the Russian army. Meantime, authorities in Moscow say they have officially dropped the criminal case against the group's leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin. He reportedly arrived in neighboring Belarus just earlier today. NBC News foreign correspondent Ralph Sanchez is live there in Ukraine near the border with Belarus. Ralph, it is great to see you. Thank you so much. I know you've been covering this from the beginning, all the back and forth, really. What else did we hear from Putin today? I know that he struck a pretty different tone from that fiery speech he gave just hours ago last night.
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. This was the latest in a rolling series of appearances by the Russian president. It looks like he's trying to reassert his authority, which was so directly challenged by the Wagner Group over the weekend. He was at the Kremlin. He was speaking to an audience of soldiers and policemen, and he told them that your actions averted civil war. He also acknowledged that a number of Russian pilots were killed by Wagner troops when their aircraft were shot down, which is a difficult thing for him to admit because he has offered amnesty to those same Wagner mercenaries responsible for their deaths. As you said, the Russian Ministry of Defense says they are in the process now of collecting heavy weaponry from Wagner. It will be transferred to the Russian military. And while the criminal case against Evgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, has now been dropped, Putin making something of a veiled threat, suggesting he could still pursue him on corruption charges. Guys?
Raf, this morning, the president of Belarus confirmed that Prigozhin is, in fact, in his country. The Kremlin says he reached a deal to go into exile in Belarus. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, Vicky, so Prigozhin's whereabouts had been a mystery since Saturday night. We last saw him in southern Russia, but the president of Belarus, Lukashenko, confirming he has now arrived in that country. Lukashenko also saying he is prepared to offer Prigozhin and his mercenaries an abandoned military base to use as a headquarters inside Belarus. And that is causing some concern where we are here in Chernihiv. We're only about 30 miles from the border with Belarus. Remember, guys, the initial invasion of Ukraine was launched partly from Belarus. Russian troops launched from there. They headed south towards Kyiv. Our producer, Shira Pinson, spoke to a woman earlier telling us people are more and more going to the bomb shelters now, and fewer people are on the streets because of what's happening in neighboring Belarus. Guys?
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
Vicky, Brian Kohberger, who is accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students, could face the death penalty. Now, prosecutors told the court that the murders were especially heinous and that Kohberger allegedly exhibited utter disregard for human life. He is in court today for a pre-trial hearing, and his team is expected to request a host of information from the grand jury proceedings that indicted him. Now, he did not enter a plea in this case, but the judge entered a not guilty plea for him. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now live. Steve, good to see you this Tuesday. First off, only 3 executions, just in terms of context here, have occurred in the state of Idaho in more than 40 years' time. So tell us about why the prosecution at this point is deciding to seek the death penalty.
Yeah, they're very limited, and I think part of the reason why we're hearing about it now, and as you may imagine, and as you're alluding to, it's a little bit complicated in the state of Idaho to file for the motion to pursue the death penalty. That's essentially now what the prosecution has done, but that adds sort of extra layers onto the legal process in Idaho. First of all, you're now kind of splitting the case, the trial itself, into 2 phases. There's the trial itself, of course. The jury will hear the trial, they'll deliberate, they'll render a verdict, and then it moves on to a second sort of penalty phase in which the jury has to sort of take in all the considerations that allow it to be a death penalty phase and consider whether or not they should rule on that as well. So it's 2 different phases of the trial. But even before you get there, you know, you have to sort of factor in the fact that it is now a death penalty case. So the defense has to build in a defense penalty defense, which requires a whole lot more litigation as well. The point is that all of this is expected to add extra time either onto the beginning or the end of the trial, or both. Morgan? And
Steve, the University of Idaho wants to demolish the house where those murders actually occurred before the new school year begins. But the parents of Kaylee Gonsalves, they're asking that the house not be torn down. Why?
Yeah, well, first of all, the university has said very clearly they consider it a healing step. They would like to have that house demolished before the start of the school year, which would be before the trial. And therein lies sort of the complication of this stipulation. The parents of the Gonsalves family, they feel like if there is more evidence in the house, or if there needs to be what's considered or called a jury walkthrough, that if you don't have the house, you don't have that evidence. So their argument is one of fact-finding, that if they need to have something either cased in the house during the trial, before the trial, that the jury needs to consider, and now you've removed the house, you don't have that evidence anymore. They're saying it's part of the evidence of the case. They'd like to see it intact, but the university really doesn't want that.
All right, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joining us. Steve, thank you.
Morgan, we turn now to the severe weather that is wreaking havoc across the country. Hundreds of flights in and out of the East Coast have been canceled after major thunderstorms struck the region. And there's still no relief in the South, where more scorching and record-breaking temperatures have reached triple digits. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on the brutal conditions.
A stretch of destructive storms slamming the East Coast from the Carolinas to the Northeast.
Holy branches are falling off the trees right now.
In Pennsylvania, heavy rain prompting flash flood alerts. While hail reaching over an inch in diameter, rattling towns, including this neighborhood in Virginia. Down south, the problem is the sweltering heat, a dangerous heat dome now stretching across the region. Excessive heat alerts are impacting some 49 million people across 13 states. And at the center of the dome, Texas, where many cities are sweating through their third straight week of unrelenting and in some cases record-breaking heat.
I've been here for since I was in elementary school, and it's never been this bad.
ERCOT, the state's power grid operator, breaking an unofficial all-time June demand record on Monday and forecasting demand to reach uncharted territory again today, but saying grid conditions are expected to be normal. Officials urging residents to cut back on power usage and to go outside during the coolest hours of the day.
We expect heat and humidity to continue into the triple digits throughout this week.
Meanwhile, at least 6 tornadoes have been reported in Wyoming, while this scary-looking rope tornado touching down in rural Nebraska. This trifecta of brutal conditions, rain, wind, and heat, causing misery coast to coast.
Now, there is no historical database for heat indexes, but the city of New Orleans could either tie or break its temperature records throughout the course of this week. And it comes with a backdrop right now of a power outage situation where there's a couple 100,000 people throughout the country with no power, the worst of which is Tennessee. Nearly 70,000 customers with no power, as that's one of those 13 states that's under an excessive heat warning right now. In Baton Rouge, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Well, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. A new law targeting retail theft takes effect today. It's the Bipartisan Inform Act, and it requires online marketplaces to disclose and to verify the identity of their sellers in order to really help discourage the sale of stolen, counterfeit, or even harmful products.
Yeah, CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. So, Pippa, retailers and trade associations have long been lobbying Congress to crack down on this spike in retail theft. What's going to happen with this new legislation?
Well, Vicki, under the new law, retailers like Amazon and eBay will have to verify and share information on third-party sellers that handle a high volume of transactions. If they don't comply, they could face up to $50,000 in fines for each violation. The new law will also give buyers the opportunity to flag suspicious sellers to authorities. Meantime, Starbucks plans to issue clearer, centralized guidelines for in-store decorations after more than 3,000 union workers walked off the job last week. They claim the coffee chain prevented some employees from putting up Pride Month flags or had removed them. Starbucks denied those allegations. And Amazon is trying out a new method to get packages to customers even faster. The company launched a program this week that pays small business owners to make last-mile deliveries. Axios first reported the news. The companies have to use their own staff, vehicles, and be willing to make the deliveries on a daily basis. The program, called Amazon Hub, is currently in 23 states. It's focusing on remote areas as well as large, dense cities such as Seattle and New York. I wonder how the calculation of using your own vehicles and personnel, takes away from any, money you might get from this.
I'd be curious to see those numbers too.
Pippa, fascinating. And also, I can't help but think about the security risks sometimes when you're in an unlabeled car, driving into somebody's, driveway in a rural place. This, I think they're going to have to work some things out. I'm all for last mile. I'm all for getting the packages sooner, but I think people
there's still some questions, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens. Pippa, as always, thank you so much.
Up next, keeping yourself and family safe from the sun, plus how to spray that sunscreen the right way. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
All right, so the question today is intermittent fasting as effective as calorie counting when it comes to weight loss? According to a new study published in the American College of Physicians, the answer is yes.
This is really interesting. It found that limiting food intake to a specific time window was just as effective for weight loss as counting calories. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us now. So, Dr. Torres, we have heard a lot about intermittent fasting. I think some people think of it as intermittent gorging because they're cramming a bunch of food into 6 hours of the day. So walk us through this study and the key findings here.
And there's been a whole variety of ways people practice intermittent fasting. It could be eating one day, not eating the next day, restricting it certain hours during the day. But what they wanted to study in particular, what we call time-restricted eating. In other words, eating every day, but restricting it to certain hours. And in this case, it was 12 to 8 p.m. They said, let's restrict it to that time period and compare it against calorie counting and those who did absolutely nothing. So they took 90 people, broke them up into 3 groups. One group did nothing. The second group, calorie counting with some dietary counseling as well. And then the third group, this intermittent fasting with dietary counseling. The intermittent fasting group ended up losing 10 pounds over a year. The calorie counting ended up losing 12 pounds over a year. So they said it was essentially the equivalent. So either one seems to work very well as long as you have that counseling as well.
And Dr. Torres, you say either, but what about both? Because I know this study looked at both intermittent fasting and counting calories. So should people be doing them simultaneously?
Theoretically, you could do both simultaneously. You could cut your calories and do intermittent fasting, but the beauty behind intermittent fasting is you don't have to do all the complications with calorie counting. You don't have to worry about going to apps and figuring out what you ate. You just basically eat over that time period. And the theory is if you eat over that time period, you're going to eat less because you're not eating outside that time period. But remember, in this study, they added the dietary counseling. Other studies have shown intermittent fasting didn't work that well, so they wanted to see what happens if they gave them that dietary counseling. They said, you know, let's make healthy choices in that 8-hour time period, and they end up losing the same weight as those that calorie counted.
All right, a lot to unpack there, especially as people try to get those summertime bodies together.
Summer bods.
Right, summer bods. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, thank you so much.
Well, about 50 million Americans are under some kind of extreme heat advisory across the South, and all that severe weather is an important reminder to protect your skin this summer.
But when it comes to sunscreen in a spray versus lotion, there are some safety risks to keep in mind. Lauren Petty from NBC Chicago has everything you need to know.
It's a super popular way to try to prevent sunburn.
I feel like it's easier to spray on, you just go.
But spray sunscreen only works if it's applied correctly and not like this.
Most oftentimes that I see a sunburn, I ask the person, did they use sunscreen? And it is almost always, I used a spray sunscreen.
Dr. Jordan Carcaville is a dermatologist who says there are do's and don'ts when it comes to spray sun protection.
When I see parents spraying the kids just, in the face, I think that's probably the thing that bothers me most.
Never spray sunscreen directly in someone's face. Otherwise, they could inhale potentially dangerous chemicals.
These are meant to be used on the skin. They're not meant to be used on mucous membranes. They're not meant to be inhaled.
That includes titanium dioxide, which studies have found caused cancer in rodents, and benzene that sparked a recall.
Benzene is known to be harmful to humans, and so they were removed from the market.
For this day at the beach, Lupe applied sunscreen to her kids the way doctors recommend.
I put it on my hands and then I put it on their faces.
When applying spray sunscreen, dermatologists recommend you hold it closer to your skin than you may realize and spray until your skin glistens.
You want to be about 1 to 2 inches away from the skin so that you are not losing it to the wind.
One Australia study found up to 79% of spray sunscreen can be lost in light wind conditions.
So we know that in an even mildly windy area, today is really windy, so I wouldn't put it on today, but you lose a lot of product.
Many people choose spray to avoid sticky hands, but you should always rub your sunscreen in.
Some of them are thicker, and you really do want to rub them in. Those are the ones I like because they're thick. They are usually a mineral component to it.
And no less is not more.
Typically, you use about a shot glass size of a lotion or a cream for the entire body. With these sunscreens, the spray sunscreens, it's really hard to get that accurate quantity.
A beach day alternative.
My biggest suggestion for anyone is sun protective clothing.
Swim shirts, rash guards, and sunscreen. Essentials for a day in the sun.
My biggest advice is to find a product that you like, use it correctly, and use it often.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Lauren Petty.
Still ahead, Florida laws restricting LGBTQ+ rights are prompting an exodus. Coming up next, how crowdfunding is helping families find a safe haven. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It is the latest in a series of frightening orca encounters. So this time, killer whales took aim at another boat off the coast of Spain. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has the details on the terrifying experience.
The latest deep-sea scare with a trio of orcas targeting this Dutch yacht off the coast of Spain.
They're coming from the rudder?
Watch as the so-called killer whales circle the boat, then repeatedly ram its rudder.
Oh my God. They're gonna get the rudder?
The crew competing in a race Thursday along the Gibraltar Strait dropped their sails, slowing down. After 15 minutes, the orcas leave. No damage or injuries.
It was a scary moment on board because, you don't have any control anymore over the rudders and the boat. And we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
This orca encounter part of a puzzling pattern, with one group near Spain nearly sinking this boat last month. In another video, you can see a whale chewing on a chunk of a boat. Experts say killer whale interactions have been on the rise since 2020, with more than 200 last year. And while Hollywood provides no shortage of stories about oceanic predators taking aim at humans,
You don't consider these attacks?
I don't.
Real-life experts deem this trend a likely fluke.
I think that one individual came into contact with the underside of a sailboat, found it interesting or pleasurable, and other members of the population took up the behavior.
Oh my God.
One theory behind a wave of whale run-ins. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Well, speaking of wildlife, an increase in bear sightings has some neighborhoods on high alert, with at least one man reported dead in Arizona. NBC News correspondent Jacob Ward explains why.
In one California neighborhood, some big visitors are lumbering by more frequently this summer.
That's the way to do it, buddy.
Black bears, native across forests in North America, now creeping into neighborhoods like this one in Burbank, California, putting some residents on edge.
I went into the kitchen to put something on the table. I turn around, and the bear's right there.
Diana Rios says she recently came face to face with a bear staring at her through her glass patio door that was cracked open.
I just froze, and I slowly backed up and closed the door. But that's too close for comfort.
Of course, it's humans moving into animal neighborhoods that are the real problem. A study last year found that habitat loss has contributed to a 69% loss of wildlife populations since 1970. California Department of Fish and Wildlife also telling residents here that bear attacks on humans are rare.
We think there are about 700 to 800,000 black bears across all of North America. Fewer than one person is actually fatally injured by a black bear every year.
But just last week,
RP reporting that the neighbor was being attacked by a bear.
an adult male black bear mauled 66-year-old Stephen Jackson to death in Arizona.
He was just the happiest guy. He just only cared about making people happy and living a great life for himself.
Neighbor David Montano grabbed his gun and killed the bear, but it was too late.
I saw further down the hill, the bear was there, and I got his attention and I shot him, and the bear rolled off of Stephen.
Officials are calling it an unprovoked attack.
I can't really address why the bear attacked. I did not find anything unusual about this bear.
Conservation officials emphasize black bears generally will leave humans alone. And if they get too close, loud noises will usually scare them away.
I don't think we are likely to be. From what she's saying about bear behavior, it's highly unlikely that they will come after us.
A reminder, bears walking down the street are still wild.
It's your world. We just live in it, man.
Jake Ward, NBC News.
Coming up, why prosecutors allege one man dramatically changed his identity and faked his own death to avoid serious charges here in the United States. You're watching NBC News Daily. And you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now, and you can do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are so glad you could join us this Tuesday. Welcome back. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now, Meta is launching new tools to help families manage the time they spend on Instagram, Facebook, and Messenger. The new features will include additional parental supervision, limiting unwanted direct messages, and a new nudge feature that tells teens they're spending too much time scrolling at night.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. You need a nudge, a couple nudges. All these new time management tools are hitting the apps today.
The Centers for Disease Control issued a health alert to doctors and public health authorities on Monday after documenting 5 cases of malaria in the U.S. These cases are the first in 20 years to happen domestically, which means the infections were not linked to travel outside of the country. 4 cases were reported in Florida and 1 was reported in Texas. All 5 patients have received treatment and are recovering.
And the Supreme Court is not allowing a North Carolina charter school to force female students to wear skirts. The court declined to hear an appeal from the charter school on Monday after a lower court ruled against the dress code, saying the school's policy violated the students' constitutional rights.
Right now, New Hampshire, it is the front line of the 2024 campaign trail. The 2 leading Republican contenders are holding dueling events there approximately just 40 minutes apart.
Yeah, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis held a town hall with supporters this morning. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump is slated to give the keynote address at a Republican women's luncheon. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now from Concord, New Hampshire, where Mr. Trump is expected to take the stage just minutes from now. Vaughn, it's great to have you this Tuesday. So there's been some drama surrounding these dueling events. What are you hearing from voters, and which candidate seems to be drumming up more support at this point?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Look, Ron DeSantis' town hall just wrapped up a little bit ago, and you said he was not far down the road, so he would have had time to make it in time here for this luncheon, but you should not anticipate his participation here today. And it actually did cause some ire among some of the women here at this Republican women's luncheon who had some gripes that Ron DeSantis was planning a rivaling campaign event at the same time as our luncheon. That's kind of how these primary type states operate. They want the candidates' attention. They want to now take a listen to the few folks who we talked to.
I have hope for Trump. I'm hoping for the country and for Trump.
We've got a huge number of people up here now running. It's wonderful.
Right.
We're first in the nation. We welcome them all. We're glad they're here. But he's the guy.
I wish they were together, honestly, on the same ticket.
And right now, when you look at polling, Donald Trump has a sizable lead. So Ron DeSantis is going to need to make use of the next 6 months ahead of the New Hampshire primary here early next year.
Vaughn, I swear you have just one of the best jobs in the building because you get to talk to people every day and you always find the most interesting nuggets to share with us. But can you just back up for a minute and sort of set the stage? Explain to people why New Hampshire is so important. I mean, we look back at 2016, it was one of the states that propelled Mr. Trump to win the Republican nomination. Why is it important now? And really, how does it compare to those other early primary states when we look, for example, at like Iowa?
You're absolutely right, Morgan. If you go back 8 years ago, Donald Trump, he didn't win the Iowa caucus. He came in second to Ted Cruz, but then he won here with 35 percentage points and beat the second guy, Marco Rubio, who had 15 percentage points. That was really his launching pad here. This is less of an evangelical state like Iowa is, and that is where Donald Trump has laid ground in the past here, and this could be a challenge for the likes of a Ron DeSantis. But for somebody trying to take down the former president, he's got to make inroads, and that's exactly what he's trying to do now.
All right, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thank you so much.
Morgan, in Scotland, an extradition trial is underway for an alleged international fugitive. Authorities say he used multiple identities to evade arrest. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber takes a look at the fugitive's alleged attempt to fake his own death and the charges he is facing in the U.S.
If you blinked, you could have missed it. A seemingly unassuming man entering a Scottish courthouse for the beginning of a week-long extradition process. He swears he is Arthur Knight, an Irish orphan, sick and in a wheelchair, unfairly thrust into an international manhunt.
I do not prefer to be called Arthur Knight. I am Arthur Knight.
But U.S. and Scottish authorities say that is an elaborate lie, and he is actually Nicholas Rossi, an international fugitive wanted on a rape charge in Utah under that name, but also known as Nicholas Alverdian in Rhode Island.
Deepest condolences on the passing of Nicholas Alverdian.
A man who thought he could fake his own death, flee the country, and create a new life to avoid prosecution, investigators say.
Was he Arthur Knight, British businessman? Or Nicholas Rossi, American fugitive?
His story recently brought to light by NBC's Dateline. Authorities say they were able to identify him by distinctive tattoos, recognized when he was in the hospital for COVID in late 2021. His identity already in the system for a previous sex crime conviction.
Interpol shared mugshots, photos of his tattoos and fingerprints with local police so they could make an on-the-spot ID.
When the Scottish authorities looked at him in a hospital room in Scotland, they were satisfied that Nicholas Rossi was, in fact, the same person that is wanted in the state of Utah.
But he claimed those tattoos didn't prove anything. Instead, he told a judge in court that someone tattooed him while he was in a coma at the hospital, all in an effort to frame him.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband.
He stuck to his story in an interview with Dateline's Andrea Canning.
I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly.
But efforts to keep the apparent hoax alive didn't work. Last November, a Scottish court ruled there is overwhelming evidence that the man arrested in the Glasgow hospital is the fugitive U.S. authorities were searching for.
By the evidence of fingerprint, photographic and tattoo evidence, that Mr. Knight is indeed Nicholas Rossi.
Rossi's lawyers tried to get the extradition scrapped Monday, citing the need for authorities to question Rossi about another alleged rape in the UK, according to Sky News. But officials threw out the application to defer the case.
I am not Nicholas Alverdian, and I do not know how to make this clear.
The hearing, a crucial step in what U.S. authorities hope will be the end of a head-spinning search for justice.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
The Justice Department is out with a scathing analysis of what allowed accused sex offender Jeffrey Epstein to hang himself inside a Manhattan jail cell back in 2019. Now, that report blames the Federal Bureau of Prisons for misconduct, negligence, and a series of errors that they say led to the conditions that allowed Epstein to take his own life. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, it's good to see you this Tuesday. First off, when we just look at this new report, it blamed 13 employees within the Bureau of Prisons for some degree of misconduct in how Epstein was treated. What exactly did the DOJ find?
Good to see you, Morgan. Well, first and foremost, this report found that there was no foul play, agreeing with the findings of the FBI and the New York Medical Examiner, that all signs point to suicide here. But it found that the suicide was essentially allowed to happen because Federal Bureau of Prison employees didn't do their jobs and then lied about it. And in fact, 2 were charged criminally as part of this case. The charges were later dismissed. 2 other criminal referrals were made. But essentially, Mr. Epstein was allowed to remain in his cell for hours alone, a week after he had previously attempted suicide, even though the psychologist at the prison had mandated that he be assigned a roommate. That wasn't done. And then the required checks every 30 minutes of his cell were not done, nor was an inspection done. If it had been done, they would have found an excess of bedclothes and bed sheets were in his cell, one of which was used to hang himself. He was found hanging from his bunk bed with a bed sheet around his neck. And so what this report also says is that this is part of a pattern at the Bureau of Prisons of troubling deaths in custody, including the prominent case of former mob boss Whitey Bulger, who was murdered in a federal prison in 2018. This same inspector general issued another scathing report about that case. The Bureau of Prisons is saying that they are trying to make changes and that they believe the conduct described in this report does not reflect most of their 35,000 employees. But the DOJ Inspector General really says, look, this is a systemic problem. And by the way, the prison itself in New York where this case occurred was closed in 2021. It awaits millions and millions of dollars in infrastructure repairs.
I just want to underscore some things you said there, Ken. I think that was really important, that there was no foul play that this found, that there were a series of previous attempts made and a pattern of misconduct they were pointing to. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney, and excellent reporting. Thank you so much.
Well, this year there have been a record number of anti-LGBTQ plus laws introduced across the country. Those laws are pushing hundreds of queer people out of states that they say don't accept them.
Now, on top of the emotional toll a move like this takes, the financial toll, it can be insurmountable. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah spoke with several individuals who are now turning to GoFundMe as an escape.
After more than 2 decades in Tennessee, Ann and her wife are packing their bags. They're heading west ahead of 2 anti-trans bills set to go into effect on July 1st.
It's heartbreaking that the state I love no longer values me or other people like me.
Ann is a trans woman. She asked that we not use her full name out of concerns for her safety.
What has led you then to move now?
I have started seeing the radicalization of fundamentalists and conservatives. They're showing up at protests, they're harassing people, they're showing up armed places. It just doesn't feel as safe a place to stay.
But the cost of finding that safety comes with a high price tag.
We cost averaged everything, and we came out conservatively at around $10,000. And that is a very paralyzing number.
So they turn to GoFundMe, and they're not alone. According to GoFundMe, as of June, the number of fundraisers created to support trans people seeking to relocate has gone up more than 100% across states with anti-trans legislation. And in Florida, there's been a 520% increase. The ACLU finding that 46 states have introduced or voted on nearly 500 of these laws during the 2023 session thus far.
I know about 6 trans people off the top of my head who are all raising GoFundMes to leave to other states. It's just a direct impact of the laws.
In Florida, Thorne and Logan lost access to hormone treatments when the state's SB 254 went into effect in May. It bans all gender-affirming care for trans youth, allows the state to take custody of children who have gotten gender-affirming care, and puts new restrictions on adults seeking this kind of care.
Legislation in Florida has directly stripped away any personal medical freedom I have had.
They plan to move to Illinois by the end of the summer. But for the Ledoux family,
that SB 254 bill passed. It really wasn't an option to wait. It just wasn't safe for us to be there anymore.
Jade Ledoux is a mother of 5, and one of her sons, Kai, is trans.
The chance of having your child taken away from you, I think any parent would go in a heartbeat.
They moved from Florida to Massachusetts in May.
How do you feel about all the bills that Florida's been passing?
It's kind of dumb.
Why do you think it's dumb?
Because, trans people should be who they want to be.
While Ledoux says their GoFundMe didn't cover all the costs, she maintains the move was worth it.
Do you feel safer?
Oh, yeah. Much safer. I always get emotional when I think of this. Driving down the street and just seeing pride flags and knowing that it's accepted up here is huge.
Zincle Asamoah, NBC News.
Still ahead, how to establish healthy boundaries in your household and the potential negative impact of parents and kids being too entangled. More NBC News Daily right after this.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's modern parenting, we are talking about something called enmeshed relationships. So what exactly
What are they, Vicky?
Right? Well, here's a good example that sparked a public debate on social media about boundaries between parents and kids. One Boston area mom spent more than $4,000 on 2 Taylor Swift tickets. Morgan.
Cannot even imagine.
She just thought, you know what? I will go with my daughter. We're going to have a great time together.
So she never said that explicitly to her daughter. So her daughter ended up asking her best friend. The mother then publicly shared how hurt she was that her daughter didn't bring her and considered asking her daughter to pay her back for those tickets. Well, now their story has the internet divided on who was right and who was wrong. Psychotherapist and author Nero Feliciano joins us here to explain. Okay, so some parents, as you can imagine, there's a lot of chirp on the internet about this particular example. Let's just break down to set the stage. What is an enmeshed relationship? What does it look like?
Yeah, an enmeshed, first of all, it's so nice to talk about parenting with two parents. Yes, yeah, an enmeshed relationship is where boundaries are unclear, members are over-involved in the personal affairs and activities of each other, and emotions are felt by all. So it's hard to differentiate, am I feeling this or is it you? If someone's struggling, then everyone's struggling.
So those are the ways that we can identify whether we have enmeshment in our family. What can you do about it then?
Okay, well, actually, that is what enmeshment is. But let's talk about how you can identify. It's normal, healthy families, parents meet the emotional needs of kids, not vice versa. In enmeshment, parents are
Say
looking...
that one more time.
Yeah, parents meet the emotional needs. They're the nurturers of the children.
Right.
In
They're the
enmeshed
givers.
families, the givers. Parents are looking to kids to meet their needs. And oftentimes, when they're not met, there's hostility from the parent, and love becomes conditional. And kids sense that. They feel responsible for their parents' happiness. They often internalize mental health issues because of it. And they have a hard time identifying their own needs because they're constantly meeting the needs of other people. That's part of enmeshment.
When you talk about the hostility that the parents can feel, can you stay a little bit on what the kids can feel? What's sort of the mental and emotional impact of having an enmeshed relationship with one's parent?
Yeah, again, they feel responsible for their happiness. So as a result, and also potentially that love is conditional based on how they meet the needs. So they become very clingy. They have a hard time developing age-appropriate relationships, doing age-appropriate things like sleepovers or camps. And it's just hard to individuate. And later on in life, they have a hard time recognizing what are their needs and wants. They have a hard time setting boundaries in relationships because these boundaries are so fluid. Right. They're not typical of healthy relationships.
So, Nero, it sounds like you're putting the responsibility on the parent, saying that the parent is the one who creates this enmeshed relationship. So as parents, what do we do to avoid doing that to our children?
Yeah, we want to set boundaries, clear boundaries with the child. So in that case of the Taylor Swift, she could have said when she gave the gift, hey, this is for us to go enjoy this concert together. And in that case, she kind of became resentful when the child didn't pick her. Right. But the child picking someone else is a sign that the child is individuating. This is what I want. This is what my needs are. We want to encourage that as parents. Often if relationships are really enmeshed, you need a third party. You do need therapy to help detangle this. We also want to ask as parents, whose needs are getting met? Is it mine? Am I meeting my kids' needs unconditionally? Or am I expecting something in return in order for me to feel validated, loved? Oftentimes you can get a codependent relationship between parent and child in these families.
And that's not fair to the child.
Right. And I love the check-in for the parent to sort of center themselves and check in. Hey, like, who's the adult in the room, right? Is it me? Is it my child? Am I forcing my child to adult or become more mature? Perhaps even before their time. This was a great conversation.
All right. Psychotherapist and author Nero Feliciano, always a pleasure to see you. We learned so much. Thank you so much.
And stay with us because you are watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Hundreds of sea lions and dozens of dolphins have been washing up dead all along the California coast. And experts say they're getting sick from toxic algae blooms. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson explains why.
The beauty of a California beach day, broken by the startling sight of sickness and death.
It has been quite awful. We've been seeing at least 2 or 3 of them wash up every evening.
Scientists call it a microscopic menace, toxic algae blooms poisoning the California coast.
Toxins build up in their system and can lead to all sorts of issues.
Along the Southern California coast, officials estimate more than 1,000 calls for sea lions and dolphins, either dead or showing signs of sickness.
It affects the brains and the heart, can lead to seizures, can lead to disorientation, aggression, as well as miscarriages and death.
Biologists say it's likely a toxic algae bloom called pseudonychia, which can be eaten by small sea creatures, then turned into a neurotoxin when consumed by larger marine life. The Marine Mammal Care Center says there's been 50 rescues in the past 2 weeks alone.
And behind me, another dolphin washed up on shore. Researchers now taking measurements, collecting samples, and waiting for test results to find out if it really is this algae. And if it is, it's more than just wildlife at risk.
The California Department of Health warning against eating sport-harvested mussels, clams, or scallops from Santa Barbara County.
I've never seen anything like this. To my recollection, this is the largest pulse of animals that we've had, at least in the marine mammal response side.
Scientists scrambling for answers with wildlife rescue efforts around the clock. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
A summer league baseball team has gone to the dogs, or rather just one possum pup. The four-legged member of the Johnson City, Tennessee squad has the crowds going wild this season. Andrew McClung from our NBC affiliate WCYB has more.
There's a new star player this summer for the Johnson City Doughboys. It's not a pitcher and it's not a hitter, rather a fetcher. Meet Rocky, a 3-year-old Labrador Retriever.
Rocky's one of the sweetest dogs you'll ever meet.
Rocky's not just at the ballpark for show.
Okay, Rock, go hit it.
He's got a job to do.
It's so cool that, if they hit it or they get out, the dog goes and gets the bat, and it's just as cool as they can get.
Taking on the title of Bat Dog this summer.
Good boy. And asked him if they were in need of a bat dog or would be interested, and he kind of looked at me funny and was like, well, do you know a dog that can do that? And I said, yes, sir, I do.
Meg Hackett says she and her husband are big baseball fans.
Go get the bat.
And they got the idea to train him after seeing another dog fetch bats.
Good boy. Really, it's just a game of fetch with a little bit of structured obedience around it, knowing that his target is a bat, and then he does the rest.
When Rocky goes out to get the bat, he puts on a show for the crowd.
He doesn't just pick up the bat and take it back to his handler in the hometown dugout. He showboats to the crowd.
Not only putting a smile on the faces in the crowd, but the teams too.
He's been great for morale. He may not say much, and he may not give many words of encouragement, but he's just the best boy out there. He's the goodest boy.
Just like many playing in the Appalachian League, Rocky and his parents' goal one day, getting a call to the show.
I think if we ever got invited to the major leagues to do something like that, even just for one inning, would be a complete dream come true.
But for now, he's just enjoying the dog days of summer with the Doughboys. For NBC News Daily, I'm Andrew McClung.
All right, so here is what's trending now. Actress Angela Bassett is set to receive an honorary Oscar at this year's Governor's Awards. The award, which honors distinction in lifetime achievement and exceptional contributions into arts, will be Bassett's first Oscar in her decades-long career. It will be presented at the 14th annual ceremony on November 18th.
Well earned. Singer Louis Capaldi taking a break from touring for the sake of his health. The 26-year-old released a statement this morning saying it was the most difficult decision of his life. Capaldi has been open about his struggles with anxiety in the past, revealing he was diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome just last year. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You are watching NBC News Daily. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good Tuesday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
Great to be with you. I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, June 27th. Flight nightmare. Airports being bogged down with delays and cancellations because of extreme rain, wind, and heat. How the trifecta of brutal conditions is now causing catastrophe from coast to coast.
Recording released, leaked audio of Donald Trump allegedly reveals the former president talking about classified documents with people who did not have security clearance. How that tape could be used as evidence in the federal case against Mr. Trump.
Summer savings. We are a week away from 4th of July parades and barbecues, but the sales, get this, they are already starting. So we're going to tell you where to get the big ticket items so you can get the most bang for your buck.
Beware of bugs. Experts are expecting an especially bad tick season because of the surge of warm weather and rodent infestations. How to avoid the pesky parasites and what to do if you find one latched onto your skin. Yeah, heebie-jeebies.
I know. That's a way to start the show. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with the unrelenting severe summer weather that's wreaking havoc, disrupting travel, and really knocking out power grids across the country.
It's been a nightmare for a lot of folks. Hundreds of flights along the East Coast were canceled after a series of severe thunderstorms and flooding. Meanwhile, in the South, tens of millions of people are still under extreme heat alerts. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with the very latest. Maggie, good to see you. You're here in New York City right now, where hundreds of flights were canceled out of LaGuardia and Newark International airports after those heavy rainstorms. Are we expecting these conditions to improve anytime soon?
Yeah, so Vicki, Morgan, as you guys know, we have another round of showers and storms, potentially severe storms with possibilities for tornadoes and hail slated for the East Coast again today, specifically up and down the I-95 corridor. So we're talking about D.C., Philly, New York. But even as the weather clears up, like even as later this week those conditions kind of dissipate, we know how this goes. We've been through this before. The problems that are existing right now and that are rippling across our air travel kind of industry nationwide, those will take days to resolve. You talked about the hundreds of flights along the East Coast with thousands nationwide, 2,200 plus canceled yesterday. Mine was one of them. I was supposed to fly out of LaGuardia yesterday at 6 p.m. It was delayed to 9, and then it was finally canceled. And my estimation, guys, I was one of hundreds of people in that airport alone. Airlines were telling people you might be stuck here until Friday or Saturday, and the frustration was palpable. Take a look.
It was a hot mess. This is a hot mess. Hot mess, yes.
At first, we sat there for 2 hours because they were trying to get through the storm. Then they ran out of fuel, had to refuel, and then they told us that they were waiting the storm. They didn't have a pilot, waiting the storm, canceled.
And keep in mind, this is a refresher about how conditions elsewhere can, again, ripple across the country. I was flying United. That's an airline that has a hub in Chicago. That woman that you heard from on the latter half there, she was flying Southwest. Obviously, they're going through the heat and storms in the Midwest. So this was spreading far and wide. I'll answer the question. I am going to be flying out of here tomorrow. I already had a flight booked, but guys, a lot of those people way less fortunate. They could be stuck here.
I'm already praying to the news gods for you for that flight for tomorrow. But speaking of which, when you look at sort of the other parts of the country, we know that we've seen in the Midwest at least 7 tornadoes. Then you look at 50 million people in the South under extreme heat advisories today. Which states are facing the worst of it? What can we expect to see with those tornadoes?
I mean, it's really kind of a pick your poison situation, as you say right now. Everybody's dealing with something, right? I mean, you talked about the Midwest. In Indiana, we had specifically 3 tornadoes touch down in the Marion County area, which is where Indianapolis is. We've confirmed 3 tornadoes, 1 person dead from those storms, at least 1 person injured. Search and rescue efforts ongoing. When you talk about the heat, guys, I want to get these numbers right because they are staggering. We've already seen records yesterday in places like Arizona and Texas, and that heat wave is already moving east. Our colleagues down in Dallas, they're having conditions well into the triple digits with feels like temperatures above 110 as that heat wave, that bubble kind of moves east. We could see similar conditions in Nashville where it could feel like 110 by the weekend. Guys.
110. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, I hope you make that flight tomorrow. Thanks so much, Maggie.
Well, Morgan, just days after leading a dramatic rebellion in Russia, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group is now in Belarus. This, according to the president of that country. The Kremlin says it brokered a deal to drop charges against Yevgeny Prigozhin in exchange for Prigozhin ending the uprising and being exiled to Belarus. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, he's live in Ukraine now near that border with Belarus. So the president there says Prigozhin and his troops are welcome to stay in his country, Raf. But there are still a lot of questions about the future of the Wagner group. So walk us through what the status of things are right now.
A lot of questions, Vicky. One of the biggest ones, will Evgeny Prigozhin's Wagner mercenary fighters return to the battlefield here in Ukraine? As you know, they have been responsible for some of Russia's battlefield victories. Prigozhin sent thousands of his convict soldiers, just waves of men at Ukrainian positions in that key city of Bakhmut. And at enormous cost, they were able to take the city, but not clear right now whether they are going to return to the battlefield or not. The Russian Ministry of Defense says it is in the process of taking Wagner's heavy weapons, so these are artillery, armored vehicles, away from them, bringing them to the Russian military. The other big question is Vladimir Putin really going to allow Prigozhin, the man who defied him so openly, to go into quiet retirement in Belarus? The criminal case against Prigozhin was dropped earlier today. That was one of the conditions of this deal made between the Kremlin and the mercenary group. But Putin today making something of a veiled threat, saying that the Wagner mercenary group had received the equivalent of $1 billion from the Russian state over the last year. And Putin said, I hope none of it was stolen, which people think may be an indication that he has some plans to go after Prigozhin on corruption charges.
Very thinly veiled threat there. Raf, the rebellion taking some of the attention away from the fighting in Ukraine. Of course, the counteroffensive in Kyiv still well underway. So talk to us about this. I mean, how is the Ukrainian army taking advantage of this potentially weakened Russian force right now?
Well, so far, it's not clear that they have been able to, but you can bet that they are looking for every opportunity. Ukrainian officials from President Zelensky on down will acknowledge that the counteroffensive, which has been underway for about 3 weeks now, has made slower progress than they would have hoped. The Russians are very heavily dug in. They have a real advantage in the air. Their positions are protected by a lot of landmines. We did speak to a Ukrainian military officer yesterday who told us he feels that even though the rebellion may be over, this will have damaged Russian morale and it will impact their performance on the battlefield.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez on top of it all for us. Raf, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, here at home, a big development in the federal case against Donald Trump. An audio recording is surfacing for the very first time that appears to show the former president talking about classified documents with people who did not have security clearance. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake has the details.
We have already seen part of this conversation in a transcript from the federal indictment, but it is different to actually hear the recording in which the former president discusses a document that he says he could no longer declassify. Overnight, Mr. Trump calling the audio an exoneration, but legal experts say the tape could ultimately be a critical piece of evidence against him.
These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me.
In his own words, former President Trump in a newly surfaced audio recording that's expected to be used as evidence in his federal case involving classified documents. In it, he appears to acknowledge he knowingly held on to a classified Pentagon document about a potential attack on Iran. The 2.5-minute audio tape obtained by CNN shows Mr. Trump discussing what he calls the, quote, highly confidential document.
I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this.
That conversation, according to the special counsel, took place during a meeting at Mr. Trump's New Jersey golf club in July 2021 with 2 staffers, a publisher, and a writer who was working on a memoir of Mark Meadows, his former chief of staff. Mr. Trump referencing the document more than once on the tape, and at times even jokes about it being, quote, highly confidential.
It is like highly confidential, secret. There's a secret information.
In a Fox News interview last week, the former president claiming there were no documents shown in that meeting.
That was a massive amount of papers and everything else talking about Iran and other things. And it may have been held up or may not, but that was not a document. I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles. I'm just saying.
But the recording appears to tell a different story.
Yeah. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
The former president, who pled not guilty to a 37-count indictment accusing him of taking classified national security documents with him when he left the White House, then obstructing the government's efforts to get them back, lashing out overnight on social media, accusing the special counsel of having, quote, spun the tape, as well as saying without evidence that he illegally leaked it, and calling it an exoneration.
NBC News has reached out to the special counsel's office for a response to those claims overnight, but so far we haven't heard back. Mr. Trump and his campaign are out with new statements this morning, insisting he did nothing wrong, but several legal experts and former prosecutors who have heard that tape have largely reached a different conclusion, describing it as damning.
Garrett Hick, thank you. It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Home prices are steadily recovering. In April, they were up 0.5% from the month before. This all according to new housing data released today.
To break it all down, we have CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, this is something we have been talking about over and over again. We're all waiting with anticipation to see what happens. The home prices finally headed a little closer to where they were last June when they hit a peak. Can we expect to see this kind of keep going?
Well, Morgan, Vicky, yes and no. Some experts say that it all depends on how well the market navigates the challenges posed by current mortgage rates, of course, and continued concerns about the strength of the economy. Still, though, it looks like home buyers are adjusting to this new normal, if you will, with higher interest rates than over the past few years. The current rate, by the way, on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is still hovering in the high 6% range. That's more than double what it was in the first 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. Speaking of the economy, layoffs are actually coming to Ford. The automaker confirming today that the cuts will primarily affect engineering jobs in the U.S. and in Canada. The move comes as Ford tries to cut billions in costs while it restructures its operations for the future. And Meta Platforms launching a new virtual reality subscription service that will give users access to 2 new games each month. It's called Meta Quest Plus. It's going to cost $7.99 a month or $60 for the entire year. Users will have access to the games as long as their subscription is active. And I guess, Vicky, Morgan, you can kind of see the incremental moves in the metaverse, right? I could almost see if you were a person who really wanted to see how things were going, you could pay maybe $60 a year to try out what virtual reality or the meta would look like.
We're going to count on you to keep
I'm about to
tabs on
say,
that
I
for
still
us.
need some explaining.
Right. We're still living in the universe. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you so much, Dom.
New developments in the murders at the University of Idaho. The new questions being raised today in court about the DNA evidence right when we come back. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You got to see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now with developments in the case against the man accused of gruesomely murdering 4 University of Idaho students 7 months ago. Prosecutors are now planning to pursue the death penalty against Bryan Kohberger, the suspected killer.
Now, he's due back in court today as his defense team requests the court disclose key information used in the grand jury proceedings that actually led to his indictment. That includes DNA from the crime scene. Kohberger did not enter a plea in the case, but he had a not guilty plea entered for him by the judge. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now to break it down. Steve, let's just focus for a second on this move by the prosecution to pursue the death penalty. That's a big deal. We haven't seen this in decades, it feels like there. What are they looking at?
It's a big deal, but it is one within their rights. And per the guidelines of the state of Idaho, it essentially, they have to meet these certain stipulations, certain barriers that if the crime does meet them, if Kohberger is found guilty, he should be up for the death penalty. But they have to file in advance, which is why we're hearing about it now, to sort of set that stipulation in motion, because essentially it creates a whole new phase of the case, a penalty phase, a trial phase. The jury has to decide and deliberate on both of those phases, and it changes the nature of the defense and the litigation overall. So it sort of overcomplicates things, but prosecutors and the Gonzalez family, we've heard from a number of family members who say they are happy that this decision has been made, that it is pursuant to what's going on with the prosecution, that they feel like that no one else deserves it more than Kohberger. Meanwhile, the defense today in court, there's a pretrial hearing. They essentially want more pieces of information, more of the DNA evidence that they say they should be privy to, and more on the minutes and the discussions between the grand jury and the judge. Usually that is something that is sealed, but the defense says it is pertinent to their case. They wouldn't be able to build a case without certain pieces of that information. The judge has to decide not only on all of this, but whether or not to prolong and delay the trial further so that everybody can understand it, which is very big to the trial date, supposed to be in the beginning of October.
Yeah.
Morgan, Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, I know you've been following it from the beginning. Thank you so much.
Steve, thanks. Let's now bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas. So, Danny, let's stay on the death penalty here. When prosecutors seek the death penalty, does it mean they're confident they have a rock-solid case? And also, is there a risk here that that could potentially influence jurors?
Yeah, it should mean they have a rock-solid case, but a jaded defense attorney like me might say that it's a tactical move in order to put the pressure on the defense to say, hey, we are filing our notice. We're intending to seek the death penalty. You better get serious if you want to plead guilty now, because if they can prove that Kohberger was there, they can prove that if they can find him guilty, the penalty phase, I think, will be very easy for the state. And the reason for that is the aggravating circumstances under the Idaho statute include things like, and all the jury needs to find is one, something like, for example, there were 2 murders committed at the same time. Well, if that's already proven in the guilt phase, you're not going to have to prove too much in the penalty phase to get that aggravating factor. And if they prove even one of them, then it's on the defense to come up with mitigating factors to save his life.
And in their attempt to sort of prove that, the defense is asking for DNA, access to the DNA from that actual house. How likely is the defense to actually get access?
There are 2 kinds of DNA at play here. One is the old traditional kind, STR, stir DNA. It's the DNA we've all been kind of raised on. The other is this emerging IgG or FGG, forensic genealogy evidence DNA, that is new. And actually, the 2 systems really aren't that compatible. In fact, law enforcement labs simply can't process this new version of DNA. So instead, what they did was they took this and they used it to get a lead. They went to Facebook. They built their own genealogical tree. And the key is they are not going to use this evidence in the trial. They just used it as a tip. The state says, as a result, we shouldn't have to turn it over because it's not even going to come in at trial. The defense says, come on, give it to us anyway. It's how you got there.
All right, Danny Savalas, thank you so much. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
leaps and bounds you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
All right, so check this out. Portland, Oregon is home to a one-of-a-kind sports bar that only shows women's sporting games. The bar is called the Sports Bra. The owner describes it as a safe space for the LGBTQ+ community. And NBC News correspondent Niala Charles has more on the female-focused bar.
Women's sports are the main attraction at the bar. That's why it's called the Sports Bra. But inside, it's an inclusive community led by its queer owner. At the Sports Bra in Portland, Oregon, it's all about support. Sports bras are optional, but women's sports are not. And acceptance isn't either.
We don't have very many queer spaces or like queer safe spaces that feel like they're made for us here or even in the entire country.
This bar is the first to only air women's sports. Owner Jenny Nguyen came out to her parents when she was 17.
For me, playing basketball was my safety blanket from having to come out. I got to the point where I remember when I was 17, I was like, I can't do this anymore. Kind of like that double life. And so I was laying in bed, and I remember looking at my digital clock, and it said like 10:58 at night. And I go, okay, at 11:05, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna go upstairs, I'm gonna tell my parents I'm gay.
Now this bar is a safe space for her and others.
What brought you here? The idea of coming and being able to watch sports with a room full of women and not having to battle with men to watch men's sports.
For the first time, this group of Seattle Storm fans can watch a game at a bar.
To have a space that's showing stuff that specifically we are interested in is really special to have access to.
They're big Jenny fans too.
I saw you over there and I went,
Across this bar, representation, while moving the conversation forward.
We have a side of equity, and people can order that, add it to their tab, and at the end of the month or the week, I total it up and I donate all of it. During June and July, we're kind of focusing on transgender rights.
Why is it important, especially now, to wrap your arms around that community?
Trans women and girls are women and girls. And so we believe that everyone deserves a chance to participate in sports.
It may be a sports bar, but what's happening here is bigger than sports. This week, Nguyen started fundraising for the Voice of Sports Foundation's Side of Equity campaign. It seeks to close the pay gap for female athletes. The foundation says all donations will be given to the athletes competing at this year's Women's World Cup. Back to you.
Nayela, thank you. A Belgian athlete is showing what it means to be a team player. In order to save her country from being disqualified after two teammates went down with injuries, a shot putter volunteered to run the 100-meter hurdle race at the European Championships. It all happened this weekend. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren shows us how.
Belgium's track team faced quite a hurdle at the European Championships this weekend. With both the team's hurdlers injured, they were headed to disqualification. Not so fast, said the team's shot putter, who quite literally stepped in at the last minute. 29-year-old Jolien Boomquo carefully clearing each of the 10 obstacles with a smile on her face.
I knew this was a once in a lifetime, so I just wanted to go for it.
At her own admission, becoming a hurdler was a leap.
What's the difference between a shot putter and a hurdler?
I think a better question is, what are the similarities?
At the start, there was no doubt she was different.
And I said, no, that's not a mistake. That's me. I need to run for Belgium.
But she never gave up, even as the field raced away, crossing the finish line a full 19 seconds after anyone else, but absolutely winning the day, not only saving her team's chances.
I don't want to be famous. I just want to be known for my values.
But giving us all a master class in sportsmanship and overcoming obstacles, no matter how high. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
I love that story. It's the smile at the end.
100%.
What
It's the smile.
sport.
She didn't even knock a single hurdle down, and she went for it.
Hey, that was better than I was doing in high school track. My hat's off to her. Listen, meanwhile, voters across New Hampshire are getting visits from presidential hopefuls, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, all happening today. We're going to take you straight there, but we're monitoring those events. You're watching NBC News Daily. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back on this Tuesday. Glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. President Joe Biden is pledging that every single U.S. household will have access to high-speed internet by 2030. He announced the $40 billion plan on Monday, calling it an absolute necessity. It will target places where there's no service or very slow service. The administration is also working with service providers to reduce those costs.
A new law goes into effect today for pregnant workers or those with childbirth-related medical conditions. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act guarantees reasonable accommodations for workers. It is mandatory for all businesses with at least 15 employees. The specific rules have yet to be announced, but they could include shorter work hours and longer breaks.
Authorities in Myanmar burned more than $446 million worth of seized drugs on Monday. This coincided with the UN's International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, and UN officials have warned about a rise of opium, heroin, and methamphetamine production in that country.
Well, New Hampshire voters are getting a double dose of presidential politics today as the top two Republican candidates stump across that state.
That's right. It's happening around the same time. Right now, former President Donald Trump is speaking at a Republican women's luncheon in Concord, and that's about 40 minutes down the road from where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis spoke to supporters just this morning. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now live from Concord, New Hampshire. Vaughn, you've been following both these campaigns since they were launched. I mean, what sort of sticks out to you from the speeches you heard today, and how are the candidates' messages there resonating with the people behind you there in New Hampshire?
Right. I think the hard part about this is the Republican field oxygen outside of Donald Trump, the investigations and the indictments into him. You know, Trump's aides say, hey, they get to be in the news every day, and all the Republican field has to come and defend Donald Trump from what they say are political. And so this is where that's kind of a hard juxtaposition of Ron DeSantis, who is trying in this Republican primary. Takes a little bit from both Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis here this last hour.
Rescue our country from the sinister forces who hate it and who want to destroy it, and now we are approaching the most important battle of our lives.
If this election is about Biden's failures and our vision for the future, we are going to win. If it's about relitigating things that happened 2-3 years ago, we're going to lose.
And that's where we have watched for months now, not only Ron DeSantis, but other Republicans like Jim Scott try to address the future, and Joe Biden is enemy, but you continually hear from Donald Trump. His focus is on the investigations, the prosecutors, but also the other Republicans who are now challenging him.
Vaughn, while we have you, Governor DeSantis' early efforts to break through in New Hampshire, they've been somewhat of a mixed bag. Why is it, do you think, that he is struggling so much to compete there?
To make sure everything worked out well.
Right, this is a state of Finland, you know. Donald Trump handily won this primary. Really his catapult for him in his political endeavors after losing the Iowa caucus. For Ron DeSantis, this is a little bit different of a political state. You know, it currently has a Republican governor, but Chris Sununu, somebody who is a moderate voice and somebody who is a pro-abortion rights governor here. And, you know, just 25% of the Republican electorate calls themselves evangelical Christians. And so this is you know, like all parts of the country, this is a different part of the electorate that he is trying to appeal to, but he is on the ground and he's trying to do just that. And he's got about 6 months until the New Hampshire primary to pull it off.
All right, NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard there. Vaughn, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
The tiny island of Taiwan is now caught in the middle of tensions between China and the U.S. The island nation is known as the Silicon Valley of Asia. It produces more than 60% of all semiconductors made worldwide. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel shows us one of the factories where these semiconductors are made.
While many Americans may not realize it, all of our lives are connected in one way or another to Taiwan. This island produces the vast majority of semiconductors, the advanced computer chips that these days control just about everything we use, from our cars to cell phones, washing machines to medical devices. And industry officials here warn that tensions between China and the United States could put this vital industry and the entire global economy at risk. Vibrant, democratic, rich, and pro-American, Taiwan is the Silicon Valley of Asia. The island has a near monopoly on semiconductors, the chips that drive our digital lives. Taiwan produces over 60% of all semiconductors and a shocking 93% of the most advanced chips needed for AI. NBC News was given rare access to a Taiwanese semiconductor factory. Min Woo is the founder and CEO of Micronics.
How many of these tiny little chips do we depend on to get through the day? Look at your cell phone.
If you open it up, it's so many.
The United States is racing to build semiconductor factories, but these tiny digital brains are incredibly difficult to produce. Each one is made of ultra-thin layers of silicon and contain up to 1 billion transistors.
The U.S. is on this initiative to diversify, produce more chips like this in the United States. How long do you think it would take them to catch up?
I would say 10 years.
But will political tensions here boil over before then? China insists Taiwan belongs to Beijing. In early June, a Chinese warship cut off a U.S. Navy destroyer, and Chinese fighters have repeatedly flown over the island.
What would be the economic impact for the world if the semiconductor industry goes offline because of military tensions or a conflict?
My opinion is you'll be set back at least 20 years.
Although Washington has no formal obligation to defend Taiwan, President Biden said he would.
Would U.S. forces defend the island?
Yes, if in fact there was an unprecedented attack.
Robert Tsao, a semiconductor billionaire, has spent $100 million to train the Taiwanese people in civil defense.
Protecting Taiwan is protecting the U.S. interest.
What about all the semiconductor factors here? If the Chinese start to invade, and you don't want the Chinese to take them over, what are you going to do? You're going to blow them up?
Sadly, it may be one option.
A potential digital meltdown that no one wants. Industry leaders here tell us they hope Taiwan's vital role in producing semiconductors will force the United States and China to find a diplomatic solution, because the cost of failure is simply too high. Richard Engel, NBC News, Taipei.
All right, so we might be 1 week away from 4th of July parades and barbecues, but the summer holiday sales, they are already underway. So the big question, how do you find the very best deals out there? Some experts recommend mapping out a sales strategy that includes making a list, signing up for emails from your favorite brand, and then, of course, comparing prices. Let's go to Vicki, who has the most information for us in terms of those tips and tricks that we should look for right now, even ahead of the holiday. Vicki, what should we be on the lookout for?
Hey, Morgan. So we talked to some retail experts, and they say there are really some main categories you should be paying attention to right now. This all according to Trey Bod. She says mattresses, for example, right now Casper is offering 20% off. Beauty Rest has more than $900 off of certain models. Appliances up to 40% off at Best Buy. Furniture, Crate & Barrel and West Elm up to 60% off accessories and furniture. And beauty, Morgan, you want to check your favorite brands. Ulta is having a buy one, get one 40% off on sunscreen. I know you're going to get better about that.
I know, we were just talking about the sunscreen.
I know, it's important. And also with the baby now, you got to make sure you're looking out for little Lana. By the way, outdoor items as well. REI up to 50% off outdoor gear, including tents and even hydration packs for those hikers in your family.
Oh, I like that. But I know that there are also some other big sales just around the corner, including when we look at Prime Day on July 11th. So what should we sort of wait on at this point, and what are the key dates we need to just have in our mental calendars?
Yeah, everyone get out your pencils. You want to wait to buy small electronics because Amazon has confirmed Prime Days are July 11th and 12th. Kohl's also having its cyber sales July 11th and 12th. Best Buy doing Black Friday in July. You know what they're saying? They're going to raise Amazon by a day. They're starting July 10th. And Target, they're going to do a whole circle week of deals July 9th through the 15th. So if you need small home decor or summer apparel, you may find even better deals the week after the July 4th sales.
All right, I like that. I know that your team also, Vicki, though, found some key products that are on sale right now. Can you tell us some of the deals?
All right, Morgan, the team says you can get a Serta 10-inch queen hybrid memory foam mattress at Lowe's for $4.99. I know you have a guest bedroom for all the aunties and uncles who are going to come visit, so it's 37% off. Yeah, exactly. And you want to get a good deal. Home Depot right now has a GE 24-inch dishwasher with dry boost, $428. It's almost 50% off.
We like that.
Yeah. You can also get a 3-seater sofa at Ashley Home Furniture for $299. That's 45% off what it normally is. And finally, REI has the Kelty Discovery Base Camp Bundle. It's $161. This is a tent that says it's for 4 people, but I have learned from experienced campers, when it says it's for 4 people, it really means 2 people, unless you want to like be in there wedged like sardines.
Totally smushed.
Right. But it does come with 2 sleeping bags and 2 sleeping mats. $161. You can't really beat that deal.
Well, excuse me while I go to Ashley Home Furniture for that 3-seater sofa after the show. Vicki, always helping us shop a little smarter. We appreciate it. All right, well, June is Black Music Month, and one young hip-hop star is already making her mark. She might even look a little bit familiar. Her dances and songs racking up millions of views online. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah got the chance to talk to 4-year-old Savannah, a.k.a. Van Van. Take a look.
Hey. Playing outside every day.
This 4-year-old is a rap phenom taking the internet by storm.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to playing outside every day. My name is Van McConaughey,
aka rapper Van Van.
Savannah, I've heard you rapping. When did you start doing that?
Since I was a kid.
Savannah's dad, Reggie McConaughey, says he started recording her rhymes when Savannah was just 2 years old.
Even if she wasn't talking that well, just a cadence, a pattern.
A sense of rhythm.
Right. People love seeing her on camera.
Make sure I download my song.
Today, she's got over 200,000 Instagram followers and about 4.3 million likes on TikTok. The pair posting her videos online starting in 2020. Reggie says while working from home as an educator during the pandemic, music and entertainment became their special bond.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to playing outside every day.
We just wanted to have fun.
Van, what do your friends think of all the videos you've made now?
They'd be like, wow.
Van even giving us an exclusive performance.
I will show it to y'all.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a beat on hand for the budding rap star.
Put on the thing first. The thing first, I can't remember.
Oh, you need the beat.
But like any good performer,
it's fine.
The show must go on.
My name is Van. I ain't trying to playing outside every day.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't play, you know, hot. 4-year like top box. Ride in that big wheel. Van, I'm a big deal.
Her undeniable charm and online popularity leading to offline opportunities with her first live performance in her home state of North Carolina in May.
And honestly, I think I was more nervous than her. If it ever comes to a time where she don't want to do it, then we'll just stop, and she'll just go back to being Savannah, you know what I'm saying?
Van says she has big dreams of becoming a rapper and an actress, but for now, her next starring role is Big Sister, her parents expecting in August.
I'm super excited. She gonna be an actress with me too.
Do you have any advice for other 4-year-olds, young girls who maybe admire you?
Just work hard.
Just work hard.
Playing outside every day.
Zinclea Samoa, NBC News.
Okay.
First and foremost, I want to say swag like that only comes from the home state of North Carolina.
Okay,
yeah,
that's right.
I gotta let you know,
That's
Van,
right.
she's riding around with her
She's
big
riding.
wheel. She's a big deal. Van, you're a star. You're a
Can't
star.
wait to see her little sibling, the two of them
Right?
together. That's an act.
That's gonna be in my head all day.
All right, well, with families spending some time outside this summer, we are going to talk about Lyme disease. We want you to know how to protect your kids and also the best ways to spot ticks. Next, more NBC News Daily right after this.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
All right, well, now for today's Daily Health. During the summer, we're outdoors a lot more, and that raises the chances for tick bites and the risk of Lyme disease.
That's right. Each year, about 30,000 cases of Lyme disease are reported to the CDC, and if left untreated, Lyme disease can lead to more serious health conditions like nerve pain and even inflammation of the brain and of the spinal cord. Thankfully, we have medical director Dr. Ingleton here. Thank you so much for joining us now to explain. First off, tell us a little bit about what Lyme disease actually entails. Why is this such a risk?
It is a major risk because not only is there an early side to seeing Lyme disease, it has many phases. And the first stage is where you get the bite and you get a rash. But there are so many other things that can happen much longer down the road. And if you don't treat the early stages, that's when you get into problems later. It can affect your heart, your nervous system, almost all your internal organs, your joints, and really have long-term permanent effects.
Dr. Ingleton, let's talk about ticks, which are the source of Lyme disease and some other diseases as well. What can we do to protect ourselves?
The first thing is to put some kind of repellent on your skin when you're going out. So something with DEET would be really important. You can also protect your clothing. There are things that have, there's sprays available with permethrin, 0.5% in it. You spray your clothing down thoroughly, your boots, your gear that you're going to take out, and let it air dry before going out, and that lasts for a long time. The other thing is, think about where you're going. Ticks they love grassy, mossy, bushy areas. So if you're going out for hunting, walking the dog, strolling, hiking, doing all that stuff, be careful to wear clothing that protects, long sleeve, and then if you wear pants, tuck the pants inside the socks.
Right, and anywhere there's deer, there are ticks.
Anywhere that there are deer.
Which actually, I grew up in Carolina in a wooded area, and my daddy was outside a few years ago doing some yard work, got bit by a tick, and my mom noticed he was acting kind of strange. Turns out he had Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and the doctor said he would have gotten Lyme disease had he not gone in when he did. What do you do if you have been bitten by a tick?
The first thing to do, I didn't say this earlier, but you have to check yourself when you get indoors from being in the woody area where there are ticks, typically. So look at your whole body, the folds of the body, the waist, all of that. And also, if you see a tick, get a tweezer, grab that sucker by the base and as close as you can to the skin, and then pull straight up. Don't wiggle around, jiggle it around. Just pull straight off so you don't leave parts of the tick in there, because that can also lead to the disease.
And there are some universities that actually study ticks. So if you can take a picture of the tick that bit you, send it in, they can tell you what kind of diseases it may carry. So,
and depending on where you are in the country, it may be Lyme disease or rickettsial, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, tularemia. There are all these diseases that are caused by ticks.
Well, that was a really helpful breakdown. Dr. Rosemary Ingleton,
always a helpful breakdown. We love when you join us.
I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're 10 minutes early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, so one baseball fan is on a mission to share his love for the game. And the goal is very simple. Visit 30 ballparks, go to 30 games, and bring nearly 100 kids along for free each time.
I love it. NBC News correspondent Jacob Sobroff takes us out to the pitch for a real home run of a story.
I've always loved coming to a stadium. When I walk in, I see the green grass, the smells, the sights, the sounds.
There's nothing like it.
There's nothing better.
Baseball isn't just a sport for Stephen Shear. It's his lifelong passion. He fell in love with the game when he was 6, watching baseball games on TV with his dad, and he's never backed away from the plate. He volunteered as a Little League coach for over 20 years. What's been the best part of being a coach for you?
When you get a young person that, maybe wasn't a natural athlete, but by the end of the season, they've just gotten more confident in themselves, and they make a big catch at the end, and, they're like the hero of the day. Go Rays!
When Stephen retired from his full-time job this year, he decided to celebrate by crossing off an item on his bucket list. Visit all 30 ballparks across the country in just one season. But he wanted to share his passion with kids who might not have a chance to otherwise attend a game. The Tampa native pledged $1,000 towards each stadium stop, and working with Major League Baseball and local nonprofits, he's been able to bring along nearly 100 kids to every game.
We were in Denver, and it was a really amazing organization that helped homeless young people. One young man comes and pulls me aside, and he's got like tears in his eyes, and he said, "This is one of the greatest days of my life. I never thought I'd get to go to a professional sports game." This young man, who had probably gone through so much hardship in his life, was enjoying this baseball game, which some of us take for granted, and this was one of the best days of his entire life.
So when we heard about Stephen's story, we wanted to help him create more memories just like that. Everybody ready for a ball game? Yeah! Working with the Minnesota Twins, we set up an unforgettable day for members of the Boys and Girls Club of the Twin Cities. The game starts at 12 o'clock. Are you guys wondering what you're doing here so early? Yeah! Anybody like surprises? Yeah! All right, let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go! Our first stop, straight to the field.
And I'm really excited. What I'm most excited about baseball is catching. Watching people play so I can learn more better.
The kids got to meet Twins utility player Kyle Farmer, who threw 10-year-old Dante Davidson an autographed ball.
I think that it's really nice that I got a ball, and it's my first time.
That smile says it all, and we had many more surprises for these young baseball fans. High fives, give me some high fives. Including a stop inside the press box, where aspiring broadcaster 13-year-old Leasia Smith got to show off her talents.
One day I'm going to be in here.
One day I'm going to be in here. Well, you're already here. Here's a microphone.
Let's go, Twins!
I love that. So you think you're going to be back here and this will be the place where you work?
Yeah.
While we wait for her big break down at the field, it was time for the first pitch. 13-year-old Romeo Riley had the honors. How's that arm? Strong? Did you warm it up a little bit? Give it a little shake out. You feeling ready? With his arm ready to go, Romeo and Stephen headed to the mound. Just a bit outside. But that pitch set the matchup against the Boston Red Sox, a swift and decisive victory. Twins won it 6-0. But perhaps the greatest victory, dozens of kids with full tummies and 9 innings of baseball consumed. And their own shot at glory. Swing for the fences. 1, 2, 3, go! Let's go! All right, Romeo, I see you. You got it, you got it, you got it. Woo! Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
What a treat for all those kids. Here's what's trending now. A new face coming to one of America's oldest game shows. Wheel of Fortune is tapping Ryan Seacrest today to be its next host. Seacrest will take over for longtime host Pat Sajak. He's stepping down at the end of next season. Sajak announced his retirement earlier this month after hosting Wheel for more than 40 years.
And come on, Barbie, let's go party. Oh, yeah. The Malibu Barbie Dream House is going up for rent on Airbnb. That's coming just next month, but there is a twist. The stay will be hosted by Ken. That's right. The room is free of charge, and it'll be available for 2 individual one-night stays for up to 2 guests on July 21st and 22nd. So to snag a spot, requests can be submitted on July 17th, 10 a.m. Pacific.
It looks so authentic and spectacular. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. This is NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, June 27th, 2023, no relief. Millions along the East Coast facing the threat of more severe storms. And in Texas, the sweltering heat has turned deadly. How long this extreme weather is expected to stick around?
Tail of the tape. The audio recording at the center of Donald Trump's indictment leaked, showing the former president discussing classified documents in his possession, what it means for the case against him.
Death penalty, the suspect in the Idaho College murders in court today as prosecutors reveal the punishment they're seeking in the high-profile case, how families of the victims are reacting.
And bad blood, the conflict between a mom and daughter over Taylor Swift tickets that's now gone viral, what you can do to keep it from happening to your family.
Can't wait to get to that conversation. Well, it's 11 a.m. in Fresno, 1 p.m. in Little Rock, and 2 p.m. right here in New York.
We begin this hour with another warning about extreme heat. Today, the I-95 corridor and Great Plains are most at risk for storms, just like they were yesterday. If the last week feels like Groundhog Day to you, there is a reason for that. We're in a blocked pattern that's keeping the same deadly conditions on loop, and that's why temperatures are going to stay dangerously high across the south, where some parts are on pace to be 10 to 15 degrees hotter than average.
That's right. We're also keeping an eye on the skies. Take a look at this hazy time lapse from earlier today in Wisconsin and Michigan. Tens of millions of people across the upper Midwest are under air quality alerts because of ozone and smoke from those wildfires in Canada. We're covering all angles of this extreme weather pattern across the country. So let's begin with NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, what can you tell us about this heat and all of these storms? Yeah, guys, we'll kind of pick your poison. We'll start in the south, right, and what they're dealing with, because everyone's dealing with something. So basically down south, they are in that repeat pattern, that Groundhog Day-like pattern that you talked about of triple-digit temperatures once again, particularly kind of in Texas, Arizona, Florida, where we saw records shattered yesterday. They're feeling that heat again today. But today in Dallas, it's 102. It feels like 108, and those conditions are expected to stick around through the weekend. But also this heat is kind of spreading east. We're expecting to see feels like conditions, a heat index of 110, 111 in Nashville by the weekend. So basically more of the South, a broader swath of the South is going to feel this extreme heat by the time we get into the weekend. And then you talked about it. Everybody's dealing with a little bit of something. We see the smoke in the Midwest. We had tornadoes touching down in parts of the Midwest, especially Indiana yesterday. At least one person dead from those storms. And then here in the Northeast, again, the I-95 corridor is slated for another round of potentially violent storms, possible tornadoes, possible hail once again in New York, Philly, D.C. So just another unpredictable chapter in this latest stretch of severe summer weather, guys.
All right, let's bring in CNBC's Leslie Joseph. Leslie, how is this weather impacting flights today? And big question, should we brace for issues if we're planning to travel this weekend for the 4th of July?
Yeah, it's been a really rough couple days for air travel. More than 20,000 delays, I should say. A lot of that coming from the New York area, even and going down the eastern seaboard as far down as Miami. Thunderstorms popping up. It is the season for it, so this is something that comes with air travel. But it's a lot of challenges. We saw the CEO of United blaming some of the issues on air traffic controller shortages. And you know what happens with these delays? It starts out, then your aircraft crews start to time out, your flight attendants, your pilots, and these problems tend to get worse and worse. The flight delays are a little bit better today. We're seeing about 3,000, and that is, less than half of what we saw yesterday. And hopefully the weather holds up for the 4th of July, because we're probably gonna have more travelers than we did even in 2019.
Oh boy, yeah, fingers crossed for all of that. Okay, let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what concerns you most right now?
I have all bad news. I'm going to talk about storms and smoke and temperatures that are ridiculous. So thunderstorms are popping up. We're going to see some airport delays happening shortly at Dulles and eventually Reagan. So those planes going in and out will probably have delays, maybe even a ground stop, and that's going to cause that ripple effect. Eventually, these storms will rotate their way back up towards areas of Philadelphia. So as far as the heat goes, the hottest temperature, San Angelo, it's like day after day. It's already 106 degrees. Del Rio's at 104. You're on your way towards 100 in Dallas, too. And as far as the unrelenting heat goes, the heat index is the worst if you're near the Gulf. 115 at Corpus Christi, 111 in Lake Charles. And it's not like it's going to end. I mean, by the time we get to the weekend, it comes down a little bit. But look at St. Louis into the hundreds on Thursday, Memphis into the hundreds. Atlanta's going to be in the upper 90s. So now we're going to see it expanding a little bit. And I'll end with our air quality problems. 47 million people are impacted by the smoke and the ozone. And this is one of the worst smoke days in the memory of anyone that lives in areas like Chicago, Milwaukee, Green Bay, and right there in Grand Rapids.
Ooh, so important that people stay inside if they need to, wear a mask, all that good stuff. Maggie Vespa, Leslie Josephs, and Bill Cairns, thank you all.
An audio recording has surfaced where former President Donald Trump appears to discuss classified documents in his possession at his New Jersey club in 2021 with people who did not have a security clearance.
I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. As president, I could have did less about it. Now I can't, but this is classic.
Now we have a problem.
That audio was first obtained by CNN. A transcript of part of that conversation was included in the federal indictment charging Trump with 37 criminal counts. But this is the first time we have actually heard it. The former president denies any wrongdoing. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He is traveling with former President Donald Trump for a campaign event in Concord, New Hampshire. Vaughn, the existence of this conversation, that has been public. First time we are actually hearing it. What is the significance of hearing this, and have we heard anything from the Trump campaign?
It's notable that the audio is now public because, number one, it's important for the transparency purposes for folks to have an understanding. You're talking about the frontrunner for the Republican nomination for President Ellison, and the American public and electorate was now able to hear what the Department of Justice, what the special counsel prosecutors have. This same audio would be making its way to to the defense counsel as well. And so for the purposes of the trial that is slated to begin several months from now, this is going to be a key part of this, because you hear the former president directly acknowledge that he had classified documents and acknowledge that he was not able to declassify them post-presidency. That is a reversal from what he has said publicly in his own defense for Donald Trump. Ever since the search warrant was executed at his Mar-a-Lago estate last summer, he has provided a myriad of reasons for the documents and his own defenses here. But this is going to be tough for his defense team in the courtroom to really push back against the own words in that tape recording.
Vaughn Hilliard on the campaign trail. Thank you so much.
Well, Russian mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin is now in Belarus, according to Belarusian officials. You see, his safety there appears to be part of the agreement that stopped his march toward Moscow over the weekend. Meanwhile, the Russian government says it will close the criminal investigation against Prigozhin and the others involved in the armed rebellion. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Keir Simmons is in Moscow for us. So, Keir, do we anticipate the truce between the Wagner Group and the Kremlin will actually stick?
Well, that is the million-dollar question, Sinclair. I can't answer that, but I can say this, though. I think as we begin to hear more about exactly what did happen over the weekend, it does look more and more like less of a rebellion or an uprising and more the lid coming off the rivalries between people around President Putin and then others around President Putin trying to put the lid back on again. So what we've seen today is, I suppose you could say, more of that. The Kremlin determinedly making sure that the optics are that the Kremlin is in charge, that President Putin is in power. We saw him today speaking in front of the ranks of his security services, thanking them for what he says was averting a civil war. That's in his words. We saw him too overnight meeting with senior members of his security services and the military and talking to them about what to do next. And what's interesting is that out of that, for example, came this news that they will not try to prosecute members of the Wagner Group, that those soldiers who were part of that mutiny. And I think that shows you that they're trying to, there's a sort of degree of flexibility at the same time as President Putin, being very angry on television, which I think is partly about showing the Russian people that he is not accepting this. It's another part of that, I am in charge optics.
Yeah, Kieran, you mentioned Vladimir Putin. Of course, he addressed the attempted uprising earlier today and commended the Russian military's quick action in actually opposing the rebels. How are his comments this morning and last night being received right now on the ground?
Well, I think the Russian people are kind of watching from the sidelines, honestly. I think it's interesting that what we saw in a way on Saturday was just a smaller group of mutineers, if you like. What was stunning, of course, was that they got close to Moscow. But at the same time, what we're also hearing is the president of Belarus, who negotiated that truce, talking about multiple phone calls with the leader of the Wagner Group, expletive-laden phone calls where he talked him down. Again, that's, another person around President Putin trying to get things solved over the past few days. So, you see this kind of dispute that erupted in the circle around President Putin and now trying to message to Russia that, everything's okay.
Yeah, all eyes on that. Keir Simmons in Moscow. Thank you so much.
Ford announces a round of layoffs and a new condiment to add to your picnic tables from an unusual source.
Oh, I'm invested in this one. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi, guys. Well, I'm actually going to just switch gears with some of these stories just because it seems like the Department of Transportation right now is awarding nearly $1.7 billion in grants for zero and low emission buses. The money will enable state and local governments to buy 1,700 U.S. built buses. That's about a half of them will be zero emission. The money comes from the bipartisan infrastructure bill passed in 2021. And continuing on, let's talk about rent prices. Again, a different story than what you were anticipating, but rent prices may finally be easing up in the United States. New numbers from Realtor.com say the country just saw its first annual rent decline since it started following the data just 3 years ago. Still, the report found rent prices are 25% higher than in 2019. And then this is an entertainment story. I gotta mention it. Rihanna stepping down as CEO of her lingerie brand Savage X Fenty. She's giving up day-to-day control to the former CEO of Anthropologie. The brand is co-owned by Brianna and investors that include luxury retailer LVMH and Jay-Z's Marcy Venture Partners. She will still chair the company's board.
All right.
So
We'll always
gears.
take a switch if it's
I
going to
took a different
Rihanna.
And maybe we'll
I
get some
mean,
new
that's a
music
win.
now.
Yes. We like it.
Yes.
Christina Partsinevelos, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, the new host just announced to replace Pat Sajak on the Wheel of Fortune.
Plus, the drastic steps one man took in the UK to avoid facing serious charges here in the U.S. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Protesters in Washington, D.C. are marching for justice for Jayland Walker. Today marks 1 year since he was killed by police in Akron, Ohio. An autopsy revealed Walker was shot 46 times by police while running away after a chase. Walker did shoot at least one bullet at officers. A grand jury declined to charge the officers involved back in April. The protesters' goal today is to try and get a meeting with the Department of Justice and convince the government to open a pattern and practice investigation into the Akron Police Department. And in Scotland, an extradition trial is underway for Nicholas Rossi. Authorities say Rossi is an international fugitive who used multiple identities to evade arrest in the U.S. He is wanted in the U.S. for a rape charge, but the man in jail in the U.K., he swears this is a case of mistaken identity. If you blinked, you could have missed it. A seemingly unassuming man entering a Scottish courthouse for the beginning of a week-long extradition process. He swears he is Arthur Knight, an Irish orphan, sick and in a wheelchair, unfairly thrust into an international manhunt.
I do not prefer to be called Arthur Knight. I am Arthur Knight.
But U.S. and Scottish authorities say that is an elaborate lie, and he is actually Nicholas Rossi, an international fugitive wanted on a rape charge in Utah under that name, but also known as Nicholas Alverdian in Rhode Island.
Deepest condolences on the passing of Nicholas Alverdian.
A man who thought he could fake his own death, flee the country, and create a new life to avoid prosecution, investigators say.
Was he Arthur Knight, British businessman? Or Nicholas Rossi, American fugitive?
His story recently brought to light by NBC's Dateline. Authorities say they were able to identify him by distinctive tattoos, recognized when he was in the hospital for COVID in late 2021. His identity already in the system for a previous sex crime conviction.
Interpol shared mugshots, photos of his tattoos and fingerprints with local police so they could make an on-the-spot ID.
When the Scottish authorities looked at him in a hospital room in Scotland, they were satisfied that Nicholas Rossi was, in fact, the same person that is wanted in the state of Utah.
But he claimed those tattoos didn't prove anything. Instead, he told a judge in court that someone tattooed him while he was in a coma at the hospital, all in an effort to frame him.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband.
He stuck to his story in an interview with Dateline's Andrea Canning.
I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly.
But efforts to keep the apparent hoax alive didn't work. Last November, a Scottish court ruled there is overwhelming evidence that the man arrested in the Glasgow hospital is the fugitive U.S. authorities were searching for.
By the evidence of fingerprint, photographic and tattoo evidence, that Mr. Knight is indeed Nicholas Rossi.
Rossi's lawyers tried to get the extradition scrapped Monday, citing the need for authorities to question Rossi about another alleged rape in the UK, according to Sky News. But officials threw out the application to defer the case.
I am not Nicholas Allenworthy, and I do not know how to make this clear.
The hearing, a crucial step in what U.S. authorities hope will be the end of a head-spinning search for justice. So he was Nicholas Allenworthy, Nicholas Rossi, Arthur Knight. Authorities in Utah say he's used at least 8 different identities over the year. In 2008, Rossi was convicted of sexual imposition in Ohio. That's a charge that means having sexual contact with someone against their will or when they're impaired. Because of that conviction, he was registered as a sex offender in Ohio. So his fingerprints were in a database. That's ultimately how they identified him in Scotland. Rossi has been accused of sexually assaulting women in at least 2 states, Ohio and Utah.
We're going to turn now. This summer's beach season is only a month old, but it's already proving to be dangerous. 3 more tourists on Florida's Panama City Beach died in the Gulf this weekend, making Panama City beaches the most deadly in the nation so far this year. The Gulf is prone to deadly rip currents, but safety officials say those needing rescue are often the ones who ignore warnings about rough conditions. Of the 6 deadly water incidents in Panama City Beach this year, 5 were on beaches without lifeguards. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
New home sales are surging. A brand new government report released this morning showed new home sales jumped in May over 12%. That's in the last month, and they are up 20% compared to this time last year. If you're in the market, you might want to make a move soon. Prices also rose for the third straight month. CNBC's real estate correspondent Diana Olick has the latest.
Sales of newly built homes in May came in much higher than expected. The builders are getting a big boost from the very low supply of existing homes on the market. Sales rose over 12% month to month and were up 20% from May of last year. These numbers are based on signed contracts during the month, so people out shopping in May when mortgage rates were really rough. The 30-year fix started the month around 6.5%, but then shot sharply higher, over 7% in the second half of the month. That really cut into affordability, but apparently didn't deter buyers much. We did see a drop in the median home price, down 7.6% year over year. Part of that is builders lowering prices, and part is just a shift in what's selling, which is skewing slightly lower due to higher mortgage costs. The supply of new homes for sale also fell. And one really interesting number, a bit deeper in this report, was that the number of homes sold but not yet started has nearly doubled since last May. So a big backlog that should keep builders busy for a while. One issue there is, will they find enough labor and have enough access to building materials to get it all done? Back to you.
Well, this year, we have seen a record number of anti-LGBTQ+ laws introduced across the country. And today, many queer people say those very laws are pushing them to move out of state. On top of the emotional toll a move like that takes, the financial toll can be insurmountable, too. I spoke to some families who have turned to crowdfunding in search of a safe haven.
After more than 2 decades in Tennessee, Ann and her wife are packing their bags. They're heading west ahead of 2 anti-trans bills set to go into effect on July 1st.
It's heartbreaking that the state I love no longer values me or other people like me.
Ann is a trans woman. She asked that we not use her full name out of concerns for her safety. What has led you then to move now?
I have started seeing the radicalization of fundamentalists and conservatives. They're showing up at protests, they're harassing people, they're showing up armed places. It just doesn't feel as safe a place to stay.
But the cost of finding that safety comes with a high price tag.
We cost averaged everything, and we came out conservatively at around $10,000. And that is a very paralyzing number.
So they turned to GoFundMe, and they're not alone. According to GoFundMe, as of June, the number of fundraisers created to support trans people seeking to relocate has gone up more than 100% across states with anti-trans legislation. And in Florida, there's been a 520% increase. The ACLU finding that 46 states have introduced or voted on nearly 500 of these laws during the 2023 session thus far.
I know about 6 trans people off the top of my head who are all raising GoFundMes to leave to other states. It's just a direct impact of the laws.
In Florida, Thorne and Logan lost access to hormone treatments when the state's SB 254 went into effect in May. It bans all gender-affirming care for trans youth, allows the state to take custody of children who have gotten gender-affirming care, and puts new restrictions on adults seeking this kind of care.
Legislation in Florida has directly stripped away any personal medical freedom I have had.
They plan to move to Illinois by the end of the summer. But for the Ledoux family,
that SB 254 bill passed. It really wasn't an option to wait. It just wasn't safe for us to be there anymore.
Jade Ledoux is a mother of 5, and one of her sons, Kai, is trans.
The chance of having your child taken away from you, I think any parent would go in a heartbeat.
They moved from Florida to Massachusetts in May.
How do you feel about all the bills that Florida's been passing?
It's kind of dumb.
Why do you think it's dumb?
Because, trans people should be who they want to be.
While Ledoux says their GoFundMe didn't cover all the costs, she maintains the move was worth it.
Do you feel safer?
Oh, yeah. Much safer. I always get emotional when I think of this. driving down the street and just seeing pride flags and knowing that it's accepted up here is huge.
Coming up, the new details we're learning about the gruesome murder of a Massachusetts couple celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary. Watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivered.
All right, it just did too.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
In a Florida courtroom, cameras were rolling on Monday as a convicted murderer, hoping for a new trial, attacked his own lawyer. Joseph Zeeler turned abruptly and threw a sharp elbow into his own lawyer's forehead. 2 bailiffs quickly wrestled him to the ground. Zeeler was convicted of killing an 11-year-old girl and her babysitter. The judge dismissed the motion, and the lawyer says he's okay.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has filed a motion to dismiss Disney's federal lawsuit against him. DeSantis' attorney says that Disney lacks standing to sue him. Disney sued DeSantis and other Florida officials back in April, accusing them of trying to take away control of the jurisdiction the company has over its Florida parks. Disney has until late July to file a response.
And the category is new host. Ryan Seacrest has been named the new host of Wheel of Fortune. He will replace longtime host Pat Sajak next year, who will step down after more than 40 years of hosting the show. Seacrest said, "I can't wait to continue the tradition of spinning the wheel and working alongside the great Vanna White."
Big developments this hour in the Idaho College murders case.
Yeah, according to court documents, prosecutors now say they will seek the death penalty against Ryan Kohberger. He's the man charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho college students back in November 2022. A judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf.
Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Also with us is criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Steve, first to you. Kohberger is expected to appear in court today. Do we know what the focus of this hearing will be?
Yeah, I mean, and if it feels a bit processy, it's because it is. The defense attorneys want certain documents from the prosecution and from the judge. They essentially want a dissemination of some of the minutes and some of the documents that were involved between the grand jury and the judge, who ultimately ended up indicting Kohberger. That's unusual because usually when you have a grand jury and a judge, whatever happens between a grand jury and a judge stays between a grand jury and a judge. The defense is arguing that it is essential to their defense that they have this information. Along with that, they want more about how DNA was collected in this case using genealogical or familial means, not the usual in cases like these. So they want more light shed on that. They're also sort of casting dispersions about more DNA that was found from unknown males in the house and pointing to those, saying, we need to know if you tested those. So that is what the defense is trying to do today. Kohberger in court in about 2 hours from now, guys.
And Steve, what are prosecutors saying about this decision? And also, what have we heard from the victims' families? I imagine they're reacting.
Yeah, the prosecution had to file on this. They did so yesterday. They were looking for certain standards from the state of Idaho that would allow them to pursue this. And I think one that they felt like was sort of on the lines of this being an overly heinous crime. In fact, they used that language in describing it. The family, I think, is aware that this will probably delay the trial a little bit, so maybe, in effect, delaying justice. But they're overall on board with the idea of that. We spoke to one of the family members, Steve Gonzalez, one of the fathers of one of the slain victims. Here's what he said. Listen to this.
It's a relief. As a father, if you come after my child, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we come after you and we deal with somebody who took advantage of the situation. I'm glad that we're in a situation of strength and the evidence is there, and we feel that we can, they can go forward with this.
So right now, the trial is set for October 2nd, but based upon what we hear today, as far as the documents, as far as the DNA, as far as this new death penalty pursuit, that date may change shortly. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. All right, Danny, let's get you in here. You are a defense attorney. If you are the team working with Kohberger here and you know the prosecution is going to pursue the death penalty, does it change your strategy?
It does, because it's an entirely different proceeding now. In essence, it is now 2 trials instead of 1. If he is found guilty, there will be a separate trial on aggravating and mitigating factors. And in Idaho, which has a rather permissive death penalty statute, Idaho, the prosecutors only need to prove one of several aggravating factors. You heard one of them there. Is it especially heinous? That's a little squishy. But here's one that isn't quite so malleable. It's, were 2 murders committed at the same time? If they resolve the guilt phase, that's pretty much proven at the penalty phase.
All right, time will tell on all this. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Well, the suspect in a horrific triple murder case in Massachusetts has now faced a judge. The victims were a couple celebrating their wedding anniversary, as well as the wife's elderly mother. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin is following this story for us. So, Maya, what exactly happened here? And I understand some of the details may be disturbing, right?
Hi, Zinkley. That's right. What happened here was pretty gruesome. Police say these 3 murders took place on Sunday in Newton, Massachusetts. 2 of the people killed were a couple in their 70s celebrating their 50th anniversary, Gilda and Bruno Amore. The third victim was the 97-year-old mother of the woman killed. Her name was Lucia Arpino. Reports show that one of the victims was stabbed more than 30 times and suffered from blunt force trauma. Police have charged 41-year-old Christopher Ferguson with murder and say they anticipate additional charges after the autopsies are complete. Officials were able to identify him from video they received and a bloody footprint near the home. Police have not released a motive in this case yet and believe this could have been a random act of violence. Now they're warning residents in the area to be careful.
We are asking people to remain vigilant. This is the night to lock your doors and windows, even if you do not normally do that.
Extra officers have been deployed in the area to monitor the town as this all gets sorted out. Zinkley.
All right, Maya Eaglin, thanks so much for that. Well, the U.S. Supreme Court has rejected an argument that could have overhauled election laws across the country.
Yeah, this was a 6-3 decision, and in it, the justices ruled that North Carolina's Supreme Court had the right to strike down a congressional map for being gerrymandered. State Republicans wanted to limit the court's authority to review election laws. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. Laura, this case centered on what's called the independent state legislature theory. Can you explain to us what on earth that means?
There is a lot of jargon here, and you can put all that aside. This is all about who has the power when there is a dispute about how you run federal elections. Does that power rest with the state legislature or with the state courts? And today, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that state courts still have the power. If they had not said that and had actually adopted what was being suggested by the Republican state legislature, which is that state courts have no role to play, that would have been a big deal. That would have ushered in a dramatic new day and really upended what is the current state of affairs. But instead, the Supreme Court decided to maintain the status quo. State courts still have the power.
Of course, Laura, when we're talking Supreme Court, we're also talking about precedent, what this means for the rest of the country. So what impact will this decision have on the nation?
Well, of course, this was about a map in North Carolina, but the impact is way broader than that, Zinclay, because, of course, the Republican state legislatures in a lot of other places besides North Carolina have been drawing up maps that get challenged all over the country. We've already seen cases in Alabama, another one in Louisiana the court just decided yesterday. And so the impact of this, especially heading into 2024, is to where to keep your eye on. And I think why perhaps the court decided to take this on when many people thought the court would have dismissed it as moot, because the decision that they were actually looking at got overturned months ago. And so many people had thought Supreme Court would actually not weigh in, but it seems like they wanted to actually take this on to clear up things so everyone would be clear about the rules of the road heading into 2024.
Yeah, we'll definitely take clear leading up to 2024. Laura Jarrett, thanks for that breakdown. Appreciate it.
Sure.
A Justice Department watchdog is out with a blistering review of the circumstances leading to Jeffrey Epstein's death in prison. Epstein, a wealthy financier connected to billionaires and celebrities, died by suicide in his cell back in 2019. He was awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. Epstein was accused of running a network that allowed him to sexually abuse dozens of young girls. The DOJ's Inspector General blaming a, quote, combination of negligence, misconduct, and outright job performance failures at the New York City prison where he was being held. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more. Ken, this report, it is not a short one. It is more than 120 pages long. You have read all of it. What are the key takeaways here?
First and foremost, Ellison, this report agrees with the conclusion of the New York medical examiner and the FBI that Epstein was not murdered, that this was, in fact, a suicide. He was found hanging from his bunk bed in the cell. There were no signs of defensive wounds. There were no drugs in the system. So they say it's a suicide. But they also say that the suicide never should have happened, that it was allowed to happen because of a cascade of negligence, crimes, in fact, and job misconduct by employees at the Bureau of Prisons. Now, two of the employees who were watching that night were charged with crimes. Those charges were later dismissed as part of a plea agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Two others were referred for prosecution and declined. 13 employees in total, according to this report, committed some kind of misconduct. And essentially, there was a series of mishaps. But first and foremost, Epstein had tried to kill himself the week before, was not placed on suicide watch for any length of time, was allowed to be alone in his cell, even though prison officials had said he should have had a roommate, and was not checked on every 30 minutes as was required, even though the guards said that they were doing that and lied on forms. So he was allowed to be alone for 4 hours. He used a bedsheet to hang himself. And the upshot here is that his many accusers never really got a chance to confront him in court, Ellison.
So, Ken, what changes are being recommended out of this, and has the Bureau of Prisons responded to this report?
Yeah, they have. The Bureau has concurred with the 8 recommendations for a series of changes in procedures and staffing, and they're promising change. But, you know, the Inspector General really pointed out that this has been a systemic issue for the Bureau of Prisons. Remember that mob boss Whitey Bulger had been murdered in a federal prison facility back in 2018. The same Inspector General issued a highly critical report involving mistakes in that case. And he is investigating a host of other suspicious deaths and suicides in Bureau of Prison facilities. You know, the Bureau of Prisons is under new management in the Biden administration. They are promising changes, but they have a long way to go and serious staffing shortages. One person in this case had worked 24 hours straight. Such are the staffing issues at the Bureau of Prisons.
Ken Delaney, thank you for that.
Well, coming up, how Taylor Swift's world tour is sparking a major conversation about bad blood between parents and children.
But first, it is time for today's Daily Snapshot. Isn't pizza always the right idea?
Yeah.
Apparently, that is a long-held belief, and we are not alone. A newly discovered 2,000-year-old painting in the ancient city of Pompeii includes what appears to be a pizza. Sure, it's missing some tomatoes and mozzarella, but it is pretty close. No word on where they got it delivered from.
Oh, I see. Well, it looks good to me. I'm trying.
I need it. I will never say no to pizza. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. In today's Modern Parenting, we're talking about Taylor Swift. Well, sort of. It's about a story involving her tour, which is sparking conversation about parent-child relationships.
All right, so listen to this. A Boston area mom recently spent over $4,000 on Swift tickets for both her and her daughter. But she never said that explicitly to her daughter. So the daughter ended up asking her best friend to go instead. The mom then publicly shared how hurt she was that her daughter did not bring her.
That's right. The mom even considered asking her daughter to pay her back for the tickets. Now, their story, of course, has divided the internet over who is right or who is wrong, if it's even that simple.
Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, psychotherapist Nero Feliciano is here to help us explain and understand all of this. So walk us through this. And there's, on the one hand, I think you can look at this and just think this is a crazy, viral, weird story. My mom would never buy me $4,000 tickets to anything. So start with that. But some parenting experts are saying this actually shows symptoms of an enmeshed relationship. What is that?
Yeah, so enmeshment is when boundaries are not made clear in relationships, and there's an over-involvement in members' activities and emotional relationships, and also emotions are felt by each other. So one person might be struggling, so another will also struggle. It'll be hard for them to feel good. We see in enmeshed relationships sometimes parents treating their children as friends and not parents. And authority may be distributed to child versus parents. So there are a lot of different types of symptoms of enmeshment, but we can see some of that going on here.
So fascinating. And I mean, you even touched on the sort of parentified child thing. I wonder, how can you identify that an enmeshment is happening? And is there anything you can do to actually change it, or is it sort of stuck that way?
Absolutely. So in healthy families, parents are responsible for nurturing the child and meeting the child's needs. It's not the reverse. But in enmeshed families, parents often look to the children to meet their own needs. And when those needs aren't met, there's a lot of hostility that the kids pick up on. And in that case, the kids then begin to feel responsible for the parents' emotional well-being. They often feel clingy to the parents. It's harder for them to do things developmentally appropriate, like making their own friends and going to camp and going to sleepovers. So yes, those are some of the signs of enmeshment. We absolutely can do something about it. I often say if you don't come from a healthy family, make sure one comes from you.
Ooh, I love that.
Set boundaries and question whose needs are being met, especially if you're the parent. Is this in the best interest of my child, or am I getting my needs met? Am I encouraging them to individuate, live their own life, or am I keeping them close? In that case, the child chose the friend. Now, first of all, if I was doing that for my daughter, I'd be like, we are going to this concert,
Make the boundary clear.
Yes, make that boundary clear. But the child was actually doing what they wanted. There should have been a conversation about it. But we want to encourage our children to form their own identity and develop their own path.
Sometimes when we are carrying out what could be considered toxic behaviors, we don't recognize that we ourselves are doing that. Obviously, in a situation like this, the kid shouldn't be the one having to say, hey, you're doing this necessarily.
That's right.
But what is your advice for a parent who maybe is blissfully unaware? I mean, should every parent be doing like a little check on themselves to make sure they're not doing something like this? And if you maybe see it happening, is there a way to appropriately say something?
This is why therapy can be really helpful, or having conversations with friends whose families you admire, you know, and just checking to see, did I come from a healthy family? Am I repeating some of those behaviors? If I didn't, question, like I said, am I meeting the child's needs? Am I encouraging them to develop their own identity? Because that's a big piece of it. A child can come out of that not knowing who they are, not knowing how to identify their own needs or set boundaries in their own relationships, therefore repeating the patterns.
And this is just a helpful, broader conversation about familial relationships, because obviously we can't sort of diagnose this family.
No, not at all.
But in your assessment, who was right, who was wrong? What do you make of the situation?
You know, I don't think we always know all the facts, but I did hear that the mom got a little bit resentful, said, I'm not driving you to the concert, wanted her daughter to take a $400 Uber. So that's just a little red flag that maybe mom and daughter were more friends. Mom was getting that need met. And, you know, our kids don't need friends from us right now. They need parents. Mm-hmm. And if we can't be parents because we feel like our friend need is being compromised, that's a check.
Yeah, I've heard that phrase, I'm not one of your little friends, from parents at times. And it's a playful way of saying there are boundaries between those relationships.
And I love the way you talked about therapy as something of just kind of monitoring how you're going. Is that just the lesson from here, that parenting is an ever-evolving journey and you kind of just need to always be listening, reading, paying attention?
You always learn things at new stages. What worked for kid 1 doesn't work for kid 4 in our case. So you're always learning. And even parenting experts like myself, we talk to experts to get help as well. So it can always be helpful.
Oh, so great. I love it.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Hopefully they can shake it off, as Taylor Swift
Yes.
says.
Good job. That was a good way there.
Thank you so much. And thanks for watching. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. A collegiate summer league baseball team in Tennessee has a new rising star. He's got 4 legs and has never played the game.
But every time he runs on the field, the crowd understandably goes wild. Here's Andrew McClung from our NBC affiliate in the Tri-Cities.
There's a new star player this summer for the Johnson City Doughboys. It's not a pitcher and it's not a hitter, rather a fetcher. Meet Rocky, a 3-year-old Labrador Retriever.
Rocky's one of the sweetest dogs you'll ever meet.
Rocky's not just at the ballpark for show.
Okay, Rob, go get it.
He's got a job to do.
It's so cool that, I mean, if they hit or they get out, the dog goes and gets the bat, and it's just as cool as they can get.
Taking on the title of Bat Dog this summer.
Good boy. And asked him if they were in need of a bat dog or would be interested, and he kind of looked at me funny and was like, well, do you know a dog that can do that? And I said, yes, sir, I do.
Meg Hackett says she and her husband are big baseball fans.
Go get the bat.
And they got the idea to train him after seeing another dog fetch bats.
Good boy.
Not only putting a smile on the faces in the crowd, but the teams too.
He's been great for morale. He may not say much, and he may not give many words of encouragement, but he's just the best boy out there. He's the goodest boy.
Just like many playing in the Appalachian League, Rocky and his parents go one day getting a call to the show.
I think if we ever got invited to the major leagues to do something like that, even just for 1 inning, would be a complete dream come true.
But for now, he's just enjoying the dog days of summer with the Doughboys.
A young hip-hop star is making her mark, racking up millions of views online and even getting shout-outs from celebrities for her rapping skills.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive feat for any young musician, right? But this one, she's just 4 years old.
Hey. Playing outside every day.
This 4-year-old is a rap phenom taking the internet by storm.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to play. Playing outside every day. My name is Van McConaughey,
AKA rapper Van Van.
Savannah, I've heard you rapping. When did you start doing that?
Since I was a kid.
Savannah's dad, Reggie McConaughey, says he started recording her rhymes when Savannah was just 2 years old.
Even if she wasn't talking that well, just a cadence, a pattern.
A sense of rhythm.
Right. People love seeing her on camera.
Make sure I download my song.
Today, she's got over 200,000 Instagram followers and about 4.3 million likes on TikTok. The pair posting her videos online starting in 2020. Reggie says while working from home as an educator during the pandemic, music and entertainment became their special bond.
My name is Van Van. I'm time to play. Playing outside every day.
We just wanted to have fun.
Van Van, what do your friends think of all the videos you've made now?
They'd be like, wow.
Van Van even giving us an exclusive performance.
I will show it to y'all.
Unfortunately, we didn't have a beat on hand for the budding rap star.
Put on the thing first. Put on the thing first, I can't remember.
Oh, you need the beat.
But like any good performer,
it's fine.
The show must go on.
My name is Van Van. I ain't trying to play. Playing outside every day.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't play, you know hot. 4-year like top bottom. Ride in that big wheel. Van Van, I'm a big deal.
Her undeniable charm and online popularity leading to offline opportunities with her first live performance in her home state of North Carolina in May.
And honestly, I think I was more nervous than her. If it ever comes to a time where she don't want to do it, then we'll just stop, and she'll just go back to being Savannah, you know what I'm saying?
Van Van says she has big dreams of becoming a rapper and an actress. But for now, her next starring role is Big Sister, her parents expecting in August.
I'm super excited. She gonna be an actress with me, too.
Do you have any advice for other 4-year-olds, young girls who maybe admire you?
Just work hard.
Just work hard.
Playing outside every day.
Oh, clearly, Van Man was so adorable, so charming, and so talented. So check her out.
She has like the personality and the dynamic of like a little Nicki Minaj, where it's like you could do everything. What is her what is her TikTok handle? Because I have to follow.
Oh yeah, Van Man. Check her out online.
New follower. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Zink Clay. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zink Clay.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, June 27th, 2023, unrelenting, millions of Americans sweltering in extreme heat as destructive storms slam the East Coast, where the greatest threat remains as people prepare for their holiday travel.
Caught on tape, an audio recording showing Donald Trump discussing classified documents he kept with him after he left the Oval Office, how his campaign is trying to do damage control and the impact this could have on its case.
Crime and punishment, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students back in court today. White prosecutors say they're now seeking the death penalty and how the victims' family are reacting.
And ticked off. Summer is here, which means ticks are out in full force. What you can do to protect yourself this season.
A lot of important stories to get to. We're going to begin this hour with another warning about extreme weather. Today, the I-95 corridor and Great Plains are most at risk for storms, just like they were yesterday. And if the last week feels like Groundhog Day to you, there's a reason for that. We're in a blocked pattern that's keeping the same deadly conditions on loop. And that's why temperatures are going to stay dangerously high across the South, where some parts are on pace to be 10 to 15 degrees hotter than average.
Oof. And we are also keeping an eye on the skies. Take a look at this hazy time lapse earlier today in Wisconsin and Michigan. More than 50 million people across the Midwest are under air quality alerts because of ozone and smoke from those wildfires in Canada. We are covering all angles of this extreme weather pattern across the country. We're going to begin with NBC News correspondent Sam Brock in New Orleans. Sam, there is an excessive heat warning in effect where you are. What can you tell us about conditions there and across the South?
Sure. Ellison and Zinkley, just the sheer number right now of people impacted is kind of hair-raising. You're talking about 60 million people that are under heat alert and excessive heat alert here in New Orleans, which, guys, I can tell you, by 9 or 10 o'clock this morning, everyone that was walking around was wiping sweat off of their forehead. We're close to triple-digit temperatures, but that's just the temperatures. With humidity factored in, the heat index is at 112 or 113 right now, and I had to, do a double take when I saw the city's release here in New Orleans. They're expecting it to rise to up to 120 potentially in the next several days. You look over my shoulder right now, this is the French Quarter. There are still people out there, folks making deliveries right now, trying to do their jobs, cleaning windows. Some people visiting from out of town were lined up waiting for steamboats. So life is going on in New Orleans, despite the fact that this is really uncharted territory that we're in right now. According to the National Weather Service, New Orleans has never seen a period like this where the heat indexes are so elevated and the longevity of 4 or 5 days. It is not just today. This heat event is really sinking its teeth into Louisiana, southeast Louisiana, and really across the South. I spoke with the mayor of New Orleans, Mayor Cantrell, who talked about the fact that this is kind of the new normal, and we should be worried. Here's what she told me.
This is unprecedented. We know that the city of New Orleans has been on the front lines of climate change. This is yet another example of that. Extreme excessive heats that we've never experienced before, especially during a time that we're hosting thousands of people coming into the city of New Orleans.
And guys, you will recall Hurricane Ida a couple of years ago ripped right through New Orleans, or certainly skirted it and did a lot of damage to the city. There were heat advisories after the hurricane came through, and New Orleans used that as a blueprint for now shuffling and creating cooling centers and stations to bring people. Also, they have a whole transportation network as well to try to reach the most vulnerable, specifically and especially the unhoused. So those efforts are ongoing right now to try to help people deal with what now is triple-digit temperatures and rising, guys.
Yeah, really critical work that's happening there. I want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what concerns you most right now in the country?
The airports and the thunderstorms. I'm not concerned with these thunderstorms doing extreme damage or anything like that, but we now have ground stops going into Dulles, Philadelphia, Newark, LGA, LaGuardia, and also BWI airports. So that means all the flights that are supposed to head to those airports are being told they can't fly in because these thunderstorms are now rolling through. So they don't want planes in the air circling and having to reroute. So that's just going to cause an extreme ripple effect all afternoon as we go throughout the country. And anyone trying to get in and out of the East Coast airports is just going to have a nightmare time of it, too. Other concerns that we're watching with these storms, we are going to see some strong gusty winds with these storms. It doesn't look like we'll be seeing, hail or like yesterday where we had the extreme flooding in areas like New Jersey, but we will be watching the storms, disrupting travel, and that'll probably be the biggest impacts with these storms. Later this afternoon, this evening, we will switch our focus and attention back to the middle of the country. That's where we're going to have a chance of some isolated strong storms, maybe even a wind damage event. And the temperatures continue to soar, as we just saw there in New Orleans, expecting 115 to 120 in 3 days from now. And I have to mention, guys, the smoke right now is coming down from Canada and from Chicago all the way through portions of the Ohio Valley. That's a big story today.
Yeah, I'm sure those air quality alerts are happening all over the place. Sam Brock and Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Both.
Well, an audio recording has surfaced where former President Donald Trump appears to discuss classified documents in his possession at his New Jersey club in 2021 with people who did not have security clearance.
I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. As president, I could have did less. Now I can't, but this is
now we have a problem.
That audio was first obtained by CNN, and a transcript of part of that conversation was included in a federal indictment charging Trump with 37 criminal counts. Trump denies any wrongdoing. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is not far from former President Trump at a campaign event in New Hampshire. So, Vaughn, I know knowledge of this conversation has actually been public for some time. So what's the significance of actually hearing the audio now?
It makes it all the more real. Let's be very clear. I mean, you're talking indictment and serious charges, but also a serious trial ahead. And for the public and transparency, the public is now able to hear Donald Trump's conversations in his own words, acknowledge he was holding on to classified material, secret information that he himself acknowledged was not, she shouldn't have been showing other people. He just wrapped up speaking to a Republican luncheon here in Concord, New Hampshire. He's now on his way to open up his New Hampshire campaign office because all this is happening parallel to one another.
And Vaughn, I mean, you say that. I know former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are actually holding dueling campaign events today in New Hampshire. How is Trump's indictment and now this new recording impacting the candidates on trial, or excuse me, on the trail?
Right, we're just about 6 months away from the Iowa caucus and the New Hampshire primary, and so for Donald Trump, it's important to be out on the trail. And I want to let you hear from a couple of the folks we talked to, because Ron DeSantis is here, several other candidates. This is high season right now, and the stakes are high. Take a listen.
He has my support. He's had it since before he walked down the elevator.
Does he have your support?
Absolutely.
Your support? Your support?
110%.
110%.
I haven't definitely decided on anyone yet.
Who else are you considering?
That's what the FITN is for. We're shopping the merchandise.
And that's what Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, that's what they want to hear, Zinkley, is that there are at least some Republican voters shopping the market, because right now, polling doesn't look good for them. Donald Trump has significant leads not only nationally, but here in New Hampshire, and they need to convince some of them to join their own political movements and steer away from the one that has been mounted by Donald Trump for now 8 years. Zinkley?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We know you'll stay on this one. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you.
Russian mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin is now in Belarus. That is according to Belarusian officials. You see, his safety there appears to be part of the agreement that stopped his march towards Moscow over the weekend. Meanwhile, the Russian government says it will close the criminal investigation against Prigozhin and the others involved in the armed rebellion. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Chernihiv, Ukraine. Raf, you look at this whole situation back and forth, right? There was always this question of, is Wagner Group actually a private military? It is in Russia. There are very few things that are actually private. We heard from President Putin today an acknowledgement of how much the Russian government was actually funding this group. Big picture, do we know what Wagner Group looks like moving forward? Will it even exist?
Ellison, that is one of the big questions still unanswered after this dramatic, violent weekend in Russia. We do know the Russian Ministry of Defense, the Russian military leadership, are doing everything they can to clip the wings of the Wagner Group. They announced earlier today that they are confiscating the mercenaries' heavy weapons, so that's their artillery, their armored vehicles. They are also pushing these mercenaries who did not take part in the rebellion to sign regular contracts to effectively become rank-and-file Russian soldiers. But Ellison, if we've learned anything, it is that you should not count Yevgeny Prigozhin out. This is a guy who started his life as a petty criminal. He emerged from prison to set up a hot dog stand, and he is now this global mercenary leader. So he is in Belarus right now. We don't know his exact status. We do know, as you said, that the Russian government has dropped the criminal case against him for this arms rebellion. But Vladimir Putin today making this kind of veiled threat, saying that Prigozhin's group had received $1 billion from the Russian state over the last year. He said, I hope none of it's been stolen, which many analysts are taking as some indication that he may try to go after Prigozhin on corruption charges. Ellison.
Raf, in terms of Ukraine, we know they're in the middle of a counteroffensive. Any indication that this chaos, if you will, in Russia is changing the strategy for Ukrainian forces?
So we actually heard from the Ukrainian Deputy Defense Minister today that they launched an operation around the city of Bakhmut specifically designed to try to exploit these divides between the Wagner Group and the Russian military. As you remember, Ellison, Wagner threw just waves after waves of men at Ukrainian positions in Bakhmut. They were eventually able to take the city, but at enormous costs. The Ukrainians do seem to be making some ground on the edges of the city, not the city center itself. Really big picture, Ellison. The front lines have not moved very much. The Ukrainians are still looking for a way to break through. Ellison.
Insightful reporting. Raf Sanchez, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Turning now to financial news, Meta announces new parental controls, and one of America's favorite cookies is teaming up with a classic video
Like
game.
the sound of that. Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Morgan.
Hi, Allison and Sinclair. Well, Instagram and Facebook's parent company Meta adding new parental supervision tools and privacy features to its platforms as social media companies face increasing scrutiny over their effects on teen mental health. But many of the features require minors and their parents to opt in, raising questions about how effective the measures actually are. The cost of your July 4th cookout just got a little bit cheaper. That's according to the American Farm Bureau's annual survey. You'll pay an average of $67 to host 10 people. That's down from a record high last year. It's still 15% higher than 2 years ago. At least it's moving in the right direction. If you want to add a little extra to that cookout bill, though, you can now add some Oreo Super Mario cookies to the shopping list. The new limited edition Oreos land in stores July 10th, so actually after the cookout. They're going to feature double stuffed cookies with 16 different Super Mario characters, although not Princess Peach.
Ouch. Well, I'm just glad you said it's double stuffed Oreos and not those plain ones. Because
No, it has to be double stuffed.
No
need
a little peanut butter in there.
Yes.
You know.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, Morgan, thank you so much.
Thanks, Morgan. All right, coming up, why lawyers for Donald Trump are looking to move New York's hush money case to federal court.
Plus, the hunt for an adult diaper dumper? What investigators say finding the suspect really depends on. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
At this hour, we are watching a Manhattan courtroom where a judge is hearing arguments in the hush money case against former President Donald Trump. Lawyers for the former president are looking to move the case to federal court, which prosecutors oppose. The case is unprecedented, as Trump is the first former president ever charged with a crime. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is following this story for us. Ron, what are we expecting to happen today?
Well, former President Trump has fought this case at every turn. He says it is a politically motivated case brought by the state DA here in New York City. He's trying to get the case moved to federal court, arguing that these alleged crimes, which involved a hush money payment to Stormy Daniels back in 2016, his attorneys are arguing that the alleged crime happened while he was president. He of course, denies it. He has pleaded not guilty, but says that, in fact, these charges are focused on something that happened while he was president, that he is therefore immune from state prosecution, and that these issues also involve federal, not state election law. Now, the DA here is pushing back, saying that no, these alleged crimes happened pertaining to you as a business person while you are doing business in the state of New York. The charges are falsifying business records, and that's why they want to keep the case in state court. A big consideration in all this is the jury. There are some who would argue that the former president might have a more favorable jury in a federal case as opposed to a state case, because they would be selected from a wider pool of New Yorkers, not just New Yorkers in Manhattan, where Mr. Trump is not popular at all. The bottom line is we may get a ruling from the judge. It's unlikely. Most legal analysts are saying that the case will be moved to federal court, and right now it is scheduled to proceed in state court, and there is a trial date of March 25th, pending, of course, this hearing and many other motions that the president has to try and get the whole thing dismissed.
All right, Ron Allen, thank you.
Well, police in a southern New Jersey town are working to catch a suspect they say is dumping used diapers in peculiar places. Sydney Long from our NBC station in Philadelphia has the messy details.
It started with reports from our Public Works Department, where various employees had randomly found them.
Watch the center of your screen in this Public Works surveillance video provided to NBC 10 by police. It shows a gray Nissan sedan, possibly a Sentra, tossing a bag of dirty diapers out the window.
Really a crappy situation. I can't believe it was right up the street. That's kind of crazy. I didn't even know that was going on.
It happened on June 14th. It was just after 8 in the morning on Memorial Avenue, right in between the Public Works building and the park.
The individual is dropping white bags, small trash bags full with soiled adult diapers and liners. And they're being dropped at various locations randomly throughout the town.
Neighbors like Raymond Feliciano and his family want to know.
Are they even from this neighborhood, or are they just mad at somebody and they're like trying to be vindictive or something?
Beyond the fact that it's littering, you know, and it's a quality of life issue for our clean neighborhoods. You know, the fact that it is biological waste, and it's putting other people in harm's way.
Police say the contents of the bag are adult diapers. The other incidents have happened on June 17th, June 20th along Billingsport Road and the Paulsboro Refinery, then twice on June 21st, and the most recent one on East Broad Street this past Saturday.
It's funny, but it's not funny because they're dumping, you know, human stuff in our neighborhood.
There is appropriate ways to dispose of these things. You know, as far as I know, they can be disposed of just in ordinary trash cans.
Their message to the disappearing diaper dumper:
if you just stop, we probably won't be able to find you. If you continue to do it, absolutely it's going to catch up with you.
Right. Well, there is more news ahead.
You're watching Daily.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In today's Consumer Confidential, the 4th of July holiday is right around the corner, but the summer deals and sales have already started. Our senior consumer investigative correspondent, Vicki Nguyen, is here with how you can cash in. So, Vicki, first off, what are some of the categories to keep an eye on when you're actually looking for discounts online?
Hey, Zinkley, it is good to be with you. All right, so we talked to a shopping expert, Trey Bodge. She says these are the main categories to keep your eyes on. Mattresses right now, Casper has deals of 20% off site-wide. Beautyrest is doing $900 off certain mattresses. When it comes to appliances, check Best Buy. They have up to 40% off on those big appliances. Furniture right now, West Elm and Crate and Barrel offering 60% off of certain furniture and small accessories for the home. When it comes to beauty, I like this one. Check the individual brands because they may be having semi-annual sales, the brands that you love. And also skincare, so important. Sunscreen right now. Ulta is doing a deal where you buy one, you get 40% off the other one. And just a reminder, SPF does expire. It's not as effective, so you want to update that. And finally, if you're a big camper, Zinkley, and I don't remember, are you?
I am. I'm actually
okay.
going camping starting tomorrow.
Well, listen up. REI having big sales right now, up to 50% off all kinds of outdoor camping gear and those hydration packs that a lot of hikers like to use because it keeps them well hydrated.
I love that. So good news for the skincare girlies. Good news if you're moving, you need a mattress. I know there's another big deal coming up on July 11th, Amazon Prime Day. So are there items we should wait on and buy sort of that day?
Yeah, Zinkley. So Amazon has confirmed Prime Days will be July 11th and 12th. So when it comes to small electronics, things like the Kindle, if you've had your eye on it, or any of the Fire devices, you want to wait for Prime Day. By the way, a whole bunch of other retailers are getting in on this too. Kohl's having their cyber deals also July 11th and 12th. You should probably get out a pencil. So Best Buy is actually going to raise the stakes. They're starting their Black Friday in July deals on July 10th, a day earlier than Prime. Target's like, you know what? We're doing a whole week. We're going to do Circle Week. It starts on July 9th and lasts a whole week. So if you've got small home decor items, you might want to wait on those. Summer apparel, always the best time at the end of the season to get deals for next year. But if you need a swimsuit or some shorts, maybe think about doing it around the second week, that Prime area, versus July 4th. You might see better deals on summer apparel at that time.
I love that. Such helpful tips. I mean, it is important in general to have a strategy when it comes to online sales, online shopping. So how do you sort of ensure, what are some tips to make sure people are getting the best deals?
Zinkley, I always want people to buy just what they need. We don't want to keep promoting this consumer culture where you're in debt and you've got a closet full of things you don't really use or want or need, but you just bought them on impulse. So first, make a list. And by the way, it's July. It's not too early to think about what you might want to be buying people for the holidays. Making a list is a great way to keep yourself on budget and sticking to just the things that you actually need and shopping the brands that you love. The other thing to do is to sign up for those email alerts. And my big tip here is to set up an entirely different email account that you use only for retail. That way, those messages aren't being mixed up with your personal emails. It's easier to control the spam. But you really do get alerts on sales and discounts and sometimes coupon codes as well by signing up for those emails. And then finally, comparison pricing, right? Google Shopping is a great tool for you to enter in an item. You get to see this pair of shoes. What was the price history? You can track items and see, oh, historically in July, it goes on sale. I want to wait. Or maybe it's not going to go on sale until closer to the holidays. That way you know that you're buying something at a low versus a high. A little bit like stocks. There are also some browser extensions like Honey and Camel that also help you with price history. And I find that to be really helpful, especially with those big ticket items like a refrigerator, a washer and dryer. Those can be a few $100s difference depending on the time of year that you buy.
I love that. You don't have to go in sort of wondering what's going to happen. You can plan ahead. And I know you mentioned a lot of brands, Vicki. Are there other big name brands that are having some big deals this week?
Look, if you're shopping at Lowe's right now, they're having deals on different types of appliances, which we talked about. And also Home Depot has got a great deal on dishwashers. Ashley Furniture, great deals on couches, $299 for a 3-seater sofa. Can't really beat that one.
Ooh, love that. Bring all the friends over, as they say. Well, Vicki Nguyen with the news you can use. Thank you so much.
Got it.
Coming up, we now know who is set to take a spin as the host of Wheel of Fortune. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. Isn't pizza always the right idea, Ellison?
Yes,
well,
always.
Apparently, that's a long-held belief because a newly discovered 2,000-year-old painting in the ancient city of Pompeii includes what appears to be, yes, a pizza. So they've got good taste, and you do too because you're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
One of the men who escaped a Tennessee prison through the ceiling earlier this week has been captured. 40-year-old Joshua Harris was found by police after people sent in tips. The Henry County Sheriff's Office is still searching for 48-year-old Ronnie Sharp. He's believed to have stolen a white Chevrolet at the time of his escape. Sharp remains on the run and is considered dangerous.
Cleanup has begun in Montana after a train carrying molten sulfur and asphalt derailed into the Yellowstone River. The derailment caused a bridge to collapse, sending 10 out of the 16 cars into the river. The cars that didn't go into the river were removed from the area. 2 of them had their contents safely transferred to other cars.
Multiple authorities are investigating a boat explosion near Longboat Key, Florida. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Coast Guard, and Sarasota Sheriff's Office responded to the incident Saturday afternoon. 6 people were on the 24-foot yellowfin boat and were taken to a nearby hospital after the blast. Their conditions have not yet been released.
Big developments this hour in the Idaho college murders case.
Yeah, according to court documents, prosecutors now say they will seek the death penalty against Brian Kohberger. He's the man charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho students back in November 2022. A judge entered a not guilty plea on his behalf.
Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Also with us is criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savallo. Steve, we'll start with you. Kohberger is expected to appear in court today, a lot of times early. These are very procedural. Walk us through what you expect to learn.
Yeah, the nuts and bolts very procedural today, but it's in the shell, of course, of the prosecution pushing for the death penalty. And we may learn a little bit more about the defense's strategy. They are trying to compel several pieces of information. One, from the grand jury. They want to unseal some documents and conversations and minutes between the grand jury and the judge, which led to Kohberger's indictment. It's irregular, unusual, because usually what stays between a grand jury and a judge stays between a grand jury and a judge. But they say it's foundational to presenting their case. The second piece is they want to learn more about the DNA evidence that was used during the investigation. There's a lot to this, but the basics of it are that this is obviously sort of newfangled technology using genealogical or familial DNA, and they want to make sure that that tracing was done and all the evidence is presented to them. They also say there were several different signatures of unknown men from DNA found in and outside of the house. All of this expected in just about an hour or so from now, guys.
So, Steve, with all that said, why did prosecutors make this decision? What are they saying? And I'm sure we're hearing from the victims' families, right? What's their reaction?
Yeah, I mean, there's several sort of barriers to entry when you're talking about prosecuting the death penalty, or at least pursuing that in Idaho, and prosecutors felt like they met that. One of them specifically is that the crimes are particularly heinous, or that the suspects showed blatant disregard for human life. Those were among 5 things that they listed, that the reasons why they should pursue this, and so they are. They filed yesterday. They're going to do this. It may delay the trial a bit because you're putting a whole lot more stipulations and litigation on top of everything else that the jury has to decide. But we spoke to family members who say they're on board, including one, Steve Gonzalez, the father of one of the victims. Here's what he said about this. Listen to this.
It's a relief. As a father, if you come after my child, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we come after you and we deal with somebody who took advantage of the situation. I'm glad that we're in a situation of strength, and the evidence is there, and we feel that we can, they can go forward with this.
So again, the trial is scheduled for October 2nd, but on top of everything else being presented today, the defense is also trying to compel the judge to delay it a little bit so they can take in all of that information, including the fact that they're pursuing now the death penalty. This may add on to the time before we get a trial, guys. Back to you.
Potentially adding to the time, Danny, also the factor of the death penalty here. How does that change the structure of this trial, and how does it change the strategy for a defense team?
As a defense attorney, you have to go have a long talk with the client about what the stakes are now and whether or not that changes any ideas he has about pleading guilty. Now, jaded defense attorneys like me might say that they filed these notices of intent to seek the death penalty in order to possibly get a defendant to come plead guilty, to raise the stakes. In terms of the procedure, it essentially means there are going to be 2 trials now, one on guilt and one, if found guilty, on mitigation or whether or not the death penalty is imposed, because it's a binary choice, either life in prison or death. And it's also a lot of extra work for the state, so it's a big decision to make.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Danny Savalos, Steve Patterson, thank you both.
Well, protesters in Washington, D.C. are marching for justice for Jayland Walker. Today marks 1 year since he was killed by police in Akron, Ohio. An autopsy revealed Walker was shot 46 times by police while running away after a chase. An investigation found Walker did shoot at least 1 bullet at officers. A grand jury declined to charge the officers involved back in April. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now to talk about this. So, Shaq, certainly an emotional day, I'm sure, for people marching in Washington. What are they hoping will come out of this march? What are their demands?
Hi there, Zinkley. Well, we definitely saw a coalition of groups there in Washington, D.C. They started with the rally that has since wrapped up, and now they're going out and marching. They're right in front of the Department of Justice. And look, their main message from those different groups is that they want federal attention and federal action specifically involving this case. Their specific demand is they want a pattern and practice investigation launched by the Department of Justice, similar to the one that you saw launched in Minneapolis after the murder of George Floyd. I want you to listen to what we heard from one of the organizers specifically laying out those demands.
And the heart of this march is about being fed up.
you know, being sick and tired of being sick and tired. Expectation is the meeting with the Department of Justice for them to actually come to Akron and do an investigation and for us to come out with common sense solutions to the problem that we have in our police department. That's what success looks like for us. We know we're not going to accomplish that tomorrow, but tomorrow sets the step forward for us to accomplish those things.
Now, there was a months-long investigation, a state-run investigation into Walker's death. The Ohio Attorney General saying that a grand jury declined to find charges or file charges against all 8 of the officers involved. But the family of Jayland Walker did file a civil lawsuit against the Akron Police Department and the city. They're calling for damages around $46 million. That equates to about $1 million per bullet that struck Jayland Walker.
Shaq Brewster reporting from Chicago for us. Thank you so much.
The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected a controversial theory that could have radically changed election laws nationwide. In a 6-3 decision, the justices ruled that North Carolina Supreme Court had the right to strike down a congressional map for being gerrymandered. State Republicans wanted to limit the court's authority to review election issues. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from Washington, D.C. Julia, you look at a case like this, and there's a lot of legislative legal jargon. Independent state legislature theory is one of them, where to an outsider, that just sounds like a bunch of words mashed together. What exactly does it mean? What should people take away from this case?
This is one of the reasons why I like stepping into the Supreme Court sometimes, because you always learn something. So to step back here, what independent state legislature theory means is that a state legislature, regardless of what party they're controlling, can make some incredibly important rules when it comes to federal elections. That's what the Republican-controlled North Carolina state legislature tried to do in 2021, and they were stopped by their state Supreme Court. Now, that Supreme Court was then run by Democrats. That has since changed over to Republicans. That Republican state Supreme Court tried to say, no, this case is moot, and basically overruled the previous opinion. What all this boils down to is that the Supreme Court today said that those state courts still get to have a role in the checks and balances when it comes to allowing independent state legislatures from coming up with those federal election laws. In North Carolina, it was about drawing congressional maps, but it could be about any rules governing federal elections as they are run by the state. And so in this case, even though the Supreme Court didn't have to take up this case, they could have said, look, the Supreme Court in North Carolina no longer thinks this is an issue. They wanted to weigh in on this because it has incredibly widespread consequences. Because if they hadn't taken up this case, other state legislatures, whether they're run by any other party across the country, Republicans or Democrats, may have seen an open door to start some sweeping new regulations when it comes to federal elections. And now the Supreme Court is saying, no, those state Supreme Courts do have a role to play in checking any laws that may come from their state legislatures.
Julia Ainsley in Washington, D.C., thank you.
Well, this weekend, New York City recognized Pride Month with its annual Pride Parade.
You might know the modern Pride movement originated in 1969 during an uprising at the Stonewall Inn, or you might not have known that, and we just told you, but now you know, news you can use. That's actually where Vice President Kamala Harris made a surprise visit yesterday. Look.
I'm here because I also understand not only what we should celebrate in terms of those fighters who fought for fundamental freedoms, but understanding that this fight is not over.
NBC Out reporter Matt Levitas joins us now to talk about this. Matt, thanks for being here. So we know this is the first time a sitting vice president has actually visited Stonewall Inn. What's the significance of this moment?
Right. So as you mentioned, the Stonewall Inn, the bar, it's the site of the historic 1969 June uprising, which was really a turning point in the modern LGBTQ rights movement. Since then, this bar has served as a de facto headquarters for the LGBTQ community, for activists. In 2016, President Barack Obama designated it as a national monument. While out of office, Joe Biden visited the bar. But to have a sitting vice president of the United States, the highest levels of our government, visit this historic place, honor it, acknowledge it, is a pretty big deal for the community.
You know, it was striking to me to hear some of the organizers with the New York City Pride event reminding people this isn't a Pride parade, it's a Pride march. And part of their argument there was they said because this is still something that we are fighting for today. We talk a lot about what's happening in Tennessee, but in states all across this country, there have been over 400 legislation pieces that many people consider anti-LGBTQ laws being considered by state legislatures. Did the vice president say anything about this bigger picture of anti-LGBTQ legislation actions that we're seeing across the country right now?
Right. So part of why she was visiting was to acknowledge the history, the past, but also to recognize this unprecedented time for LGBTQ Americans in the country. She slammed those, historic over 490 anti-LGBTQ bills, specifically targeting Florida's Don't Say Gay law, denouncing that, gender-affirming care bans in Texas and Tennessee, book bans that we're seeing all over the country. So she vowed with the administration to combat those laws, with the caveat that without the help of a divided Congress, there's not really that much that can be done.
Yeah, in addition to her physical presence for the people, sounds like also an affirmation of the policy work their administration is doing. Matt Levitas, thank you so much for this analysis. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, coming up, how you can protect yourself from ticks this summer and what to do if you get bitten. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's daily health, we usually spend a lot more time outdoors in the summertime, which is great, but it also raises the chances for tick bites and the risk of Lyme disease.
Yeah, each year about 30,000 cases of Lyme disease are reported to the CDC. If left untreated, Lyme disease can lead to more serious health conditions like nerve pain and even inflammation of the brain and spinal cord. Joining us now to talk about this is dermatologist Dr. Diane Burson. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So first off, the big question, or maybe the small one, because ticks are hard to see. Yes. Where do ticks most usually hide? How do you find them?
You know, they most usually hide in the tall grassy areas and the wooded areas. So for instance, if you're taking a hike, you want to stick to the middle of the path, not at the edges where all the grass and wood is. And they're also just anywhere where it's warm and humid.
And where should you be checking your body for ticks?
Well, basically, if you live in an endemic area, which, by the way, is not limited like it used to be, because with climate change, all of our vectors are going everywhere. But if you live in one of the highly endemic areas, you want to check yourself every day. And the main areas where the ticks will bite are the warm, humid areas of the body. So under the arms, in the groin, under the breast. But you can get it basically anywhere on the trunk or the legs.
So check for ticks. I feel like I hear that a lot, but is there anything you can do to prevent them from getting on you in the first place?
Sure. Well, first of all, you want to wear the appropriate clothing. So you want to wear long sleeves, and if you have gloves, tuck the sleeves into the gloves. Certainly tuck your pants into socks, tuck your shirt into the pant top. But basically, try to have clothing covering you. And as I said, try to avoid the woodsy, grassy areas. And then, of course, you can use a bug spray. DEET is the chemical that's most commonly used. For those who want a more organic option, there are essential oils, but basically DEET usually is the one that best repels against ticks, and it can be sprayed on skin and on clothing.
Super helpful. So if you're in a tick-prone zone, be mindful. Maybe don't wear the crop top this time around. I wonder, how should you best take a tick off if you do find one?
Well, that's a great question, because you do want to get that tick off of you, because time is ticking. The tick, if it is carrying the spirochete, which is the bacteria that causes Lyme disease, if it is engorged with your blood for more than about 36 hours, it can transmit that bacteria and you can develop Lyme disease. So you do want to get the tick off. And if you can't get to your dermatologist, I mean, it's best to see your board-certified dermatologist who can remove it, who can make the right diagnosis and give you the appropriate treatment if necessary. But if you need to be the one to remove it, just sterilize tweezers, go as close to the skin as you can and go as low on the tick as you can and just pull it straight out. Basically, you want to try to do that within the first 36 hours, because once it's been embedded in your skin, engorged with your blood for over 36 hours, that's when you're more likely to develop Lyme disease.
Bug bites, I think we so often associate with not a big deal, but as Clay explained in our open, I mean, Lyme disease is really a serious thing. Talk to us about what can happen if you do not catch this in time, and what symptoms should people, if they realize, oh no, I have had a tick on me longer than that, what symptoms should they be looking out for?
Well, the initial bite looks like any other bite. Sometimes there's that classic target or bullseye rash within the first month. But if it's not treated, you can develop flu-like symptoms, headaches, joint pains, fevers. But if you don't realize you were bitten by a tick and you do develop Lyme disease and it's not treated, it can become more debilitating. It can, as you mentioned, affect your brain. It can give you brain fog. It can give you dementia. It can give you heart disease and certainly chronic arthritis. So it's really important to get it noticed and diagnosed and treated early.
And it's not just people, right? Pets too? How do you check your pets?
Well, great question. Pets can get Lyme disease also, but pets also can bring the ticks into your home. So you don't want to even just check yourselves and your loved ones, but you want to check your pets.
Ooh, okay.
Dr. Diane Burson, a lot of really good information. Get a buddy who can help you check the ticks. You know, we all need to do it. Thank you.
It's important.
Thank you so much. Well, we've got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Wheel of Fortune is about to get a new host.
But instead of just telling you who it is, let's have you solve the puzzle. Ready? All right, he's an actor and TV host. First name, 4 letters. Last name, 8 letters.
Okay, nothing yet. Here's a clue. First name starts with an R. Last name starts with an S.
Okay, need one more hint. He is best known for hosting American Idol and Live with Kelly and Ryan.
Ooh, okay.
You gotta have it now. There you go.
It is. You got it. That's right. Ryan Seacrest will take over for legendary host Pat Sajak starting in 2024. And here to tell us all about it is NBC News correspondent Harry Smith. So, Harry, Ryan Seacrest is going to be taking this over, adding to his long list of hosting duties on his resume. What's he saying about it?
Well, I have no idea. But quite frankly, I was asked to come in and opine on this situation. And I think it's interesting because he's safe, right? And Wheel of Fortune is like a safety spot for a lot of demographics in this country. And I don't think I think of Pat Sajak as being often funny. I'm not sure if I often think of Ryan Seacrest as being funny.
Interesting.
And I think it's a harder job than people believe it is.
And the fans of that show, I think back to Jeopardy. My grandparents who watched that every day had a lot to say about different hosts when they were testing that out.
Me and your grandparents.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ryan Seacrest, I mean, do people seem to like him? And let's just say this side of the table, we felt like it should have been Vanna White.
There was lots of talk, online petitions even.
Right. And I read a story earlier today with no attributable quotes, of course, that said she went to the bosses and said, I want this job. So, and if that is even a little bit true, it's, could there be trouble in Wheel of Fortune paradise?
And that was notable because even in Seacrest's statement, he said he's excited to work with Vanna. I mean, we know Sajak has been in this role since 1981.
Isn't that something?
Wild. And you said it yourself. It's not as easy.
He's been on television longer than you guys have been on the planet, right? Right?
I mean, it's not as easy as people think. So what do you think a host of Wheel of Fortune needs? Maybe what tips that he should be looking out for?
Well, I think Sajak is quick. He's really, really quick. And he actually hears what the people say. I mean, the biggest part of the game is when he interacts with the folks who are on the panel.
Yeah, the contestants.
Right? That's really, really important because they feel so comfortable with him. I think, quite honestly, Seacrest has been around so much, all the way from his radio days to everything that he's done on television. He, I think, probably from the producer's perspective, provides that kind of comfort zone for the people who watch that show.
Absolutely. He's like the 21st century household hosting name.
Yeah, everybody knows him. I feel like I grew up watching him a little on like American Idol, whatever. Let's pretend you are in charge of this show. Who would you have picked?
Oh, that's such a good question. Right? I'll just say.
You can say yourself.
No, absolutely not.
We forget Vanna, we will be
I might have thought about a little diversity, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Or at least cast a net.
All right. Well, I know we're going to hear what people are saying about this in the days and hours to come.
Listen, I watch Jeopardy every night, and then I tend to walk in and out of Wheel.
Yes.
And Pat makes me laugh. That's a big responsibility for Ryan Seacrest.
Big shoes.
Can you make Harry Smith laugh?
Not so easy. Well, you're going to have to keep a webcam in your living room.
Yeah. We have more entertainment news coming up. Will you stay with us? Pretty please.
I'm going to take that laugh as a
yes. That's me. I'm the entertainment correspondent.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
And a new era that is beginning for the game show The Price is Right. The game show is moving studios after 50 years. The long-running game show is leaving the Bob Barker studio at CBS Television City. The show will move to a new studio in Glendale, California. The final taping of the show in the old studio will take place on Monday. Harry, how do you feel about it?
Wow. I have been backstage at that show in the old days, and the energy in that place literally would make the room shake. Right? People they would stand outside in line every day to get into the show, and all the costumes and all that stuff. Talk about an icon. I hate that word, but I mean, it really is. It's an institution.
Yeah, it's hard when things change locations. Like I think of this building and what it meant to me, and walking in it, it's amazing.
30 Rock people
Thank
love
you,
it.
Harry.
Well, thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. Don't go anywhere.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, I am. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
If it's Tuesday, NBC News obtains what could be a key piece of evidence in the criminal trial against former President Trump. An audio recording of him acknowledging he has highly classified information in his possession. Plus, in a major ruling today, the Supreme Court rejects a Trump-backed effort that could have upended elections ahead of 2024. And we have brand new NBC polling on the most heated issues driving Republican primary voters as a crowded field fights for the nomination and the future of the GOP. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington as former President Trump hits the campaign and lashes out at federal prosecutors after a damning audio recording surfaced of him knowingly discussing classified documents at his New Jersey golf club after leaving office. In a 2-minute recording from 2021, we've obtained by NBC News, other outlets as well have obtained it. Mr. Trump is heard discussing and apparently sharing classified material about Iran with 2 staffers and 2 other club guests.
An example, he said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this.
That recording has been specifically mentioned as a key piece of evidence in special counsel Jack Smith's sweeping 37-count indictment against Mr. Trump. In it, the former president also acknowledges he does not have the authority to share these documents after leaving office.
It is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem. Now, this recording contradicts claims Mr. Trump made in an interview last week with Fox News that he was referring to public newspaper stories and articles in that meeting. According to Fox News Digital, in an interview today, the former president did not outright deny having a classified document, but also said that what he told Fox last week was, quote, absolutely fine. And today, while campaigning in New Hampshire, the former president didn't specifically mention the recording, but he doubled down on claims the Justice Department has been unfairly weaponized against him. He also told supporters today that his legal problems are going to help him politically.
There could be others coming, like for a perfect phone call. Numbers will keep going up. I don't think a thing like that's ever happened before. And this has never happened before. Weaponization like this never happened before. This is the continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time. That's all it is.
Joining me now is NBC News Justice correspondent Ryan Riley. NBC's Von Hilliard is in New Hampshire with the former president. Also with me, Joyce Vance, former U.S. attorney and an NBC News legal analyst. Thanks to all of you for being here. Ryan, I want to start with you. Talk about the significance of the tape, and you've got some additional context here that helps us understand exactly what's in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think just hearing the former president speak about it in that nature is pretty striking, and it really speaks to the sort of the casual nature at which he was handling these classified documents. It was almost sort of like, oh, look at this, I've got this right here. And I think that that's something that, when presented with jurors, could give them broader context about Donald Trump's entire process, not only towards this specific document, but towards classified documents in general, and also goes to his state of mind in terms of knowing that he wasn't able anymore to declassify documents as a former president. So it also, there's an acknowledgement essentially in there that what I'm doing, is it right, or is it, ooh, can we get away with this sort of nature of it, when he's referencing the other people who are doing there. And the aide even seems to suggest that maybe this isn't on the up and up.
Right. Are we hearing from the special counsel at all today about this?
They've declined to comment on this. And, I think basically we can sort of read the tea leaves a little bit about where this came from. Remember, a lot of people had access to this document. And remember, it's pretty self-serving for the Trump campaign to come out and say, oh, look at these leaks, look at these leaks. Everything we know about the special counsel investigation is they've really been playing this by the book. They've spoken through their court documents. And I think even if you just look at the bylines on the stories that frankly come out of these things, you can see indications. You're not getting these sort of stories from Justice Department beat reporters from myself in terms of obtaining that audio. It's usually coming from people who are more familiar with Trump world.
And we're getting some broader context about the classified documents case overall. What are you learning?
The classified documents case overall, we have the aide to the former president who was supposed to appear today. There was apparently some bad weather last night involving flights out of Newark, so he wasn't able to get down to Miami, where he's supposed to make a court appearance. So that has been kicked back by a couple of weeks, which delays the start of any potential proceedings thus going forward, because it sort of puts a stop on that speedy trial time clock in terms of when you actually need to go to trial going forward.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to watch that. That's a sort of fascinating piece of this as well. And we also know that there's this ongoing investigation by the special counsel into the events surrounding January 6th, and now they are talking to Georgia's Secretary of State. What are you learning about that, Ryan, and what's the significance there?
It's pretty essential. We know that they are speaking to the fake electors before. We know that they've really looked at a wide range of individuals who are familiar with any of the actions to stop the peaceful transfer leading up to January 6th. And while we colloquially refer to this as the January 6th grand jury, really it's more about stopping the peaceful transfer of power and any activities after the 2020 election, leading all the way up to January 6th, when those fake electors were presented just before the day that we saw the riot. So it's not just really about Trump's speech, it's more broadly, and I think Brad Raffensperger is certainly a key person in that, because he spoke to Donald Trump just after the election.
Absolutely. Vaughn, let me go out to you in New Hampshire. You're there with former President Trump. Of course, we heard those remarks today. He notably did not discuss this tape, but he was pretty defiant. What did you hear from him? What were your key takeaways?
Right after a year, Kristen, of hearing Donald Trump in his defiance and his myriad of wavering, of excuses or explanations or defenses of what happened, why the documents were there, whether they were planted, whether he had actually classified them or not. Suddenly, the revealing of that audio last night was notable because it directly undercut his own words from just 1 week ago. And that's where Donald Trump, actually in just the last hour, Fox just posted a new interview with Donald Trump online. statement, unlike in his Bret Baier interview last week, in which he said that there was no such Iran document that he, in his own recording, alluded to. But in this new interview with Fox, this is the quote: "I had a whole desk full of lots of papers, mostly newspaper articles, copies of magazines." That mostly does a lot of talking. Of course, the question is, what do prosecutors have in their possession here? But from the stage today, you didn't hear him defend himself outright, other than to make the case to those in the room that the indictment of him was an indictment of them, an effort to undermine the political movement that he is currently at the helm of.
Politically speaking, he's making the case that this only emboldens him. We've seen that actually play out in the polls. What are you hearing when you talk to voters and frankly inside Trump world as well? Are they concerned that more indictments actually might start to chip away at his support around the edges?
On the political front from the Trump world, they say, look, this is going to unfold as it will. As for right now, they are controlling the political conversation because it's putting Ron DeSantis and the other on their heels, having to choose whether to defend Donald Trump, who is still a popular figure in this Republican Party, or step away from him, and he will then go on the attack against him. But talking to the voters here, there were some that, parrot or echo Donald Trump's own defenses about having declassified everything before he left the White House, which is not true. But then also there was one woman I talked to who said she did hear the audio recording on the TV here this morning, and she said that she didn't know enough about to determine whether he had broken the law or not. But I said, but does that mean that let's say he were to be found guilty in trial, would you still support him? She said, I'm not ready to answer that. But when I asked her whether she will primary for him here in New Hampshire, she said yes. So there is a lot of different segments of this Republican electorate that I think are handling this in different ways. The question is, how big are those different segments here? And for Donald Trump, he lives very much in a conservative echo chamber of right-wing media outlets that parrot a lot of his own defenses. And is that enough of the Republican electorate to earn him the Republican nomination here in the year ahead?
Yeah, I think those are the key questions that we'll keep drilling down on. Joyce Vance, let me turn to you now and just get your reaction to that stunning audio that was released overnight. NBC News has now obtained a copy of it. How significant is it in a legal case against the former president?
The value of that tape as evidence for prosecutors is that it bears on multiple issues. It helps to establish the fact that the former president was well aware that he no longer had the ability to declassify documents. It shows that he at least was willing to claim that he had classified material in his possession. But the real value, I think, is playing this tape for jurors and letting them hear the tone. This is something that you don't get from the indictment itself when you read the cold language off of a piece of paper. It's the tone in the president's voice, the laughter, the cavalier attitude towards classified information, and the ability that this gives prosecutors to impress upon jurors that this was not someone who was fit to guard the nation's secrets.
Well, and let me just play a little bit of what the former president told Fox News and get your reaction to that on the other side, Joyce.
There was no document. That was a massive amount of papers and everything else talking about Iran and other things. And it may have been held up or may not, but that was not a document. I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles.
I'm just saying what the indictment says.
Well,
the recording and the people in the room who testified.
These people are very dishonest people. They're thugs.
So, Joyce, now, of course, we hear he was talking about a document. Is that interview admissible in court? How does that play into the broader legal case?
So I'm not sure that that's something that you actually want to play, but you want to hold that as a hold card, knowing that prosecutors will have the ability, if Donald Trump chooses to take the witness stand, to put forward much of what he says publicly as a defense, then they'll be able to cross-examine him. And if he makes contradictory statements, they can use these prior inconsistent statements to refresh his recollection and ask him, in essence, when were you lying? Were you lying then or were you lying now? Bret Baier does a great job in that interview, but Donald Trump has never faced cross-examination from federal prosecutors in a courtroom. There are no time limits. The questions are, of course, subject to some federal rules of evidence, but prosecutors are entitled to grill a witness on the witness stand who has made a series of inconsistent statements. And the sort of bluster that we're used to hearing from the former president, who's equally happy saying, I had a document and I didn't have a document, they have the ability to pin him down and put on full display for a jury the inconsistencies.
And Joyce, speaking of the prosecution, what do you make of Judge Cannon's decision to reject the DOJ's request to keep the potential witness list secret? How significant is that?
This is a situation that will likely evolve as prosecutors move forward. The problem that they face, it's unusual to provide a witness list this far in advance of trial. But here, because the magistrate judge who arraigned the former president wanted to create some accountability and ensure that he wouldn't try to talk with witnesses about the case while we were in pretrial proceedings, there's this unusual order asking for this sort of a list. Judge Cannon, I think, wanted to avoid having the appearance that she wasn't being transparent, but prosecutors need to retain this list in a secret fashion, in a sealed fashion in court, because of the former president and his supporters' history of harassing witnesses, harassing people who are known to be, against the former president, which is how they will classify it. So prosecutors need to protect their record. They need to have this document as a part of the record in court in case they need down the road to refer back to who Donald Trump was not allowed to talk about the case with. And they also need to protect their witnesses. I think we'll see another motion from them seeking to do just that.
All right, Joyce Vance, thank you for your great information and powering through a little bit of audio issues that we were having there. Really appreciate it. And Vaughn Hilliard and Ryan Riley, thank you so much. Before that, we want to turn now to how the rest of the field is handling Trump following a speech in Washington, D.C. today meant to highlight her foreign policy bona fides. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley dodged when she was asked about her former boss's legal troubles.
In terms of the recording that's happened, we're going to let the courts play that out and do whatever. I have long said anybody that wants to run for president can run for president. I think that's for the people to decide.
NBC's Ali Vitale was at that Nikki Haley campaign event in D.C., and she joins me now on set with more. Ali, it's good to have you here in person.
It's nice when the campaign trail comes home.
The campaign trail, exactly. Talk about what we're hearing from Nikki Haley, because she has been very careful in talking about the former president's legal problems, but she did sharpen her language today on foreign policy. Tell us about it.
Yeah, she's willing to contrast with him, if not attacking him on the classified documents and the newly released audio, or rather obtained audio. She's contrasting with him on China, at least for now. This was a foreign policy-focused speech. We're starting to see this pattern emerge, frankly, with the Haley campaign trying to use these sorts of more formal policy speeches as a chance for her to get into the news cycle and really show her credentials, especially when it comes to China and the world stage. That's where she chose to make a contrast with the former president. I'll play a little bit of that for you now. Watch.
Trump did too little about the rest of the Chinese threat. He did not put us on a stronger military foothold in Asia. He did not stop the flow of American technology and investment into the Chinese military. He did not effectively rally our allies against the Chinese threat. He also showed moral weakness. In his zeal to befriend President Xi, Trump congratulated the Communist Party on its 70th anniversary of conquering China. That sent a wrong message to the world.
So look, Haley there clearly making an argument about the way that the former president went about his relationships with people like Xi. You could frankly say the same thing for people like Kim Jong-un and the praise that he's heaped upon Putin. That wasn't the point of discussion today, but at the same time, she's willing to criticize one. You got to imagine she's really willing to criticize more. And at least it's the first time we've seen her be so explicit.
Yeah, I mean, the term moral weakness is pretty strong.
Yeah.
Chris Christie would likely argue that, look, he's the one who's kind of out there really taking the sharpest shots. Yeah. Ali, based on your reporting, are you getting a sense that Nikki Haley, that some of these other candidates are going to start to sharpen their tone heading into the debate and on that first debate stage in August?
I think maybe selectively. Look, we've seen Pence start to sharpen it when it comes to January 6th and the election. We're watching Nikki Haley now do this on the foreign front. We're watching Chris Christie make it sort of the centerpiece of his entire campaign. I mean, I was at Faith and Freedom at the end of last week. He didn't speak to most of the issues that people there were talking to: Supreme Court, the choosing of justices, abortion. Instead, he focused on character broadly, received some boos for it. But I got to tell you, I was at the back of that room, and there were one or two voices who, even amid the boos, were saying you're right. So there is an audience that Christie's speaking to. The question is how big that audience is. And frankly, the rest of the field, when they get on that debate stage, is it enough for each of them to poke at the former president on just the one issue that they've selected? Or are they going to have to make a broader contrast? I would argue it's the latter, but that remains to be seen.
Yeah, a lot of political analysts agree with you on that final point. Ali Vitale, great reporting as always.
Thanks,
great to see you. Thank you. Coming up, how today's Supreme Court ruling in a case about North Carolina gerrymandering has dealt a blow to election deniers ahead of 2024. We'll explain. Plus, on the issues, new NBC News polling reveals how far Republican voters want their presidential candidates to go as Donald Trump leads the field. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. There are only days left in the current Supreme Court term, and we're still waiting on the High Court to hand down some of its biggest decisions, including cases on affirmative action and student debt relief. But the court did rule today on a major case that could have upended elections in America. In a 6-3 decision, the court ruled that North Carolina's Supreme Court does have the authority to review and strike down maps drawn by the state legislature. Most importantly, in doing so, the court rejected a Trump-backed legal theory called the independent state legislature theory that would have severely restricted the power of state courts to review election laws, meaning it could have opened the door for legislatures to potentially overturn election results. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins me to break this all down. So, Laura, talk about the significance of this ruling today, because if they had gone in the other direction, it would have been it would have had a pretty big impact, right?
If they had gone the other way, Kristen, we would be having a very different conversation right now. It would have ushered in an enormous sea change into how elections are run in this country. Because remember, the theory that was being suggested by the Republican lawmakers in this case is that state courts have no role to play whatsoever when it comes to how they set the rules of the game on federal elections, meaning that whether it comes to voter ID laws or gerrymandering or mail-in ballots, state courts would never get to review anything that the state legislatures did. That is an extraordinarily bold argument, and is probably the reason it failed, including with 3 conservative justices on their side in this case.
And so just practically speaking, Laura, for folks who live in North Carolina, what does it mean for them heading into this next election? How should they think about the implications of this?
Yeah, it's important to realize, obviously, that on the face of it, this was about a North Carolina map that had been struck down on grounds of being a partisan gerrymander. But in North Carolina, the state Supreme Court actually changed parties because of the election. And so actually the state Supreme Court overruled itself when Republicans took over that court, and they actually reversed what had been done. And it was one of the reasons why many had speculated that the U.S. Supreme Court would decide this whole thing was moot, since the state Supreme Court actually overruled itself. So when it comes to partisan gerrymandering, Kristen, in North Carolina, the state Supreme Court actually says that's a political question. We're not going to decide it. Now, that doesn't mean in other states they might treat it differently. And that's why the Supreme Court decision here is important, because it's not just about North Carolina. It's about what's happening across the country. And so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Obviously, North Carolina, a closely watched state for purposes of 2024.
Absolutely. Look, let's just take a step back, Laura, and look at what we've seen from the court overall this term. Largely speaking, they have upheld basically the status quo when it comes to questions of government authority. But we're obviously waiting for some really big decisions to come in on affirmative action, on student loan debt relief. Can we make conclusions based on what we've seen so far?
I don't know that we would want to sort of suggest that just because they've kind of upheld the status quo just far on some of these really important voting rights cases, that they're going to do the same when it comes to the president's authority on student loans and when it comes to affirmative action. The conservatives on this court have been long opposed to affirmative action, and the only reason that things are different now, arguably, is because the court is different. For decades, they have upheld the use of affirmative action, and many have wondered, why did they take this case in the first place if they weren't going to make some sort of change? And so I think it's worth keeping an open mind about what they're going to do there. It's not to say that they won't. That's not to say that they won't uphold the plans that Harvard and North Carolina are using, but I think we can't necessarily predict it based off what they've done in these other cases.
And Laura, just to follow up with you on that, I mean, you've been doing some really incredible reporting about how universities are watching and what they are bracing for. Talk to us a little bit about that, what you found in your interviews.
Yeah, I don't think it's an overstatement to say they're freaking out right now, Kristen. And the reason why is because for these schools, especially the elite schools, right? We're talking about the Harvards and UNCs of the world. They truly see themselves as the breeding ground of the pipeline for leadership in this country, right? All the Supreme Court justices went to Ivy League schools. And so they truly see themselves as ways of helping people, minorities that have been historically disadvantaged, come up in the world. And so if you take away race, at least according to these schools, it really ties a hand behind their back. Now, there are many arguments made by people who say, well, you can just look at other things like socioeconomic factors. Schools have told me they're going to start looking at zip codes and have better outreach with high schools. But they've also said those are not effective proxies. And what you've seen in states, the 9 states that have banned affirmative action, is the numbers of minorities drop. They plummet right away.
All right, Laura Jarrett, as always, you make all of these complicated things related to the court very understandable for the rest of us, and we really appreciate it, Laura. Great to see you. Thank you.
Anytime.
Coming up next, culture wars, legal clashes, and opposing the Kremlin. We've got brand new polling from NBC as Republican primary voters weigh in on some of the most important issues facing the field. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning to 2024 presidential politics, we've got brand new NBC poll numbers out this hour. Here's what we found. By an enormous 80-point margin, Republican voters said they'd be more likely to vote for a candidate who supports sending the military to the border to stop the flow of drugs. Republicans also want candidates who support banning discussions of sex and gender in schools, oppose President Biden's climate agenda, support bans on gender-affirming care for minors, and to back a 6-week ban on abortion. Culture war issues are clearly key. But perhaps what sticks out the most is former President Trump's influence on the primary electorate. Republican voters are more likely to back candidates who say Donald Trump won the 2020 election and to support pardoning January 6 rioters. They're less likely to back candidates who don't echo Trump's hesitance to send more aid to Ukraine. They're also less likely to back candidates who clash with businesses on LGBTQ issues, who support cuts to Social Security and Medicare. Notably, those last two issues have become key Trump campaign talking points against Ron DeSantis. Joining me now on set is Mark Murray, senior political editor at NBC News, Camila DeShalis, congressional reporter for The Washington Post, former New York Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley, and Lonnie Chen, senior fellow at the Hoover Institution. Thanks to all of you for being here. Mark, set the table here. I mean, basically, the two key takeaways: the culture wars are king right now, and former President Trump's hold on the party is as strong as ever.
Yeah, Kristen, this is still Donald Trump's party. And also, when I actually look at what is the least popular stances, when you talk about touching entitlement programs like Medicare and Social Security, Donald Trump was just attacking Ron DeSantis about that today in New Hampshire. And then, of course, being able to say, you know, I don't want you to penalize companies that speak their mind on LGBTQ issues, on something like on that. You know, that is we actually tested that was the Disney situation in our poll, and that is so unpopular with Republicans. So I think that to me really does stand out.
Lonnie, respond to the findings in this poll, and they reinforce, I think, some of what we have known, some of what, as Mark says, we've seen play out on the campaign trail. The fact that Ron DeSantis is engaged in this war with Disney, for example. I mean, what are your takeaways when you look at these numbers?
I think your assessment of the culture issues being predominant is absolutely true. Republican primary voters want a fighter. They want someone who they perceive as being a fighter. I would also say that I think what the Trump super PAC has done pretty effectively is to run that advertising on the Florida issue and on the other issues where they perceive potential weaknesses with DeSantis. I think some of that message on Social Security, Medicare, for example, is sticking. And so they're not deploying that much, but they're deploying enough, and they're obviously hitting a target in the sense that they're getting amplification in media as well. So I think that this demonstrates, I agree, Trump still has significant influence, and those cultural issues are much more significant than the economic issues have ever been.
Camila, Democrats struggled to find their footing on the cultural issues and how to go after Republicans on that. I mean, when you look at these numbers, what do you see?
I think I see twofolds, and that being that for them to completely ignore that this is going to be something that Republicans are going to run on, but especially that it's going to be something that voters resonate with, I think that wouldn't be a wise decision. What you're going to see now is a lot of them recalibrating and seeing what is an effective messaging strategy to really convey what they would do on these issues. I mean, a lot of them are talking about the freedoms, talking about children education, how it infringes upon some of the book banning that you've seen play across the country. This is what you're going to see is how not only do they mobilize Democratic voters, but also try to kind of go across the aisle and talk to voters that may vote for Trump or DeSantis on these issues.
Yeah. Joe, what do you think Democrats are going to take from these figures?
I think they can look at Republicans as being victims of their own success in many ways. They have really energized their base. They have radicalized their base on many of these issues. And I don't think it fares well for them in the general election. How do you talk to independents on these issues when your base is so strident on them, especially I think, on the Disney piece of this? I've always said, putting Walt Disney aside and all his foibles and problems that he had, Disney is an American creation. It couldn't have been created anywhere else in the world, not in China, Russia, even Europe. It happened here. It's Americana. And it also speaks to the point of keeping government out of our lives. Isn't that the Republican mantra? Yet here you are trying to keep Disney out of their lives, or getting involved in shutting down business in your own state, one of the largest employers in your state.
Yeah, and Mark, Joe brings up independents. You have some interesting figures on independent voters, too.
Yeah, and so the most popular issue, and the only one that ends up getting a majority support, and it's actually supported by independents and the overwhelming number of Republicans in this, is sending the military to stop the drugs at the border. And so, Congressman, I mean, you're exactly right. When you look, and we tested 11 different messages that are coming from the Republican campaign, the only one that had overall majority support was sending troops to the border. Everything else at the beyond that, the best is kind of jump balls with independents and the general electorate.
And you get some support on that of the White House for some of that aspect as well, in terms of troops to the border on drugs and possibly immigration to some degree.
But it does demonstrate the degree to which the Republican Party has shifted. I mean, you look at the Social Security and Medicare argument, you look at the argument on capitalism, and previously what had been a party that stood up for business and for low regulatory environment.
Ukraine also.
Ukraine's an interesting one, too. I mean, that's completely flipped in the course of maybe about a year. And so it is the enduring influence of former President Trump. I mean, that's really what it is.
And let's not forget, I mean, on immigration, Trump made that essential key point in his 2016 election. And the fact that it's come up again and it's bolstered so much support across the board, I think that also speaks volumes. And that's something you can attest to, because he was the one to talk about building a border wall and, really creating galvanizing the base there.
Absolutely. And we're having this discussion against the backdrop of that new audio tape having been released of former President Trump. Camila, from a political perspective, how damaging is it? And by the way, you have Republicans on the Hill talking about potentially trying to impeach Attorney General Merrick Garland.
I mean, look, especially being on Capitol Hill and talking to Republican lawmakers to comment on Trump's use of classified documents, and a lot of them brought up Hillary Clinton saying, hey, this is the same thing. I think the biggest finding that you come just from the release of this audio is the fact that Trump said it time and time again that he did not have knowledge that he was holding these classified documents. Now you have audio where he does acknowledge that he had these classified documents in his possession. So now going back to Republicans, they're going to have to answer to that question. And I think a lot of them are kind of going around it to try to not answer that question about whether he had that. But whether that will really do a difference of making voters deter from voting from Trump, I just don't see that playing out.
Certainly not yet. His poll numbers are only going up, as our latest poll showed, Mark, right?
Yeah, and so, the entire situation on this federal indictment has been terrible news for the former president. And now we even have audio. And yes, you're exactly right. Among Republicans, they don't care about it at all. Our poll ended up having 77% of Republican primary voters saying, I have no concerns or only minor concerns about this indictment, versus 55% of general election voters. And so there is a big disconnect right now. But yes, when you look at the totality of our poll, and it shows that, you know, Donald Trump's doing super well with Republicans, but with the general electorate, it's, you know, he's not faring as well as a generic Republican would be right now against President Biden.
And all of this is putting Republicans in a tough spot on the campaign trail, on the Hill. This is what Speaker McCarthy told CNBC earlier today.
Trump's policies are better, straightforward than Biden's.
It makes it complicated if he's got all these trials and all this stuff overhanging.
It makes it complicated. It also helps him when.
But do you think he could win an election? Could he win an election?
Can he win that election? Yeah, he can.
You think he can?
The question is he the strongest to win the election? I don't know that answer. But can anybody beat Biden? Yeah, anybody can beat Biden. Can Biden beat other people? Yes, Biden can beat him. It's on any given day.
Lonnie, he then walked those comments back, or at least he appeared to in an interview with Breitbart, saying he's stronger now than he was back in 2016. But what do you make overall of what we're seeing from a McCarthy? I mean, it shows just how tricky terrain this is for all Republicans.
Very tricky, very tricky. And that's why you see, well, you had it earlier with the Nikki Haley speech at AEI today, where the substance of her speech is Trump didn't do this and Trump didn't do that. But when asked about the elephant in the room, her answer was basically, well, I'm not a lawyer and the voters will decide. And, you know, that's a fine posture to have. The reality is, though, at the end of the day, there is going to have to be some direct confrontation on this issue. And a couple of the candidates have done it already. But for someone to kind of be in the middle on this, I think it's just a tough place to be. It's like roadkill, right? In the middle of the road, and it's tough.
Joe, pick up on that, and just the fact that you did have Nikki Haley accusing Trump of being morally weak on China, and yet will not touch his second indictment, or even his first, really, with a 10-foot pole to criticize him in the way that, like, a Chris Christie has, for example.
I think audio tape has been around with Trump for a long time. We go back to the first campaign, what he said on that bus. And it's a similar type of scene here. It's audio tape. It's not even, you can't even visibly see it. But clearly, I think it's indictable. I think he's self-indicted here. I'm just a kid from Queens. But, you know, I think anyone who listens to this and has this bruise over time, I think you're going to see more and more people distancing themselves. And I think even, look, I hardly ever say I agree with Kevin McCarthy, but I agree with a lot of what he said just now. It's 17 months away. A lot's going to happen, and I think even Trump is going to fall here.
Camila, what was so interesting about that comment by Speaker McCarthy is it was almost a moment where he was being candid. Now, again, in the follow-up interview, he tried to walk his comments back, but he said, I don't know if he's the strongest person in the general.
And he has to walk that fine line because he's also dealing with a group of conservative lawmakers that are watching his every move, and a lot of them do back Trump. I think some of the things that I've been listening to lawmakers, Republican lawmakers, say that almost voters on the ground in New York and across the country are kind of saying as well, Republicans, is that this is a partisan attack on Trump. That's something I've heard time and time again. Republicans really stress that if this were a Democrat or a former president, they wouldn't be doing this, but they're doing it to Trump to attack him, to prevent him from running for office. And that's something I've heard on the ground as well, talking to Republican voters.
Mark, there's a question about whether, as we get closer to the debates, as we get deeper into this campaign cycle, will you see Republicans start to pounce? Will there be a chorus of voices that rises up? You've been tracking the polls around Donald Trump for a long time. Based on what you've seen, does anything really chip away at his support?
It's been happening right now, but when we go through the poll numbers that we just did, this is still Donald Trump's party. I will also say about Kevin McCarthy, he's reading the polls exactly the same way I am. That, yes, looking at a hypothetical general election matchup, it's anyone's game. Is Donald Trump the strongest candidate? Well, our poll shows actually a generic candidate does better than Donald Trump, or Ron DeSantis does better. And then even when he walked it back to Breitbart News and said, well, Donald Trump's stronger than he was in 2016, that is actually also true. That's my reading of the polls as well. And I think 17 months from now, Kristen, look, it's anyone's, you know, we have a long ways to go, but we have a good idea where the Republican electorate is right now.
We sure do. Fascinating conversation. Thanks to all of you for being here. Mark, Camila, Joe, and Lonnie. Appreciate it. After the break, the very latest on the crisis in Russia as Vladimir Putin tries to restore his iron grip on Moscow amid the fallout of this weekend's revolt. We're live in Moscow next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. President Putin once again delivered public remarks today. The third time in just 4 days, he's tried to address this weekend's short-lived mutiny of Russian mercenaries. While standing in front of Russian soldiers and security troops, Putin praised them for their action and their loyalty, adding that they, quote, actually stopped the civil war. For now, whatever deal struck between Moscow and the Wagner Group appears to be holding. Belarus's president, who says he helped broker that deal, confirmed today that Wagner leader Yevgeny Prigozhin did arrive in Belarus today. And according to Russian state media, Russian authorities also announced that they were dropping criminal charges against Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. Joining me now is Keir Simmons in Moscow. Keir, thank you so much for joining me. So, remarkably, there was yet another address from Vladimir Putin. What were your key takeaways from that, and why do you think he's speaking out yet again?
Well, there are multiple things happening politically here in Moscow all at once, Kristen, inevitably so, I guess, this being Russia. I think the most striking of them, the one most on the surface, if you like, are those addresses by President Putin, standing there in front of 2,500 members of his security services, his National Guard, and I think the optics of it are really what count, and trying to send a message to the Russian people. The Kremlin's in control, President Putin's in charge. You saw him overnight with that furious address, not actually mentioning Yevgeny Prigozhin by name, but clearly directed at him, despite it being a national address. And, I think all of this is about just kind of making sure that the Russian people know that, the wheels haven't come off, that things are as they were, if you like. Is that resonating? Well, we went out onto the streets of Moscow to talk to people, and rather than characterize it, take a listen to what people had to say to us.
How do you feel about what happened over the weekend?
Awful.
Awful?
Yeah, for me, yes.
Why?
Because I want to live in a country without this problem. Yes, it was my son and my family. It's abnormal, I think.
So make of that what you will. The reality is this country is 11 time zones, Kristen, and the polling that there is does suggest there is solid support for President Putin, and we'll see whether that shifts after what happened this weekend.
Just so extraordinary to hear all of your interviews on the ground there in Moscow, Keir. Prigozhin, according to the president of Belarus, is in Belarus. What does that mean about his fate and about his standing right now, Keir?
Well, I think from what we've heard from the president of Belarus, President Lukashenko, from President Putin, I think it gives us a picture, Kristen, and this is kind of digging below the surface, if you like, of what really happened. And I think you can argue that less than a rebellion or an uprising, what we saw here in Russia, in fact, was the lid coming off, rivalries between people around President Putin and then others around him, like Lukashenko, trying to put the lid back on again. So we heard from President Lukashenko saying that he was trying to reach Prigozhin on Saturday, managed to get hold of him through the deputy defense minister, spoke to him in expletive-laden conversations 2 or 3 times on the phone, finally managing to persuade him to back down. And that, I think, is a description of just kind of these, all of them, elites actually, around President Putin, kind of grappling with Prigozhin just furious and lashing out, really. Perhaps even, it's been argued, sort of backed into a corner, and that's really what happened on Saturday. And then fascinating to hear President Putin today talking to some of his military leaders and saying that he has actually, over the last year, paid Prigozhin $2 billion, which gives you a picture of actually how close they were and how important Prigozhin was to him until very recently.
Just extraordinary and such fast-moving developments. Keir Simmons, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Now I would like to bring in Andrew Weiss, Vice President for Studies at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, where he oversees research on Russia and Eurasia. He's also the author of the book, Accidental Tsar, The Life and Lies of Vladimir Putin. Thank you for joining me. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What do you make of what the world has witnessed over the past several days in Russia? What is Vladimir Putin standing right now?
So Vladimir Putin is the leader of Russia. He has had for 20 years or so this aura of being a czar-like figure, but his record is full of big errors and big tragedies. Biggest of which, obviously, is this criminal war in Ukraine. The war has gone very badly, but Russia is a country run by its intelligence services. People that Putin feels comfortable with are people in the intelligence world or the military world. And most of the people running this big apparatus hate each other. And that's what we saw on display this weekend.
Are you surprised about what we saw on display? Because I think a lot of people were caught off guard. They weren't expecting this rebellion that was then aborted, if you will. But were you surprised, because you are clearly someone who watches very closely?
Well, let's go back to who Vladimir Putin is. Vladimir Putin was a mediocre officer in the Soviet KGB who topped out barely at the level of lieutenant colonel and then got catapulted to being the country's head of state, basically by accident, and then way outperformed and has had a remarkable run. But as he's grown, both on the world stage and within his powers within Russia, he has built an apparatus that doesn't serve him very well. And he tries to run it, in his terms, through manual control. And you see what happens when you run a war in the way the Russians are running this war. It's a disaster. The military has had, failure after failure. His only hope today is that he can outlast the Ukrainians and outlast their Western friends like the United States.
We've done so much reporting on the internal divisions within Putin's inner circle. And I would imagine that at a moment like this, those divisions are only exacerbated. You referenced that, and then you hear that gentleman on the street who Keir interviewed who said, I think this is awful what's happening in my country. I don't want to live like this. I mean, does that raise questions about how long Putin can stay in power?
They should, but they probably won't, tragically. That's because Russia's not a democracy. Vladimir Putin's not running for re-election. And most importantly, the Russian elite, the people who matter in that society, are either scared, complicit, or passive and inert. And so long as that sort of combination prevails, and that's really been the story throughout this war, there are no defections. There are no people who've stood up saying, I have to quit my government job because my country's honor has been destroyed by Vladimir Putin. Literally, they've agreed that they're going to hang together instead of hanging separately.
Why do you think Prigozhin ended his rebellion?
Yevgeny Prigozhin was using the bully pulpit in some ways similar to Donald Trump. His main tools were creating sensation. He's a ghoulish, trolling type figure. He used that to try to lobby the boss to get favors, to get privileges, and to get a large budget, as your correspondent just reported. That was his tool. And he made a big nuisance of himself. And eventually they said, this is just getting out of control. We need to bring this person back under the roof. And he refused to do that.
Very quickly, do you think this could be a turning point in the war in Ukraine?
Sadly, probably not. The war on the battlefield in Ukraine turns on what the Ukrainians can do. And this war favors people on the defense. It doesn't favor people on the offense.
All right, Andrew Weiss, thank you so much for your incredible information. Really good to see you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Still to come, what the VA secretary just said about the racial equity issues within veterans' benefit systems and what can be done to make it right for millions. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Gadi Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Welcome back. We've got new developments today on an important story we've been following here at Meet the Press Now. Veterans of color being denied VA benefits at a higher rate than their white counterparts. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough, spoke to the press today for the first time since the department announced a new equity team tasked with investigating why some VA benefits distributed at different rates for different groups. Here's what the Secretary told our NBC's Lucy Bustamante about the need for the equity team.
All this is new. It's demanded, I think, by both the president as well as our ongoing concern that we've talked about, Lucy, during the course of these engagements over the course of the last several months. And we'll stay on top of it until we can assure every veteran that they get the benefits and the care that they have earned.
And by NBC News Philadelphia colleague Lucy Bustamante has been reporting on the fight for equity in VA benefits. She joins me now with exclusive reaction to the VA's announcement. Lucy, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
It's good to see you. So what has the reaction been now that this equity group has been set up after some pressure from outside groups?
Well, Kristen, a lot of people have been wondering who is going to be on this group. Is it going to be representative of the people that they need data for? So he announced Laureen Carson, who is a longtime employee of the VA. People seem to like her, the people that we interviewed that have worked at the VA in the past, and she's going to report to the newly confirmed Undersecretary of VBA, of the benefits section of the VA, Josh Jacobs. The idea, Kristen, is to get data and to reach out to the veterans that have been denied, veterans of color that have been denied their benefits due to race. And they're going to add LGBTQ, they're going to add other groups that right now they say aren't monitored. But there's still some skepticism about this because it's been said before that they're going to correct this.
And we know that the VA has released some new data. What's in that data? What are you seeing? What's the significance?
So we have been asking in a station collaboration project with Boston, San Fran, DC, my station, your old station in Philadelphia. And we got some numbers finally from them on Friday, where actually through Courtney Cuby, right here it says PTSD and mental health. The rates for 2017 to 2023, you can see black vets 65% approval rate, white vets 75% for PTSD, mental health 69 compared to 75, and then finally all conditions a 4% disparity. But this is the story, Kristen, where the black veterans that we've interviewed have said, I suffer from PTSD, but they think I'm just not behaving, or they don't take my pain seriously, or they see it as some sort of defiant behavior. No, it's PTSD. And they need to take it seriously. So that's what they're trying to combat.
And I know you've been talking to some of the veterans themselves, some of the advocacy groups. What are they all saying at this point? I'm sure that they don't feel as though enough has been done, but do they feel like these are important steps?
Let me just give you an example here. Barbara Ward used to be the director for Center for Minority Veterans during the years that it almost got published. And remember, I brought you that 2017 data that showed you guys know you have a problem. Why haven't you acted on these numbers that you already have? So this is the first time they released numbers to us. That was a data leak. But just to show you, Philadelphia benefits, Kristen, black veterans 32% compared to white veterans when it comes to getting their PTSD claims denied. That is a big number for one of America's largest cities with a large veteran population. But this is what Barbara Ward had to say just about what she hopes doesn't happen again, which is try to reinvent the wheel.
I just would like to know what is going to be different, because I think that's what the average minority veteran will ask. I mean, they're aware that there was a diversity and inclusion committee. They didn't see that it impacted them in a positive way. They're aware of the fact that their concerns had been raised for many, many years to Veterans Benefits Administration, and, you know, nothing substantive from their perspective was done.
So she's afraid, Kristen, that this is going to be a repeat committee by a different name.
I mean, it sounds like there's a trust issue
major
here.
Yes.
I mean, what are people saying to you about that aspect of this, that yes, they are seeing the VA take some steps, and yet they're not able to trust that it's going to have the impact that they want to see.
You said it. Yes, ma'am. And here's the thing, because there is that trust issue, Yale Center for Veterans Legal Services, the Black Veterans Project, they have filed a lawsuit that has gone back and forth. And they say, you know, on the front end, they sound like they really mean it this time, that they're going to put it in the right people. But then in court, the VA is trying to dismiss the case that is trying to make it right for all of these veterans of color that have been denied for generations. Yeah. So they're hoping, they're actually trying to make it a class action lawsuit dating back to World War II veterans.
Lucy Bustamante, thank you for your great reporting. As always, thank you for joining us at this hour. Chuck will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air tonight with team coverage of that extreme weather coast to coast, a travel nightmare at the airports, the worst air quality in the world in the Midwest right now, and one of the hottest places on the planet down south. Dangerous and developing now as we take you live to New York, Chicago, and Baton Rouge. And some breaking news into us literally as we speak. Our Lester Holt one-on-one exclusively with one of the biggest Republican critics of former President Trump. What we've been hearing from Liz Cheney in just the last couple of minutes. Plus, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is back in court as we are just now hearing from the father of one of the victims. And 3 big apps out with new parental controls tonight to filter the kind of content kids can see. But will it really make a difference? And in tonight's original, we take you to Ireland with more on why the government is paying people to make art. That's later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight it is chaos at airports across the country. Travelers now stranded, airlines struggling to keep up ahead of what could be a record-breaking weekend. We've got flights canceled or delayed because of the extreme weather so many of us are facing. Take a look at Newark Airport in New Jersey. Long lines. Passengers are ticked off. They're frustrated. Their luggage is piling up. It's the works, all because of these intense storms pounding the East Coast, keeping planes on the ground, forcing ground stops at airports from D.C. to Baltimore to Philly and New York, all of it ahead of what the TSA says will be the busiest weekend of travel in 4 years. 4 years, folks. 3 million people are set to travel through airports this weekend, nearly 18 million in the whole week alone. Our weather team says 3 inches of rain is possible for parts of the East Coast, meaning things are only going to get worse before they get better travel-wise. Speaking of getting worse, we're also watching that record-setting heat wave hitting the South. Parts of Texas and Louisiana right now are some of the hottest places on Earth, globally. And in the Midwest, the smoke from Canada's wildfires, look at this. This is what it looks like here in Chicago. The air quality there is the worst on the planet right now. Top 2 cities, Chicago, Milwaukee, when it comes to the air issues. We've got team coverage on all of it with Maggie Vespa in New York, Sam Brock in Baton Rouge, and Shaq Brewster live for us in Chicago. Maggie, I want to start with you because, boy, here we are. It is only Tuesday. We're looking ahead to what we could see this weekend with the potential for an enormous amount of travel, and already it's chaotic and a mess.
Yeah, Hallie, and unfortunately, we've seen messes like this before, meaning we've seen how quickly severe weather, even in just one region of the country, and as you know, we're talking about multiple when it comes to its impact on air travel, how quickly that can ripple across the country and how long it can take for those ripple effects to kind of dissipate. And as you said, we're heading into this potentially record-setting, or at least that's what AAA was saying before all this started happening, 4th of July travel weekend. And when you look at what's called the misery map, and obviously that's an ominous idea, it's in the name, you can see just how bad things are already. And keep in mind, this could take basically days to resolve itself, and it could get worse before it gets better. New York, D.C., Chicago, Boston, kind of the predictable hubs and the ones that we've seen slammed by a lot of this severe weather, really getting hit the hardest, and people in those airports being told to prepare to hunker down for days. Take a listen.
I'm not going anywhere till Thursday and not out of this airport.
My flight got canceled. I need to make it there by Thursday morning for my PhD graduation. The flight's canceled, and then the pilot needs to sleep, and then crew needs to sleep.
And Hallie, you heard from that first example, a woman being told you might be stuck until Thursday. I'll just tell you, I'm here because my flight was canceled last night. I was supposed to fly back to Chicago from LaGuardia. It was supposed to take off at 6. It got delayed multiple times till about 9:30, and then finally it was canceled. People in line around me were being told to prepare to hunker down until Saturday, potentially. That was Southwest Airlines specifically. I was on United in the chaotic customer service line next to theirs, but they were being told well into the weekend that's how long it could take before this really starts to get better, Hallie. So we'll see how it goes, but a long road ahead, potentially.
For sure, Maggie. Yeah, definitely a long road. You talk about United, you've got these comments here that add another layer of this, with the CEO sending a letter overnight, basically blaming the FAA for the pileup of delays and cancellations at Newark. Is that really the case, Maggie? Is this the FAA's fault? How much of this is Mother Nature, and how much of this are staffing issues?
So to that first part, is it really the case? The United CEO seems to think so, right? I mean, he's basically hearkening back to the Department of Transportation audit that was released last week and made a lot of news last week, essentially saying there is a critical shortage of air traffic controllers nationwide. And that's what he's blaming, at least in part, on the chaos that we're seeing in these Northeast airports and Newark in particular. The FAA comes back and says, no, that's not the case. In fact, they said that those airports were fully staffed. But at the same time, this is an issue that will likely lag on for years, so much so that it's on Congress's radar right now as the FAA is up for its reauthorization vote, essentially kind of a more complicated budgeting process. And Congress really wants to look at a number of improvements. We have some of them listed here, and that includes hiring, again, a number of more FAA, the air traffic controllers, knowing, again, that those take years to hire and train, and we have a slew of retirements coming down the pipeline. So again, there's a number of factors that they're looking at to try to kind of resolve what seems like this broken record pattern of these insane travel nightmares that ripple out from severe weather in any part of the country. But that specific problem that the CEO of United hit on just today to try to explain all of this, that is definitely on the radar as well. Hallie.
Maggie Vespa live for us in New York. Thanks so much. I want to bring in now Sam Brock, who has moved to New Orleans, Louisiana for us. And you are right in the middle, Sam, baking under this heat dome that means where you are, Texas, other parts of the South, some of the hottest temperatures literally on Earth tonight.
The words heat and dome are two words you don't want to hear together, right? So we know already off the bat, that's not a good sign. And just looking around right now, Hallie, I can tell you, this is not normal in New Orleans. Yes, Louisiana, Southeast Louisiana is very hot during the summer. It's extremely humid. What they are seeing right now, though, basically triple-digit temperatures on the ground with a heat index, which means it also factors in humidity, of about 115. So that's what it feels like right now. This is, of course, the French Quarter over my shoulder, Royal Street. People are just going about their everyday business as if, you know, there's nothing really happening here, except for the fact they're wiping their face every 2 seconds and everyone feels flushed and red, myself included. You can probably hear the brass band intermittently over my shoulder on the street here. So things are continuing to move on. The city is deeply concerned, though, about the most vulnerable people, which is why, Hallie, they've opened up some 9 cooling centers and hydration stations, try to help folks who need access to these basic resources. But for the most part, things are ticking forward. I talked with one gentleman who helps with the steamboat operations out there on the Mississippi River, and he said a lot of people just don't have the right perspective when they come down to NOLA. Take a listen.
A lot of people come from other places here. You know, this is a big tourist city, and they're not prepared for the heat and the humidity.
Why do you have a bottle of water on your head at the moment?
It's really hot out here.
How are you coping with this?
I don't have a choice, though. I'm out here in the heat sweating.
Some people do have a choice, and this upcoming weekend ahead of July 4th is the Essence Festival in New Orleans. Last year it drew 500,000 people. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands of visitors descending on New Orleans in the coming days as this iron grip heat wave continues, Hallie, through next week.
When does that grip loosen? Is it next week, Sam? Because right now, again, you said it, it's always hot in New Orleans in the summer, but it's not like this.
What I'm hearing from the folks in their Department of Homeland Security, which effectively is emergency operations for the area, is they're planning for 5 or 6 days minimum of this level of excessive heat, which means they are now up to a Class 3 emergency crisis. That's what the EOC has termed it. There's a unified command call every single day between now and July 4th. So it just shows you the seriousness, the gravity with which they're approaching this heat wave as they are still trying to function as one of the favorite cities of the United States. Hallie?
Sam Brock live for us in New Orleans. Sam, stay cool. We hope your crew does too. Appreciate it. Let me bring in Shaq Brewster now, who is live from us from Chicago. I'm looking at you, Shaq, and I'm looking behind you because this looks familiar to what people saw in the Northeast a couple of weeks ago. Smoggy, cloudy, not because of fog, but smoke from the most intense wildfire season that Canada has seen in decades. Air quality is terrible.
That's exactly right, Hallie. You can clearly see it behind me, but I can also tell you, you can smell it and you can feel it. The air quality right now in the Chicago area is listed as very unhealthy. It's not just Chicago. You're looking at that same listing for some cities in Wisconsin, some cities in Indiana as well. And this is something that the entire region is dealing with right now. Here in Chicago, you have summer camps that have moved indoors. They opened up public libraries so people can go and get that break from it, because when you listen to experts, they're saying it could be dangerous if you're out here for too long. People out here walking around, they're feeling the impact. I want you to listen to what some folks told reporters earlier today.
I bought this mask because it felt dangerous to breathe the air. And I felt like I would be safer wearing a mask around.
It's burning on the eyes and burning in the nose, and I don't think this mask is even strong enough.
Now, masking, that's not people just taking it upon themselves. You have officials advising folks to wear a mask if they have to be outside for an extended period of time and to avoid any strenuous activity out here. And we just heard the governor earlier today, who reflected some of the surprise that I've been hearing and I frankly experienced myself with the quality here. He said he wished that there was an earlier warning for this air quality. Fortunately, it looks like the forecast is going to improve in terms of air quality for the next couple of days, but you have people really concerned about what they're experiencing and seeing here in Chicago.
It may improve where you are, Shaq, in Chicago, but that might not be the case in New York, because the governor there, Kathy Hochul, is already warning, hey, New Yorkers, get ready, because this may get bad again tomorrow and later in the week. At this point, Shaq, I wonder how much the smoke forecast has to be a part of our weather forecasting, too, in some of these local areas.
That's certainly a good question, Hallie. And, New York is going to be experiencing that on the western side of the state. So we might not see those apocalyptic scenes like we saw in New York City, but it definitely is an issue for folks who want to be outside and want to breathe air.
Yeah, for sure. Shaq Brewster, thank you very much. Live for us there in a smoky Chicago. We appreciate it. Now, to an NBC News exclusive that is happening quite literally as we speak. Our Lester Holt right now sitting down with one of Donald Trump's biggest Republican critics, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who says, by the way, she's not ready to make an announcement on whether she is going to take on Donald Trump, but did say that running as a third party could potentially help him. That's something she's not interested in doing. Cheney, of course, often criticizes the former president, pretty much pushed out of Congress because of that criticism and her vote to impeach him because of his actions related to January 6th. And late tonight, she is reacting to a tape just obtained by our team here at NBC News, appearing to show Mr. Trump acknowledge that he kept a classified document after leaving the White House. Listen.
There's just simply no question that he's unfit to be the president of the United States. And, accountability really matters.
So she is reacting to that tape, but Donald Trump is not, as he is out on the campaign trail today, even though this discussion revealed in this audio is at the center of the special counsel's 37-count federal indictment against him. An indictment that today Donald Trump calls fake.
I consider it a badge, a great, great, beautiful badge of honor and courage. Because I'm being indicted for you.
It is, of course, a real indictment. We're going to get to that on the campaign trail of Vaughn Hilliard in just a second. But I want to start here in Washington with Garrett Haake, who has been monitoring this one-on-one between Lester Holt and Liz Cheney, who is such an interesting figure in Republican politics. She is a private citizen now.
That's right.
She is no longer a member of Congress, but she has been one of the most outspoken voices against him. And she is saying to Lester in just the last couple seconds here, she says, I'm not going to do anything that helps Donald Trump when asked about running as a third party.
Yeah.
That had been a lot of the speculation here.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's clearly no lane for that. I mean, look how freaked out Democrats have been about the prospect of Joe Manchin running as a third-party candidate, right? The theory of the case, and I think the White House would probably agree with this too, is that there's the Donald Trump vote in 2024, and then there's the anti-Trump vote. And as long as Joe Biden's the only anti-Trump candidate, that works out reasonably well. But if it's Joe Biden or Liz Cheney or Joe Manchin and a bunch of other people, they're not, Donald Trump's not losing votes to any of those people, and Donald Trump gets reelected. So I think that's a astute read of the political situation there by Liz Cheney.
Yeah, she says she's not ready, just to be clear here, based on what we're showing you on screen, she is not ready to announce anything in this conversation with Lester. I'm sure Lester sort of wished that she would, but it comes at this interesting moment where you have now perhaps a little bit more of a voice, a chorus of people who are suggesting that maybe Donald Trump is not the strongest person to take on Joe Biden in the primary. Kevin McCarthy, or in the general, Kevin McCarthy said just that. The House Speaker, somebody who is a huge ally of Donald Trump's. And then about 6 hours later, he had to walk it back. Tell us more.
Yeah, look, that door was only open for, a half of a workday.
Yeah, right.
If you were waiting to watch the evening news tonight, you missed the whole news cycle. Yeah, I mean, Kevin McCarthy was asked on CNBC about the relative strength of Donald Trump, and he basically kind of threw the question back as an open-ended thing. I don't know if he's the strongest candidate to take on Joe Biden. That did not sit well in Donald Trump's orbit. I'm quite confident that Kevin McCarthy probably heard about that, judging by the number of people who I heard about it from in Trump's orbit. And before you know it, McCarthy had given another interview in Breitbart, a right-wing online publication that would sure to have been read by Donald Trump, saying, oh, no, he's much stronger than he was last time around.
Putting on your sort of analyst reporter hat here, how much do you see Liz Cheney's comments having any kind of an impact in the primary?
I'm cynical about this. I think almost zero. I think the part of Liz Cheney in this primary appears to be being played by Chris Christie at the moment. He's emerged as the most effective, if not fully anti-Trump, but at least post-Trump Republican voice. Liz Cheney got beat by 37 points in Wyoming. There is not an appetite in the Republican Party for a sort of frontal assault anti-Trump candidate beyond what I think maybe Christie has generated. You could argue she's more sort of purely conservative than Christie on sort of like a small c conservative level. But I just don't know that there's space for another person of that ilk in this field as it currently exists. She could raise money. She could clearly draw a lot of media attention for her criticisms of Donald Trump. But whether there's an electoral path for her, I think it is small to the point of perhaps being non-existent.
Garrett Haig, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll see you, I'm sure, next hour as we continue to watch that conversation. Let me go to Vaughn Hilliard, who is out traveling with the former president as he is on the road in the key early state of New Hampshire. So, Vaughn, we've been talking about this audio tape, right, where Mr. Trump seems to acknowledge having taken a classified document from the White House. It's a military document, it sounds like here, related to Iran. This is at Bedminster in 2021. I want to play that tape for people.
As president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Explain why this is significant, even as Mr. Trump is trying to downplay his legal concerns here.
It's significant because you hear directly in the audio him say that he has material in his possession that he is not able to declassify like he would have been able to when he was president. He says in that audio that he has secret documents, and we do not know exactly what those documents are at this time, but prosecutors are alleging in their indictment of him and intend to take him to trial on the fact of what his words say, is that he has secret documents here. And for, Donald Trump, it's not like politics where you can, we often hear spin, right? You can spin a narrative, or you can have wishy-washy political positions. Well, when you're a defense counsel trying to defend your client, it's very hard when somebody is given over the course of last year's numerous attempts at defenses that don't match the audio of their client's own words, in this case, that client being Donald Trump.
The former president is not the only one there in New Hampshire, Vaughn, and you are not the only one there. Not even 50 miles away, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is there, too. You're seeing this very interesting dynamic, and it's come up in some conversation that I've had behind the scenes, that Donald Trump has been fiercely going after, and his team and the people around him, entitlements. He's going after Ron DeSantis on the issue of Social Security and Medicare, as DeSantis is trying to break Donald Trump's stronghold on the state of New Hampshire. Talk about this dynamic and how you see it.
The dynamics are really difficult for Ron DeSantis, frankly, Hallie, because You know, often in politics, the line is if you're explaining, you're losing. And Donald Trump is going on the attack against Ron DeSantis, for instance, on Medicare and Social Security, for his past votes in Congress to make cuts to those entitlement programs. At the same time, Donald Trump leaves out the fact that in 2020, he, in his own words, suggested that it was time to address entitlement reform to ensure the solvency of the country. But, you know, that's the hard part for Ron DeSantis. He's combating somebody here who already has thralls of supporters that are following him. And Ron DeSantis is now here just 40 miles away from where we were with Donald Trump, was trying to make the case that it's time for the Republican Party to move forward, to try to focus on some substance and not the drama. Take a listen to Ron DeSantis a little bit earlier.
If it's about relitigating things that happened 2-3 years ago, we're going to lose.
And this is where, you know, a Trump aide tells me, look, it's Donald Trump that is taking up the oxygen in the room here. And it is the legs of Ron DeSantis and other candidates who are on the heels of responding to these indictments and to these audio tapes because, not because I think the press asked it, but because the voters are demanding these other Republicans to defend Donald Trump against the idea that the deep state that has been propagated by Donald Trump, but also folks like Ron DeSantis for so long now, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you very much, live for us in New Hampshire. Be sure to check out NBC Nightly News at 6:30 Eastern to see more of that exclusive conversation between Lester Holt and Liz Cheney. That's coming up, however you get your local NBC station. So listen, we may have an answer now to our big question from about 24 hours ago. Where in the world is Yevgeny Prigozhin, that mercenary rebel leader, essentially, who marched on Moscow this weekend? Turns out the answer could be Belarus. That country's president saying today that the head of the Wagner Group is there as part of a deal that he helped negotiate to stop the first serious threat to Vladimir Putin's power in 2 decades. Now, we say he could be there because it's worth noting here, we still haven't seen Prigozhin since pretty much this moment. Him leaving a southern Russian city Saturday, surrounded by people who seem to be fans here, trying to catch a glimpse of him, take pictures on their cell phone. The State Department says they've got no reason to doubt that Prigozhin is in Belarus, but all we know for sure is that a plane belonging to him did land in Minsk. As that happens, we're seeing Putin himself praising his military in an address for stopping the rebellion.
You have saved our motherland from catastrophe. You have actually stopped civil war.
Keir Simmons is live for us tonight in Moscow. So there he is, Vladimir Putin, praising his soldiers, saying that they stopped a civil war, but again, repeating publicly at least, no plans to charge Prigozhin or the Wagner Group fighters, essentially. Is this, in your estimation, based on your reporting and analysis here, the Kremlin looking to put this behind them in a way?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I think it's also, you know, a sign, Ali, that President Putin remains the single most dominant character by far here in Russia. Prigozhin is now in Belarus, as far as we can tell, and the reporting and the what Belarus says all suggest that's absolutely the case. And President Putin is behind the walls of the Kremlin there. And I think the message to the Russian people of the last 24 hours from Putin, from the Kremlin, is we're in control, we're in charge. That's very determinedly what they are trying to say. So, you know, look, I think once again, President Putin, you know, has kind of banished a rival, if you like. And at the same time, I think you make a really good point about that, you know, the soldiers from Wagner being told that they can go back to their families, or they can go to Belarus, or they can join the Russian army. There's a flexibility there, isn't there, too? And that's really, I think, again, about them trying to move on from what happened over the weekend.
What about, one of the big questions too, Keir, that I know a lot of people are waiting to see how this turns out is, what does the events that happened in Russia over the weekend mean for Russia's invasion of Ukraine? And here's why I ask, because if the Wagner Group does in fact turn over its weapons right to the Russian military, what does this mean for the fighting in Ukraine? The Wagner Group had troops on the ground, although fighters on the ground, I should say, in the southern part of the country, although most of them had cleared out. What's the assessment on that front?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. In the short term, you know, there's no sign that it's made a difference. I do think there is a continuing question for President Putin and the Russian government. How do you win in Ukraine, and how do you present the Russian people with a victory? And that's going to be a question that looms over all of this for the Russian government in the time to come. I also think there's something very interesting about what we've seen from what's been said in the past 24 hours Ali, and I would say this, just, you know, as an example, you have President Lukashenko of Belarus talking about trying to get hold of Prigozhin, 3 phone calls, expletive-laden phone calls with him, persuading him to stand down. And what I think that tells us is that this may have been less a rebellion or an insurrection and more the lid coming off rivalries around President Putin and then others around President Putin trying to put that lid back on again. These are the elites around President Putin fighting with each other, admittedly this weekend, in a way we've never seen before, but it's the continuation of that story in some ways.
That's a great point. Keir Simmons live for us in Moscow, all over every angle. Keir, thank you. Back here at home, there's this new report from the Justice Department Inspector General that definitively says Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide behind bars in Manhattan back in 2019, and not because of foul play, like a bunch of conspiracy theories had suggested. This is a new 120-page report that finds, I'm quoting here, troubling failures and misconduct by employees of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Almost immediately after Epstein's death, remember, there were these conspiracy theories that exploded around the topic, with people saying they did not believe that Epstein died by suicide, suggesting instead that somebody killed him to try to bury secrets that he had on people in power. There was never any physical evidence of that. And importantly here, this report also lays out some broader and more systemic problems inside the Bureau of Prisons, pointing out that these oversights, these failures led to not only Epstein's death, but the death of notorious gangster Whitey Bulger, who was beaten to death at a West Virginia prison. Another example, not cited in the report, but one that happened recently, the death of the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. He died by suicide in a federal prison in North Carolina earlier this month. Julia Ainsley is joining us now. The Bureau of Prisons is saying these problems that are laid out in this report, because again, it is a scathing and pretty damning Inspector General report. They say that's not reflective of their workforce as a whole. Tell us more.
Yeah, they say they have over 30,000 people working in the Bureau of Prisons, and they know the rules, and the rules were broken here. For example, Jeffrey Epstein was supposed to have a roommate, and one of the people who they interviewed who was working inside that New York City prison said, oh, we didn't know he was supposed to have a roommate. Later, they went back and found out that was a lie. So not only did they mishandle how they were supposed to act in regards to Epstein, they also mishandled how they could cooperate with investigators. But I think what is at the heart of this is that there were so many victims that wanted their day in court. They wanted him to stand up and be held accountable, and the suicide took that away from them. And now you can see these pictures from inside Epstein's cell where the amount of material he had that he was able to get from guards would have been enough to trail down the hall. I mean, it's a lot of orange sheets, shirts, and that's what he used to hang himself. So it's surprising, and it's shocking, and it's heartbreaking that no one stepped in and saw that ahead of time, and that they weren't able to watch him as he built this noose and carried out this act. And they say that in the future, they're putting steps in place to try to prevent something like this from happening in the future, but to have cameras going on so that people are held accountable to make sure they're doing their work and watching when they're supposed to.
You have described some of the details, and there are just exhaustive, extensive details in this report about the days and the hours leading up to Epstein's death here. There is that question, right? Does this, once and for all, put a rest to those conspiracy theories that have persisted now, Julia, as you well know, for years?
You know, Hallie, you and I have reported on conspiracy theories, and sometimes when people just want to believe something, they'll believe it. And there was so much around Epstein and the people he was connected to. But look, you read this report, it is so clear the people they talked to, the work they did, this was a suicide once and for all. But the real problem is these victims didn't get their day, and that's really who this report now allows you to focus on that.
Julia Ainsley, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. We got a lot more to get to here on the show, including new reaction from the Missouri teen who was shot after ringing the wrong doorbell, now speaking for the first time. What he says the shooter said before firing his gun. Plus, why one Florida beach is being called the deadliest in the in the region so far, and it's not sharks.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We got some breaking news into us as you are looking now at the suspect accused of killing 4 students at the University of Idaho at a court hearing that wrapped up in just the last few minutes. His lawyers today are asking to see more evidence, more information that the prosecution says they discovered in this case. The suspect's attorney saying that's necessary for them to build a defense, especially now that the state is seeking the death penalty. Remember, we reported that right here on this show about 24 hours ago? The suspect is charged with first-degree murder in the stabbing deaths of these 4 students you see here on your screen: Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonsalves, Zana Kernodle, Madison Moden. This happened at their off-campus house in November of last year. The suspect's DNA was found on a knife sheath at the scene, which ultimately led to his arrest. He has pleaded not guilty. I want to bring in Steve Patterson, who's covering the latest for us. And this was a fairly late developing court hearing, Steve, that I understand just wrapped a couple of minutes ago. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I got my pen, I got my paper. I'm still going over the information as we speak. And look, this is going to sound a little processy, so to speak, for lack of a better term, because it is. But I want people to realize this is all in the context of the stakes have now been raised, because we are now talking about capital punishment, the death penalty. And one of the things that prosecutors and the defense team said in court is because of that, they should have more information. That is sort of the circumstance surrounding the hearing that happened today. They want more key discovery items so their team can process that. So as they say, they can make a proper defense. A few of the things we can throw up on screen that they're looking for, and again, I'm still going over some of this, but training records of specific police officers, that is important to them because they say there will be key pieces of testimony that will play out during the trial from these officers, and so they should have the records from those officers. The prosecution argues, you know what, you don't need those because we're not going to call those officers up to testify, where the defense says, yeah, but you're going to use bits of information that come from testimony provided by interviews that they were involved in. I told you it was processy, but that's important. So there's an argument about that. Meanwhile, the information of the FBI investigation from Forensic Examiner, that is talking about the forensic examiner on this federal team who initially put out the word about this white Hyundai Elantra. That was the big break in the case, that police should be on the lookout for this white car. And so they're looking for, how did he arrive at that piece of information? What was his process? That is something that they're looking into as well. Unfortunately, this doesn't end with a huge, big climactic ending because the judge is still deciding. He says he's delaying his decision and will make it a decision in a written statement in the next few hours or days. So we're not going to know what exactly we're going to get from this for a little while longer. This could further delay the trial, though, Hallie, as far as we understand.
How about what we're hearing from family members of the victims about this? Because I understand there is some new reaction to the state seeking the death penalty in this case here.
Yeah, this obviously was a huge development. You're talking about something that has significantly raised the stakes, again, not only for the trial, but of course for these families who are processing this. From what we've heard, families are sort of on board, even though the likelihood that having now the death penalty in play will delay the trial, will at least delay parts of the trial because it's now expanding it into multiple phases because you have this new element, which in Idaho means you've got way more process on top of everything else. But we spoke to the family of Kaylee Gonsalves, one of the victims involved in these murders, and her father, Steve Gonsalves, who had this to say about what this means as far as the justice process. Listen.
This isn't something that we're going to have a party about. It's not something that we really even ever wanted to look forward to or be a part of. But as a father, if you come after my child, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we come after you.
So we know now the trial is scheduled for October 2nd, but because of now capital punishment being involved, because of these asks from the defense and the pushback from the prosecution, this is expected to delay proceedings. We don't know when, we don't know if the trial will slide, and we don't know exactly what the ruling is from this judge about the hearing we just heard, but that should all come up pretty soon. Hallie?
Steve Patterson live for us with all of those new developments late tonight. Steve, thank you very much, as always. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, some sad news out of California because officials say that the human remains found over the weekend near the mountains near L.A. have been confirmed to be those of Julian Sands. He, of course, is the actor who was first reported missing back in January after going on a hike. Officials say the cause of death is still under investigation. He was 65 years old. Number 2, we are hearing for the very first time from the Missouri teenager who was shot in the head after ringing the wrong doorbell to pick up his siblings 2 months ago. Listen to what Ralph Yarrow is telling ABC News about what the shooter said to him.
Were there any words that were exchanged before he shot you?
He only said 5 words. Don't come here ever again.
Yarrow says he's been dealing with headaches, with trouble sleeping, with brain fog ever since. The shooter is now facing 2 felony charges related to this whole thing. Number 3, a new Senate report just out says the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security ignored a ton of intel before the insurrection at the Capitol. It says plans for the attack were posted online, but that the agencies repeatedly downplayed the potential for violence. This report is coming out as the Justice Department's Inspector General is conducting its own investigation into the agency's failures ahead of that attack on the Capitol. Number 4, archaeologists in Pompeii have found a fresco from ancient Rome showing, is that pizza? Looks like it. We'll go back and show you again. Police say that is not pizza, and here's why. Because tomatoes and mozzarella cheese, which you kind of need for a pizza, were not around in Europe until a couple of centuries ago. Instead, experts say it's probably a focaccia covered in fruit. How about that? Things you learned tonight. Number 5, you know how some people, when they're talking to their babies, talk in like a little bit of a baby voice? Turns out dolphins might do the very same thing. New research found that some female dolphins use a high-pitched whistle or high-pitched tone when swimming with their kids. They're not alone. Some monkeys, even birds, also do a little animal baby talk. Back here at home down south, we are learning that 3 people have died in rip currents this past Saturday at the super popular beach in Panama City, Florida. That means the total number of deaths in some of these surf zones this year is up to 7 at Panama City, making it the deadliest beach in the U.S. right now. According to the National Weather Service, rip currents have killed at least 41 people in the U.S. so far this year. It's important to note these are currents that they're really strong, right? They pull people away from the shore. Look at this picture. It's posted by the Sheriff's Office in Bay County, Florida. It includes Panama City. See those trenches of sand? That's how strong those rip currents were this past weekend. So it's like literally pulling the beach back out into the ocean. Officials are telling people, locals and tourists alike, stay safe by swimming near a lifeguard. Make sure you can see one of those lifeguard towers. Kathy Park is joining us now. And Kathy, it's shark attacks that often get a lot of attention at the beach. The odds of that happening are actually low, like 1 in 4.3 million. Compare that to rip currents here, because this is a real danger this summer.
Yeah, Hallie, good evening to you. And it's important that we're doing this segment because so many people are heading to the beach right now. Rip currents are very common, and they happen on most beaches, and they happen even when waves are just 2 to 3 feet high. And unfortunately, 100 people die every year from rip currents, and about 80% of lifeguard rescues involve rip currents. So what do you do if you happen to be caught in one? Safety experts are saying try to stay calm as much as possible. You know, oftentimes when you're caught in one of these things, you feel yourself being pulled away from the shore. So what you want to do is not swim against these rip currents, because that will just tire you out. So what you want to do is just try to float, break away from the rip currents, swim parallel to the shore, and then hopefully, if you are in distress, a lifeguard nearby will see you and obviously, you know, come to your rescue. Another piece of advice to share: if you happen to see someone and you're on the shore and you happen to see someone caught in a rip current, the best thing to do is actually toss them a flotation device. And Hallie, I think a lot of people think that these rip currents happen when there is bad weather, but it actually can happen even when it's a sunny day.
Right.
Something to keep in mind, though: rip currents often happen during low tide. So if you are heading to the beach this time of year, this summer, some things to keep in mind.
Kathy Park live for us on that. Kathy, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Got a lot more to get to here in the show, including new warnings tonight of a medical emergency related to mosquitoes. Why the CDC says cases of malaria are spreading in this country for the first time in like 20 years. Plus, police in Massachusetts say they've arrested someone in connection to that triple murder we told you about yesterday. What they're sharing about a possible motive.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A new alert from the CDC tonight about some rare malaria cases in the U.S., and these ones are kind of a big deal. They're the first cases in decades where people actually got the virus here. You see the cases, 4 in Florida, 1 in Texas so far. So very, very, very small number, just to keep it in context. But the CDC says the people who came down with malaria didn't travel outside the country. There's no evidence that these cases are connected. And while this sounds like a concern, obviously, for people in the U.S., the CDC says the overall risk is still low. Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. The CDC says all of these patients have gotten treatment. They're recovering. They're kind of saying, hey, don't freak out. But malaria is still a medical emergency. How should we be thinking about this? As a lot of people are outside in the summer, we all get bitten by mosquitoes. What's the level of concern we should have here?
Yeah, good evening, Hallie. So overall, the level of concern here is low, but the reason we're taking this so seriously and the reason you actually saw the CDC blast out a big alert to doctors around the country is because malaria can look like any other illness. You can have those what we call flu-like symptoms of fevers and chills, but it can be deadly. It can lead to organ failure. It can spread to the brain, and that's why you're seeing, the CDC call it a medical emergency, one that needs to be really diagnosed and treated within 24 hours of getting to a doctor, just because of those severe consequences we talked about. And what makes this so concerning, as you said, is these patients didn't have a link to international travel. So malaria cases in the U.S., it's about 2,000 every year linked to international travel. And this is the first time since 2003 that we're seeing cases really with no evidence that it came from somewhere else, and why you're seeing doctors on alert everywhere. The good news is it is not contagious. It does not spread from person to person. And if you are somebody who's worried, there are some things you can do, really mainly aiming at preventing those mosquito bites, like wearing long clothing, wearing that insect repellent, and even checking for water-holding containers. It's that stagnant water or water that's not moving that's so crucial to their spread, Hallie.
It's funny. I look at that, Dr. Syal, and I get it, right? Yes, wear long-sleeve clothes, sure, but it's about 1.5 billion degrees in July in Washington, right? Like, realistically, that's a challenge, I think, for people. And there is a climate connection here. We talk about the heat and humidity. That's perfect for mosquitoes. We spoke with one doctor in Florida who says he's really been paying attention to the climate piece of this, too. I want to play that.
Over the last 4 to 5 years, we're seeing that we have higher temperatures, more humidity, And if you look at maps, you can see that the amount of time, the dates that mosquitoes are prevalent in certain areas is becoming more and more. The amount of days that keeps mosquitoes alive.
Is that something we're seeing not just in Florida, but beyond, Dr. Sayal?
Yeah, and it's mosquitoes can unfortunately carry more than just malaria. We've talked about, West Nile virus, dengue fever. And Hallie, it's unfortunately not just mosquitoes, it's also ticks. You and I talked just a few weeks ago about Lyme disease and how ticks are starting to see a greater spread because of climate change. So what you're seeing now is really the unfortunate health effects of climate change beyond just it's being so hot. You can actually see it's increasing the spread of infectious disease. And definitely something we need to be taking seriously.
Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you very much for that reality check for us here as we hit the summer. Thanks. Coming up here on the show, some big companies are putting on new parental controls on some social media apps. How far these changes could go? Plus, if you have ever wanted to live in a Barbie world, now is your chance. We'll tell you how you can stay at this, whatever that, you can stay there next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Meta and TikTok are out today with some new ways to try to give parents a little more control over what their kids are doing on social media. And the changes are coming as we've been seeing more and more concerns over the way that these platforms can affect the mental health and safety of kids, of teenagers. Because remember, on these apps, you got to be 13 to sign up. So Meta will add some limits on DMs for people you do not follow. That's on Instagram. And then they're also going to nudge teens on Facebook to take breaks if they've been on there for 20 minutes or more. That was already in effect for Insta. Now it's going to be on Facebook, too. There's also going to be more options for parents to actually supervise their teens' Instagrams, like they can add parents to their accounts. They can see mutual followers with their friends. It comes as TikTok today is laying out some new moves, too, saying parents can filter out certain kind of content for teens. It's also launching a global youth council. That's what they call it, global youth council later this year. The idea being people will think about, talk about how do they make these apps safer. One mom we spoke with says, in theory, this is awesome. In reality, it's not happening so much. Listen.
I don't think these apps are set up in any way, shape, or form to protect kids from what they should or should not be seeing. It's very unrealistic to think that what they're doing is enough.
I want to bring in tech correspondent Dave Ingram. So let's start there. That mom saying, hey, is what they're doing enough? The social media companies would say, at least we're doing something, I think, right? They're going to point to these changes they're making. What is going to be the difference maker here?
I
I think the differences are going to come mostly on the edges. So the small edge cases where maybe someone who would have replied to a DM from a stranger will be prevented from seeing that, or a parent will be able to block that in these individual cases. So what we're seeing here is Meta and TikTok taking lots of small steps to try to limit all those cases almost one at a time, or to cut out as many avenues as possible for threats to reach kids. You know, they still want to sell these products, though, and that mom has a point in that they don't want teens to stop using these products, but they would like them to be safe enough to preserve their reputations, to make them seem safe, and to head off possible regulation by Congress.
Well, it's the regulation by Congress piece that is interesting, right? Because when you talk about responsibility, there are multiple places where responsibility lies. Obviously on the companies, obviously on parents. Congress has been talking for years about the potential to introduce or pass some bills to try to harden up regulations on social media companies. Where does that stand?
Yeah, Congress, as it typically does, acts very slowly on things like this. I think the responsibility at this point falls on all the above. You know, these companies, legally, they're not going to be required to do much with the law as it is now. It does, so it has to fall on parents and kids to be as vigilant as we all can be to make sure that these products are being used safely. But, you know, we also don't want to blame users, right? I mean, these products are complicated. They're in some ways designed to be addictive, and we can't go around blaming ourselves every time we're using them too much, or teens want to reach out there to the online world. There's a statement from TikTok today where they talked about a balance, sort of the balance between allowing people to choose their own online experience, as well as they're talking about the kids' right to free expression on the internet. And so these are both values that I think most people recognize to some degree, and balancing them is going to be the hardest part of all this.
Dave Ingram, our tech correspondent there out in San Francisco. Thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, Massachusetts police say they have arrested somebody in connection with the deaths of 3 members of the same family. Remember, we told you about the story yesterday. He has pleaded not guilty to 1 count of murder and multiple assault charges today and is being held without bail. A local official says he could face more charges after the autopsies are finished. Investigators have said they think the attack on this family was random. Out of our Southern Bureau, the International African American Museum is opening up today in Charleston, South Carolina. That's where nearly half of enslaved people first arrived in North America. The museum, you're seeing it here, exhibits artifacts on the way that African Americans impacted the United States and the rest of the world, plus a really interesting genealogy research center where people can trace their family history. And out of our Western Bureau, there is this. This is not a toy. This is not a dollhouse. It is a real-life Airbnb listing. And yes, it is your very own Barbie world come to life. It's a promotional thing. Call it what it is. It opens for bookings right before the new Barbie movie comes out. It's called Barbie's Malibu Dream House. You have to like pink. I'm going to be honest with you. Just looking at these pictures, you've got to love hot pink. You've got to love an infinity pool and a wraparound balcony and an outdoor dance floor. Those things are obviously easy to love. Look, you can see the pool floaties that spell out Ken. Airbnb says it's going to donate to the organization Save the Children to celebrate the movie premiere and honor girls' empowerment. So, hey, you get a night at a dream house and you get to do something good for somebody else. Still to come here on the show. We sent one of our reporters to a country that is paying people to make art. What she found in our original.
summertime.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, it's Ireland's government paying people to make art. We're talking musicians, dancers, visual artists. A couple thousand people were randomly picked to be in a new pilot program where they all get a basic income that frees them up